The Euro and its State. Notes on the Abysses of European Ideology. By Frederik Glas. Quote, "The attempts to shape sovereignty have remained diverse, and they have had varying degrees of success. This invites us to view the current situation in Europe not simply as a deviation from the nation-state norm, but as the result of a dynamic development for which an appropriate terminology has yet to be found. The EU is neither a federal state in the making nor an empire, and certainly not a Großraum dominated by a center. It is developing its own forms of statehood in a dynamic transformation process that has not yet reached its end point." End of quote. This is the thinking in the newspaper for Germany, FAZ, August 18, 15. However, it could be added that the term we are looking for has long since been found historically, in the concept of National Socialism as the negative sublation of bourgeois nation-statehood and the attempt to achieve the softening of rigidities and incrustations in a state of emergency for the purpose of forming new national political communities, Joseph Goebbels. The Habermasian-inspired academic ideological language of those pro-Europeans who constantly talk about a desirable political union, but whose post-national ideas cannot and will not recognize a European monopoly on the use of force, expresses the repression of sovereignty that is typical of every European policy debate. The fact that Europe had to be liberated from the German idea of a united Europe by means of violent intervention from outside continues to have an effect. This insanity thus prolongs that of the institutional structure of the EU and, not coincidentally, always ends up with communicative appeasement towards Islamic counter-enlightenment and the accusation of an anachronistic American or Israeli-style bourgeois nationalism that hinders the progress of a world that is structurally awaiting liberation. Meanwhile, further to the left, radical-sounding criticism of the state is being voiced, but in Frankfurt, for example, the slogan "Abolish Borders, Overcome Germany" differs only gradually from the official motto of the state of Hesse for the anniversary celebrations of German unity, "Overcome Borders," in its assessment of German statehood. It sometimes seems as if those who have fled to Europe are being misused as the supposed avant-garde of a post-national order, while Germany's own role in the modernization of German ideology is no longer even considered. Why it would be important to see the European crisis through the eyes of the West, as can be seen not least in the debate on the so-called Greek crisis, as opposed to the ideas of a transnational Europe without a unifying sovereign, the demand for the immediate abolition of all borders under the continuing conditions of state and capital, or the longing for a self-sufficient people-state, is the subject matter. Critique of political economy, if it is to be conducted sensibly, lives from the comprehensive discussion of its categorical and conceptual presuppositions, not to mention its historical ones. It cannot be said that this discussion has not taken place so far. It has even led to results that can be recorded. For example, all serious critics would probably agree that the current crisis does not have its roots in the financial sector, but in the production of goods, or more precisely, in the overaccumulation of capital. However, when it comes to describing the particularities that characterize this crisis, it quickly becomes apparent how extremely inadequate the necessary definitions are. Since this primarily concerns the central concepts, such as money, capital, labor, state, etc., the discussions to date appear, in retrospect, to have been almost in vain. It is also clear that the basic requirement of sensible definitions, namely that they must be in an open, i.e. changeable, relationship to reality, is nowhere to be found. Some people cling rigidly to authoritatively prescribed definitions, while others blow up every new phenomenon into an event that revises all previous definitions. It seems pointless to put the current crisis development on the back burner and instead discuss the central concepts of its representation and evaluation. This dilemma will be addressed in the following by presenting only the result of the examination of this crisis, regardless of a series of prerequisites that need to be explained. In the next issues, the conceptual prerequisites can then be caught up with, so to speak, in the reversal of the necessary approach, as far as the discussion makes this appear necessary. However, a few explanations are indispensable. First, the starting point is a particular emphasis on Marx's distinction between capital accumulation, which is crucially dependent on an increase in productivity, on the one hand, and the expansion of commodity production on the other, whereby I turn this directly into the political by understanding the people's state as a state that has emerged from capital which largely lacks the former, i.e. a successful realization of value, or which, as a total state, even consciously or out of necessity, renounces it. I am deliberately not talking about the productivity of labor. The ambiguities regarding the concept of labor are well known among Marxists, and, to a certain extent, even among Marx himself. A people's state believes that it can exist on the basis of absolute surplus value production in simple commodity circulation, and, as sufficient historical examples show, it can do so, at least for a certain period of time. Ulrich Enderwitz coined this term, but he uses it as a historically developing definition of the capitalist state as such. In doing so, he blurs the distinction that makes it possible to grasp the difference that exists, from the sovereign's point of view, between the state of capital and the people's state. The deficit that the latter has, as such, namely being cut off from the global average profit rate, the capital accumulation that is oriented towards it and cannot be controlled by the state, and the massive surplus value that is generated in this way across all states, appears to common sense as its very attractiveness, for absolute surplus value is also produced in the people's state, and it can, in contrast to the relative, actually be appropriated immediately, even and precisely from the state. The latter is generated on the basis of the production of relative surplus value in a developed commodity circulation, that is, in the replacement of variable capital by constant capital, and presupposes a state-uncontrolled competition among and between both the owners of money and the producers of commodities. The possibility of withdrawing to this people-state organization of society is naturally inherent in every state, and is particularly in demand in developed societies when a crisis of capital accumulation seems to be beyond management. Of course, we are only talking here about modern, i.e. capitalist states. Secondly, it seems evident that the money currently circulating in the financial sector is for the most part economically superfluous, but it is anything but that. Why it is superfluous and how it could have come to that, what enormous crisis potential it contains, which has not yet come to a head, cannot be explained without going through all the central categories of political economy. They collide in this phenomenon. In the shortest possible form, it should be noted that the success of the anti-inflationary policies of recent decades has been a decisive factor in determining the particular nature of the current crisis, and is therefore responsible for the existence of an inflationary and destructive potential that is historically unparalleled. Thirdly, neither money nor value appear anywhere empirically as what they are, but always as something fundamentally different from them, as currency or price or something else. The economists who, for reasons inherent in their discipline, fail to distinguish between these may well be able to represent reality in their data and models, but they inevitably fail to capture the real process of capital reproduction. There are no quantifiable and logically unambiguous relationships between the definitions of money, value, capital, etc. and their manifestations and forms, and this is almost always overlooked by Marxists, especially when they uncritically rely on the data provided by economists. These capital determinations, in their own logic, capture processes that take place behind the backs of the actors, processes that move in forms other than those in which they appear, and thus describe a quasi-metaphysical space. Quasi because, although empirically constituted and appearing, it moves on a level that cannot be grasped as physical, without at the same time existing in a beyond of experience. On this notorious problem of transformation, I will only say this: a judgment is not wrong or inadmissible just because it cannot be empirically verified, and this applies in particular, and in principle, to the understanding of purely economic processes. And finally, it would be necessary to explain in more detail than is done in the following that in the financial sector money is only managed and transformed into credit money, which is not the same as saying that it is also transformed into capital, whose owners therefore no longer possess it, but which remains with them in the form of an almost inalienable claim to money. Ignoring this distinction leads to the most incredible capers by almost everyone who deals with the financial crisis. It is characteristic that the talk that can be heard everywhere is that the rescue packages and guarantees that are supposed to save the European states and banks from bankruptcy are German taxpayers' money, in other words, money that basically belongs to them as German citizens. The first thing that is fundamentally wrong with this is that taxes, however much they may be deducted from personal income, come from the socially produced surplus value, the production of which cannot be attributed to any one person in the immediate sense, and secondly, that the money intended to prevent bankruptcies is not covered by taxes at all, but by loans from the financial sector, and finally, thirdly, that these loans may well be based on assets that belong to private individuals, but that these individuals cannot possibly claim that these loans, guarantees, etc. are their money, because they do not own it. He has left these assets at the bank's, more or less, free disposal in the hope of being able to make a profit in this way. Two souls, alas, beat in the German breast. As a supposed taxpayer, He curses what he can only welcome as an actual creator of wealth, the rescue of the banks by the state. The manager of money is confused with its owner. Money is identified with capital without further ado, and above all the real internal mediations are suppressed, which place the production of goods in an ever-precarious relationship with credit money and, of course, capital. This leads to the demonization of this financial sector, whereas the owners of the money circulating there, and these are now the vast majority of all citizens, who fuel and enable it, are absolved of any responsibility for the crisis. To avoid saying, in anticipation of what is explained below, that everyone is to blame. In economic terms, every claim to money, including that of an employee to a pension, health, and other insurance in excess of the net wage received, but above all that of a social welfare recipient, is fundamentally indistinguishable from the claims of an owner of money or other assets. In a nutshell, the following text shows how and why Germany is using the crisis to push forward a solution in the process that is generally referred to as globalization, the core of which, especially with regard to currency stability and foreign trade, consists less of disregarding individual moments of the pure doctrine of the prevailing national economy than of fetishizing them. The sovereignty generated by capital accumulation is indivisible. The global hegemony of the USA is derived from it and rests on two pillars: the dollar as the leading currency on the one hand, and the massive production capacities, as well as their technological level, that the US state potentially, i.e. in a state of emergency, has at its disposal on the other. The USA, of course, does not have sovereignty itself, capital as an abstract social relationship, at its disposal either, because then the sovereign would not be sovereign. It cannot be instrumentalized by anyone. However, in theory it cannot be ruled out from the outset that the sovereign will shift its hegemony, for example to Europe. That is the goal of German European policy, if it has one at all, and it is only very transparently packaged. Since money and capital cannot be politically controlled, there is only one option: to first build the pillars in Europe on which the new hegemon could rest if it were to move to Europe, that is, to elevate the German European currency to the status of a globally recognized reserve currency, and to expand production capacities on German European territory to the point where they can keep up with the Americans. But what is theoretically conceivable is practically almost impossible. The USA will hardly voluntarily renounce its hegemony, and there are no comprehensible reasons why capital accumulation should function better if Germany, Europe, embodies the hegemony of the sovereign. Every historical experience requires the exact opposite. In terms of the current crisis, it can also be expressed as follows. Replacing the dollar as the leading currency with the euro has proved to be a pipe dream, but that does not mean that this dream, as a delusion, will not be pursued further. In order to show on what basis this will continue to happen in the future, it is necessary to refer to the constitutionally remarkable misconstruction of the EU, which consists of organizing monetary sovereignty and economic policy in such a way that the former extends to several states, while the national parliaments of these states remain decisive for the policy that regulates the conditions of production, especially tax collection. This construction is supposed to reconcile two principles that are diametrically opposed to one another. In economic terms, the aim is to remove the national barriers that hinder capital accumulation. In political terms, the aim is to incorporate those factions into this agreement that, for whatever reasons, place national self-determination, whatever they may understand by it, above all else. To speak of a deliberate political strategy on the part of Germany to subjugate Europe to its dictates is, from an economic, political, and constitutional point of view, to miss the point, as both principles collide hard in Germany, where it is far from clear which camp is stronger and will prevail. This is also contradicted by the fact that this European model, despite its internal contradictions in the question of sovereignty, exerts a tremendous attraction on the poorer states in particular. They all want to come under the umbrella of the EU and submit to the reforms imposed on them of their own free will. Of course, the subsidies and loans are an enticement. But these enticements are based on the knowledge, or in most cases just intuition, that it is hardly possible to participate in the globally accumulating surplus value without joining the EU. It is this peculiar EU construction that integrates these states into the global realization of value. The IMF and the World Bank are far less effective in this regard. The UN is even less so. It is hard to overlook the fact that Germany is the main actor in the mediation necessary for this, but it is accepted. Even the most radical left-wing politicians in the countries currently most affected by the crisis do not want to dispense with Germany's role as mediator and warn their supporters against anti-German sentiments. They focus entirely on criticizing the austerity policy demanded by the EU as a whole. By protecting Germany from a truncated criticism without formulating an appropriate one, they undermine a criticism of German hegemonic aspirations. But that is something we have been so used to from the left since it came into existence that we are almost tired of constantly having to point it out. In anti-Americanism, the global left is always in agreement with the Germans, especially since it seems to be precisely this construction that is preventing the German influence from gaining the upper hand in the EU, an assessment that cannot be denied on the basis of the evidence. Monetary and economic policy in the EU as a whole is indeed removed from immediate German influence. There is no getting around that for the time being. From the perspective of functioning capital accumulation, the demands for international competitiveness, even when they are directed by Germans at companies in other countries, are not, as one might be inclined to assume at first glance, merely hypocrisy. What interest would Germans have in creating competitors elsewhere? But rational. For, to put it in a nutshell, the fiercer the competition, the higher the chances of an uninterrupted, self-perpetuating continuation of capital accumulation. If it were otherwise, then there would hardly have been any process of European unification at all. The inability to grasp German hegemony in Europe in precise conceptual terms is based on the same deficit that characterizes almost all previous criticism of capital. All questions of current politics, all debates on economic policy and economic theory, and even discussions on constitutional foundations, do not reach the sovereign of capitalist socialization. Only from this perspective can it be recognized that in Europe the currency that is in circulation on German territory is the leading currency of all the currencies in the other EU states. Whether they bear the same name, currently the euro, or not is not really decisive, just as little as the outsourcing of monetary sovereignty from the state, whether national or international, can harm the real sovereign. The same applies to production capacities, which are concentrated on German territory. They are the measure of all things for the other EU states. Great Britain must be excluded here. Its role in Europe's relationship with the USA would be worth a separate essay. Germany is a hegemon in Europe, just as the USA is a hegemon in the world, but only a second-class hegemon, so to speak, because the hegemony of the USA, in accordance with the sovereign, encompasses the world, whereas the German hegemony only encompasses Europe. This European hegemony is second-class, especially because it cannot simply disengage itself from the hegemony above it, which would at least partially mean the loss of participation in the distribution of the relative surplus value that can only be produced globally, metanationally. What is not, but can still become, that is how German ideology has always worked. It cannot therefore decouple itself from the crises of capital accumulation, which usually originate in the USA and are particularly virulent there. But to blame the Americans for causing these crises, rather than capital accumulation itself, is again typical of German ideology, which wants to keep Germany in the role of the true hegemon in the game. Like every delusion, the German one is doubly determined. It pursues goals that are unreal. Wanting to take political control of capital sovereignty is one such goal, and at the same time, by living it out, it shapes reality. The real and potential production capacities in Germany are globally competitive in every respect, especially in terms of the destructive potential they generate, including immediate military potential. Here, one should recall the concept of destruction as a productive force, which one might theoretically positively set as a prerequisite for capital accumulation trace back to Schumpeter's creative destruction, but should not forget that this, as a concept of annihilation, is understood in Germany in an immediate and practical way. The export offensives, which put the pursuit of a balanced current account in the background, ensure that this remains the case. However deeply Germany may be affected by any crisis, it can tackle the restart after it has been overcome with good prospects of being in a better position than before. In Europe, hardly any other state has the potential to survive an economic crisis unscathed and to turn it into a strengthened hegemony. For most others, when all the rescue packages fail, there is little left but bankruptcy, which also swallows up the silverware that remains after the many austerity measures. To get an idea of what the logical end of this development would be, let us assume that there is no longer any relative surplus value production, that capital accumulation has come to a standstill worldwide. In order to continue to accumulate surplus value, everything then depends on which state has the longer breath, with its capacities to make those of the others disappear from the market without regard to an economically justifiable rationality, or even to eliminate or absorb them by means of blackmail. The world market, which regulates behind the backs of the actors which companies are productive and which, from the point of view of the most productive possible utilization, cause unnecessary costs, would in any case cease to exist. Money hardly plays a role in foreign relations anymore. It is subordinated to politics, both internally and externally. The world would switch to the production of pure use value, and weapons have the highest value in such a system. In short, the logic of capital is practiced as the logic of war. German politics is doing the obvious. It is grasping at straws to delay the outbreak of the impending devaluation of superfluous money, that is, money that cannot be converted into capital, in order to wait and see whether everything will not sort itself out after all. It is initially using all the means at its disposal to justify and strengthen the trust of investors, the be-all and end-all of any policy, in its stability policy. For these investors, the less money they have invested, the more see themselves, not without reason, facing a collapse of the value of money, in which, however, only what has long been the case in reality would be realized empirically, in the course of which they risk losing their hard-earned savings or even wealth. The basis on which Germany acquires this trust, unlike in the USA, is its particular, undoubtedly historically conditioned concept of unity, as it is anchored in its institutions and covered by its ideology. In philosophical terms, unity is defined in German as a lack of being, which in political terms means that German sovereignty is always conceived as something that has yet to be realized, a concept that a politically aware American or British or French would never even consider. This idea of unity is supported by a core movement that naturally emanates from German territory, especially during the last few decades. This has been the unification of Europe, around which a multitude of smaller units gather, competing with each other and deeply concerned about their political autonomy, but neither having the means nor the intention to counter the idea of sovereignty emanating from Germany. One might refer here to the perfectly reasonable criticism of large sections of the left of Germany's policy in Yugoslavia in the 1990s, which is now hardly remembered by today's left when it comes to Germany's European policy, or Germany's policy in the UN and its position on international law, which has basically not changed at all for more than 100 years and which has always been able to count on the broadest support from this left. The policy that is based on this fundamental idea amounts to assuring all owners that their claims are best placed in the euro, because the German state, which, and of that you can be sure, will never be willing to merge into a European central state, has declared monetary stability for its own sake to be the highest goal of its policy and insists unconditionally that debts must always be repaid in accordance with the contract. This political program is materially underpinned by the fact that, at all costs, as much production capacity as possible is concentrated in Germany and remains there, even if this undermines the universally demanded postulate of free international competition and also sets in motion a new dynamic: the need to export goods produced in Germany to the whole world by all means, even if they are anti-competitive. Unlike the USA, whose domestic market is hardly comparable to the German one, despite or perhaps because of the EU. Reference is made here to the theory of fascism by Alfred Sommerfeld, which plays only a marginal role even among Marxists, although he was the only one to show what the inner connection between the capitalist mode of production and National Socialism is, even in a narrow economic sense. By credibly assuring that he alone was in a position to provide the existing production capacities with a use value, he was also smoothed the way to power from this side, the economic experts would be called. Today, that the horse was made to the rider, neither economists nor Marxists want to understand. The countries to which Germany exports must also be able to pay for the goods in euros or another convertible currency, which means that they would have to actually export at least as many goods as they import from Germany. Foreign trade, when it works, is a zero-sum game. Trade between EU member states is and will remain foreign trade, at least until there is a European Parliament with fiscal sovereignty over all EU countries. The ways in which German foreign policy undermines this game in order to be able to afford its export orientation are too numerous to be listed here. Development aid is just one small example used by other states in the same way, but it is a telling one. However, the construction of the EU demonstrates how Germany has managed to institutionalize a number of these variants. The delivery of tanks to Greece is the best and most well-known example of this. Economically speaking, these tanks cost Greece not a cent, because whatever the Greek state pays for them, it has received from the EU coffers, however convoluted the route, either as a gift in the form of a subsidy or as a loan. If these money transfers could be traced back empirically, it would be seen that Germany has basically financed these tanks from its own state coffers. To be perfectly clear, The tanks themselves are irrelevant. The Greeks can do whatever they want with them. If they use them to wage war against Turkey or to suppress internal unrest, there will be political trouble, but that has nothing to do with these economic processes. It is solely a matter of maintaining the production capacity for these tanks in Germany, beyond economic rationality, which is mediated by the world market, because these tanks could most likely be produced more productively elsewhere than in Germany. As a special highlight, it should be emphasized that when a country like Greece has financed its imports from Germany, in addition to weapons, for example, investments in infrastructure by German companies, with loans, it ultimately had to finance the economically superfluous production capacities in Germany from the added value generated by the few companies in its territory that are competitive on the world market. No matter which bank from which country. At some point, the German state will be faced with these debts as a creditor, if they concern goods that were produced in Germany. Of course, Germany does not collect twice in this way, once from the companies for the goods they have delivered, and once again from the state as the recipient of the loan repayments, as one might be tempted to polemicize. But economically, this amounts to the German state financing its production capacities, not the goods themselves, of course, from abroad. The USA does the same, however, and having this option is the decisive advantage of hegemony. But note, this does not generate any additional profits, but rather a political surplus value is derived from these operations. That is what it is all about. The same applies to the currency that is recognized as the leading currency, as far as the possibility of incurring debt is concerned. The debts that Greece and the other European wacky candidates can no longer repay are largely due to money with which Germany has financed such capacities. It is actually superfluous to mention that German politics has its most reliable allies in the trade unions and the left, because only a few states, especially those that are not in the EU, can rely on the financial sector to finance their expenditures to the extent that Germany can. This money rarely finds its way into the coffers of states with a non-competitive production of goods. From this perspective, there is indeed something like a, let's say, neo-colonial transfer of added value from poor to rich countries. But how can you measure it, let alone morally evaluate it? If you make this transfer the starting point of your criticism, it means nothing other than that everything would be in perfect order if it did not take place, which can obviously only be described as gross nonsense, quite apart from the fact that you are running into the open doors of globalization advocates, i.e. the representatives of the pure doctrine of free trade, if you do not want to propagate the people's state. Sooner or later, every critique of globalization, every critique of neocolonialism, and every anti-imperialism is caught in this aporia from the outset. This transfer of added value can be compared to a loan to a Hearts 4 recipient for a luxury car. If this loan does not come from a mafioso but from a bank, then you can say, the bank is to blame if it does not get its money back. The luxury car, if it is still in the possession of the debtor, can be seized, and that's that. In the relationship between states, it is different, undoubtedly more mafia-like. Here, the only beneficiary of the loan, the lender, insists on repayment from money earned in a market economy, comparable to an employee who repays the loan for his employer's luxury yacht from his wages. But that is the logic of capital, a logic that the employee has no objection to, because he lives on the money that remains for him. Only a few states, especially those that are not in the EU, can rely on the money in the financial sector to finance their expenditures to the extent that Germany can. This money rarely flows into the coffers of states with a non-competitive production of goods. The German practice is by no means the result of a conscious strategy, but is institutionally anchored in German politics and ideology and only exploits the given possibilities of capitalist production, which is why it can present itself worldwide as thoroughly rational, as the pursuit of legitimate interests. But in German foreign trade policy, the delusional pursuit of political and economic autarky, to be understood as the creation of the conditions for the role of a hegemon in the face of the world market, continues to be the two sides of the same nationalistic coin, with export offensives being pursued at the same time. Germany's good news for the owners of money from countries with a catching-up development, some of whom, individuals and states, accumulate an enormous amount of money that cannot be converted into capital in their countries, and their political representatives, is that it will not allow a devaluation of their money, provided it is invested in euros. These money owners know that they can rely on the Germans. They have already fought 2 world wars and exterminated the European Jews once before to prove how serious they are about their stability policy. They are taking action on all fronts where such devaluation could take place. On the inflation front, of course, but also on the labor front. No production capacity, no investment, no human capital will be devalued, no matter how much the market demands it. This term accurately describes the situation. It is another way of saying what Marx called variable capital. Of course, bankruptcies also occur in Germany. Even German experts consider it absurd to try to rescue companies like Schlecker. Much more important are the companies that generate the technologies and capacities. Opel is not necessarily one of them, on which German policy relies. And these are supported, usually long before anyone could even think of the idea that they are no longer competitive on the world market. The situation on the debt front is particularly dramatic at the moment. Whatever tricks are used, debts are being paid and banks are being rescued so that the owners of the money can continue to cling to the illusion that the banks can pay them back or pay out their money at any time, as required and depending on the contract, which means that they will be able to buy goods at the current prices in the future. And, most importantly, the agreed interest rates will of course be paid from whatever source. It's no secret, the notorious German austerity policy, which, as befits a German, should of course be enshrined in law and fixed in fiscal pacts, is counterproductive. But from a German perspective, there is no alternative to the propaganda for it, because the scope for the utilization of credit money, otherwise the means of choice for cementing hegemonic superiority, is, as everyone knows, largely exhausted. Any deviation from saving for the sake of saving threatens to alienate investors. The radicalism in the propagation of its austerity policy is the decisive trump card that Germany can play against its competitors for investments. And not without justification. Every state, when faced with the choice of either allowing inflation to run rampant or consolidating the state budget, chooses the latter option these days. It used to be a little different, and many people today want to return to that old days. Back then, you could still use inflation to make policy. Today, even the mere appearance of such a policy would result in an immediate drying up of all inflows of money into that state. Cutting expenditure on public servants or on labor costs in general has the same effect on wage earners as inflation. They get less goods for their money. But it leaves the owners of money unscathed, which would naturally not be the case with a real inflation. This satisfies and reassures the owners, strengthens their confidence, and, as irrational as it may be, these states are far more dependent on it than on the satisfaction of the workers in their country, especially since the latter are even more dependent on this confidence. It is also no secret that saving does not reduce the potential for crisis, but rather increases the already superfluous money by the amount saved. The ideal of every savings policy, to shift the saved money from unproductive sectors to productive ones and to hope for the desired so-called multiplier effects, has long since proven to be an illusion, at best a lottery game. It could not be otherwise because there is no reasonable reason to assume that the state knows better than the managers of private assets, i.e. the experts in the financial sector who are paid for this, where money can be invested most productively. To top it all off, the same casino players who never tire of calling on the state to cut its spending are speculating with the money they have saved against precisely those who are most rigidly adhering to this austerity policy, because they know best. Given the amount of money that cannot be profitably invested today, a state can only save itself into ruin. Germany is not one of them. Like the USA, this nation can afford to propagate principles as absolute, but to relativize them in its own practice. As with every speculation, the current speculation against the euro is also about one thing: to ensure that the money of others goes down the drain first, and as little of one's own as possible. It is strange that in a society where every form of gambling is highly valued, it is so demonized when bankers do it. Among them, too, gambling money only moves from one hand to another. Owners who do not want to let this happen with their money are free to choose not to participate at any time. It is factually incorrect, not to say a form of popular deception, to claim that the independence of the money market and the greed of speculators are causing the decline of the economy. The money that is being pushed back and forth between the various financial institutions, constantly changing hands, lost by one and won by another, is not in crisis and certainly does not cause it. On the contrary, as long as it remains play money, it poses no danger. It is not its owners but its owners who are the problem. So it comes as it must. In the long term, German stability policy can only function if necessary, all the principles on which it has been based are thrown overboard. This duality, which is deeply rooted in the German legal system, is always present, economically transformed, as a threat to all financial jugglers, speculators, and other casino operators. We simply print the money needed to ensure stability, debt repayment, interest payments, etc., no matter how many trillions of guarantees have to be taken over for it, because we are in possession of the political power to survive any war against global speculation. This is about the most complete legalization of all social relations possible, in order to exclude all exceptions on the one hand, but also to threaten all those who resist this legalization or are excluded from it from the outset, with the creation of precisely this state of emergency against them on the other. More details can be found in the works of the Nazis' in-house lawyer, Carl Schmitt. Whether Germany is really capable of this is something that no one can know today, but it is to be feared. So far, this threat has certainly served its purpose. What the USA is constantly practicing, the constant shooting of money, that is, the elevation of the exception to normality, remains in Germany the threat of a state of emergency. The 2012 summit of the G20 in Mexico provided an example of how openly this struggle for hegemony is now being waged. The decisive conflict of interests in society is thus not between capitalists and workers, those times are long gone, if they ever existed, but between money owners, i.e. citizens, and their own state, a conflict that, however, is rarely openly played out, and, significantly, is currently not even hinted at in politics or the media. As a reminder, Marx never claimed that the class struggle between capitalists and workers would overcome capital, because that would mean that variable capital would be in contradiction to fixed capital, whereas in reality both forms of capital are inextricably dependent on each other, or rather, as capital, they are the same in their non-identity. Instead, he assumed that capital, or rather the capitalists and their state, could neither feed nor wanted to feed the surplus labor force. This potential, he said, would be forced to take control of production before it sank into the lumpen proletariat if it wanted to survive. However, this compulsion never reached the proletariat. This struggle against the state is being waged on behalf of the owners, above all by the administrators of their titles, that is, the various institutions in the financial sector. The property titles themselves are completely ignored as a problem. No state currently dares to question them, but it is only their monetary form that is at issue on all sides. And in the places where this transformation takes place, the state can very well intervene politically to the detriment of the money owners, and it does so. But at the same time, this suppressed conflict of interests is translated in these places, through all factions and interests, into resentment, into friend/foe designations, into hatred of the mediators. The same applies to the other side of money. Here, ownership of the means of production is the decisive factor. The fact that these are in private hands or in those of non-state institutions corresponds to the essence of monetary ownership, as, in an ideal sense, only human rights do, which is why the right to own the means of production is considered the most valuable of all human rights, from which all others take their starting point. During the Cold War, the West regarded the denial of this right as the central and universally accepted reason for war. Since then, as we know, the US government has had to laboriously cobble together these reasons, however justified the wars it has waged, Afghanistan, Iraq, may have been. As far as Iran is concerned, it is abundantly clear how little other reasons than securing and providing them with free access to their money matter to money owners. But the state could, if it wanted to, appropriate the means of production. The only thing that could prevent it from doing so in this case would be the loss of political legitimacy at home or another state that is militarily superior to it. Of course, it would need very good reasons for this. Without declaring a state of emergency, which would force the owners of the money to choose between losing everything or at least being able to save some of it, no state would actually be able to muster the will to do so. We are not currently in a state of emergency in Germany that would allow such practices. So far, nothing has been done other than to permanently increase the superfluous money with equally superfluous money, instead of devaluing it, although this is absolutely necessary from an economic point of view. However, this only really contributes to solving the problem if the underlying titles are also devalued at the same time. And this makes this devaluation a problem that can hardly be solved politically by any means other than military ones. To get to the heart of the matter with regard to the famous self-contradiction of capital, as it appears in the current crisis, it consists of the fact that anyone who has money wants to and has to increase it, otherwise capital accumulation does not work, and at the same time they would have to ensure that it decreases because otherwise they risk soon being left without any money at all. In Europe, with Germany as a state that guarantees the value of this money, which crises can hardly dispute its monopoly of power, it continues to appear as real money, although it is largely clearly political, which means that it is not subject to market control. This money is transferred to the financial sector by simple transfer. It appears as covered, although it is not based on any exchange process, not even comparable to that between money and money as practiced by banks among themselves, but on the contrary solely on political power, even if this is called the compulsion to save, which has no place in a market exchange on which, however, every theory of covered money is based. At the latest here, the basis of every monetary theory, whether right or wrong, is abandoned. What is left for investors? In the end, no investment fund, no bank with as much speculative money in the background as it likes can really counter the German argument that every crisis can be weathered. Only another state that intends to do the same could do so, but that would basically mean war. At some point, enough of them will be convinced and will trust this policy, in the hope that the money surplus, which is growing infinitely, will evaporate somewhere, but not least thanks to German policy, this evaporation will only affect other people's money. Germany can be indifferent to what will become of the EU in the course of this crisis. Whether it leads to a strengthening of political unity or its disintegration, it is likely to be the winner in both cases, as it has been in all previous crises. In any case, it should be noted that the logic of capital gives the states the crisis itself, but not the policy to overcome it. The state is irrevocably autonomous in the choice of its means, and the most dangerous thing is that it can take control of the economy, namely whenever and wherever capital accumulation loses its dynamism and the sovereignty generated by it is called into question. In other words, capital can abolish itself on its own basis, without leaving it as should be added. If it succeeds in eliminating this and substituting it with the nation-state, society will not be in a crisis, but in a catastrophe. Like capital and the state, the logic of capital and the logic of war are two sides of the same coin, in which the distribution of the mass of surplus value produced worldwide is at stake. This cake is produced socially, which means that no person, however and in whatever way they may have been involved in its production, can claim a reasonable share of it. But it is precisely this, having a personal claim to income for which one cannot and does not have to provide any proof of performance, outside of legally, i.e. politically, justified claims, that is the indispensable, but on its basis not reasonably justifiable basic principle of capitalist socialization. The formulation commonly used by Marxists, private appropriation of socially produced wealth, or similar, conceals the fact that it is only a matter of distributing the surplus value, i.e. of politics, and not of the results of the production of goods in general. And so it is also overlooked that the distribution of the surplus value has nothing to do with the remuneration of labor, because that has long since taken place in the production of goods. The conclusion is that there is no economic difference between money owners and welfare recipients. Both are paid from the surplus value, as is otherwise only the state, for the protection of private property from violent appropriation. One receives money from it for his titles, the other for his survival, but this qualitative difference in the what for is explicitly not up for debate in economics. It is the state that mediates the relationship between interest and social welfare and influences the respective amounts, because it is the state that, in times other than today, when this basic function has gotten out of hand, determines the share of productively covered money that is available for interest payments in its tax policy. Political scientists discuss this under the heading of the welfare state. In the USA, the question of whether the state is at all entitled to divert social welfare funds from the surplus value mass, and whether the recipients of interest are not personally responsible for this by donating a portion of their income as they see fit, has been particularly relevant since Obama took office. Who is right or should get their way is a moot point. It can only be answered pragmatically on a case-by-case basis. But to take a clear stand for the state instead of seeing it as a mere mediator shows that the danger inherent in the expansion of the welfare state has not been understood. In this respect, the Republicans are simply right. As far as social status is concerned, however, there is a serious difference between those who live on interest income and those who live on Social Security. This status naturally has an influence on self-confidence. However, there are no reasonable reasons why the economically superfluous should enjoy a far lower status than the owner of money, especially since a self-confident attitude towards the state on the one hand and the recipients of interest on the other hand is likely to have a decisive influence on the amount of Social Security benefits in his favor, especially since nowadays it is only able to fulfill a small part of the task assigned to it in this society, namely to transform itself into capital. In this society, social money is money that is defined from the outset for all other reasons that are reasonable but absolutely necessary for the reproduction of capital as the money that the recipients of interest do not get. This definition is neither rational nor can it be justified in a rational way, and its emergence can only be explained in historical and psychoanalytical terms. In short, what we are dealing with here is an existential, socially constituted dimension that politics and economics cannot reach, and which, transformed in a socio-psychological sense, comes to a head as a resentment against the parasites. It should be self-evident, but it should be made explicit in order to avoid false associations. A policy that even considers banning interest rates indicates that it consciously aims at a total state. How the state politically handles this money is the result of historically determined power relations, and thus follows the logic of war, and without self-confidence, this struggle for the highest possible share of the surplus value mass can hardly be successfully waged. Even more crucially, this struggle absolutely requires a functioning utilization of value. Without it, it is nothing but a begging for alms at best. The space that the sovereign must leave to the logic of war would therefore, especially when it comes to social money, also have to be used for a war against work and against the people's state. That is why the demands for an unemployment basic income or a citizen's income are going in exactly the wrong direction. On the one hand, they assume that capital accumulation will function without crises, which is impossible in itself, and thus neither really abolish the compulsion to work nor reduce superfluous money. On the other hand, they increase the power of the people's state. It decides who receives the citizen's income and how much, and above all, no state will allow itself to be deprived of the right to reduce the citizen's income if this is the only way to ensure that work is done that it considers absolutely necessary. As wrong as the equation is that more work means more wealth, this fallacy lives on in every form of capitalist socialization as an ideology and would also constantly program the conflicts in states with a basic income from unemployment from the ground up. Just as he only temporarily suspends the duty to die for him as a soldier. The citizen's income also fuels the illusion that capital accumulation can at least potentially take place peacefully, that it is a process that can be based on rational or reasonable, or even just discursive reasons. The logic of war cannot be used reasonably against the logic of capital itself. A successful fight against the automatic subject cannot have any other result than the total people's state. Those who want to overcome this must think about how the replacement of labor by machinery can be kept going other than by means of competition for the most profitable investment, and whether a society is possible that tends to abolish labor without resorting to money and the state for this highly commendable endeavor. Joseph Fischer inherited Cole's European policy and carried it on in continuity. That is why nobody was really surprised when, in his important speech on European policy in May, he dusted off Schäuble and Lamer's core Europe theses. It was precisely Fischer's lack of originality that was one of the reasons for the euphoria, and unfortunately also for the criticism, that his speech triggered in Germany. But because the German torture tongs for the European partners could only really prove their functionality under current conditions, Fischer's call for a final process to create a federal Europe of nations with the help of a center of gravity was elevated to a vision. Not the goal of German European policy, but everything around it has changed. Fischer explicitly referred to the paper, but criticized a decisive birth defect, namely the idea of an exclusive core instead of an integration magnet open to all. FAZ May 15, 2000. Fischer adopts Schäuble's words almost verbatim, despite the latter's verbal dismissal of them. In an interview days after the publication of the CDU paper in 1994, Schäuble explained that we mean core in the sense of a magnet that attracts the others. Süddeutsche Zeitung, September 12, 1994. In 1994, Schäuble and Lamers formulated the European claim to leadership for a core Europe as a condition for a German commitment to the West, thereby threatening that Germany could feel called upon to stabilize Eastern Europe alone and in the traditional way. Meanwhile, the eastern expansion of the EU has reached as far as the Baltic states. Their proposal, which was directed in particular against Italy and Spain, to form a core Europe consisting of France, the Benelux countries and Germany, in which the Germans would have made up more than half the population, met with widespread criticism. In the end, Lamers/Schäuble had underestimated the effect of the German threat. The efforts of the partners to reach the targets for monetary union within the agreed framework were so successfully spurred on in the case of Italy, for example, that neither an exclusive Eurozone emerged nor were the traditional methods in Eastern Europe left to Germany alone. 6 years later, Fischer finds himself in a completely different situation. He has set himself new goals alongside the old ones, which is why the criticism of him cannot be exhausted in banality. He is relying on the core Europe theses of the CDU. The intensification of cooperation in the Euro Club has not yet led to the exclusive core Europe desired by Germany. With his federalism, Fischer is not only opposing the central state of France in the West, but also Poland in the East. This requires internal unity, and to this end Fischer is reviving the CDU paper. Enlargement is in the supreme national interest of Germany. The risks and temptations objectively inherent in Germany's size and central location will be permanently overcome by enlargement, while at the same time deepening the EU, FAZ, May 15, 2000. As before, codetermination for all and enlargement are to be mutually exclusive. Fischer is seeking to initiate a debate on a European constitution. In Germany, a constitution is known to be something highly unctuous and associated with the establishment of a sacrosanct, basic law. Having pushed through its financial model, Germany now wants to export its political model to Europe. The FAZ is enthusiastic about Fischer and wrote of a revolution. Until recently, a true Gaullist would not even have mentioned the word constitution in connection with Europe. June 17, 2000. Fischer is therefore a great politician, and visions are simply part of that. But at a time when ideas about Europe's future are sprouting like mushrooms, details are not important. End of quote. It is certain that once work begins on a constitution, the question will arise as to who is actually allowed to participate, and that the strengthening of the institutions through the division of powers will increase German influence. More votes, a more favorable distribution key, and economic leadership are simply among Germany's advantages. In Germany, it goes without saying that the construction of a German Europe must be a vision. But this self-sufficiency is not shared everywhere against the background of bourgeois traditions, as for example by the Parisian Minister of the Interior Chevènement, TSP, May 22, 2000. We are dealing with a tendency in Germany that envisions a federal structure for Europe that corresponds to its model. Basically, it is still dreaming of the Holy Roman Germanic Empire. End of quote. Apart from the fact that this model is explicitly used in the discussion about the principle of subsidiarity in Germany, he wants to know, what is the project behind it? Where is the political reflection? Where is the debate? What kind of civilization does it have as its content? What is its geostrategic dimension vis-a-vis Russia or the Mediterranean? End of quote. Despite German pressure, it is to be hoped that France will not compromise with Germany on constitutional issues, but unfortunately it does not look like it. Under the chairmanship of Roman Herzog, work is already underway on a Charter of Fundamental Rights, which could be proclaimed in Nice in December 2000 according to a timetable that has already been decided. However, Foreign Minister Védrine has pointed out that joint work on this is proving very difficult. FAZ June 30, 2000. Nevertheless, the pressure from Germany is perceived as so great that a counterdraft for a constitution was presented by the Gaullists through Juppé, who, despite the assurance that he had coordinated with Lamers, FAZ June 17, 2000, opposes Fischer's European Federation with a strengthened community of nation-states. When Fischer emphasizes in his speech the role of the nation-states, which retain a much stronger role than the federal states in Germany do, the real point of the blackmail is contained in this superficial acceptance of French concerns, while at the same time insisting on transferring core sovereignties to a federation. For Germany, the focus on the nation-state means the representation of its own interests. The United Germany knows its own interests very well, as its government demonstrated at the outset when Schroeder launched a campaign, "The Paymaster of Europe Awakens." With Fischer's speech, Germany is signaling that it will operate on this basis and more bluntly pursue its interests. It has identified the European project of the 21st century, Fischer/Schäuble, with itself in an anti-national way, while France stands for the national concepts of past centuries. In his speech at the award ceremony for the 2012 Peace Prize of the German book trade in Frankfurt's Paulskirche, the exiled Chinese writer Liao Yiwu condemned communist China and repeatedly repeated, "This empire must break apart." He criticized the betrayal of the traditions of the old, still divided China and the rule of a value system of filth that puts profit above everything. which leads to the leading politicians of the USA and the EU being willing to shake hands with the executioners and do business with them. FAZ, October 15, 12. Liao Yiwu received a standing ovation from the moved leading representatives of German politics, such as Joachim Gauck, and culture, such as Herta Müller, who were able to personally feel close to the values that are repeatedly invoked in Europe, such as respect for cultures, humanism, or human rights. The applause for the dissident briefly freed the audience from the anxiety caused by Mrs. Merkel's trip to China just 6 weeks earlier. At the time, the Chancellor was rewarded for her assurance of good relations with the Chinese Empire, with orders for German industry, and many a guest in St. Paul's Church may still have remembered the pride felt at seeing Germany courted as a European power. The successful business people's guilty consciences were easily overcome by the fact that Merkel's success was due to her transformation from a friend of Tibet in earlier years to Beijing's preferred European because she was reliable. After all, as an ethically acting nation, one is accustomed to being portrayed by all kinds of envious people as an unscrupulous global player. And yet the need for moral support, even if it is through the celebration of a Chinese exile who is of secondary importance to Beijing, is particularly great since Germany has also come under fire in Europe for its policy of integration through competition and the budget consolidation of over-indebted fellow Europeans. The mood in Europe is so bad at the moment, and internal peace has become so fragile, that even the EU's being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012 failed to bring about any real joy. The pathos that had always been regurgitated with self-satisfaction this time from the pen of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, which was intended to honor the successful fight for peace and reconciliation and for democracy and human rights, and the stabilizing role of the EU in the transformation of Europe after the collapse of the Warsaw Pact, was suddenly considered inappropriate. The days when one sought to imbue one's own economic success story with a higher meaning by creating a non-economic sense of purpose seemed to be over, since people are now arguing about whether Greece will become impoverished inside or outside the EU. In view of the doubts about cohesion in Europe, the need for a new EU realism is growing, not for eulogies from Oslo about past glories. The 2012 Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the wrong addressee anyway. If the award had really been for the recognition of peace and reconciliation in Europe, NATO should have been the recipient because it was NATO that secured the Western alliance of parts of Europe. It is NATO that still stabilizes the external borders of the EU and also makes the integration of the Eastern European states and their protection against Russian blackmail possible. Peace agitation in Europe is no longer about self-satisfaction with what has been achieved, but is once again devoted to the question of what lessons can be learned from European history up to 1945. The question of what role Germany should play in Europe, which today appears to many Europeans once again as an occupier of Europe, this time by peaceful means, is a recurring theme in the current debate. It is currently fashionable in this country, too, to criticize German Europe and German arrogance. Those who wish to present themselves as good Europeans generally mean, with their rejection of the governing coalition and the Chancellor, the bad sovereign who, guided by short-term and selfish interests, is putting a promising unification project at risk. Merkel's Germany is forcing austerity policies on the continent. This is one of the criticisms of Germany that is to remain valid until the next federal elections, and that calls for a good sovereign who will take a stand against cheeky interest rate markups on the money market. This is linked to the vague demand that the European economic superpower should, as it had managed the GDR deficits under national auspices, also provide the southern countries with money in a supranational, generous, and solidarity manner. After the end of the Cold War, economic strength has become the most important factor of power in a global context. It is therefore significant that the merger of the FRG and the GDR to form a new EU entity has not only not set the FRG back, despite the high costs of over 1.5 trillion euros, but has allowed it to emerge from the economic crisis of 2008-2009 as the locomotive of the European economy. German strength inspires both fear and hope in all camps. The world, which is certainly Merkel-friendly, has demanded, for example, that Germany should use its strength to help others. It must become a trustee for the newly won stability of states that are weak today. Yes, Germany must become a hegemon, but a friendly hegemon. It has the potential to do so. Does it also have the will?
Welt Online, 28. Juni 2012.
The efforts to politically contain Germany's economic supremacy can only be effective if the European project is put on a completely different footing. Until now, it was believed that Germany's economic resources could be used to benefit the entire EU. The demand for German solidarity with weaker EU countries is intended to exclude the risk of insolvency for the Euro states and to make national sovereignty independent of economic conditions. The less pleasant fact that, in this case, the dependence of entire states on the will of the German sovereign would necessarily increase enormously is often not part of the calculation. The criticism of German Europe is therefore less directed against German economic power than against German politics, which, in return for solidarity to be demonstrated, sets conditions and demands that societies be strengthened for future competitive success. The emphasis on impending catastrophes is intended to lend weight to the implementation of the required mobilizations, because from a German perspective, the crisis is the catalyst for strengthening the EU as a sales market and production location on a global scale. The desire for a strong Europe also underlies the criticism of Merkel's policy. Instead of relying on the success of structural adjustment measures and seeing salvation in the fight for markets alone, the counterconcepts aim at an administrative overarching of society and market, which should follow the primacy of politics. Germany is now being pilloried above all by anti-national supporters of a globally active EU superpower. They want to draw their power from supranational community, whose progress has so far been symbolized by the common market and in particular the euro. The EU superpower to be established is often described as a logical development of European integration, which supposedly finally takes up the founding idea, the lesson to be learned from European history. In this way, the Coal and Steel Pact of the 1950s, the Treaty on Atomic Energy and other treaties on deepening economic cooperation appear in the contributions to the debate as a response to the failure to prevent and repel German expansion since 1935. That the founding of the EU was in fact intended to counteract political and economic marginalization in the spheres of influence of two world powers and to establish a third force beyond the blocs, a plan that France in particular pushed for decades, is given short shrift in such analyses. Since the end of the Cold War, the project of building a European counterweight has been ideologically inextricably linked with the European pathos of resistance to the constraints of globalization. The stylization of European welfare societies as victims of sinister forces that acted anonymously and undermined confidence in the stability of pensions and savings provides an indication of the state-fixated authoritarian desires associated with the EU. The EU states and institutions are very effective at presenting themselves as both victims and bearers of hope. Over the decades, and especially with the Southern Expansion, 1981, 1986, the following pattern developed in the relationship between politics and economics. The EU is developed along political objectives, and the economic consequences are worked off in a longer phase of integration policy stagnation after each political development push. End of quote. The foreseeable negative economic consequences of the politically motivated enlargements since 1980 were therefore long since arguments for changes within the larger union, economically motivated and politically executed by Germany in particular. Germany plays two roles in European debates, one of which is hidden depending on the desired effect. It stands for the horrors of European history, which are to be countered with a more cosmopolitan empire of cooperation, and it stands for prosperity, welfare, and change, and has thus become both the object of criticism and of longing. Against this background, German politics is pursuing its integration into the European framework, even for post-reunification Germany. Its purpose is to undermine the formation of countervailing powers and reservations about cooperation, as well as other balancing calculations of this kind through integration, as German diplomats put it in 1990. The fact that integration within the framework of European integration does not mean a restriction, but rather an expansion of German options for action, is generally true, but in individual cases there have been repeated attempts to assert one's own interests by going it alone. In the case of the so-called energy turnaround, the surprising announcement of which left the other EU members somewhat taken aback, the concern for environmental protection was abandoned in favor of the goal of achieving competitive success in the field of renewable energies. When the time was deemed ripe, Germany went ahead with the turnaround, in defiance of earlier assurances of a common EU energy policy, and in confrontation with its previous partners. The fact that Germans are willing to accept higher electricity bills for this purpose makes it a truly national project that in turn has an impact on the energy policies of all other EU countries. The German strategy of the good sovereign, who does not behave selfishly but also works for the good of others in the interest of a favorable environment, has been called into question at the latest by the debt crisis. Germany is not a state that is oriented towards realistic forms of politics, pursuing its interests in specific areas on the basis of decisions to be made on a case-by-case basis and corresponding courses of action. Instead, Germany is strategically pursuing broad and diffuse objectives that are geared towards developing framework conditions for interaction and cooperation beyond national borders. Germany has a cumulative power in addition to its economic power, while centralized France has a harder time dealing with the juxtaposition of central institutions and state or regional structures that is characteristic of the EU. A German diplomat described this policy of many steps and paths to the goal. As long as we achieve what we want in general, we do not haggle over details. The efforts to influence the direction of certain groups can be just as much about environmental protection as about the long-term aim of having the international community view the military actions of the Croats in the Yugoslavian War as a necessary defense against Serbian aggression and genocide, so that the German push for the state recognition of Croatia and Slovenia at least loses the taint of having driven the breakup of Yugoslavia and prevented any political solution. In a system of institutional rules, norms, and measures, German diplomats and civil servants, who are well-versed in federal practice, can move around with ease. In doing so, German interests are not always given due consideration at the tactical level, but all the more so at the strategic level. The active development of framework conditions also corresponds to a European idea that is presented as a community of law. This refers to the binding legal relationships that regulate the text and interpretation of the European treaties, which are juxtaposed with power relations and the potential for violence. Shaping international relations as legal relationships also created a prerequisite for the depoliticization of cross-border economic transactions. Under no circumstances should governments be able to determine compliance with treaties from time to time and thus be free to override legal relationships through acts of sovereignty. The historically unprecedented pressure of the crisis is now not only calling into question the German philosophy of stability, but is also making compliance with treaties an immediate question of power and sovereignty. Even the ECB, which was created as an institution far removed from politics, is being caught up in this politicization. The German dogmatism with regard to the stability and growth concept of Europe, i.e., the questioning of the fiscal commitments of the states in the euro currency union, is only one expression of this politicization. This is clearly illustrated by the fact that politicians who implement this commitment to austerity are simply voted out of office, as it has a procyclical effect and thus contradicts the desire for an active spending policy to counter the crisis. The populist anti-Merkel agitation that goes hand in hand with this is attracting both those who have every reason to get involved in the debates on social cuts in their own countries, as well as nationalistic crisis profiteers, and politicians who have to fear that they will soon be ousted from office if they continue with their austerity measures. Blaming Germany for the plight will probably remain opportune as long as the long-term consequences of the debt crisis are still disputed. For example, the greater flexibility sought by the German government for the countries of the monetary union, which would also give price and wage differences a greater significance in intra-European competition, has not yet been achieved. The aim is to cushion the regional effects of economic shocks, such as the effects of a burst real estate bubble, by means of a high level of worker mobility, which has not been easy to achieve in the past due to cultural barriers, but it is also intended to limit joint liability for harmonized social standards as an incentive for national debt policy. France, on the other hand, wants to cushion the effects of crises on employees at the location through assurances, such as an EU unemployment insurance. As long as the consequences of the current crisis have not been drawn and the possible failure of the euro is blamed on Germany alone by an Italian journalist with the words, "That would be the fourth debt after the World Wars and the Holocaust," the ideologization of the criticism of Germany will continue. This would mean that agreeing to an inflationary policy would be part of Germany's coming to terms with its past, as if there were no weighty arguments against such a fiscal policy. The ideologicalization of criticism of the German government's European policy is also part of the plan for the SPD and the Greens to replace the Merkel government, for which the book Das Deutsche Europastet, The German Europe, by Ulrich Beck has been published. Beck wants to pull the mask off the face of the Merkel state and enlighten. National interests remain discreetly hidden behind big words like Europe, peace, cooperation, or economic stability. Anyone who utters the power formula German Europe breaks this taboo, as Beck puts it. He recommends a logic of action that does not seek to create boundaries, but rather to communicate and cooperate across borders. and one wonders whether this is meant to apply to Germany alone. Beck declares the heads of the European institutions, such as Barroso, Van Rompuy, Juncker, and Draghi, to be a revolutionary cell of European cooperation against unbridled financial capitalism and against German Euronationalism. He calls for a social democratic era at the transnational level to be ushered in opposition to the Machiavellian political recipe of the German Europe, which is characterized by brutal neoliberalism on the outside and a social democratically tinged consensus on the inside. Transnational EU social democracy has long been extolling itself as the political opponent of the globalized market, which wants to implement new regulatory models for global capital. German social democracy already sees itself as a role model and not an enemy in an alternative German Europe. Instead of the debt brake, Germany could offer Europe a much more promising model, a regulated capitalism of the social market economy. End of quote. The difficulties of not only German social democrats in adopting a convincing pro-European stance remain, however, as their intellectual leaders are also aware that the inability of supra- or transnational organizations to successfully regulate the contradictions of capitalism has been proven many times. The monetary union was a reality with the uniform interest rate for government borrowing between 2002 and 2009, until the supply of states with interest-free loans against the credit interest rates, which were hierarchized according to creditworthiness, was changed within the monetary union in order to remain compatible with the global market. The rating of states by means of different interest rates was initially accepted by the participating countries because it reflected their independence. The desired exemption from the ratings with the help of the EU, on the other hand, would be a political victory over the global market, which Germany is seen as the executor of. The illusions about prosperity and wealth are so closely interwoven with the monetary union that any critic of European policy would have to admit this without prejudice before calling for the state as the supposed savior. With the European currency, the principle of competitive devaluation was eliminated for the national economies in the common currency area, which has led to demands for redistribution between the states. In the less productive economies, unprotected competition means permanent trade deficits and higher unemployment. This was concealed for a long time by importing cheap money, which had the effect of a temporary transfer union, also benefiting the level of consumption. At the same time, this monetary distribution scope increasingly exceeded the real economic performance. These transfers of wealth are now being reversed, now that creditors have corrected their illusions about the ability to repay. This has fundamentally changed the conditions initially for Greece, and since another form of transfer union has not yet been politically installed, the adjustment in Greece is hardly underpinned by social policy. Whatever the future social policy of the EU looks like, it will not eliminate competition between countries. Foreign policy is also characterized by the pursuit of national independence and competition. The constant invocation of European unity only serves to emphasize that it does not exist. Complaints about national solo efforts are just as common as those about the eternal procrastination of a common foreign and security policy. The greatest crisis in this regard occurred during the Iraq War, when Germany and France entered into a coalition with Russia, which was also supported by China. This European anti-Western bloc formation set off alarm bells in Eastern Europe and almost all post-communist states, as well as Spain, Portugal, and Denmark, supported the position of the British and Americans. The fact that it was possible at the time for a keynote speaker like Jürgen Habermas to celebrate the omnipresent demonstrations against the war in February 2003 as the birth of a European political counterworld, a Europe that was united emotionally and no longer forcibly united by the Brussels bureaucracy, while Poland was often declared to be the Americans' Trojan horse in Europe, probably strengthened the certainty in Eastern Europe that good allies were needed outside the EU. In the case of Germany, doubts about its reliability in European politics always carry particular weight because it has elevated multilateralism to a creed, and unilateral action must undermine its credibility. Calls on German politicians to assume their leadership role in Europe, such as those made by the Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski in relation to the Euro crisis, which warmed the hearts of Germans and not only of readers of Die Welt, are nevertheless less an expression of trust in German politics than admonitions to take more European rather than national steps. After all, Germany is too small to dominate. The FAZ reacts with corresponding jealousy when others go their own independent way. Quote, "Is the Commonwealth more than a post-colonial nostalgia club where English is spoken? Now the government of Great Britain is even considering setting up joint diplomatic missions with Canada and possibly also with Australia and New Zealand. The Anglos have stood shoulder to shoulder from the wars of the 20th century to those of this century. The pathos that Foreign Secretary Haig uses to justify the initiative is remarkable. It would not occur to him to do so for European matters. September 25, 12. The fact that European matters could be confronted with an alternative is particularly worrying. Quote, "The future is not seen in the EU, but in the new growth markets and in the Commonwealth, where it is believed that more can be achieved alone than in concert with the EU. They are preparing for an uncertain and uncomfortable future, for a world that will have its center far away." In the words of the Minister for Europe, Lidington, the government in London wants more focus on the economic challenges posed by Asia and South America in particular, an increase in competitiveness, and less introspection and regulation. FAZ, October 19, 12. The discussion in the EU about greater coordination or control of the national budgets of the Euro states as a consequence of the crisis in the monetary union is increasing the distance between the British, who are not participating in the fiscal pact, and the discussion about increasing the EU budget. This is pushing the British out of the limited European integration that they have had up to now. Foreign Secretary Haig pointed out that the balance of power in the Eurozone, particularly between more market-oriented and more interventionist economies, would be different from that in the EU of 27, FAZ, October 24, 12. A continental interventionist Eurozone would be in even greater opposition to the British in terms of political order. This greater distance between the British and the European project represents a development that could lead to a relativization and possibly a questioning of the European commitment to the West. In Europe, forces are increasingly forming that are calling for a third way and expect the EU to take on an avant-garde function through the self-empowerment of politics. Befinger Habermas/Niederrümelin, FAZ, April 8, 12. The disputes over the consequences of the euro debt crisis are already taking place largely without the British, and according to the FAZ, they are the latest and probably the toughest test for Franco-German relations. This time, it is about the balance of power between an economically weakening France and a Germany that has become more politically potent since reunification. September 22, 2012. Franco-German cooperation is characterized by the constant balancing of this power relationship, which is proving to be much more difficult with regard to the future of the monetary union than it has been in the past in terms of security and defense policy. However, this is taking place without public scandal. Paris traditionally seeks the greatest possible independence in security matters, while Germany generally pursues security issues in an integrated manner and only occasionally demonstrates independence through dramatic gestures, whether in recognizing Croatia or in the anti-Western vote in the Security Council against military intervention in Gaddafi's Libya. Its independent security policy ensures that France has considerable political influence over a Germany that is growing stronger both politically and economically. To the annoyance of German politicians, France's return to NATO was essentially negotiated with Washington and London. In NATO, France and Germany pursue different priorities. France is pursuing greater European independence, while Germany is countering French ambitions on the continent with transatlantic ones, even if it is only to relativize French influence. At the 2012 NATO summit in Lisbon, France managed to push through its position that nuclear deterrence, in which nuclear-free Germany has no say, remains the foundation of the alliance, despite German opposition. See FAZ, December 7, 2012. Beyond the mass media, there is therefore talk of a progressive estrangement in security policy. At the same time, Germany and France form a power coalition in which both sides ensure that the other is not left too far behind. For example, during the European Exchange Rate Mechanism (ERM), when exchange rate tolerances were set before the introduction of the euro, Germany used several billion Deutschmarks to keep the franc within the permissible fluctuation margins after the high-interest policy of the FRG, which was introduced to finance the unit costs through higher borrowing instead of higher taxes, led to divergences with the economic policy necessities of the other EU states, and the lira and the pound had left the EMS in 1992 due to growing speculative pressure. In stark contrast to the desire for a European world power through addition, there are daily disagreements and jibes from the jealous regional competition communities, which are seen in the EU as representatives of the universal freedom of small units. These small units are the antithesis of the anonymous market processes of the 500 million. In the much-vaunted welfare community, from wages to social benefits and pensions, the EU is reluctant to impose uniform regulations in favor of regional responsibility, because different regulations are the basis for competition between the regions. Culture and identity, groups, cities or regions, language communities, ethnic minorities or nations are key concepts in the flexibilization of labor relations and the inequality of living standards. Demarcation and a sense of belonging are not only effective in football stadiums, but also as constituents of regional utilization communities, even if they, like Spain's autonomous communities, place themselves in a tradition of political progress and legitimize themselves with democratic achievements against the centralism of the Franco regime. The relatively wealthy Catalonia finances its own embassies abroad, maintains a language police, and operates its own television and radio stations. A disintegration of national EU sovereignties, which is also conceivable in Belgium, Italy, or the UK, is inherent in the high regard for particular units in the EU and strengthens the central EU institutions. And so it is not only in relation to Spain that, from a European perspective, a sovereign Catalonia would be manageable, but from a Spanish perspective it would be a nightmare. FAZ, September 20, 12. Catalonia's transfer to the Spanish state is many times higher than that of the main payers in the German Länderfinanzausgleich, financial equalization scheme between the federal states, Hesse and Bavaria, for example, measured in terms of gross domestic product. The Catalans, like other regional independence movements, represent a counter-movement to the larger fiscal and transfer union that is currently controversial for the Eurozone, or rather point to its limitations. National identity is both a prerequisite and a limit to the functioning of the monetary union. In Eastern Europe, where countries are still striving to join the monetary union, the collapse of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, CMEA, made national identity the decisive factor in the creation of new states. Whereas there were only 8 states in Eastern and Central Eastern Europe before 1989, there were already 26 not much later, where democratic participation of the population in political decision-making was allowed. The old order disintegrated along national and ethnic fault lines. Democratization and nationalization almost always went hand in hand. Both the polyphony of the enlarged EU and the differences in economic and social development led Germany to abandon the old Western European model of the federal state. In 1992, the ruling CDU and all other parties in nationally saturated Germany abandoned the goal of a European federal state. Since then, the talk has been of a confederation of states or a Europe of fatherlands, as has been the case in France since de Gaulle's time due to the rejection of federal structures. Whereas before the fall of the Berlin Wall, the communitization of policy areas was an end in itself, afterwards, from a German perspective, intergovernmental national cooperation was preferred to a general deepening within the EU. It was only with the core Europe concept that deepening returned to the European concepts for those who were capable of it, albeit with a focus on intergovernmental decision-making. This would mean that the institutions of the EU would not be the central decision-making bodies in this core Europe. In the EU, the term community has increasingly become a synonym for weakness, or as Otmar Issing, a former member of the European Central Bank's Executive Board, put it, those who want a strong Europe cannot advocate further bureaucratization and centralization. FAZ, September 4, 2012. In the financial and debt crisis, the governments of the member states have come to the fore as political actors and at the same time find themselves facing a new hierarchy in the ranking of nations in terms of creditworthiness for Euro government bonds. Individual states are now being treated by the EU institutions as sources of risk and placed under the community's tighter supervision. This will repeatedly weaken individual states in relation to others, without the partial loss of national sovereignty leading to the nation-state being overcome. On the contrary, Commission President Barroso calls the model of the future Europe a federation of nation-states. FAZ, September 13, 12. The advocates of antinationalism will contribute the ideology to this hierarchy, while the citizens of the weakened states will feel the disadvantages of it, and the Europeans already suspect each other today that the others are depriving them of their livelihoods. Various attempts to implement a European social policy in the EU and to negotiate a new social contract were buried after the fall of the Berlin Wall, without being removed from the ideological European fund. The EU still sees itself as the patron of a social state based in Europe, which is an integral part of the European identity pool. However, instead of a common social policy, the Community Charter of the Fundamental Social Rights of Workers was adopted, which is merely symbolic in nature. Instead of harmonizing European social policy, the Commission has become the custodian of EU norms, which are enforced as uniform basic rights and as a ban on exclusion and discrimination. It establishes a value base for normative basic ideas in social policy and has brought forth its forced anti-discrimination and equalization policy. The equalization policy forms the core of the EU's social project and forms an element of the larger project of the integration of economic and social policy, whose concrete organization within the framework of the subsidiarity remains a matter of the individual states. The Commission, which is seen as both a force for bureaucratization and liberalization in Europe, is indispensable for the competitive cooperation of European units as the body responsible for standardization and harmonization. Criticism of its bureaucracy is both justified and widespread. The Commission implements whatever, absurd, compromises are deemed necessary to maintain or advance cooperation, and it ensures comparability and determines averages. It is an agent of Europeanization that Europeans encounter as globalization. For example, the Commission implemented what the EU heads of state and government had formulated as the Lisbon Strategy in 2000, with which the Union was to be developed within 10 years, i.e. by 2010, into the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economic area in the world. Europe was to be made fit for the global market through a strongly technocratically controlled modernization program. The development of human capital into adaptable employees, which is associated with the concept of lifelong learning, and an active labor market policy are the cornerstones of the Lisbon Strategy. In the EU, this is done by setting benchmarks for a range of indicators, such as the year 2010, in which at least 12.5% of the EU population aged between 25 and 64 should be continuously participating in education and training measures. For similar reasons, the Commission has made it its business to turn the international student test PISA into a much-discussed ongoing topic. Such socio-technological tendencies are the domain of the EU Commission, which, in the face of very different national institutions' goals and paths, prescribes the way in which the post-industrial reserve army is to be equipped. When a group of experts had to admit the failure of the Lisbon Strategy in 2004, the financial markets' trust in the EU's general fitness soon evaporated. The successor program has therefore set itself the somewhat sobering goal of promoting intelligent, sustainable, and integrative growth in the EU. However, the failure to achieve the goals of joint programs is not the Commission's problem as long as geographical, economic, and constitutional divisions are avoided, but mobilization continues, even if it is through differentiation in the sense of unity through diversity. Since the debt crisis is exacerbating the tendency towards division, the possibilities for avoiding this are now being explored. The deepening that is always being talked about will hardly lead to any significant communitization of national financial and budgetary policy. However, if, as is currently the case in the EU crisis states, private foreign capital is increasingly replaced by public funds and the ECB, a continuation of the distribution struggles over the use of these funds is guaranteed, and public spending and tax policy will remain an object of EU-wide controversy over the origin and national use of the funds. There will also be national and anti-national populist variants that radicalize along their demand for political control of the market. As far as Germany is identified with the forces of the market, this assessment also includes the demand for control of Germany's market forces. This is a direct consequence of national competition within the EU. The creation of global and regional competitiveness means intensified competition within the EU and thus also within the Eurozone, which places particular demands on the southern and western European countries, which have been left behind since the expansion of the common internal market with the accession of the Eastern European countries. The EU is focusing its measures on those states that are not fulfilling their intended function as social integrators because they are unable to create the internal stability needed for the required reform processes. The Eurozone is increasingly demanding that its citizens make efforts and sacrifices, in addition to the EU disbursements through its various structural programs. Germany is the loudest voice in this regard and is trying to ensure that reforms are implemented within the institutions. When the Council presidency proposed a separate budget as a solidarity instrument for the Eurozone at a meeting of EU heads of state and government in mid-October 2012, a possible social policy regulation emerged. The budget could be used to promote political stability in the crisis-hit countries, for example by financing unemployment programs, so that reforms could be better implemented. This was better than the communitization of the debts of the Euro states through so-called Euro bonds, which Germany rejected, according to diplomatic circles. With its own budget, targeted incentives could be provided, and the states could be persuaded to implement reforms. This is not possible with the funds of the EU budget, because these are usually not tied to any conditions. FAZ, April 10, 12. As an economic beacon within the EU, Germany wants to get rid of its restrictions, while others, such as France's new government, are more likely to try to enforce a protection of their existing rights. Mrs. Merkel commented, "It is always better to work in Germany, the Netherlands, or Sweden than to remain unemployed for a long time somewhere in Spain or Portugal." End of quote. In Germany, there is concern about the future satisfaction of the demand for qualified workers. According to the IFO Institute, Germany has expanded its trade with the rest of the world far more than it has sought to engage in cutthroat competition within the EU 27 or the Eurozone due to low-wage costs, and it will continue to pursue its global market strategies in China and elsewhere. A development that has also led to well-educated Europeans in Germany seeking jobs and often having to accept poorly paid ones has already begun, without any EU programs. 1 year after the end of the Greek military dictatorship, on June 12, 1975, Greece applied for full membership in the European community. At the time, Prime Minister Konstantinos Karamanlis told the ambassadors of the EC member states, "Our application is based primarily on political reasons related to the consolidation of democracy and the future of the Greek nation." End of quote. Political reasons also played a decisive role for the politicians of the community when they turned a blind eye to Greece's admission in 1981. Because it was generally known that the country, which was not very industrialized, about 30% of the gross domestic product, and had heavy industry that was not competitive without protective tariffs, was not economically prepared for accession. Greece was able to offer mainly agricultural products on the common market, but these were already in abundance there and were also subsidized with billions. However, Karamanlis could be sure of a great deal of support from the heads of his audience, because when the European Commission suggested to the EC governments that they should help the Greeks but not yet agree to Greece's accession to the community, the EC foreign ministers in Brussels rejected the Commission's recommendation and advocated the opening of accession negotiations. Objections from the Irish Foreign Minister Garret Fitzgerald, whose country could only lose out if another poor state were to join the EC, were dismissed with the comment, "This is not a financial problem, but a political one." Greece relied on agricultural exports and tried to develop industry under state control. Accession to the EC was linked to offers of capital imports to other nations. At the same time, attempts were made to guarantee state participation in the targeted wealth through administrative requirements. Protective measures against foreign competition were to be dropped to the extent that the EC considered Greece ready for membership. The fact that Greece maintained an economy of dependence corresponded to Greek expectations as well as those of the European partner countries. However, this also preserved the great national sensitivity with simultaneous low rational state activity and clientelistic orientations. Greece's admission to the EC was linked to the division of southeastern Europe into zones of influence agreed upon in Yalta between Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, in which 90% of Greece was assigned to the sphere of influence of the Western Allies and, in particular, made an ally of the USA with military and economic aid. This also included intervention in the Greek Civil War, which lasted from 1946 to 1949, initially by Great Britain and, from 1947, in particular by the USA. As a result, Greece set out to take advantage of Western interest. The EC, on the other hand, took pleasure in suggesting a cultural realignment by celebrating Greece as the cradle of democracy because of its ancient predecessor, although democracy had only been a topic of discussion in Greece for a few years. The fact that the country's large companies were working on major contracts in the Middle East at the time and that Greece was seen as a bridge between Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa was probably the main reason for the unhesitating admission to the EC. The Greek merchant fleet, which made up around 70% of the European fleet, was also a very attractive gift for the EC. In the year of accession, 1981, the Pan-Hellenic Socialist Movement, PASIC, won the parliamentary elections and replaced the conservative government. The leader of PASIC, Andreas Papandreou, was decidedly left-wing. He claimed that the Soviet Union's foreign policy was defensive, while he dismissed that of the USA as expansionist. He also described his country as a peripheral country due to its low level of development, which put it in opposition to the metropolises. Today, Europe's partners like to take a critical look back at the Papandreou years. But 30 years ago, both eyes were closed and Greece was later even made a full member of the illustrious Euro Club. Papandreou, together with the Greek communists, had rejected accession to the EC under slogans such as, "The EEC and NATO are the same syndicate," and in doing so probably accelerated the political decisions to join the EC. In the EC, Athens pursued an unusual foreign policy that was to prove groundbreaking in terms of a new European course beyond Atlantic obligations. Greece maintained friendly relations with the Soviet Union, which not only paid off for the Greek Communist Party, which had become rich through commissions in East-West trade and was known as the Red Group, which controlled the most powerful trade and industrial trust in the country. Greece also pursued a distinctly pro-Arab and pro-Palestinian policy, which is still very popular in the country today. It is therefore fitting that Papandreou assured PLO leader Arafat, "We will open the gates of Europe for you." Spiegel, October 25, 1982. The country's fondness for seeing itself in the tradition of Trojan cunning was again demonstrated when, under the leadership of Andreas Papandreou's son, it recently refused Israel's request to obstruct the Free Gaza flotilla in advance. Alongside the PASIC, the Orthodox Church, which traditionally has a great deal of influence on national self-assurance, was also opposed to Greece's integration into the EC. After the National Revolution, 1821 to 1829, which was more of a gang uprising than a national uprising, in which the Greeks, despite their subordinate but privileged social position in the Ottoman Empire, freed themselves from the rule of the Turks with the help of Russia and the West, the national church became a state institution with a strong anti-Western tradition. In 1980, it set up an office for spiritual problems in the context of EC accession in order to save the nation from the impending danger of the franc. For them, renewal means orienting themselves towards the roots of faith, which also tie in with the agrarian socialist Greek traditions of municipal administration from the time of the Turks. The socialism of orthodoxy is one without drive or development. It propagates the overcoming of the material and provides the religious justification for economic and social stagnation. Orthodox ethics, which is based on the ideal of monastic life, encourages believers to seek unity with God through renunciation of the world. This promotes irrational values and prevented the breakthrough of a religiosity that is anchored in reason inspired by Greek antiquity. The attempt to unite all Orthodox Greeks was accompanied by massacres of people of other faiths, such as Muslims and Jews, and although it led to independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1830, it also brought the Greeks a king in 1832 who was appointed by Great Britain, France, and Russia, who came from Bavaria and was a Catholic. For the Greeks, state institutions remained an element of foreign rule, from the Ottoman rulers to the EU. After winning the elections in the year of accession to the EC, Papandreou propagated overcoming Greece's development problems by shaking off the rule of paternalistic capitalism, in particular imperialistic American capitalism. Now Greece was a star on the banner of European social state efforts. Of course, Greece did not withdraw from NATO under Papandreou, and he even extended the contracts for the American military bases in the country. Instead of withdrawing from the EC, it was now seen as a development aid vehicle, with its transfer payments and structural equalization fund. This applied regardless of whether the government was formed by the PASIC, an all-party coalition, a conservative communist coalition, or the conservatives alone. Despite the subsidies from the EU Structural Fund, which often amounted to around 3% of the national GDP, economic development in the 1980s was not particularly favorable. The gap between the Greek economy and the economies of other European countries even widened, and urgently needed structural reforms such as a land consolidation, a reform of the credit system, the reorganization of the inefficient state apparatus, and an increase in productivity were not realized. The EU member states viewed the expansion of cohesion funding as a political cost of integration, and it rose from just under 20% of the EU budget in 1988 to over 35% in 1999. In the EU's 2008 budget report, Greece is still the sole net recipient. It received more money than any other country, namely $6.4 billion for 11.2 million inhabitants, followed by Poland with $4.3 billion, which has been a member since 2004 and has 38 million inhabitants. The Portuguese, who are roughly the same number as the Greeks, received 2.6 billion. The picture is similar with the structural funds. With the Maastricht criteria, the EU has declared convergence to be the backbone of European integration. While cohesion in the traditional sense is about development, In other words, about evening out the differences between regions that have developed unevenly. Convergence is a financial policy that is also intended to serve as preparation for joining the monetary union, according to the same criteria. To this end, governments are obliged to comply with the rules on monetary stability, Maastricht criteria of 1992. The rules on monetary stability, which were largely pushed through by Germany as compensation for the integration of the Bundesbank into the European Central Bank, were intended to make the euro non-political and shield the European Central Bank from political intervention by the euro states. Since no economic and financial consensus was expected, the aim was to create politically determined rules that would commit all states to monetary stability as an unquestionable constraint, without formally encroaching on the sovereignty of the member states. The belief in the inevitability of an economic and technocratic integration process became the political delusion of the community. The fact that the Schroeder government, together with France, then suspended the rules on monetary stability for a one-off case in 2003, just 2 years after the introduction of the euro, and thus handed over their validity to the political process, is only mentioned here in passing. After credit-financed government spending in the 1970s, based on the Keynesian model, had significantly restricted the room for maneuver of many states due to the resulting debt, control of the money supply was seen as a way out instead of global control of demand by the state. The monetary union and the agreements that prepared it created a common economic area, but confirmed the individual states as the decisive actors, which now belong to a club of global players on the world market linked by the currency, but had very different prospects of success. Although they were supported by the EU Commission and given more room for maneuver than a single state would have had, this more or less clearly expressed the expectation of progressive integration. For failing members, such as Greece, the convergence rules only held nonsense such as the threat of fines, which would only have driven the country faster into insolvency. Once before, in 1990, Der Spiegel was prompted to report, "Never in its recent history has Athens been as close to an economic catastrophe as it is today." At the beginning of March, the president of the EC Commission, Jacques Delors, demanded that Athens take drastic measures immediately and develop a multi-year stabilization program. The country's economic and financial situation was undermining its membership of the community. Spiegel, April 16, 1990. Since gaining independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1830, Greece has consistently accumulated high levels of public debt and has repeatedly defaulted on its foreign debt. A comprehensive attempt by the socialist Prime Minister Konstantinos Simitis to improve Greece's financial situation from 1996 onwards did not break with this continuity, but rather served the sole purpose of fulfilling the criteria for joining the European Monetary Union. If Greece wanted to join the single currency, this meant that convergence would replace cohesion as the program. The policy of balanced budget management pursued by Prime Minister Simitis consisted of savings and revenue increases in the state budget, and, like all Greek austerity programs, was aimed particularly at the bloated and ineffective public service. The convergence program pushed inflation down from an annual average of 19% in the 1980s, which was the highest in the EU, to 8.4% in 1996. New debt was also reduced, and public debt stagnated at 110% of GDP. However, the success of this policy led to higher unemployment, a deficit in the balance of payments, and a deterioration in international competitiveness, which, in view of the foreseeable elimination of the exchange rate risk for small and medium-sized enterprises operating in the common market, did not create a good starting position. In addition, in view of the clientelism of the respective ruling party in the state administration, any austerity policy pursued with consistency immediately leads to political difficulties. However, the consolidation policy was perceived and supported by the vast majority of Greeks as a national goal with geopolitical, economic, political, and cultural dimensions as a prerequisite for achieving the euro criteria. Joining the monetary union was considered more important for national income than the problems that meeting the euro criteria would cause for the national economy. Whatever tricks Greece used to pass the fitness test for the monetary union, which led to the drachma being replaced by the euro in 2002, the successes in consolidation were seen as a good sign for the future. The Greek debt figures were embellished under the watchful eye of the European Commission, which even after accession did not prevent Greece from statistically whitewashing its national debt in 2002 in cooperation with the investment company Goldman Sachs and concealing the risks of Greek government securities. On the contrary, Greece was praised as an example of the successful integration of a peripheral country, and its accession to the monetary union was seen as a successful step in the southern enlargement. At the same time, the first Eastern expansion was entering its decisive phase, and the accession treaties were signed in Athens in April 2003. The advantage of the euro for Greece was that it relieved the burden of debt servicing by providing a borrowed creditworthiness that gave the state new funds to postpone structural reforms. Now it was possible to borrow at conditions that would never have been available with the old currency, because the national economic data was now less crucial than membership in the club. It was only with the clear distancing of German policy from its EU partner Greece that the ground was pulled out from under it and the debt crisis was pushed to the extreme. The open dispute between France and Germany over financial policy played a greater role in this context than the debt situation in Greece. In the EU, little interest was shown in the Greek situation until it became clear that the country, despite its relatively minor economic importance, would one day become a symbol of a crisis in the EU. The temporary withdrawal of political solidarity by German politicians determined the course of a crisis that was then stylized as a crisis of the euro and led to measures that allegedly made it necessary to save the currency. Governments use the money market to satisfy their needs. As long as this works or appears to work, people are convinced of the usefulness of the money market. However, when the money market reacts to growing risks by financing state budgets with debt, which is by no means rational, and presents the bill for it, it becomes popular to castigate its constitutive immoderateness. The populists in government are trying to whitewash their responsibility by blaming the financial sharks and emphasizing the immorality of the market. With its late intervention and a new German toughness, German policy pursued the goal of making the crisis in Greece tangible and not weakening the disciplining pressure of the financial markets. However, when a growing anti-German sentiment was perceived in Europe and, finally, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and the British Chancellor of the Exchequer also pressed for rapid assistance due to their concerns about a feared expansion and a spillover of the debt crisis, the credit package for Greece was agreed in no time at all. The fact that Germany made its approval dependent on a commitment by the other EU countries to introduce national austerity programs, and that it was able to get its way, is at least as significant as the aid itself, especially since even the UK and Japan agreed to this policy. Since the package deal, not only French voices have been raised in criticism of the German go-it-alone approach and calls for more joint decision-making. According to the German interpretation, however, an agreement on a joint approach to such issues would be tantamount to what France would like to institutionalize as an economic government. German thinkers recognize in the French demands for solidarity with Greece and among the Euro states as a whole plans to integrate Germany's economic power for other than national interests and ultimately to neutralize it. The FAZ therefore writes that it is a power political dispute, and not about the question of whether the Greeks can continue to live beyond their means with impunity, but about the realization of the French dream of a European economic government, with which the highly competitive German industry is to be captured. In Germany, any French involvement in economic matters has long been countered with the suspicion that the old desire to contain the eastern neighbor economically and politically is being revived, a horror scenario of the old enemy, for which the keywords Ruhr occupation and Montanunion still stand. Even though it is often pointed out that Germany's integration into the EU should prevent it from going it alone, it is still trying to retain a dominant role in the Eurozone through its financial policy. It is known that the incarnation of economic power, sovereignty, still exists in Europe in two places: the monetary policy of the European Central Bank, which can create good money for everyone, and the economic and financial policy of Germany, whose weight obliges it to set an example. FAZ, July 15, 10. In defending this sovereignty, Germany and the European Commission are on a collision course. The Federal Republic strictly rejects any general intervention by Brussels in national budgetary policy, as called for by Currency Commissioner Ali Rehm. Many hope that such an increase in power for the Commission will provide a solution to what Der Standard has declared to be the core issue. If the monetary union is to be a true community of solidarity, then the member states will have to give up much more economic sovereignty than they have been willing to do so far. April 12, 2010. Officially, the EU presents itself as a guarantor of regional independence and autonomy, but the austerity budgets that have been hastily implemented across Europe show the extent of the discipline imposed by the community liability. Greece has barely been saved from insolvency and will serve as a warning to all those who do not use the euro in the spirit of convergence. There is no sign of the situation in Greece easing. On the contrary, it will be preserved as a symbol of the crisis due to its miserable prospects. Important sectors of the Greek economy, such as tourism, shipping, and construction, are heavily dependent on economic influences. In order to get the merchant fleet through this crisis despite the decline in world trade, shipping companies need large loans. In Germany, the shipping company HSH Nordbank was only saved from collapse by billions in aid from Hamburg and Schleswig-Holstein. In Greece, the scope for such action is just as limited as that for state economic stimulus programs. More than 70% of Greek GDP is generated by consumer spending, the highest proportion in the Eurozone. And so shrinking mass incomes have an immediate impact in the form of lower economic activity. The decline in retail sales, which stood at 15% at the end of 2009, is a sign of such a decline. At 19%, the share of exports in the GDP is lower than in any other EU 15 country, i.e. the 15 members before the 2003 Athens Enlargement Treaty. With the so-called rescue package, the EU has only bought itself a reprieve, and by the time the debt restructuring becomes too expensive, the EU will probably have enacted an insolvency regulation for the Eurozone. The more clearly individual countries are on the fringes of the EU, the greater their hopes were and are of being able to catch up with the richer countries through rapprochement and membership. This became the model for catching up development in Europe and initially extended to the South in the 1980s. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, it became the vehicle for transformation in Central and Eastern Europe. This has also had serious consequences for Greece, because, for example, industries that existed because of the low wages on offer, such as the once strong textile industry, have migrated to countries with even lower wages in the East. The Greek debt crisis is now underlining the possible failure of this development model for the first time. Like other countries, Greece has also imported modernization. Opportunities for the lower and middle classes to rise up the social ladder were mainly to be found in the service sector, education, health, communication, and transport, in public administration, in tourism, in shipping, and in the construction industry. The orientation of agriculture towards the EU, for example, resulted in further dependence, which led to the exploitation of subsidies, funding, and closure premiums, which temporarily increased producers' incomes, but at the same time fewer and fewer agricultural products were produced. Participation in the European agricultural market has done nothing to change the fact that Greek crops such as tobacco, cotton, and sugar beet are not internationally competitive. Under such conditions, the state secures its development model by repeatedly renewing the involvement of large or important sections of the population. It is the greatest source of hope and yet becomes the source of constant frustration for its citizens. 2/3 of the workforce is employed in the service sector. The public sector has produced the only powerful trade unions, and members of the liberal professions such as doctors, lawyers, and engineers have asserted their interests against the state through strong associations. The Greek anger, which many have invoked as a harbinger of a new power of the street, corresponds to the reproduction of the standstill in Greek conditions. First of all, a 15-year-old rag-and-bone man who had immigrated from Afghanistan fell victim to it in Athens, having found a bomb hidden in the garbage in front of a training center for civil servants. His mother and sister were injured in the process. Finally, 3 bank employees were killed by arson, while demonstrators outside the burning bank took pleasure in calling bank employees traitors in the service of financial capital and sang the national anthem. Prime Minister Georgios Papandreou's zero tolerance of corruption is extremely popular, but its implementation is linked to the activities of the state administration. And here too the current approach is to seek salvation in the presentation of culprits, for example by annulling an early retirement agreement negotiated by the previous Prime Minister Kostas Karamanlis with individual professional groups in state or formerly state-owned companies. This is welcomed by many Greeks, because social tensions in Greece are not only due to impoverishment and cuts in public spending, but also to the systematic lack of transparency regarding the whereabouts of funds, which makes it very easy to campaign against those who are supposedly not entitled to benefit from state services. It is only through such concealment that this state can exist, but at the same time it deprives it of its legitimacy, which is no less necessary. According to the tax statistics for 2008, the declared income of the self-employed, doctors, lawyers, architects, was on average €10,493. Traders and entrepreneurs earned an average of €13,236, while wage earners and pensioners earned €16,123. This results in the absurd situation that workers, employees, and pensioners appear to be the richest Greeks due to the income tax withheld. The symbolic value of the burdens placed on higher income groups and the wealthy, and the ostentatious manner in which they are collected, should not be underestimated. However, as long as they are not implemented in a comprehensible manner by the administration, they remain a form of repression and thus serve more to enforce the austerity program among the taxpayers than to establish a reasonably consistent tax system. Reforms without a functioning state apparatus quickly lead to even greater disasters, such as the ambitious reform of the healthcare system that began in 1983. The plan to create a nationwide public healthcare system with treatment centers in both urban and rural areas was so poorly executed that it resulted in a permanent crisis in the entire healthcare system. The new health centers were so unattractive to patients and doctors that the private health sector continued to grow, while the health insurance companies accumulated ever larger payment arrears with doctors. As a result, pharmacies, private laboratories, and suppliers built up their own networks, so that more and more doctors only carried out treatments in return for cash payment. The Greek plight has been reproduced under the euro. Now, with the EU and IMF guarantees, the country has largely lost its sovereignty in budgetary matters, which is neither bad nor necessarily disadvantageous. Through the financial markets, it has become clear that Greek domestic policy has an indirect influence on the entire Eurozone. In view of the generally high level of debt, what was established as a basic principle of the euro no longer worked. Despite the exclusion of nationally determined inflation, the risk of over-indebtedness was to be prevented by the threat of punishment in the form of high interest rates, and the euro states were to be held responsible for maintaining sound budgetary management. Nevertheless, the crisis in Greek public finances, which Germany still thought it could treat with condescension, became a crisis for Europe. There was also a sudden awareness of the urgent need to realign the enlargement process. A ranking of national debtors was established based on creditworthiness and bond yields, thus ending equal treatment. While Greek government bonds had to pay interest of over 10%, German government bonds are trading at an all-time low of under 3%. Which has significantly reduced the cost of servicing the debt, and the savings announcements have been several billion lower. Since the bankruptcy of a Eurozone country was not envisaged, and there was no consensus on the steps that now need to be taken, because an unbridgeable gap has opened up between the call for solidarity and the motto, "That's not our problem," political fragmentation within the EU has intensified. In the run-up to the rescue package for Greece, the political dimension was initially simply refused. Only those who declare Greek sovereign debt to be a systemic issue must now help. The FAZ announced as recently as 23.4.10. But after the market had shown its instruments of torture, the euro had to be immunized against interventions by the money market with the fund, which was far larger than the rescue of Greece. In the meantime, people were passing the time with frivolous mind games. For example, when the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung presented a clever proposal, quote, Germany can currently refinance itself at an interest rate of around 3.2%. It fell even further shortly afterwards. It could use this to take on new debt in Greece's place and then lend the money to Greece at just under 6.5%, for example 6%. As a major lender to Greece, Germany would of course have to take on supervisory tasks, even management tasks, April 4, 10. The German share of the €120 billion rescue package for Greece, up to the amount of €22 billion, will now actually be passed on to around 5%. Germany's economic influence on its EU partners, it was always a matter of securing European export markets, had long since become such a matter of course that the conditions for maintaining it in difficult times no longer penetrated people's consciousness. However, when it became clear that the consequences would be more serious if Spain followed Greece, the Germans also had to face the fact that the connection between monetary union and joint political liability had been underestimated. This blindness is quite remarkable when one considers one's own experiences with the German monetary union after the collapse of the GDR. Even today, almost 25% of the income of the federal state of Saxony is provided by the Länder Financial Equalization Scheme and the Solidarity Pact. Since the tax revenue of Saxony will remain relatively low due to the lack of company headquarters and many of the Finns who have settled there are extended workbenches from the West, this is not likely to change anytime soon. In the end, no one was surprised that, after the effects of Germany's inaction had been demonstrated in detail, the Financial Times Deutschland stated, with the approval of the rescue package for Greece, Germany was forced to admit that there are definite advantages to being Europe's paymaster. With regard to Greece, the FAZ summarized Germany's engagement and not only noted that German companies were exporting less to Greece as a result of the debt crisis and the declining demand, but also that positive developments were to be reported. Discounters such as Lidl and Aldi with their basic range of products benefited from the new price consciousness of Greek consumers. April 23, 10. The fact that Greece had to cut back on its ambitions had already become clear before the crisis. When it became known that German companies had been involved in systematic corruption in Greece in order to win contracts on a large scale, the resulting scandal in Greece led to corruption being perceived as a specifically German problem. In order to avoid being suspected of taking bribes, officials would hardly speak to companies like Siemens, ThyssenKrupp, MAN and Daimler anymore. April 23, 2010. The attempts to prevent the rescue package for the lazy, bankrupt Greeks, build, have failed just as the entreaties of the FAZ to not give in to the financial sharks. Quote, politicians apparently still harbor the illusion that they can let these creditors, banks, insurance companies, investment funds, and private investors off the hook, and instead force European taxpayers to pour incalculable amounts of good money into a Greek bottomless pit. That would be disastrous. Politics must not appear to be the lackey of financial capital. It is the guardian of taxpayers' interests. April 26, 2010. What is forgotten is that financial capital, with its disciplinary terrors, had just been put in the service of German politics. After the bailout decision, the FAZ notes with resignation that the monetary union has finally become a liability and transfer union, and announces a change in the previous approach. Until now, it was a nonpartisan consensus in Germany to support the euro, denounce Greek debt-makers, and refuse to accept Brussels' interference in budgetary policy. This consensus no longer holds. Either Germany participates constructively in the discussion about improving the rules and recognizes that this must also be associated with stricter budgetary supervision, especially for debtors, or Berlin familiarizes itself with the alternative, the medium-term departure from the status quo, May 14, 09. However, even the Junge Welt would find it difficult to come to terms with this. Quote, however, it would be wrong to attribute the crisis in Greece solely to casino-style financial capitalism. The transatlantic rivalry is also likely to play a role. Meanwhile, no one is talking about the euro replacing the dollar anytime soon, although nothing has changed in terms of the problem with the U.S. currency. April 30, 10. The big strategists behind the attack on the dollar are also having their bills paid by poor relations, who are fiercely criticizing their involvement in the rescue of Greece, such as the newest member of the Euro Club, Slovakia. There, the promise of participation in the Euro bailout package for rich Greece, FDD, April 5, 10, has been put on ice. The country, where wages are lower than in Greece, is participating in the aid guarantees with a share of €816 million. The Franco-German dispute over the conclusions to be drawn from the Greek crisis is also being conducted outside the Eurozone. In Germany, the country is confronted with a French IMF head who, according to the FAZ, allows the Eurozone to do what Germany opposes as a global political orientation in financial policy. Quote, in competition with the central banks, Strauss-Kahn dreams of transforming the fund, the IMF, into a genuine provider of reserve currencies and, in the long term, into a world central bank. These efforts breathe the spirit of the French desire for centralist economic governments. In an unfortunate mixture, it is mixed with the parallel efforts of the G20 to give developing and emerging countries more say in the IMF and also in the World Bank. These naturally push for easier access and an expansion of financial resources to $1 trillion and more. April 26, 2010. However, more attractive offers from the fund would mean promoting misconduct through credit lines with increasingly soft conditions. Such a social democratization of its policy brings the fund close to the welfare state. FAZ, July 5, 2010. Germany is pursuing a contrary policy that serves to reduce and limit the financial resources of the IMF as it emerges from the crisis. Although it is still largely alone internationally, it is counting on increasing competition for markets and on the fact that the desire for multilateral cohesion will weaken as the economic recovery progresses. In the first years of the crisis, it was easy to create international common ground because debt-financed money was being distributed in large quantities. FAZ, April 26, 10. The export nation is not interested in consensus, but wants to conquer markets and, at the G20 summit in Toronto on June 26 and 27, opposed the American proposal, which had previously been put forward by President Obama proposal that the major exporting nations should increase domestic demand in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, when economic stimulus was withdrawn too early, thereby provoking a further crisis cycle. For a country in which the current economic situation is causing social integration, rising unemployment is not a minor problem. It is therefore no wonder that the call for an increase in domestic demand was accompanied by accusations against Germany, as first voiced by the French Minister for Economic Affairs and Finance, Christine Lagarde. Quote, "Germany's exports are a problem for the rest of the world. Because the Germans produce much more than they consume, they weaken their trading partners and threaten the euro. Because German wages have hardly risen, people in Greece, Spain, and elsewhere are losing their jobs. And the problem is not just affecting Europe. In the USA, China and its undervalued currency are currently the focus of attention, but more and more often, Chinese and Germans are being mentioned in the same breath when it comes to irresponsible trade policies." Süddeutsche Zeitung, March 21, 10. The hesitant support from Germany for Greece has brought back memories in France that the southern expansion of the EU was always seen by the Germans as a French project with a Mediterranean orientation, which they countered with their own focus on the East. According to Die Welt, German policy came as a shock to the French elite. They fear a shift away from the south and towards the east. André Glucksmann is assuming a geopolitical change of the first order. German exports increase the instability of the world economy. As an exporter of capital goods, German policy is not geared towards stimulating mass consumption. This German solution to the crisis cannot be established as a consensus within the EU. Even the Greek deficits, which were initially so heavily criticized, served the German argument on the international stage when it was pointed out that the Greek, Spanish, and Portuguese trade deficits ensured a balanced balance of imports and exports for the EU as a whole. U.S. Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner joined Lagarde in criticizing Schäuble. The U.S. Treasury was annoyed because Germany was torpedoing the policy within the G20 by going it alone with the financial transaction tax and the ban on naked short selling, thus throwing the reform process in the G20 off course. The Greek crisis has once again made it clear that the idea of integration through the euro will remain a technocratic illusion. The European Commission is a reflection of this illusion. In Europe, it is not freedom that is being developed, but bureaucratic control, which strives for standardization and even subjects moral values to it. The Commission makes Europe out of prohibitions, punishments, sanctions, and exclusion, and the German orientation reinforces this by inventing stability rules and attempting to subject the members to ever more extensive sets of rules, compliance with which becomes an end in itself in the context of fiscal policy or is due to the finance minister's fear of the punitive EU authorities, which cannot be communicated to the population in this form. Despite the close relationship between fiscal and social policy, this cannot work. In view of the ongoing expansion of the EU, for which there are at least as many good reasons as bad ones, it is becoming increasingly obvious that there is hardly any good reason left for the European project itself. Unimpressed by this, people continue to muddle along, following the motto that the journey is the reward, and avoid asking any questions about the meaning of it all, if only because that would immediately lead to a crisis, just as if this crisis would not have been virulent long ago if the question of meaning had not been asked. Nevertheless, the Financial Times Deutschland, representing the majority in the EU, believes that the replacement of the missing goal with the undaunted continuation of the bureaucratic rules in the EU is the model for the world. Europe represents the power of an idea, the European dream. What it consists of is not known, but one thing is certain. For internationalists of all countries, for people who believe in a much more comprehensive cooperation between nations, and for those who want an international legal system, the EU is a beacon of hope. FDD Online, May 24, 10. Those who bury the progress of nations, who give them a quasi-natural right but do not judge them in terms of their civilizational quality, are rightly fans of the EU and at the same time of its hopeless future prospects. The same applies to proposals such as that of Joska Schmeier, Commune 2 out of 10, who wants to improve the quality of nations by having the Commission work not from above but from below, which would enable a critical European public to develop that would prevent the state from becoming the prey of the ruling clique, as has long been the case in Greece. Alongside the fatal optimism of the FDD and the helplessness of the Commune, which merely wants to help the green alternative cliques associated with it to gain more influence, there is also a critical position which is, however, not formulated free of specifically German interests. Quote, "The significant economic, social, and political innovations that developed Europe, exported, always had great political and cultural models as a catalyst. One only has to think of liberalism, the national idea, socialism, or the democratic reunification of the continent after the fall of the Iron Curtain. From this perspective, the EU of today has nothing to offer except a great silence. The lack of a European idea for globalization is possibly just as painful and corrosive for Greece and similar countries as the financial crisis. FAZ, May 14, 10. It is no coincidence that the FAZ leaves the question unanswered as to which guiding principles should be used to rectify the situation. There is no interest in the fruitless reopening of the European debate on values, but the prevailing guiding principle in Europe is being kept under wraps, because it is unmistakably Greek. It is not only in Europe that anti-Americanism has become the consensus-building substitute for programmatic objectives or the definition of civilizational standards worth defending. In the EU, it was Greece, under the leadership of Papandreou the Elder, that undermined the political alliance with the USA and established the basis for the connection to the Arab impositions that today lead to the fact that in Poland, the Baltic states or the Czech Republic are no longer so sure that they will receive the necessary support from their European brothers in the event of a conflict with the successor state to the Soviet Union, which Papandreou and the rest of left-wing Europe celebrated as the only world power committed to peace. In foreign policy, the model has been reduced to a routine for resolving conflicts that will always please the totalitarian aggressors and yet will not end the decomposition that goes hand in hand with turning away from the achievements that have been made in Europe. Those in Europe who profess to defend freedom and individuality, as the predominantly Eastern European New Europe did during the Iraq War, must expect to be confronted with a peace movement for the freedom of the Saddam regime at cabinet and movement level and in the end pay for Greek politics, which in foreign policy tries to blur the distinction between East and West and at home is not prepared to overcome the clique and favoritism of the Ottoman Empire. Greece will only change its mind if Europe can bring itself to adopt a Western policy that is not influenced by the national arrogance of the state cliques or the unreasonable demands of a union bureaucracy. The United States of America and, by extension, the West, or at least what is left of it, whether in the negative projection of the local public or in reality, are preparing to launch a further attack on our most fundamental values and way of life. These are being threatened by the planned Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP, a free trade agreement between the European Union and the USA. Alongside the Ukraine conflict and the debt crisis, which had almost been forgotten, this was the main topic of the 2014 European election campaign and, at the beginning of July, it once again became the focus of media attention in the wake of the spying affair involving a suspected double agent at the BND and the Federal Ministry of Defense. At the latest, these incidents have finally destroyed trust in the Americans and thus the minimum level of social approval in Germany for the aforementioned agreement. With this assessment, Justice Minister Heiko Maas is actually not far off the mark, because the opponents of the agreement are likely to have finally gained the upper hand in the public debate on the TTIP. Basically, the issue is as follows. The United States and the European Union, both of which are still relatively well positioned on the world market, are nevertheless losing market share, for example, to Russia and China. A free trade area between the USA and the EU, a common economic area with more than 800 million people and almost half of the global economic output, is said to provide new impetus here by reducing customs duties and other trade barriers, and by harmonizing different production standards in a cost-saving way. The plan was announced by the negotiators at the beginning of February 2013, and a successful conclusion was scheduled for the end of 2015. Even now, around a third of global trade flows are accounted for by these two domestic markets. The estimated expectations of the negotiators regarding so many new jobs and so much more economic growth as a result of the agreement are nothing more than national economic oracles, the plausibility or implausibility of which need not be further speculated upon here, because all the well-stocked news portals on the internet are already doing that. Karl Marx, for his part, famously identified the world market and, with it, free trade as the preconditions for communism, which he welcomed precisely in its destructive elements, as he counted on the intensification of social contradictions. In general, the protective tariff system is conservative, while the free trade system has a destructive effect. It dissolves the existing nationalities and drives the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie to extremes. In a word, the system of free trade accelerates social revolution. And it is only in this revolutionary sense, gentlemen, that I vote for free trade. End of quote. Such an optimistic perspective, as Marx still considered necessary and evident, no longer exists. But this does not affect Marx's statement that the development towards a world market organized on the basis of the division of labor serves as a condition for something better, without denying that, under the current state of society, free trade primarily means the freedom of capital, with all the consequences of the cosmopolitan organization of production and consumption through exploitation of the world market, which, if pursued consistently, actually tends to its opposite, namely to the formation of monopolies. One of Marx's assessments may still prove to be absolutely valid today. The opponents of free trade still appear to be largely reactionary. In the case of the agreement in question, for example, as always when it comes to pernicious influences from overseas, the obligatory concern for social standards and consumer protection was accompanied by absurd warnings about chlorinated chickens, hormone-treated meat, and genetically modified maize. This is where the eco-syndrome diagnosed by Wolfgang Port in his study of the elements of mass consciousness in the Federal Republic of Germany once again made itself heard, for which the following applied and still applies. In terms of form, the rock-solid belief in the climate catastrophe from a can of hairspray is little different from, for example, the conviction that racial mixing is genocide and that it has been scientifically proven that a comprehensive degeneration will occur as a late consequence of the continued violation of the natural separation of races. In both cases, the average citizen suddenly believes that he has scientific expertise in a new discipline, which in this case is called ecology and in that case perhaps genetics. In both cases, the average citizen suddenly takes sides with prognoses that should be of no concern to him, even if they were correct, because they touch on things that are in the stars for him who has completely different real concerns. As a collection of pseudo-laws of nature believed by the masses with an inbuilt prediction of doom, the eco-syndrome provides, to a certain extent, only the obligatory forms of thought and reaction, while the content is still arbitrarily interchangeable. This observation should therefore also apply to the irrational fear of hormone meat, chlorinated chicken, and total herbicides. At least there is no evidence to date that chlorinated chickens are less healthy, just as the harmfulness of genetically modified corn for the human organism is anything but proven. On the contrary, treatment with chlorine has proven to be extremely effective in avoiding the massive germ contamination of German poultry, for example. The question of cleaning the animals would be the least of the problems associated with factory farming, which is not the subject of the public chicken hysteria. However, such sobering statements could not and were not allowed to play a major role in the debate. For the overwhelming majority of opponents, the more desired than feared expectation of the downfall of the body politic through the use of harmful substances that are alien to nature is ruling their minds. But the threats posed by TTIP seem to be threatening not only European nature but also the state. There has been talk of an opaque attack on democracy and the rule of law, and even of the fall of the West. The warning of lack of transparency became particularly loud after some negotiation protocols were published on the internet. While the negotiations between the participating states and the corresponding lobby groups usually took place behind closed doors, and only the results of the negotiations were communicated at regular intervals. Since the negotiators had the audacity not to seek the opinion of the various NGOs that are protesting against the TTIP, industry-critical NGOs do not feel that they have been taken seriously, Süddeutsche Zeitung. Talk of conspiratorial and undemocratic secret negotiations, attack, and secret operations, ARD report, ensued. Sigmar Gabriel knew what to do and announced the planned establishment of an advisory council to soothe the need for arbitration among the Volksgemeinschaft, where everyone from the BDI to the Farmers Association to the DGB would have their say. The consensus reached there would then serve as the basis for the German Ministry of Economic Affairs' position vis-à-vis the EU Commission in future negotiations. The arbitration courts planned in the TIPS Investment Protection Agreement, which are intended to enable investors to sue for their property rights in a foreign country in case of doubt, are also considered a massive attack on the rule of law and democracy. This instrument was originally conceived to protect investments in so-called developing countries from measures such as expropriation, and, incidentally, it is a German invention. Under increasing public pressure, Gabriel was again heard to say that between states with a functioning legal system, such as in the EU and America, such an investor protection agreement is not necessary anyway, as the opponents of the agreement are trying to hide behind European ideology, as international agreements are to be enforced in violent relations between states, which are precisely concealed by that international law. What is more, apart from all the justified criticism of the potential danger of abuse of arbitration courts to weaken state-enforced law, which seems to be the only superficial concern of the opponents, the idea of the investment protection agreements to be guaranteed by arbitration courts, as they have been strongly emphasized by the American side in the current negotiations, represents an attempt to secure constitutional principles against their democratic suspension in case of doubt. The fact that even under a U.S. president who is ideologically closer to them than any other before, the project of a liberal democratic, purified German Volksgemeinschaft is not yet universally trusted and trusted, see NSA affair, must surely remind the collective unconscious of its own democratically legitimized expropriation and Aryanization programs of the dark past. This is indicated by the unreflected, effective rejection of the corresponding undemocratic instruments of the arbitration courts, although they do not pose a real threat and the corresponding precautions are not even aimed at the Germans, but rather are intended to provide a model for future agreements with China, for example. The hysteria surrounding the undemocratic instrument of arbitration courts is therefore probably largely a manifestation of resentment against the civilizing effect of the law, which is seen as an obstacle in this country, and with good reason. The fear of free trade with the Americans is not based on concerns that are at least somewhat rationally justified, but is determined by projective defense. Actual major social upheavals, as it is always so nicely put, are just as unlikely or plausible as their opposite, since Europe and the USA are already two highly interdependent economic areas organized on the basis of the division of labor, and not only in the automotive and chemical industries. The dismantling of remaining trade barriers is largely a waste of time and is likely to be of interest only for a modest and temporary increase in the profit rate. The global centralization of capital, with a greater division of labor and increased competition among workers, has long since been implemented across the board. Only emerging economic powers such as China still have significant scope for distribution at the global level, which is likely to be one of the reasons for the planned TTIP, while the EU, for example, imposes additional import duties on Chinese solar technology. Thus, the warnings of a final triumph of capitalism, in the context of the European-American plans, are just as ideological as the assumptions of those liberal free traders, Marx, who must necessarily and constantly expect enormous prosperity effects. The economic effects appear to be minimal, and the ecological hysteria remains within the usual bounds. What makes the German-European debate on the free trade agreement so remarkable, however, is the way it is being staged as a cultural struggle. Even the highest-ranking ministers have expressed concern about our identity as a cultural nation and fear a cultural coup d'état. Some are even waging the existentialist battle of their lives against the decline of Western civilization. The Germans never do anything by halves. Klaus Steck, in particular, president of the Berlin Academy of Arts, is particularly prominent in this regard. I am ready for battle, and, together with the German Cultural Council, organized the 54th Academy discussion on May 20th under the title Defend Culture. The rescue of culture was mainly meant to refer to the state regulation and funding of certain groups of cultural product groups. The martial rhetoric of the French ambassador, who was also invited to the discussion and found the motto of a mere defensive culture against the Americans to be far too defensive, seems strange, because the cultural sector, especially the publicly funded audiovisual market, music, radio broadcasts, films, but also the fixed book prices, have long since been excluded from free trade negotiations at the insistence of France in particular. Even someone like Steck cannot be reassured by this. In an interview with the German newspaper Die Zeit, he compared the free trade agreement, which would ultimately result in the loss of political power to corporations, to the Hartz IV reforms in Germany, in order to draw attention to the serious social consequences that are to be expected from the deregulation that is being striven for. However, it is not only from the magazine Bahamas that one could know that the so-called Hartz reforms were not a social deregulation measure and the creation of American conditions, but rather an increasing nationalization of the workforce in the German tradition. In their logic, friends of the state like Klaus Steck therefore welcome Hartz IV with a slightly higher standard rate for the social conscience, perhaps. However, the reference to Hartz IV is interesting in another context, which the president of the Berlin Academy of the Arts is just as unconsciously hinting at as he is trying to ignore. For his and his peers' breathtaking idealization of German and European art and culture is characterized precisely by the denial of German economic interests on the domestic and world market and the projection of the latter onto the supposedly US-dominated part of the world. If it were otherwise, the debate would not be characterized by the curious and symptomatic way in which the destructive phenomena that free competition produces within a country, and which are repeated on an even larger scale on the world market, are ignored, as is always the case when people in Germany get worked up about a supposedly external greed for profit that is invading their cozy homeland. The state and the European Union thus appear as institutions of altruism that has become a state, which stands in opposition to the Americans' pure calculation of profit and power. In addition, the cultural aristocracy, which fears for its position, reformulates as a horror scenario everything that European free trade has long meant for those who can no longer keep up: the dominance of German capital. Only not yet comparable to the Germans, who under the Red-Green coalition with the Agenda 2010 in a self-imposed austerity program in time to create the decisive competitive advantage, to lay the basis for export surplus and supremacy in Europe by a radical reduction in wage levels. From this position, Germany will probably be among the winners of the free trade agreement. This privileged position explains Steck's ideological split, on the one hand railing against free trade with the Americans and on the other dutifully pointing out, as in the aforementioned discussion, that free trade is actually a great thing. After all, it has benefited Germany within Europe so far, which is why it can still afford publicly funded positions like Steck's. This is not intended to be an old-fashioned anti-German argument in favor of the theory of the advance of German imperialism. Those anti-Germans understand just as little as the anti-American anti-imperialists among the opponents of free trade that, just as everything has become a monopoly, there are still some branches of industry today that dominate all others and secure the domination of the world market for the nations that operate them, without consciously striving for supremacy or even world domination. This is also the reason why, despite all the criticism from the people, Germany will ultimately push for the agreement to be ratified in a modified form by the EU, and why, for example, Sigmar Gabriel, who would certainly continue to rail against the agreement in opposition, as he did during the Bundestag election campaign, is now carefully weighing up the pros and cons in harmony with the Chancellor and, with reference to the benefits for Germany, is tentatively trying to make the approval of the TTIP palatable not only to his party. His potential voters are also to be found in alliances such as Stop TTIP or TTIP Unfair Handlebar. Their intellectual forebears, even in the days of the Social Democratic Workers' Party, preferred the reactionary national concept of a closed trade and people's state, in other words Fichte and Lassalle, rather than Marx, who always presented himself as a friend of the West. As is well known, he wrote to the Social Democratic Elitists in 1875 that their program was still infinitely lower than that of the Free Trade Party. With their program, they did indeed provide the key words for a particularly German development that was to become an export hit in post-Nazi Europe, and at the end of which today, opponents of free trade such as Marine Le Pen in her fight against globalization differ from the various European left-wing factions only in their hatred of foreigners. Another noteworthy aspect is the popular juxtaposition of culture and capital, which has been rehashed in the course of the aforementioned debate, in the sense that successful art and culture can under no circumstances be so-called commodities. For art and science can only be free if the state protects their freedoms. As Monika Grütters, the German Minister of State for Culture, stated at the aforementioned Academy discussion, the strange vagueness of the talk about a culture that needs to be defended, a cultural area, a cultural landscape, etc. In other words, the summary of so many disparate things such as philosophy and religion, science and art, forms of lifestyle and finally the objective spirit of an age under the single word culture, reveals the administrative gaze that collects, classifies, weighs and organizes, all of this from above, as Adorno puts it. Added to this is the apparent paradox that, despite all the longing for state care, not only art and culture are, at the same time, especially according to German concepts, opposed to administration. That is, culture wants to be higher and purer, that which has not been touched, not trimmed according to some tactical or technical considerations. In the language of education, this is called its autonomy. The popular opinion is that this is associated with personality. Culture is the manifestation of pure human nature, without regard to functional relationships in society. On the other hand, those involved in the arts here have never had any great problems in serving the prevailing power. And this is all too often the case when one proclaims one's own nonconformism in an anti-authoritarian manner, which often turns out to be a state-fixated and authoritarian, conformist need for rebellion. In Germany, art and culture have always been considered, at best, as the immediate and actual expression of a creative power that is imagined as natural and far removed from the sordid lowlands of money-making. This applies above all to the audiovisual media and to copyright. American copyright law is a completely different law with the focus on the interests of the user, not the immediate creator. For example, there is a huge discrepancy. End of quote. On the other hand, it should be understood that the autonomy of art in particular is historically inconceivable without its commodity character, and it did most arts a world of good that they were transformed into commercial goods in the bourgeois era, and the times were over when a prince could afford an artist and perhaps even a court theater, for his own amusement and that of his peers, as even the FAZ's arts section knows. In Germany, on the other hand, it has always been affirmed that what has happened to art in general, not only here, is the increasing dependence on the state. The fact that this has entered into art itself, and even more so into the consciousness of its professional administrators, is once again attested to by Klaus Steck, when in 2014 he seriously claims that not every work of art is already a commodity, and that therefore the impending transformation of culture as a commodity can be kept out of the negotiations, but rather that it is only coming to us with the American model, which is very different from our cultural model. In contrast, it would undoubtedly be cynical to demand the complete surrender of art and culture to the mechanism of supply and demand, especially since, historically, the administration of culture has been able to create a residue that is relatively far removed from the market. However, this time seems to be just as irretrievably lost as the bourgeois era in which the aesthetic need and the intrinsic claim to truth of the works of art still went together. However, in the tradition of critical theory, this aporia would first have to be presented without unilaterally resolving it. This paradox would have to be developed, that culture suffers damage when it is planned and administered, but that if it is left to itself is left to its own devices, all cultural activity not only risks losing its potential impact, but also its very existence, instead of engaging in the most despicable way possible in the frontline battle for the German cultural nation out of concern for their own privileged position. The Minister of State for Culture, Grütters, gave an unintentional answer to the function of such identitarian front positions in the Bundestag. Especially in times of economic crisis, as we have been experiencing not only in Europe but worldwide for years, the community of values, what we call the cultural project of Europe, is becoming increasingly important. Where, if not in culture, can answers be sought to the question of what holds us together? The question arises once again in a year of commemoration as intense as 2014. What values do we actually recognize as a common foundation? A cultural nation like Germany, which is so rich in tradition but also so radical in its divisions, more than any other, must ask itself more than ever about its role in today's and tomorrow's Europe. A look at our rather unwieldy history makes it clear that culture has always played a special role in Germany over the past centuries. It was and is the spiritual bond that holds us together, even through many federal difficulties. Germany was first a cultural and then a political nation. National identity also grows first and foremost from the cultural life of a country. End of quote. This is where the condensed sense and purpose of the common resentment against political nations, such as the USA and Israel or the former Yugoslavia, which was a republic whose self-image still had something left for the emancipation of the individual, is revealed, whereas the self-image of the Germans is still determined by the slogan, "The common good comes before self-interest." In a traditionally large ideological coalition, the Minister of State from the CDU can thus play off the imagined originality against the West in harmony with the supreme creator of culture and former 68er from the SPD, which, following Herder and Fichte, whose successors today are Sloterdijk and Habermas, has been used since the beginning of the 20th century in the concept of the cultural nation against the economic or state nation, Friedrich Meinecke, which is presented as alienated. This has a particular tradition in the circles of Germany's cultural workers, which Grütters also intends to sell as a lesson from history in a paradoxical twist. Our cultural funding in Germany draws a lesson from two dictatorships in one century, which is, creative and intellectual people are precisely the critical corrective, but they can only be that if they do not necessarily have to please. End of quote. It is not only since the infamous call of Germany's cultural figures to their leader that one could doubt their ability to provide critical correction, and it would be pointless to prove to a Minister of State for Culture that she has no idea of the anti-authoritarian character of National Socialism. Nevertheless, in view of this popular myth, it cannot be emphasized enough that even before 1934, it was precisely the creative and intellectual German bohemians from the Lebensreform and Wandervogel circles who, with their mixture of ecological convictions, collective disinhibition, and political martyrdom, helped to prepare the ideological ground for the Gesamtkunstwerk of a National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft, the fusion of state leadership and art. This can be seen not only in the ideas of the former head of the Reichskulturkammer, The true politician is also an artist in the ultimate sense of the word. Just as the sculptor carves, hews and chisels the raw marble, so the statesman shapes a people from the raw material of the masses, gives it an inner framework and a supporting structure, and then breathes into it that creative breath that allows the people to grow into a cultural nation. End of quote. From the intellectual fund of a bohemian milieu, in which, influenced by certain currents of a Rousseauist anarchism, the political boundaries blurred in an ultra-radicalism between right and left, among other things in the self-serving affirmation of the tenor and suicide bomber, his sovereignty of the unique and the vitalistic affirmation of the aggressive mass, the anonymous force, in which all individuality is faded out. Not only the quoted Joseph Goebbels created, young, intellectual proletarians experienced the war as a way out of a cramped existence that seemed hopeless. Ity of the unique and the vitalistic affirmation of the aggressive masses, the anonymous power, in which all individuality is faded out. Not only the quoted Joseph Goebbels drew from, young intellectual proletarians experienced the war as a way out of a cramped existence that seemed hopeless. Even the painter Hitler, who at that time existed in Munich without material need, but also without success and future, as a marginal loner between art bohemians and petty bourgeoisie, found the hours of that time like a release from the annoying feelings of youth. A counter-bourgeois attitude and criticism of civilization are not to be considered progressive per se, but rather, in this case, both promoted a tendency towards genius and the cult of the superhuman, a historical triumph of the aesthetics of creation and the enthusiastic image of the artist. Added to this is the idea of the artist as a salaried employee of the state, which was considered necessary, not least by leftists such as Kurt Eisner, the consequences of which are still more than relevant today. The German bohemian of this type and this era projects his own romantic anti-capitalism and his intentionally messianic outsider role onto secret Germany, his bourgeois and just milieu stereotypes onto the ant world of Western states or peoples, the satanically inverted, the American world. The ideological background of this type of German bohemian, which has long been a pan-European one, still determines the thinking of so-called cultural workers today. The only difference is that nowadays, in a kind of ideologically evoked schizophrenia, people think of playing democracy off against capitalism, which is usually still apostrophized as neoliberal or Anglo-Saxon. In the past, not a few former German bohemians, in their later enthusiasm for fascism and the Second World War, condemned democracy, capitalism, civilization, and Jews as alienating and subversive. By contrast, today's culturally minded Germans, with a penchant for tasteless sophistry, who have to believe every lie they themselves come out with, are making a virtue out of the necessity that historically meant the implementation of democracy by the Americans in the best sense for the Germans, namely Republican and not grassroots democratic popular rule. Right on time for the anniversary of the Second World War, the cultural nation and its artists are taking another step back to their former self-confidence. Nazi Germany had answered the social question with full employment and rearmament. Ideologically, the Führer and his people were united in their opposition to the institutions of bourgeois society, the rule of law and the free exchange of goods, and ultimately all bourgeois forms of behavior were to be radically negated and the country was to move directly to a war of conquest and annihilation. In his famous analysis of The Enemy, Herbert Marcuse had noticed the anti-Western sense of the German response to the social question and the phenomenon of how much this ideology determined the perception of social reality in Germany. The Germans could not understand a statement of the kind that things went downhill in Germany under Hitler in this form. Since 1934, they have had full employment. Of course, there is a shortage of food, they can't buy anything and work 10 to 14 hours a day, but they believe that they are in a war for their existence. Under these circumstances, the juxtaposition of social decline in Germany and social progress in America can only evoke hostile or cynical reactions. End of quote. And even though the Germans quickly agreed after the defeat that things were going downhill in Germany under Hitler, precisely because they had lost the war and felt betrayed by the Führer, social progress in America always remained as objectionable to them as before. Marcuse's active partisanship for the West and the progress that American society embodies was linked to the realization that, although National Socialism fulfills rather than abolishes the bourgeois individual, there is still a qualitative difference between a Volksgenosse and a citizen. In view of the anti-authoritarian rebellion against the limiting, transcendental principles of Christian morality, against the freedom and equality of people, against the subordination of power to the law, against the idea of a universal universalist ethics, Therefore, not only must the Western ideal of the legal restriction of power and the arbitrariness of those in power be held fast, but the bestial and abstract self-interest of the common citizen must also be stopped. At the time of the USA's entry into the Second World War, which was the last time that the West was able to achieve an attractiveness with global appeal as an ideal, its promise of political equality already seemed pale in comparison to the promise of equality of the fascist social pact. This is also the reason for Marcuse's emphasis on the aspect of security in the fight against fascism and for the social order in Germany after the war. In post-war Germany, a certain degree of social security should be provided, if only because there is still a danger of extreme objectivity, with which the Germans exchanged democratic freedoms for economic security. Regardless of these German peculiarities, the West itself has been imbued with a dialectic of freedom and equality since its origins in the European Enlightenment. As Alexis de Tocqueville observed in his Observations of American Democracy, although people cannot become completely equal without being completely free, and equality in its extreme degree consequently becomes one with freedom, one is therefore justified in distinguishing the two from each other. On the American continent and its seemingly endless expanse, none of the early settlers were forced to live under the aegis of a lord. Rather, they were free to take their own piece of land and try to cultivate it in order to provide for themselves in the future. Hannah Arendt wrote in her analysis of the American Revolution, "The founding of freedom could only succeed because the founding fathers were not hampered by the politically insoluble social question. But this founding could not become universally valid for the cause of freedom because the entire rest of the world was and remained dominated by the misery of the masses. In other words, the existence of poverty in America was not a social but a political problem. It did not affect the social order but the form of government. In this context, the equality that we tend to regard as a danger to freedom in the wake of Tocqueville was originally almost identical to freedom. Now, however, this equality of isonomy, that is, equality within the framework of the law, does not mean equality of living conditions, although to a certain extent this equality has also been the condition for all political activity since antiquity, insofar as it was linked to the possession of slaves and property, but rather the equality of equals. The American ideal of freedom, understood as negative, as being free from, as protection against unlawful coercion, and in its revolutionary extension to everything that bears the human face, could also be joined by Roosevelt's freedoms from hunger and fear. Both are negative in nature. They are the result of liberation from the most diverse forms of servitude and in no way contain the actual positive content of what freedom really is. According to German ideology, and this also shows how German the left in general is, on the contrary, it has always been about repressively determining what the content of freedom really is, and in the worst sense of the word, namely in such a way that the market economy is at most tolerated as social, capitalism as Rhenish, democracy as direct, and political equality as repressive conformity. Accordingly, the majority of the German population regards freedom, equality, and human rights as pure ideology, where these ideas are not reflected in material security. It was only with this knowledge and in consideration of the different social structures in America and Germany, which are characterized by different attitudes towards objectivity, that Marcuse felt it necessary to implement certain achievements of the Nazi regime in the German post-war order in order to emphatically defeat fascism in Europe. The conclusion that the new German mentality will disappear along with National Socialism is premature. This mentality corresponds to a form of social organization that is not identical to the Nazi system, even if the latter represents its most aggressive form of expression. It will only disappear when the achievements of the Nazi regime, full employment and material security, are abolished in a truly democratic social order. The spokesmen of the Allies have taken this into account and proclaimed general security as the yardstick for the post-war order. The Germans would have been only too happy to regard these concessions by the Allies to German ideology, which were not only due to the bloc confrontation, as the ideological battle they had won, which would have consoled them for having lost the war against the same Allies, as proof, so to speak, that not everything under Adolf could have been bad. But it was not the social market economy that Nazi Germany wanted to teach its neighbors when it sent the Wehrmacht and the SS to subjugate the continent to its total rule. Rather, Europe had to be freed from the German idea of a unified Europe by a violent intervention from the outside. This is why no sovereignty could develop here that would guarantee a positive unity, superior to the nation-states, with a corresponding system of values, comparable to the Western American system as a result of the revolution and the war of independence there. In the Anglo-Saxon countries, on the other hand, there was a completely different tradition of combating crises. The social programs there, and especially Roosevelt's New Deal, were always about restoring the competitiveness of antagonistic producers of goods in times of crisis, and not about installing a Volksgemeinschaft in the German manner and calling on the state to silence competition once and for all. Meanwhile, so-called real existing socialism had realized its own, if not genuinely German, then at least Eastern model in which class consciousness was also eroded, submission to national capital was reinforced, and class relations were subsumed under independent politics. After the transfer of those achievements of the Nazi regime, not only to the German post-war order, but to almost all of Europe, it became apparent that the ideological struggle against the other German tradition of crisis management in the Volksgemeinschaft had not even begun, because in post-war Europe, as before, large sections of the population in both democratic and fascist states, as in the Islamic communities as a substitute for the welfare state today, one could update Marcuse here, now seem to regard freedom and social security as mutually exclusive concepts and to give priority to security. What happens when the revolutionary American ideal of freedom and its Western universalist demand for equality among equals is suppressed in favor of a restriction to the demand for social equality? And as a result, even revolutionaries on the American continent act and speak as if they had learned the texts of French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions by heart, can be observed at regular intervals at almost any political manifestation of the global left. The anti-bourgeois resentment directed against the West as a whole, but above all against America. This has a long tradition in the anti-Western orientation of so-called revolutionary movements, in which the opposition of freedom and equality and the disparagement of the pursuit of happiness as a negligible bourgeois frippery took on an increasingly ideological significance in the course of history during the Great Leap Forward. Critical theory is directed against this historical tendency, seeking to rescue the bourgeois promise of happiness and freedom from its capital-immanent limitation. Similarly, Hannah Arendt cannot be credited highly enough for emphasizing the significance of the rudimentary realization of the founding of freedom in America for an emphatic concept of revolution. But the left-wing revolutionary would not even understand if she tried to explain to him that ideological conflicts between West and East do not arise from the difference between two economic systems, but only from the opposition between freedom and coercion, between the institutions of freedom that are owed to the triumph of a revolution and the various forms of rule, from Lenin's one-party dictatorship to Stalin's totalitarian apparatus to the current attempts at a kind of enlightened despotism, which are all fundamentally the result of the defeat of revolutions. In the worst case, the ideological orientation towards the East is the program, as with the Greek left-wing alliance Syriza, which began to forge a crossfront immediately after its election victory in January. When the first unflattering details about the plan and its background began to leak out, instead of distancing themselves from it, loud expressions of sympathy and explicit election recommendations were heard not only from the German Left Party, but also from parts of the AfD, Jürgen Elsässer and Marine Le Pen. However, by that time Syriza was already in the process of weeding out the party program in consideration of its future coalition partner. The modest demand for legal equality for homosexuals was postponed indefinitely in January 2015, and in February a report by the Council of Europe on the daily violence against refugees was played down. In order to strengthen the Eastern Front, friendly contacts are being cultivated with the neo-right theorist and self-confessed Russian Alexander Dugin, who is held in high regard by Putin, both by the coalition partner Independent Greeks, ANEL, and by Syriza itself. The former Greek finance minister, economics professor Yanis Varoufakis, who is also the darling of the local anti-German nationalists, was by no means a lucky find, for example because he was currently one of the few thinking social democrats capable of independent reflection, as Concret rejoiced. His independent reflections led to him losing his job at the Australian radio station SBS in 2005, because Varoufakis promoted negative stereotypes about Jews, and especially Israeli Jews, in his program. The current Vice Minister of the Merchant Navy, on the other hand, was himself on board the infamous Gaza flotilla in 2009. This means that both anti-Zionists are of the same ilk as their head of government, Alexis Tsipras, who, while in opposition, warned of a feared social holocaust in Europe. During the last Gaza war, he demanded that the world should no longer accept Israel massacring children on the beaches of Gaza, because what is happening on this side of the Mediterranean today could take place on our side tomorrow, in other words, alleged massacres of children by Jews. Syriza's election manifesto called for an end to military cooperation with Israel and diplomatic recognition of Palestine, although Tsipras himself seemed to be trying to ease tensions in the first few weeks of his government. A policy of this kind is not only due to the ideological abyss of a European left-wing party, as can be found in counterparts in almost every other country. It also has something to do with Greek national history. Greece, which in terms of mentality is more likely to be associated with the Eastern Hemisphere, has never been fully industrialized in terms of political economy, and has been chronically in debt since it gained independence from the Ottoman Empire. Greece, which only became independent in 1829, made up for lost time by becoming insolvent 4 times. Greece has been in debt for more than half of the years since 1800. Ancient Greece must be excluded from this definition. That ancient democracy with its philosophical tradition, conveyed through Hellenism, undoubtedly had an influence on early Christianity and thus found its way into Western thought. However, it cannot be compared with the current Greek nation of the last 200 years, as not only the admittedly not so few professing Greeks still like to do today. The obvious structural deficits and the Ottoman-style cronyism and favoritism that underlay them could never be completely overcome by institutional reforms and economic modernization. After the Second World War, Greece was initially forced to swear allegiance to the West under American influence. But with the increasing orientation towards the European unification project and after the politically forced accession to the EC in 1981, despite economic deficits, Greece began to reflect on those anti-Western values that were to become the ideological cement of the formerly united Old Europe, anti-Americanism and criticism of Israel. In Greece, in particular, this included a socialist-tinged turn towards the Arab nations, which was in line with the country's own self-image as a peripheral country. All of this is no reason to keep quiet about the somewhat encouraging reports from Syriza, Greece, which do exist, even if the announced measures cannot be mentioned without the suspicion that they may ultimately amount to nothing more than a state handout or typical client favoritism. This includes the planned restoration of minimum social standards. In concrete terms, this means that after a year of unemployment, people will not be left completely without support or health insurance, that they will at least have free access to the few remaining hospitals in the country, that they will be entitled to food vouchers if their wages are insufficient, or that they will not have to wait for months for their wages and for reconnection to the electricity grid. It is this program to alleviate the disastrous social situation in Greece that the Troika has already rejected as disproportionate. Due to the pressure that the Troika is exerting on the Greek government, little remains of the more far-reaching, initially rather grandiose announcements. Among the encouraging, but by no means certain, plans is the intention to adopt a reasonably progressive Republican citizenship law that moves away from the principle of descent and at least automatically naturalizes the children of migrants living in Greece. So-called detention centers for boat refugees are to be closed and asylum is to be granted to refugees from Syria. The new defense minister of the independent Greeks made a threat out of this, saying that Greece would send millions of immigrants and thousands of jihadists to Berlin with new papers if the Troika continued to be unyielding or if the Greek economy collapsed. The government quickly called him off. Nevertheless, the incident is symptomatic of the new Greek government, which is not automatically likable because it sometimes takes a harsh rhetorical stance against the dominance of German-speaking Europe and criticizes capitalism. All of this is certainly no reason to exempt the Federal Republic of Germany's tactics with regard to reparations claims since the end of the war or the fatal effects of the austerity policy, which was largely forced by Germany, from criticism. The cross-class resentment towards bankrupt Greeks and work-shy Southern Europeans in Germany is still too virulent for that. These prejudices are a projection of the fear of social parasites and the fear of social decline, which is expanding into the international arena. Incidentally, this new German mentality is also extremely virulent among the former German auxiliary peoples in the Baltic, who, for example, in an act of anticipatory obedience themselves, and now distinguish themselves by particularly harsh condemnations of lazy Greeks, whereas the Baltic crisis experts are praised in the liberal press for their growth in gross domestic product and their drastic cure. Marcuse's words reveal the psychological foundations of the new German mentality. For example, in America it is still common sense to support the individual in his eminently Western, striving for justice, freedom, and happiness. To at least wish him the best and to begrudge him success because you hope for it for yourself, this striving is perverted and becomes a campaign of revenge against all those who enjoy life, who do not have to work hard, who are able to express their knowledge and will. In contrast to this resentment, a stereotypical Southern mentality is actually more appealing, which is said to have a slight tendency to prefer the enjoyment of a few bottles of wine to meaningless drudgery for its own sake. However, if we think in terms of capital, we have to admit that this mentality may also have contributed to the Greek plight. The fact that the federal budget in 2014 could be declared structurally balanced, and that the federal government did not have to take on any new debt for the first time in about 40 years, whereas countries like Greece are literally on the brink of disaster, is, however, less due to a German mentality and certainly not to the conscious pursuit of a Fourth Reich, or the special abilities of the current finance minister. Germany's economic success in Europe is due to the effectiveness of the German production community, which outperforms all other countries on the continent. The state-sponsored dismantling of the social welfare system helped to reduce unit labor costs, and the ECB's initially careless lending policy helped to finance the German export boom. With the Agenda 2010, the conditions were tightened up internally so that the development of real wages in Germany would regularly lag behind the development of productive power, and the European market, especially in countries with traditionally higher real wages, could be flooded with German exports, for which the appropriate cheap loans were provided. Since all this worked well for everyone involved for a while, hardly anyone in the countries living on credit thought of getting their own industry in shape, which is now, significantly, being criticized by the Germans who had profited the most from it, especially now that it seems too late and these countries are threatening to become a pure cost factor. In this madness, it must be suppressed that Germany's success would not have been possible if the other EU countries had followed its example at an early stage instead of living beyond their means through demand-oriented willingness and thus co-financing German exports on credit. Aligning productivity levels and thus the conditions for exploitation was never the goal of any European policy and could only have been achieved under a unifying sovereign. Germany, whose economic success itself depends on the European market, has determined the structure of the European economy. Even the EU convergence criteria, also known as the Maastricht criteria, bear the hallmarks of Germany. They are an example of European policy in the national interest. They were intended to secure Germany's own position as an industrial and export nation against potentially inflationary new member states, rather than working towards a genuine unification of Europe and giving up too much of national sovereignty. In addition, the introduction of the euro deprived the economically weaker countries of the possibility of devaluing their own currency to improve their competitive position. Nevertheless, these countries also benefited from the development and initially welcomed it emphatically. This should not be forgotten in view of certain anti-German resentments. Their position on the money and capital markets was threatened by the mere possibility of regular devaluations, as they were ultimately considered to be less and less trustworthy and thus less creditworthy. The influx of foreign capital became increasingly important in these countries as well with the crisis of Fordism, and countries like Greece or Spain were initially able to offer their property titles at similarly good conditions as Germany or the Netherlands as a result of the monetary union. With the debt crisis of 2008, the pressure of low unit labor costs combined with rising inflation rates hastened the crisis in the ailing states. As a result, bad loans piled up there, and now they are unworthy of credit, whereas Germany can borrow money at virtually no cost. The Syriza government is currently keen to make people forget that they lived quite well for a while after joining the EU and introducing the euro. They want to be seen as pure victims instead. This also includes coming to terms with the past in Greece. The role of Greece in the Second World War is to be cleansed of one or two blemishes. The accusation that all the fuss about the NS-Wangskredit, forced loan, and the reparations claims against Germany is intended as a cynical instrumentalization of history is simply not to be dismissed, as every previous government, especially the conservative ones, has demanded compensation since the end of the war and sometimes threatened to seize German state property, although in the past it was usually only a matter of compensation for the massacre at Distimo. In 2000, the Greek Supreme Court basically allowed the execution of the compensation for this. However, a populist left-wing government is all the more welcome as an opportunity to distract from its own powerlessness in the face of the deadlock situation and to try to extort further financial aid by referring to the atrocities of the Nazis. At the same time, it is clear to all parties involved that there will be no generous reparations from the Federal Republic of Germany. In any case, the federal government will not be swayed by legal or moral arguments, as it will always be able to point out that the 2+4 Treaty, which governed German reunification in 1990, which regulated German reunification, was nothing more than a peace settlement with Germany after the Second World War, with a conclusive character that brought all open questions of war to a close, whose legal effect as a status agreement also extends to third countries and to which Greece had informally agreed. As far as the so-called NS forced loan is concerned, It seems that everyone from the Bundestag's research service to leading politicians in the federal government is willing to turn a blind eye to the issue and will ultimately agree on some kind of kitschy, half-hearted compromise, modest one-time payments, foundations for international understanding, so that they will no longer be bothered by the legacy of the Nazi regime in future negotiations. We should not hesitate to remind the Germans of their occasional arrogance. The destruction of entire towns, the war and famine deaths, the massacres and scorched earth that the German Reich left behind in Greece. And why not use this as an argument for a debt cut? But at the same time, we should not encourage the German-Greek silence that Götz Ali referred to in his book about Hitler's folk state. Ali is also pretty much the only one who, in the media debate about Greece, repeatedly criticized the Greek role as victims and the instrumentalization of history by the new government early on and without resentment. As in his book, he points out in his columns for the Berliner Zeitung, for example, how the Greek participation in the expropriation and deportation of around 46,000 Jews from Thessaloniki meant that the gold plundered ended up in the hands of the newly rich Greeks via the stock exchange, while the Germans paid for Greek goods and services and their own soldiers with drachmas that were bought at the daily rate. The Greeks did this for financial reasons on the one hand, and with the aim of Hellenizing the north of Greece, which was still a national battleground, on the other. Although all of this is historically undisputed, the Greeks in Athens act as if the shameful deeds committed by the Germans and Greeks together had never happened. Instead, Greek governments in the past have, for example, used the legend of the Jew treasure in Thessaloniki, allegedly sunk by the Germans off the southwest coast of the Peloponnese. Greece is the only European country to this day to keep its files on collaboration in the expropriation of Greek Jews secret. As recently as February, the Syriza Party newspaper caricatured Wolfgang Schäuble as a concentration camp guard who wanted to turn the Greeks into soap. Among anti-national and anti-German leftists, i.e. among people who, in addition to consuming Jan Böhmermann's neo-magazine Royale, seem to already consider identification with the Greeks and Yanis Varoufakis in particular to be ideological criticism, Syriza's tactics are willingly taken at face value. In the process, the new Greek government's projective identification with the anti-German verve seems to give it the role of the longed-for anti-bourgeois taboo breaker, who, in the history of the great Happy European Party organized by the bourgeois Merkel-Schäuble Nazi Germany, is finally first pulling the plug and then, for all to see, takes a dump in the punch bowl, as the online magazine Vice, which is otherwise valued in this milieu primarily for its insiders' reports from the inner life of global Islamic barbarism, which are full of misery and fear, put it in a way that could hardly be surpassed in its infantility. Ideas that are certainly enthusiastically shared by people who otherwise have to make some kind of fecal comparison at every opportunity when they think about state, nation, and capital. This anti-national, Germany-critical left represents the enigmatic picture of the anal and very Swabian character of Schäuble, where the latter wants to hold everything back, striving for clean conditions and cleaned-up budgets at all costs as an end in itself. The former simply want to shit all over everything to their heart's content in order to escape the eternal cycle of self-discipline and renunciation for the sake of capital productivity in a repressive and desublimating way, at least for the moment of the regressive pleasure of excretion. In this way, one is closer to the psychodynamics of the historically unleashed Germanic spirit than to the hated Philistin. The desire for an end to the Happy European Party is not only expressed in Vice magazine, where it is usually only ostensibly a legitimate criticism, for example, of the consequences of the policies of the Federal Republic of Germany or the European Union. For the EU critics and Eurosceptics on the left and right, it is the longing for a state of emergency, initially throughout Europe, in which the establishment really gets what's coming to it. This is the reason for the media's interest in a horror scenario such as Greece's exit from the Eurozone, the so-called Grexit, whose apocalyptic implications are emphasized in the reporting. The power of National Socialism consisted, among other things, in its ability to mobilize this fatalistic longing by playing off real security against potential freedom. Without doubt, the Grexit would encourage a renationalization in Europe, the consequences of which cannot be foreseen, as the opponents of such a scenario justifiably point out. In the naive pro-European position, on the other hand, the political and economic misconstruction of the EU, which is precisely what is fueling these disintegrative tendencies, must necessarily be ignored. If a single currency area is not politically unified by a correspondingly comprehensive monopoly on the use of force, and if there is not even a single budget and economic policy, then this is precisely the point of failure at which the rift between the Germans and the Greeks was bound to open sooner or later. But European unity does not exist, and therefore there is no way out. Quote, what goes on between ministers during meetings remains confidential. Committees are trying to gloss over the hard-nosed national interest politics within the Eurozone with technical messages. Both sides were not conducting an economic debate, but an ideological one. This circumstance also explains why the crisis in Greece has not yet led to a special summit. The heads of government did not want to question the principles of the rescue policy to date. No one is pushing for a real agreement because whoever takes the lead risks too much. Could end in an accident. The risk of being held responsible for Greece leaving the euro is high, said a Eurozone minister who did not want to be named to the Süddeutsche Zeitung. The recently more vociferously articulated notion of such an accident, which no one intends but which may be unavoidable, the Graxident, is a return to the aforementioned fear of disaster. It is complementary to the seemingly rational risk calculation, the controlled exit, whose alleged planability, which is also formulated at regular intervals as a threat to Greece, is only intended to conceal the fact that no one really knows what political consequences Greece's withdrawal from the Eurozone would really have. A more pronounced renationalization and ethnic parcelling, as has been announced for some time in Hungary, for example, especially against the backdrop of a possible knock-on effect of Greece's bankruptcy on other weak states, is not unlikely. The potential for destabilization that this entails is almost impossible to assess. The anti-German protests in Athens in 2010, in which 3 bank employees were killed in the flames as a result of practical anti-capitalism, could be seen as an ominous sign of the destructive potential. The social consequences have not yet been discussed. However, it is hard to deny that the countries in question would initially be worse off than they are now, even if Bernd Lucke and Sarah Wagenknecht constantly claim the opposite. Because beyond a devaluation of the currency, the only prospect for the countries in question in the near future would be to play the role of a low-wage country. Unconcerned by all this, the radical left, including Eurosceptics and National Socialists of all stripes, are preparing to act as the avant-garde of anti-sovereignty in the hope of disaster, as former GDR spy Rainer Rupp has already demonstrated in the Junge Welt. He also provides some interesting insights into a possible strategy for the Syriza government in its delaying tactics in negotiations with the Troika. Quote, in fact, such a course of action makes little sense if Tsipras and his comrades want to avoid national bankruptcy and the associated expulsion from the Eurozone. New aid funds will only be provided if the required reforms are implemented word for word. According to Berlin, the big problem for the left-wing government is that, according to all the surveys, a solid majority of Greeks want to remain in the Eurozone. At the same time, an even larger majority is demanding an end to the Troika's policy of impoverishment. You can't have both. If his government were to dare to leave the Eurozone anyway, it would risk a coup d'état and possibly civil war. The ruling class has no interest in leaving the euro, and its representatives have held key positions in the ministries and offices of power for decades. A few months of left-wing government have not changed that. To free the country from the clutches of the Troika, a Graxident would therefore be the right option. An accident not negligently caused by the Tsipras government. If the government were then to hold a referendum in a catastrophically acute situation, in which the majority of Greeks voted to regain national sovereignty, the reconstruction of the country outside the Eurozone would be democratically legitimized. The ruling class would have no grounds for attacking this policy. It will be interesting to see. End of quote. Rupp's casual "you can't have both" is due to his ideological inability to see with the eyes of the West and, in the absence of a cosmopolitan communist perspective, to recognize that the current dilemma has something to do with the lack of a unifying sovereign in Europe, under whom both could have been possible. Thus, one dreams of a state of emergency within the framework of the status quo, i.e. of a supranational EU without a European sovereign and the eagerly awaited recovery of national sovereignty, which is likely to manifest itself in structurally weak countries such as Greece in a completely unbridled rule of gangs and cliques. In the hostility towards a Western concept of sovereignty and the delusion of the now globalized German ideology of wanting to take the automatic subject of capital immediately into political control and, on the other hand, to the common, politically competing ideas on the solution to the structural crisis meet anyway. They think they have the panacea in the autarkic people's state or in strict austerity with economic forced liberalization at hand. Complementing this are those pro-Europeans who, in the wake of Jürgen Habermas' European political considerations, talk about a political union that should be striven for, but whose post-national ideas do not recognize a European monopoly on power and thus do not touch the previous constitution of the nation-states. Instead, the nation-states should merely be obliged to apply exclusively European law and thus bring about a transnationalization of popular sovereignty, Oliver Eberl, through the division of labor. This madness extends the institutional structure of the EU even further and, not coincidentally, always ends up with communicative appeasement towards Islamic counter-enlightenment and the accusation of anachronistic bourgeois nationalism of American or Israeli origin, which is said to hinder the progress of a world that is structurally in need of liberation. The idea of a kind of United States of Europe is thus, in fact, neoconservative wishful thinking, for which it is no coincidence that the necessary public is lacking, and would nevertheless be the most sensible at the present time if it were shared by relevant forces. To insist critically on this insight, however, is all that ideology critique can achieve in the state of unfreedom in the face of the Euro crisis. Instead, to flee into the hole by dutifully referring to the world communism that is to be realized is, in non-revolutionary or counter-revolutionary times, a misguided criticism of reformism, pseudo-radicalism, and a disavowal of one's own political powers of judgment. As in anti-German circles, one occasionally encounters people who, in response to any given phenomenon, recite half-digested Marx quotes in order to demonstrate that they are not interested in the concrete object at all. While these people are not yet on a par with the cynical proponents of ruthless austerity policies, they do, like them, seal themselves off from the reality of the people who suffer from it. The fact that such thoughts already sound suspicious to some, whereas it seemed natural to Hannah Arendt that the Rooseveltian freedom from hunger and fear could be combined with the Western idea of freedom, is also the fault of those post-liberal partisans of the West who, in their Manichaean opposition between Western freedom and social security, think as Germanically as Marcuse diagnosed only from the other side. In the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, Kojève, who had philosophically prepared the ground for the Hitler-Stalin Pact with his interpretation of Hegel, envisaged an alliance that was directed as much against the West as against Germany. In the tradition of Carl Schmitt's theory of the Grossraum, he proposed to de Gaulle the formation of a Latin empire, a union of France with Spain and Italy. This aide-memoir was finally published for the first time shortly before German reunification, by the new philosopher Bernard Henry Levy, in the first issue of his journal La Règle du Jeu. One could still see in this publication history evidence of the continued effect of that original pact with Heidegger. However much Levy may have distanced himself from his Maoist past, he still does not seem willing to break with Heidegger. Meanwhile, the most influential anti-American ideologue of the present day, Giorgio Agamben, has drawn far greater media attention to Kojève's project with his own memorandum, fired on by the Euro crisis. See La Repubblica, March 15, 2013. France could very well establish a union with other states that is free from German blackmail. This does not, of course, mean the desperately stupid idea of a Southern European alignment that also refers to an ominous Latinity. It would be a Europe with a functioning border regime, controlled capital markets, and a re-expanded state provision of services, built on the basis of competition that would have to be agreed between the states and their subjects without the carte blanche to plunder. To demand something from the state on what appears to be an economic level is not the same as calling for a strongman and thus attempting to reduce capitalism to the allegedly guilty financial capital and its agents, although this danger certainly exists in depoliticized times. The demand that the state should regain more control over the capital operating on its territory, up to and including the establishment of a central clearinghouse that caps trade deficits or surpluses as the basis for a European social policy from the perspective of wage labor, was never expressed in so many words by the Yellow Vest spokesman. However, it was in the air as an inevitable consequence of the struggles and was declared an absolute taboo by those who would have been affected by it, without any discussion. The message of the Yellow Vests is unusual. Only the union of wage workers from non-ideological sectors can at least partially satisfy the interests of the majority population, and is at the same time the only guarantee for a society in which all French people, regardless of gender, origin, age, etc., can be equal without being subjected to morally or ethnically justified identity terror by the agencies of the post-national state and its left-wing and Islamist auxiliaries. In the process of civilization, the establishment of the general equivalent and with it the economy based on wage labor were the condition for the comparison and cooperation of producers freed from the constraints of the moral economy and thus for the establishment of society itself. No polemic against wage labor can refute its power to create civilization and the possibility of cooperation inherent in it in the normality that is necessarily limited by the capital relationship and yet has yet to be fought for. All the talk about the urgent need to abolish work, this undoubtedly repressive comparison by Capital, Joachim Brun, is discredited at the latest when, on the one side of the barricade, wage workers ask the system question and, on the other, the intelligentsia celebrates the logic of capital's exploitation as a trick of history on the way to a classless and borderless world society. The Yellow Vests did not fight for the state to feed groups of traveling entertainers and precariously employed people in the film and theater industries, as French cultural workers did in 2003 to general applause, and certainly not for the human right to be allowed to live off the state for life for cultural or any other revolutionary reasons. While the critique of work among the intelligentsia was initially only ideologically en vogue from the 1970s onwards, when it became apparent that the Fordist model had had its day, it has already been victorious in the closed Islamic milieu and has established a counter-society based on a mixture of social welfare, moral economy, and robbery. These are forms of behavior that have nothing to do with free wage labor, but rather refer in a distorted form to pre-capitalist conditions of total personal dependence. This explains why French people of foreign origin were very much present at the beginning of the protests, but the activists from the banlieues were not, or only to the extent that an opportunity for looting was recognized. The same applies to the intelligentsia. The emphasis on wage labor as the actual socializing force that enforces cooperation among workers and thus also keeps open the possibility of the struggle for a society beyond commodity production, which has been suspended for a long time, is countered by the constantly propagated praise of self-determined activity beyond work, which initially came from the radical left but has now been taken over by the propagandists of the wellness philosophy. In self-determined dependence, which does not provide for a conventional employment contract and also no colleagues, the separation between wage work time and reproduction time disappears, and with it the possibility of joining forces with others in one's own economic interest. Worse still, the opportunity to be alone and possibly even to act as a critic also disappears. The world that is emerging after work and after the nation, which is not only being championed in Jungle World, would, once it had been realized, be one of never-ending terror and destruction, because it would no longer be able to create any remedy or comfort from within itself. The demonization of the fortune hunters, as Karl Marx once called the players in the financial markets, is not only taking place in Europe. The Occupy movement, which has now specialized in this, even began in North America, like the banking crisis itself. The aim is to occupy what appears to be the starting point of the crisis and the bastion of its perpetrators, the financial center of the respective city. In fact, it is merely the place where the crisis can be delayed, where new investment opportunities are constantly being devised and developed as a respite for capital that is no longer able to be utilized and thus also as savings that immediately evaporate. From globalization and casino capitalism to the attack of the locusts, as if to deceive ourselves that this capitalization of future expectations, through the unleashing of speculation and credit, is in principle nothing new, the new buzzwords are thrown onto the opinion markets at almost the same speed as the new forms of investment onto the financial markets. Nowhere does anyone want to understand what Marx long ago worked out in the most lucid form in the concept of fictitious capital, that the main lever of overproduction is effective in the credit system, and that the financial markets only exercise this leverage function because the process of reproducing capital strives to be forced to the extreme limit, which in turn is only possible where, as in those markets, a large part of social capital is applied by non-owners of the same. These non-owners, the much-cited managers Adorno already counted them among the scapegoats of the administered world, who handle the ever-growing deposits and funds of banks and insurance companies, can go about things quite differently than the owner, who anxiously considers the limits of his private capital. It is precisely for this that they are so royally rewarded. What is new is the sheer scale of the speculation and the direct involvement of the state, which is finding it increasingly difficult to finance itself through taxation and is itself in growing need of private credit. In this way, capital holds more and more debt certificates for future tax revenues, debt certificates for the surplus value that has yet to be realized, which in turn may fail due to a lack of purchasing power that a state forced to save in this way cannot raise without taking out new loans, etc., etc. The problem of transforming debt. Nobody wants to understand it because once you have understood it, you can no longer escape the truth that everyone, in their function as a commodity owner, even if they only sell their labor power on the market and await payment from insurance and pension funds, shares in and is complicit in the whole thing, which is merely being executed by the actions on the financial markets. In other words, the self-interest of all the many small and large owners is bundled and concentrated in the demonized financial jugglers. Every owner has his own locust, the effort is to hide it from oneself. For this there are now the masquerades of protest, and so the most dishonest and limited of all commodity owners, equipped with the grinning vendetta mask of Guy Fawkes, are preparing for the anti-capitalist Perchtenlauf to identify the respective extent of guilt and complicity in the fictitious capital, to quantify it according to the individual's existing wealth, culminating in the general exculpation. We are the 99% is at the same time a delusion about the social form of exploitation and not coincidentally suggests that a middle income for all is possible through a more social market economy or more consequent nationalization. Only the high earners prevent it. Such blindness is the appropriate ethos for the automatic fetish, as it is purely elaborated in interest-bearing capital. It turns mere money into money that is hatching, in which the social relationship is perfected as the relationship of a thing, money to itself, moral algebra. The unknown is, so to speak, the character of the money owner, and the decisive question becomes how greedy he proves to be. The only possibility of non-fetishistic quantification, however, which allows a true judgment to be formed in contradiction to this, consists in the concept with which Marx himself dissolved the fetish, the concept of value, that is, in the realization that the owner of the means of production wants to produce surplus value, that is, must do so if he is to remain such an owner. The owner of labor power is deprived of precisely this part of his living labor. That this social whole is already based on exploitation at its core. In other words, there is a problem of transformation not only in the relationship between the value of goods and the price of goods, but also in the relationship between general exploitation and concrete responsibility, as long as the economic is viewed in isolation. The correct answer of the class theory reflected by the concept of value is, the capitalist who makes a larger profit is no more to blame for the whole than someone who can only cut himself a smaller piece out of the large cake of added value. Applied to the financial markets, this means that someone who owns more property titles, more than, for example, a simple employee who only participates in insurance and pension funds, does not have greater responsibility for the crisis. As much as the permanent robbery that takes place in exchange, and thus the continuing injustice that has its support in the law, is experienced directly in one's own body. As sure as everyone secretly knows that it is they who determine everything to the innermost, and so evident that the greater share of the surplus value that they have gained allows for a better life in terms of the most elementary things, they cannot be politically arrested in their immediate manifestations. This impossibility is part of the totality of unforeseeably conveyed rule. The character of the exploiter necessarily disappears in the realization that he is only a character mask of exploitation, just as, conversely, the objectively exploited, in his or her however formal capacity as a commodity owner and citizen, is just as objectively on the side of the exploiters, where, in the age of exorbitant pension funds and government bonds, that capacity is gaining new weight in terms of content. The increasingly bitter interest in a strong euro, which is evident in all strata of the European population, is now, however, a very special symptom of this context, because it goes hand in hand with the equally growing internal resistance to a common European state. If the fortune hunters of the stock markets and banks are the enemy image on which the anger of the unfortunate citizens, who fear for their money, is concentrated, then this anger in Europe harbors a potential of a different dimension. For the European Union, with its owners contemplating the barriers of their private capital, always appears to be a company that disempowers precisely the sovereign to whom they feel irresistibly drawn in their fear as soon as their property is in danger. It is perceived as a lobby for the stock exchanges and markets, an agent of the banks and funds. It is, as the Junge Freiheit puts it, a service agency of globalized financial capital. June 16, 2011. In the logic of this consciousness, every small step towards balancing the common currency, which inevitably has to be taken against the sovereignty of the member states, only makes EU bureaucrats and politicians appear more effective as mere agents of insatiable greed on the financial market, which is what actually made it possible for, as the German Social Democrat and former president of the European Parliament Klaus Hansch put it, 100 or so snotty financial dealers to play monopoly with the fate of entire nations. Thus, the unfortunate citizens of both the right and the left, from the net donor countries and the net recipient countries, are entrenching themselves behind what they want to see as the sovereignty of their state, all the more doggedly in the face of their own projections. Even the particularly pronounced resentment towards banks in Europe has to do with this defense of a European sovereign. The US government was able to sacrifice a bank like Lehman Brothers by virtue of its sovereignty. No individual state in Europe would be willing to do that. Only a European sovereign that was sure of the support of its citizens could dare to expose the major banks, which, unlike in the US, largely dominate the financial market because they have always been so close to the individual states, to the free play of forces in these markets so that inevitably some of them would have to go bankrupt. The real structure of power, says Max Weber, is determined by the answer to the question, what would happen if a constitutionally indispensable compromise, e.g. on the budget, were not to be reached? Now, the European Union does not have a common budget, but the vast majority of its states do have a common currency. Indispensable compromises therefore primarily affect the euro and thus also the budgets of the individual euro countries, except that these budgets are not under the sovereignty of the EU, but still belong to the sovereignty of the individual countries. The question is therefore what would happen if a compromise were not to be reached precisely here, between the EU and the sovereign, over its respective budget. According to the so-called Fiscal Pact, which was signed in 2012 as an international treaty by all countries in the Eurozone and almost all of the EU, but has only been ratified by a few, a deficit procedure is automatically initiated if a country does not comply with the requirements. At the same time, it should also be possible for another member state to take legal action against it before the European Court of Justice. The Commission itself cannot do so, as it is obliged to act in the interests of all EU states, including those that have not signed the Fiscal Pact. However, the penalties that can be imposed are initially financial in nature, economic sanctions that act as a complementary measure to those of the IMF. But what if the country does not pay the fines and continues to fail to implement the austerity measures? There is no provision for the possibility of excluding it from the Eurozone or the Union, and even temporary exclusion does not appear to be clearly regulated by law anywhere. Only if a member state seriously and persistently violates the common values of Article 6(1) of the EU Treaty, freedom, democracy, protection of fundamental rights and human rights, rule of law, can the EU Council decide by a qualified majority to suspend certain rights, i.e. to suspend its membership, which in fact only means that this state temporarily loses its voting rights in the EU Council. Here, too, real exclusion is not actually possible. If such final regulations are missing in European law and in the community treaties of the European Union, international law could still be consulted. Although this is not regulated in detail in European law or in the treaties, in particular the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which in Article 60 allows the termination of the treaty or the exclusion in the event of a significant breach of the treaty. However, the situation is the same as with international law in general, a law that is only supposed to apply, but does not really apply. No sovereign guarantees its application. The situation is somewhat different with the right of a member state to withdraw from the Union. This seems to be a real possibility, and in the distant past of the European community, Greenland actually did so in 1986. But here too, if it is not done by mutual agreement but unilaterally, there is no binding regulation. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung expressed the situation regarding agreement in such cases relatively bluntly at the beginning of the year. Greece would have to be persuaded to leave the Eurozone with more or less gentle coercion, i.e. the threat of a final halt to credit payments, and in doing so, it was merely repeating in more moderate terms what the leader of the Austrian Freedom Party, Heinz Christian Strache, had long been calling for. Greece should be removed from the Eurozone.
Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, 10.
2012. The Financial Times Deutschland put it this way shortly before the Greek elections. If the left-wing Syriza party wins a clear victory and terminates the agreements with the international lenders, it will be more difficult for the governments of the other Eurozone countries to politically sustain further financing commitments for Greece. It is conceivable that a chain of events could lead to Greece deciding to reintroduce the drachma. June 16, 2012. This agreement would therefore not be a compromise in the sense that Max Weber meant it to be, but rather a hegemonic sovereign would prevail through the appropriate economic pressure, ultimately military threat, which has unofficially been calling the shots within the EU for a long time. The constitutive decision on each individual deployment of combat or financial aid is the responsibility of Parliament. The Bundeswehr is a parliamentary army. The federal budget is the parliamentary budget. Ulrich Hufeld, between Emergency Rescue and the Rutli Oath. The reorganization of the Economic and Monetary Union in the crisis. In Integration, No February 2011, page 128F. In the words of the aforementioned German Social Democrat and former president of the European Parliament, the crisis is a reminder of Germany's special responsibility, not only for itself, but also for the whole, which means, without German leadership, Europe will not make progress. The Union needs leadership, cannot demand it from the institutions and people in Brussels. It expects it from Germany. Quote, end. As long as the crisis was not manifest, hardly anyone thought that the European unification process could still raise the question of the real structure of power. The motifs on the banknotes and coins that were introduced for the newly created currency at the time offer a nice expression of the former confidence. The sovereign was turned into small change. As is well known, the coins bear symbols and images that can be clearly assigned to the various states. On the notes, however, the suppression of the sovereign is so obvious that instead of people, emblems or buildings that would have a specific origin or a real location, and thus some kind of real connection to a sovereign, imaginary examples of European art styles of bridges, windows, etc. are shown, abstracted from real buildings as if from a bad textbook of architecture. But since the sovereign debt crisis that followed the banking crisis, we have increasingly looked through the Gothic window of the 20-euro note into the void, rubbing our fingers nervously together on cent coins depicting the Brandenburg Gate and Marianne. Emmanuel Todd, historian and fatal source of inspiration for French politics, is now speaking disillusioned of the euro going down in history as the master error of the ruling elites in Europe. They did not know what they were creating, a zombie, and therefore cannot break away from it either. Quote, end. One crisis summit follows another. The rescue umbrella is being extended further and further. The firewalls are being raised, and tolerance of the national deficit is being reduced. It is only logical that, in the course of this crisis management, the nation-state with the highest economic efficiency, export world champion Germany, is asserting itself more and more and, gradually, with a little help from France, the monster Merkozy was haunting Europe's media landscape, is taking on the role of a secret sovereign in appearance, but in reality is only expanding its position as European hegemon. At the beginning of 2012, it was the German government that took the initiative to have the EU take over budgetary sovereignty over Greece, of course as a friendly takeover, which was received unfriendly. There was talk of a savings commissioner or a veto right for the EU. Then, under the impression of the indignation of the Greeks and other European governments, of a savings account and a development commissioner. Instead, many smaller savings and development officials were ultimately sent to look after Greek ministries. The gray area that is thus created in matters of sovereignty is reminiscent of the legal leeway that doctors have in the state under the rule of law when it comes to assisted dying. In any case, the worsening of the crisis is not making the European citizens of either the richer or the poorer countries realize the necessity of a European sovereign, but on the contrary is completely unleashing centrifugal forces everywhere. There is no automatism whereby a common currency, under the pressure of the financial markets, produces a common state out of itself, just as the concept of crisis is by no means reducible to that of the economy as an isolable sphere of society. It cannot be defined in isolation from the consciousness that people have of it, and in this consciousness, in the state of bondage, the past is still the unifying factor, that is to say, in concrete terms, the crimes of National Socialism. As for the preconditions for the German sovereign, who is once again exposing himself in the crisis, many Greeks quite rightly believe that the Germans should first pay for what they destroyed in their country, when the Wehrmacht acted as a savings and reconstruction commissioner. The only problem is that those who, in their anger, shout "Nazis out!" and depict Angela Merkel with a swastika and compare her policies with the Holocaust, at the same time do not want to know anything about the connection they are making. But similar images also haunt circles that see themselves as anti-German in other ways, and therefore invoke the critique of political economy and critical theory. For example, the ECB is often depicted with a swastika flag, as if this institution, dominated by Germany, could now be the sovereign power dominating Europe, continuing the work of the NSDAP in purely economic terms. However, it is only in moments that resist real unification under a sovereign that the post-Nazi constellation becomes transparent. To recognize it, however, would require a different concept of the Leviathan, one that includes its opposite. Anti-Germans, who have never had such a concept, are therefore thrown back into anti-imperialist positions with some necessity in the Euro crisis, positions that they believe they had long overcome. It is said, for example, that the Greeks are now being subjected to the thumbscrews of pure value that the Germans know so well how to bear. Justin Monday, Thumbscrews of Value. In No Way Out. Page 133. It is hardly possible anymore to completely deny the problem of sovereignty for Europe, without which such thumbscrews cannot exist, but it is then treated in the manner of Robert Kurz, as if it had sprung directly from the utilization crisis, a logically determined moment in today's bankruptcy proceedings that can be detached from the history of Europe. Unlike in the equally fundamental crisis of 1929, this time the sovereign itself had fallen into crisis. Yet Franz Neumann had already shown that National Socialism was nothing other than a crisis of sovereignty, carried out in the German way, behemoth, not Leviathan. What appeared to be a state and a monopoly on violence was in reality a dissolution into a haphazard competition between cliques or gangs, held together only by the goal of a war of annihilation. Those who stubbornly ignore such insights into the non-state nature of the Nazi regime will also fail to understand the crisis of the EU, although one question should point the way. Why the USA, no less indebted than the EU, which does not have a problem with sovereignty, but could get one with its hegemony in world politics? Even if it is wrong to describe the ECB as a German institution, it is nevertheless obvious that, as Manfred Dahlmann writes, the highly idiosyncratic construction of this monetary union, which looks like a gigantic misconstruction in terms of constitutional law, is proving to be a highly efficient way of increasing Germany's political power, if not of increasing any profits. The only question is what form this power will take. The past is the unifying factor in the consciousness that individuals have of the crisis, but it does not determine what will become of it. When Mario Draghi, the head of the European Central Bank, refers to his bank's 3-year loan of €1 trillion with the nickname for the legendary, large-caliber Krupp cannon Big Bertha, it sounds like a slip of the tongue in Germany and is received with embarrassment, because the connection between national prosperity and war preparations is all too clear. But it is just a reminiscence. Nobody knows how the destructive potential that is now forming in the euro crisis could be put into action. The ECB lends money to banks at low interest rates. The banks buy government bonds for this, for which they can collect higher interest rates. And to pay these interest rates, the states cut their spending and increase taxes. In this way, Germany is initially financing its export offensives. And when a country like Greece has done its duty but can no longer do so because its own social structures, which are intrinsically linked to the devastation caused by Nazi Germany, no longer enable it to contribute its share to the exports of today's Germany by cutting spending and raising taxes, then the Germans will seriously consider its withdrawal from the Eurozone. The ECB's Bertha the Fat will not increase the value added, nor will it increase the utilization of value. The increased money supply, as long as it is not matched by goods and does not function as capital, will, according to Dahlmann, fill the German war chest. But this war chest does not yet exist in the literal sense. For the time being, it can be said from the perspective of the German sovereign that the bill of exchange for the future, which we are once again drawing in the interest of the investors remaining to us, always commands. However, it is only possible to speculate about the forms of violence with which he will repay this time, especially since, apart from the anti-imperialist and anti-Israeli forces within the political left, no movement or party in Germany itself is showing itself to be attractive to the masses for this purpose, which in turn may have to do with Germany's peculiar hegemonic role in the EU. Meanwhile, the ideologists of European unification are carefully avoiding even mentioning a unified European state, as if it were not the prerequisite for what they constantly demand as a unified economic policy. Listening to them, one is reminded of Freud's story of the borrowed kettle. Since the returned kettle has a hole in it, the man who borrowed it without damage explains that, firstly, he did not borrow a kettle at all. Secondly, it was already full of holes when he borrowed it. And thirdly, he returned it undamaged, without a hole. The dream, in which the ways of thinking of the unconscious become manifest, knows no either slash or only a simultaneous coexistence. And so the actors of European politics and their commentators speak incessantly as in a dream. Firstly, they do not want to touch the sovereignty of a member state. Secondly, there is no longer any sovereignty at all. And thirdly, the sovereign itself must be in complete agreement with its abolition. When the president of the German Federal Constitutional Court, Andreas Voskuhl, says that he is voting for the renunciation of sovereignty, but that this renunciation must under no circumstances attack the statehood of Germany, this is not a compromise in the sense of Weber, but rather a compromise in the sense of Freud, a form that the repressed uses to be admitted to consciousness. In Europe, the subject of Leviathan, the necessity of a common monopoly on the use of force, as would ultimately be required by a common currency, purely economically, is almost only discussed in this form. From a purely political point of view, it is of course done out of fear of waking sleeping dogs. And the dogs are already barking, tied up in front of the kennels of their nation-states. The bigger the crisis, the louder they bark. For the European citizens, insofar as they are German-minded, even in their hatred of the current Germany, certainly do not want a European state. They would rather complain about the general forgetting of sovereignty, Christian Hillgruber, and secretly, according to the precepts of Martin Heidegger and Carl Schmitt, They always imagine the longed-for national sovereignty as a racket that undermines the unity of the monopoly on violence just as much as it abolishes the division of powers that this monopoly makes possible. They want the counter-sovereign. In Hungary, this has already become blatant. On the one hand, paramilitary organizations have formed, and on the other, the new constitution is aimed at the independence of the judiciary. The fact that the latter is a phenomenon to which the theory of totalitarianism can certainly be applied was demonstrated soon after the Hungarian advance by the Social Democratic Prime Minister of Romania, who suspended the rights of the Constitutional Court by emergency decree. The EU Commission, however, which lacks the means of the sovereign, does not even create the impression that they are necessary here, so much so that it hesitated to initiate the appropriate proceedings against the Hungarian constitutional amendment at the European Court of Justice, a procedure that seems to be designed only to sanction sloppiness in the implementation of some EU directives. The decision by the Council of Finance Ministers to freeze €500 million in funding for Hungary, which has nothing to do with the constitutional amendment itself but is somehow being used as a means of pressure, was easier to take. This is the way the European Union intends to intervene in domestic politics. On the one hand, there are parties and movements such as Jobbik, the FP and the Front National, Golden Dawn, the coalition of the radical left, Greece, or the German Left Party and Björn Höcke, who, with different slogans, seek to transform the nation-state into a racket against the EU, beyond the rule of law, the most dangerous among them based on the enemy image of the greedy financial capitalist. On the other hand, there is a European Union that claims to defend or enforce the rule of law, but by statute renounces the use of the sovereign's power to do so, instead threatening indirectly with harmless economic sanctions or, in the worst case, with the temporary withdrawal of voting rights in the EU Council. In other words, while the European Union is unable to even pose the question posed by Max Weber, its opponents are already answering it with Carl Schmitt. In view of this constellation, to advocate a European state with the option of being politically integrated into the USA, as a guarantor of civil rights and as a better chance of overcoming the economic crisis, is, however, only neoconservative wishful thinking, for which the necessary public is not coincidentally lacking. It is, as is not difficult to recognize, inspired by the United States, the state that liberated Europe from the West, and thus also provides a clue as to where the internal resistance to a European sovereign comes from. It stems from the fact that this Europe did not liberate itself from Hitler's Germany. The whole dilemma that is emerging from the European unification of today, and that is constantly exacerbating the crisis worldwide, should be understood, without further ado, as the afterlife of National Socialism in the midst of democracies, an afterlife that not only shows no sign of ending, but is now only beginning to fully unfold its effects. The displeasure in the United States and in other countries about the European development naturally has solid reasons. The Eurozone is imposing significantly greater burdens and risks on the other IMF members than it did during the Latin American or Asian crises. This is because Europe has already been unified. The projection of a memorandum of the Foreign Office about the creation of a European Confederation from September 9, 1943, already stated about the necessity of a unification of Europe, that the train of the times, to create broad connections and large areas of common production and management, Europe needed a closer union. Europe had become too small for sovereignties that are at war with each other and shut each other out. A Europe divided against itself is also too weak to assert itself in the world in its own way and to maintain peace. Apart from the fact that some of the structures of the EU anticipated in the projection from the time of the War of Annihilation, the Periodic Congress of States and the Permanent Economic Council mentioned correspond roughly to the European Council and the European Commission of today, it is particularly noteworthy that the question of sovereignty was not to be answered according to the ideas of the strategists who were then in charge of the Foreign Office. If leadership is a prerogative of the strongest powers, it also means that they are obliged to act only for the sake of European peace, progress and prosperity, and to limit themselves to what the necessities of European coexistence absolutely require. The leadership of the Axis powers in Europe is a fact that arises from the political circumstances. It does not require a special anchoring in the Constitution of the Federation in order to have an effect. Whether and in what form this fact is formally expressed in the Constitution of the Federation is a question that must be judged on the basis of expediency. At that time, there were no longer any long constitutional discussions. The few summit meetings took place at Obersalzberg. Annihilation had absolute priority. It created the political conditions. It made it possible to dispense with institutionally regulating the relationship between the states or creating a common, unified monopoly on power. who was at the top and what hierarchy was established between the countries was to be determined, as I said, by the respective deployment in the War of Annihilation. The suppression of sovereignty, which the European Union has taken up half a century and a Cold War later, is the admission of this origin, which no one wants to understand. It is said that the Shoah can be understood as the founding act of the European Union, George Bensusan. But it is always understood only in the sense that we have learned from history that we should no longer follow the idea of the nation-state that produced National Socialism, or at least that we should no longer take this idea so seriously, and that the European Union serves as a school for this. But in this school, National Socialism continues to the same extent as its precondition is not mentioned. Namely, that sovereignty is only the other side of the capital relationship, and thus its withdrawal into mere racketeering can also become a measure of the extent to which citizens are willing to exchange their status as owners in the unforeseeably mediated society of capital for the modernized barbarism of unmediated forms of domination, and to replace the realization, which is faltering, with destruction which always succeeds. If a sovereign had been set up against this willingness, one that extended beyond the borders of Europe, a pan-European resistance, it might have been possible to prevent the War of Annihilation once again. But because no serious attempt was made to unite Europe against National Socialism, the only lesson that can be learned, that is, what can be said about it beyond communism, the abolition of capital and the state, is that in the successor union of a National Socialist Europe, the transition from utilization to annihilation, from Leviathan to the new behemoth that threatens everywhere, is not only particularly easy, but always has immediate global consequences. That in this core Europe, Habermas, the trust in the separation of powers and the rule of law, which the sovereign here only granted under the patronage of the Western supersovereign, i.e. the hegemon USA, is, against all appearances, even more questionable than in any other place in the world, whose existence and destruction depends decisively on this core Europe. Before reunification, German interests in international politics were officially always perceived in the context of the country's integration into NATO and the European Union, which were considered to be of primary importance. The goal of German and European unity election program for the 1983 Bundestag elections of the CDU/CSU, which was still being pursued during Helmut Kohl's term of office, was a matter of state for West Germany, and the parallel promotion of further multilateral institutions was not seen as a contradiction to this. Although German go-it-alone policies were considered damaging, the country still claimed a special position under the NATO umbrella in its dialogue with all sides, which included anti-imperialist and pacifist political elements as well as flirting with the course of the non-aligned countries, referred to as the Third Way. This was the basis for a foreign policy that was supported by everyone from the conservatives to the communists and aimed to increase Germany's sovereignty. The old Federal Republic of Germany insisted on the greatest possible independence, which became a German trademark as a multilateral international approach, and also included the victorious powers as treaty partners and not as guarantors of national security. Under no circumstances did the country want to become a mere tool or, in extreme cases, a mercenary of its allies, which is why the USA, for example, was criticized for sometimes rattling its saber too little and sometimes too much, as its policy lacked an idealism that transcended national egoism. The rejection of military force justified the self-confidently expressed German claim to power beyond NATO and the EU. When President Gauck claimed that step by step, the Federal Republic is changing from a beneficiary to a guarantor of international security and order, at the 50th Munich Security Conference in 2014, this should not be seen solely in the context of massive arms exports and expanded foreign deployments. What was meant was above all the demarcation from the French, British, and American definition of the tasks of their armed forces. In the German view, NATO and NGOs belong together, an assessment that Vladimir Putin also follows in his own way when he describes politically active organizations in Russia that receive funds from abroad as foreign agents, and treats them accordingly. At the 2012 Munich Security Conference, Foreign Minister Westerwelle emphasized that a modern security policy for the 21st century will increasingly rely on civilian means, while Defense Minister de Maizière emphasized at the 2013 German Security Policy Forum that when we consider how we can protect our country and represent our national and alliance interests, we are taking greater account of economic, social, demographic, ecological, and, increasingly, religious aspects than in the past. And the Federal Foreign Office summarizes succinctly, German foreign policy is peace policy. In concrete terms, this means working towards binding rules and strong multilateral institutions, as well as engagement in disarmament, crisis prevention, and peaceful conflict resolution. Unlike the great powers, the civil power, Hans W. Mall Germany is therefore seeking to tame international relations by strengthening international norms. The establishment of international institutions such as the International Criminal Court or multilateral agreements, including free trade agreements, is always about a supranational regime that even the world powers have to comply with. In many places, Germany's reputation was based on the way the loser of the First World War presented itself to the victorious Allies as a civilizer or encloser. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, however, German foreign and European policy often proved to be less predictable than its own postulates. The turbulence surrounding the integration of the GDR was often met with understanding, even though the high interest rates at the time, which directed available loan capital to Germany, led to massive disputes within the EU. However, it soon became clear that Germany was not adopting a binding multilateral position on traditional European geopolitics, EU integration, intra-European competition, security policy, and international trade interests, but was increasingly going it alone. One could say that Germany's policy was characterized by surprise attacks. Whether it was the sudden recognition of Croatia and Slovenia under international law, the refusal to participate in the Iraq War, the support for a Baltic Sea pipeline for Russian gas, the abstention in the UN Security Council on military intervention in Libya, the energy turnaround, the toll, or the opening of the border, every time allies were offended. The rejection of the Iraq War, which was pursued with anti-American verve by the Schroeder government and shared by France, among others, was particularly illustrative of the break with the principle of multilateralism. Together with the refusal to endorse a UN resolution legitimizing the war without seeking a compromise through established channels in European and transatlantic institutions, this was a clear sign that Germany, when in doubt, does not adhere to its own political beliefs, but rather, like one of the much-maligned leading powers, selfishly avoids multilateral procedures. In the context of the Iraq War, the decision was made to abandon the transatlantic alliance in favor of a continental European option. The bestseller Der Brand, The Fire, by Georg Friedrich, which was published in the fall of 2002, and the subsequent debate about the German victims of Anglo-American bombings had prepared the ground for broad support for Chancellor Schroeder's German way against the Americans. But the continental European dream was shattered as soon as it was openly expressed. Some Eastern European states preferred the transatlantic guarantees that had proved their worth under Obama to the anti-American European moves of the Schroeder government and joined the coalition of the willing, which also included Italy, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands. The increased focus on the EU thus began with a failure that foreshadowed a whole series of European defeats. In the meantime, the former civil power Germany is said to have experienced a normative erosion, Hans W. Moll, in foreign policy, with regard to its formerly integration-friendly European policy orientation as well as its dwindling willingness to transfer sovereignty to the European level. For German foreign policy, multilateralism is increasingly seen not as an appeal to shared responsibility and thus as an objection to nationally blinkered power politics, but rather as a historically acquired original potential that should not be left untapped in the pursuit of a German-defined peace policy. In relation to the EU, but also beyond it, integration into the EU is seen as a condition for Germany's own international standing. The exclusive bilateral relations with other countries would have to be kept in a happy balance with the multilateral relations in the EU, and this is precisely what the declared hegemon within the EU is less and less capable of doing. On the contrary, the proposals for European integration, the development of an anti-American counterforce, the failed peace policy, and the economic success that initially inspired all these impositions are perceived as a burden in many other countries. The economic superiority of the Germans is cementing dependencies in other EU countries and promoting economic agony without any prospect of compensation. And the increasingly self-confidently expressed anti-fascism is evoking memories of the European reorganization program carried out under National Socialism. After the failure of the German Reich and its plans for hegemony in Europe in 1945, the old continent ceased to be the determining center of the world, politically and economically. The early Federal Republic of Germany understood this, which is why German politicians began to work on a self-image early on, which Economics Minister Erhard conceived as global export nationalism. From the outset, German economic policy was caught between the conflicting priorities of European duty and global economic freedom. Since the Marshall Plan was aimed primarily at providing potential deficit countries with foreign currency assistance to purchase German machinery and equipment, Erhard's ministry saw it as more than an enormous step forward towards a European economic community as early as 1949. This Europe, with Germany as its productive center, was to be a first step towards the global economy. Werner Abelschauser, quoting Erhard and his ministry, wrote in the FAZ on December 7, 2016 that the aim was to become a partner in a new world economic growth business as a supplier to emerging markets. As early as the beginning of the 1950s, the Federal Ministry of Economics assumed that overseas trade had less and less in common with mere trade in goods. While the motto "trade follows the flag" still applied in the 19th century, and thus the prerogative of the colonial powers, it was now believed that the phase "trade follows the engineer" had begun, in which the German new industries, large-scale chemistry, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering, which had been oriented towards the world market from the outset, gained competitive advantages. Many of the emerging markets of Erhard's time, such as Argentina, Egypt, Mexico, Turkey, and Indonesia, did not fulfill the hopes placed in them or, like India and Brazil, remained in the status permanently and were never able to join the club of industrialized countries. This did not change much for the prospects of West German foreign trade policy. However, as new countries were constantly moving into this pioneering business of economic development, German economic policy was richly rewarded when China, 1978, and the Eastern Bloc countries, 1990, entered the world market as important customers, and the dynamism of a new generation of emerging countries ensured that Germany was able to further expand its position as a leading and sustainable surplus country, which it had held since 1952. When the Kohl government in 1983 sought nothing less than the assumption of a leading role in Europe, analogous to the American role in the alliance, the Federal Ministry of Economics willingly followed the Chancellery, precisely because it saw this as a prerequisite for ensuring the necessary freedom of action in the world market. Not least, the United States was thus given a clear understanding that no country can interpret the international rules of the game according to its own tastes. On the market, the Federal Republic was easily able to meet the Americans at eye level. When it came to negotiating the rules of the game, however, it was dependent on the support of the EU. Today, Germany's mission against the world hegemon is occasionally presented as a warning against too close a relationship with a declining world power, Die Welt. German political advisors recommended that Germany, together with the entire EU, should take the path of confrontation, which was played down as a renegotiation of the rules of the game, and that the EU, as a normative power, should place particular emphasis on principled action. This applies in particular to conflicts with the USA, because distancing itself from its transatlantic partner through multilateral action offers the EU the opportunity to sharpen its own profile as a player in world politics and to enable European citizens to identify positively with the Union's foreign policy.
Caroline Fehl-Johannes Timm. Weltmacht und Weltordnung, SWP-Studie, 2008, 24.
The equipment of industry in as many countries as possible around the world provided sufficient material for confrontations with the Western leading power, as this action often ran counter to the strategic interests of the USA. Occasionally, U.S. authorities warned German companies that they could be made to suffer economic disadvantages that would significantly overshadow the expected profits from the transactions with certain third countries approved by the Federal Ministry of Economics. In particular, the business with Iran, which was affected by U.S. economic sanctions, was not an exception, but a principle of German economic policy. Accordingly, the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, recommended that the Europeans, in contrast to the increasingly coercive approach of the USA, use sanctions relief to take their security policy role more independently. The German Foreign Office has introduced the term shaping countries for the emerging economies of China, India, Brazil, and South Africa, whose representatives meet annually, with whom cooperation should be expanded. Russia, which like these countries is a member of the BRICS group, was considered to have special relations that were so heavily influenced by political considerations that Germany was accused by the Americans of having become an ally rather than a reliable partner and mediator, blocking the objectives of the United States in almost all important areas. Germany's NATO policy is not based on the alliance with the United States, but on a balance of power and national interests. The modernization partnership with Russia is a prime example of Germany's approach in the global context, which is being continued despite the EU embargo on arms deliveries and the trade and financial market restrictions, although Germany's credibility in Eastern Europe has suffered since the occupation of Crimea. The British policy on Europe, which traditionally does not want to allow a German counter-hegemon, could find imitators. If, as Donald Trump expects, more members leave the EU, Germany could, together with France, still become the undisputed leader of a considerably smaller union. For the British, who were relegated to a second-class EU membership by Europe, Prime Minister Theresa May explained Brexit by saying, among other things, that the United Kingdom's place in the European Union is at the expense of our global ties. Addressing Donald Trump, May had pointed out common ground. The leadership that our two countries have taken through their special relationship has achieved more than winning wars and overcoming hostilities. Washington and London had together inspired institutions on which the world depends. And finally, we have the opportunity to lead again together. FAZ, January 27, 2016. Here, May is hinting at a claim to leadership of her own against a German-dominated Europe, which would focus on global opportunities for shaping the world under clearly defined leadership, instead of following the obviously false premise that a continuous civilizing of the state order can be achieved by the formation of ever-new institutions and international law. The mere suggestion of this counterposition and the reference to an EU that will soon be diminished in size and importance tempt the German side to make trumped-up claims that are not backed up by anything, as was evident, for example, in the comments made by the German Minister for Economic Affairs, Gabriel, after the US withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. Europe should now work on a new Asia strategy. We must now take advantage of the space that America is vacating. FAZ, January 25, 2017. Nor does it shy away from the self-aggrandizement of being the future leader of the world, as if half-hearted integration into the West were the certificate of appointment as the leading power of the West. When Die Welt, January 3, 2017, triumphantly adopts the headline from the Financial Times, Merkel to lead the Western liberal world, even though the British newspaper also spoke of the difficulties that stand in the way of such a role, Germany presents itself as the last Mohican of Western values, which are now being betrayed by the core countries. Furthermore, Germany is providing ever more new actors on the international political stage with the technology to establish themselves as new centers of power, explicitly against the West, and according to the German understanding, this is apparently what they are supposed to do. However, the political headwind did not arise as suddenly as a Germany that is at the top of the international popularity charts and is being hyped by Berlin enthusiasts would have us believe. More than 2 years ago, long before Trump and Brexit, the FAZ, October 11, 2014, knew that it would be tight. Quote, Germany is in a foreign policy situation that would have been described as precarious in the past. It has good relations with none of its most important allies and partners, neither in Europe nor across the Atlantic. The level of discord ranges from fundamental disagreements on economic policy to open geopolitical opposition. One thing is certain, Germany will never be a second Great Britain. There are enough shared values, but what is lacking now is reliability on both sides. America is a world power that thinks in strategic categories. Germany, on the other hand, sees itself as a trading nation. As a result, the reunified Germany is more isolated on the international stage than many could have imagined in 1990. For a country that wanted to be part of the Western mainstream, this is an experience that should make us think. End of quote. The crisis of the European Monetary Union from 2010 onwards, the course of which was characterized by the foreign policy summary of the FAZ quoted above, was viewed by the German government from the outset as a sovereign debt crisis that had to be fought through a restrictive state fiscal and spending policy, although private debt had been a major cause of the banking crisis, particularly in Ireland, Spain, but also in Greece. Germany consistently prescribed drastic austerity programs for its national budget because, from Berlin's point of view, an expansion of liquidity threatened to undermine the reform zeal of the governments in the program countries. Harnisch/Schild, 2014, 29. In this context, the private debt of companies and households is already an indication of the fate of the economies falling behind in the EU framework, which are supposed to take up German exports, but are obliged to cut government spending, increase tax revenues, and not only not to launch new social programs, but to reduce the costs of the social systems, with reference to the stability of the euro and future competitive advantages. Although the official actors in these programs are Brussels, where the surplus countries pool their influence, or the Troika, Germany is rightly seen as the inspirer and guarantor of this policy. A Germany that is acting as if the economic policy orientation could still be derived from the successful post-war Erhard model of industrialization in Europe. Now that access to EU countries has become more comprehensive, responsibility for the failing recovery is being placed on the chief physician, who wants to cure the patient by weakening his state control options, precisely through the forces of market participants who are tied up by debt. Although it has been possible to prevent entire countries from going bankrupt and the Eurozone from breaking up, the rescue of the monetary union is not a success. Private debt will continue to weigh on economic growth in the Eurozone for years to come, write authors Moritz Kramer and Stefan Best in the Standard & Poor's study. This also means that unemployment will remain high, increasing the risk of Eurosceptic parties winning elections.
Zeit Online, 30. Juli 2014.
Not only is the economic recovery, which would in any case be based only on low wages and intensified self-exploitation, not materializing, but German policy in Europe, which is said to have no alternative, Merkel, is forcing the transfer of sovereignty, partly voluntary and partly forced, in favor of the EU authorities, which is leading to considerable tensions between elites and citizens in the member states. Germany wanted to activate EU citizens, but only as experts in their increasingly precarious economic existence. In doing so, the EU cannot rely solely on inward-looking competition, which is supposed to guarantee world market compatibility for what is then supposedly a strong global political force. Even political scientists are occasionally baffled by the approach of German politics. The fact that Germany continues to resist taking on more financial and political responsibility in its own interest is the real leadership puzzle of German Euro rescue policy. Siegfried Schieder in Harnisch/Schild, 2014, 86. The problem of German power in Europe remains unsolved because a strong Germany generates weak partners that are to be post-nationalized, i.e. develop functioning institutions for the implementation of EU programs, tax collection and internal security, but are not to pursue their own economic or foreign policy. The new protest parties and movements are reacting to this, but only a small proportion of them have made the extremely different average wages or unemployment in the EU, for example, the defining issue. On the day of the Brexit vote, Pablo Iglesias, the leader of the Spanish left-wing party Podemos, announced in his election campaign, "After the election victory, we will work together to reshape the fatherland," and made it clear what stands in the way of his new fatherland. The German Europe no longer works, it simply does not convince.
Zeit Online, 26. Juni 2016.
He lost the election with his party, which was only founded in 2014, but he has quickly become a political force in Spain. In view of the widespread dissatisfaction and open resistance to a German-dominated Europe, it was a very special German achievement to question the territorial sovereignty of all EU states by opening not only its own borders to uncontrolled flows of refugees. In the 21st century, isolation is not a sensible option, decreed Angela Merkel, making the distribution of refugees the touchstone for solidarity with Germany and for German solidarity with the other member states. The Germans have long felt that they are shouldering a disproportionately large burden in dealing with the refugee crisis. In a survey conducted last October, around 3/4 of respondents said that Germany was being abandoned by its partners in the EU. The FAZ stated on January 4, 2017, before ominously adding, "But no one should be surprised if solidarity is called for in the EU on another issue in the near future, and many Germans remember the attitude of their partners, who see the refugees as a German problem alone. The moral appeal to the others was as helpless as it was defiant. Germany has not bombed Aleppo. Meanwhile, refugees are being sent back to Hungary, Poland, or Italy, and the same is planned for Greece. Although no one has dared to force the compulsory distribution of refugees among the member states for a long time, most EU countries are still so resentful that the Berlin decision to initially suspend the third country regulation is still seen as a German problem. De Maizier's threat to cut EU structural funding to Central European countries did not lead to any concessions on the German demand for quota fulfillment, but it did help Hungary's Prime Minister Orbán to slip into the role of a European leader and to accuse Germany of moral imperialism during a visit to Bavaria, Zeit Online, September 23, 2015. In the fall of 2015, the Federal Republic of Germany was more isolated than ever before and was not only criticized, but also ridiculed. The triumphant humane gesture was followed, barely arrived in reality, by the even higher raised moral finger. Ultimately, the Islamic attacks in Europe reinforced the doubts about a leading nation in waiting that could reconcile so well with its world economic model the understanding with peoples attached to a different culture, supplemented by the appeal to a common hatred of the American world leader. After all, friends had been found all over the world, so why shouldn't that also apply to the Islamic world? When terrorist attacks occur, The fact that the old and new colonial powers or Israel attract the hatred of professing Muslims is seen as worthy of criticism but at the same time understandable. It was hoped that attacks in Germany would not occur, if only because it would be contrary to the interests of the respective clients. After the attack on a Berlin Christmas market, which was preceded by 2 smaller attacks in the summer, German failure and German complicity were recognized abroad all the more, which, for example, led Welt Online to spread the defeatist assessment that Angela Merkel's welcoming policy last year was a mistake that is now beginning to take revenge, a mistake whose effects reach far beyond Germany's borders. 7.2016. The defeatist assessment that Angela Merkel's welcoming policy last year was a mistake that is now beginning to take revenge, a mistake whose effects extend far beyond Germany's borders. In fact, the patriotic celebration of German idealism in late summer 2015 already contained a moment of despair about the country's own leadership ambitions, which had already been abandoned on the European and global stage. The scenes that took place in many places in the Republic were breathtaking and moving, as the Chancellor said on Monday. These are the few historic moments in which the Germans, and even a social democratic vice-chancellor, dare to say that it is okay to be proud of this country. But the euphoria was followed by disillusionment. The influx of refugees led to the verge of a state of emergency in some places in Germany on Monday. The question is what the Germans need more: realism or confidence? Faz, 8 de setembro de 2015. It is obvious that the Germans have opted for optimism. Realism had to come from outside via Hungary, Austria, and Macedonia. The attempt to explain the opening of the border at the beginning of September 2015 not only as a humanitarian act, but also as a useful measure in the national interest, as a demographic, cultural, labor market relieving refreshment of federal German resources, in other words to present itself as realistic, turned into pure madness. As early as November 2015, a visionary study by the notorious SWP entitled 2020, How Germany and the EU Overcame the Greatest Refugee Crisis of the Post-War Period was published and circulated in Berlin, summarizing what is still being spread in politics and the media today. Anyone who wants to understand what was going on in the minds of those in positions of responsibility at the time, the outrageous speculations that were being made even by employers' associations, and what is considered realism in Germany, cannot ignore this scientific pamphlet which is designed as a grand German narrative. Germany in 2020. The issue of refugees is no longer at the top of the political agenda, as it is in other EU countries. This is not because the migratory movements have decreased in recent years. Over 1 million people have applied for asylum in the EU. However, unlike the fears in the crisis year of 2015, immigration is no longer concentrated primarily on Germany, and it does not endanger either the internal peace there or the cohesion of the EU member states. Instead, asylum and immigration are taking place in a regulated manner. There is no longer any discussion about reintroducing controls at the European internal borders. The EU has politically consolidated. The smuggling of migrants and the associated tragedies have been significantly reduced. Opinion polls show that refugees are perceived predominantly as desirable immigrants, as people who, with their potential, can and should make a positive contribution to the future of Germany and Europe. Page 40. A happy era has dawned thanks to courageous German leadership. Immigrants have become indispensable in meeting the demand for skilled workers in German companies, and even low-skilled migrants contribute to financing the social security systems. The same applies to other EU countries with good economic development. Beyond these decisive factors at the national level, Germany has also emerged from the major refugee crisis stronger internationally. The fact that a core group of EU states agreed on a European division of responsibility has led to greater solidarity and a greater willingness to engage in dialogue between the countries concerned. This trend is now acting as a catalyst for a more comprehensive common migration policy in Europe. The political weight of those countries that have so far refused to share the burden is noticeably lower in this process, with the result that other states are planning to participate in the compensation. By consistently advocating a generous acceptance of refugees and a comprehensive, coherent, yet pragmatic migration and refugee policy, Germany has strengthened its leading role in migration policy at the European level and also gained influence internationally. Page 45. According to the study, this astonishing turnaround in the crisis that the German initiative had driven the EU into was achieved in Germany through a national effort, with the help of a roundtable of representatives of the parties, the federal states and the municipalities, of business, trade unions, churches, welfare organizations, science, and migrant groups, page 40. Such a coordinated action by the state and the locally active representatives of civil society is intended to turn the tide. In line with the expectation that, in the face of a crisis of statehood, states would increasingly transform from monopolists of power to managers of power, page 10, the integration of refugees into municipal responsibility was strengthened. A constitutional amendment enabled the federal government to channel funds for refugees directly to the municipalities, thus also supporting them in the short and medium term. This state restructuring should be accompanied by civil society engagement, which now also allows welfare organizations, NGOs, and families to become active in the initial reception process as sponsors and providers. In particular, the possibility of private immigration and private asylum was created, based on the Canadian model. In this case, all costs are borne by private sponsors over a period of 10 years. Page 41. The state draws strength from civil society to reach a distribution agreement with a core of willing participants. The Eurozone is not the only currency union. Two such zones have emerged in Africa at around the same time as in Europe. The West African Monetary Union has existed since 1994, based on the economic community of West African states, which includes Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo. The neighboring Central African Monetary Union has existed since 1999, including Congo, Chad, and the Central African Republic, and an East African Monetary Union is also planned for the next few years, including Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. For some time now, these African states have been experiencing particularly intense gang rule and gang wars, with the jihadist rackets gaining the easiest terrain, as was seen in 2012, particularly in Mali. And the affinity with Europe is perhaps already evident in the fact that the International Criminal Court in The Hague, which claims to punish crimes throughout the world beyond the sovereignty of individual states, sees itself almost exclusively referred to gang leaders from that region. Even the most ardent supporters of so-called European integration are forced to admit that the EU is a Janus-faced entity. On the one hand, it is an association of sovereign states that are naturally keen to assert and protect their respective national interests within the European Union, and whose weight is also institutionally recognized in the form of the European Council. On the other hand, the programmatic goal of overcoming nationalism, which, according to the narrative, was primarily responsible for the wars and other political crimes in Europe, especially in the first half of the 20th century, was already at the beginning of the project of uniting European states, sometimes mythically glorified as the reunification of Europe. And this is where a systematic lack of clarity in the argument and reflection begins, along with the claim that national unity is destructive under all circumstances, which both belittles National Socialism as an exaggerated form of nationalism and suppresses the fact that National Socialism was militarily defeated by sovereign states and not by a supranational alliance, the conditions for which were only to be created by that very military victory. This lack of clarity is characteristic of almost all the pleas for more Europeanization, whether they are conservative or left-wing, whether they relate to the political or economic dimension, and it seems to defy any clarification or at least any illumination. Soon the demand for overcoming or pushing back nationalism is articulated as a wish that the individual states belonging to the EU, or certain particularly powerful ones among them, might curb their national egoism, so that they will finally no longer obstruct the realization of a post-national community, to which historical development inevitably pushes, against all supposed reason, to stop the realization of a post-national community. Soon a European federal state will be favored, which, however, will only arise organically in the distant future through densification and deepening, so popular in this context of European integration. Finally, hardly any plea for Europe can do without the admonition that in a united Europe the peculiarities and independence of the various peoples and cultures that make up the Union, which in turn are either seen as identical with the member states or as parallel to them or as identities that intersect with them, must be taken into account. All these calls for more Europe have in common that the question of power, that is, the question of the sovereign power that alone could guarantee the unification and the rights for the individual that should go hand in hand with it, a citizenship of the Union, the right to social security, etc., as well as the coordination of economic crises, first and foremost the euro and debt crisis, is consistently excluded and, in accordance with the EU's self-image as a structure that is committed to nonviolence in contrast to the USA, must also be excluded. From this pro-European perspective, the United Europe and, in particular, the finalization of European integration, from which the European federal state is to emerge, if it is desired, always appears to be a purely idealistic project that ultimately depends on nothing more than the faith of the citizens living in the EU member states in this and their willingness to deepen and consolidate European unification. A series of sometimes grotesque terms has now become established among pro-European publicists and commentators, which aptly express this poor idealism. Examples of this are the terms Euro-readiness and Euroscepticism. The articulation of this European ideology, however, takes on a very different character, which depends not least on how far the absence of a European sovereign is itself at least indirectly problematized, which in turn depends on the extent to which the respective pro-European commentators, for all their enthusiasm for the European project, distance themselves from individual aspects of its ideological design. In the following, this will be illustrated with reference to some recent publications that, in various ways and from different points of view, see themselves as a plea for more Europe. It is striking, however, that despite all the commitment to nonviolence, the crisis of European integration, whether political or economic, is repeatedly attributed particular importance. Indeed, it is invoked as an almost desirable engine of unification. For example, in his 2011 book Europa, A Plea, the Austrian political scientist Anton Palinka bluntly favors an escalation of crises in several places, so that the European project may emerge from them, as it has in the past, stronger. As he writes in the foreword, crises seem to be the tonic of the incompletely united Europe. This does not mean that crises, whether they bear names like Greece or concern the apparent inability of the Union to give itself an explicit constitution, always have to contribute to strengthening the Union. The chicken game, the game of racing towards an abyss only to jump out of the vehicle in time, can also fail. There is no guarantee that the Europe of the Union will remain successful. There is no guarantee against the failure of the Union, against the fact that its finality could not be called Finus Europae. Europe, the Union, can fail. But the EU will not fail because of the USA or the People's Republic of China, not because of globalized capitalism or a world power Islam. If Europe fails, it will only fail because of itself. End of quote. Palinka's Euro-optimism is decidedly pragmatic. Not only does he have no illusions about the destructive potential of the populist movements on the right and left that are agitating against the current EU, as is clear from several passages, and also from other writings, but he is also aware of both the fundamental fragility of European integration and the danger of resentment and projections that are favored by the genesis and architecture of the EU, and that repeatedly break out even among ardent Europeans. Palinka has also repeatedly, as one of the few renowned Austrian political scientists, taken a clear stand against antisemitism in Islam and on the left and in favor of Israel. Among other things, in the chapter Israel in Nach der Windstill, it is part of the logic of his Euro-optimism that the EU's relations with Israel and its enemies are not worth a single line in his plea for Europe. However, because he shies away from the idea of a European sovereign and ultimately sees the greatest threat to European integration in an abstract nationalism, which he regards as unreservedly welcome as a political correlate of economic liberalization, he replaces these projections with the home crisis itself, which he sees not only as a danger but also, and here Palinka is himself caught up in a projection, not coincidentally with recourse to game theory, as an opportunity precisely as an opportunity to finally overcome nationalism, which should in turn be in the interest of the nation-states. Later, in the form of another animalistic and apolitical comparison, the question of sovereignty and the political form of the EU is again evaded. How can the EU avoid being hunted to death by the army of hedgehogs that block the Union and at the same time criticize it? Ultimately, the future of the Union must, once again, come out of a crisis. The states of the EU are obviously still doing too well to be able to resort to the familiar instrument of Europeanization at their disposal. More crisis-like developments are needed. A deeper crisis would be necessary for the deepening of Europe. For the true extent of the powerlessness of traditional politics has not yet sufficiently become common knowledge. End of quote. The talk of the supposed powerlessness, if not obsolescence, of nation-states, coupled with the accusation that these very nation-states have not yet drawn the necessary conclusions from this and distanced themselves from their national egotisms, is a recurring motif in such programmatic writings on Europe. The writer and essayist Robert Manasse, who also lives in Austria, articulates this motif with particular verve in his book Europäischer Landbote, which was published at the end of 2012. Unlike Palinka, however, Manas does not perceive any potential for the EU's own crisis inherent in the architecture of the EU itself, nor does he at least suggest the creation of a European federal state as an option. Based on the myth, binding for all pro-Europeans, that the EU was founded so that the catastrophes that nationalism and the conflicts of interest between nations had produced would no longer be repeated, Manas summarily declares the EU, or more precisely the European Commission and its bureaucracy, to be the epitome of post-national rationality and the nation-state to be a mere fiction. The Anger of the Citizens and the Peace of Europe, page 8. He elevates the European regions to the true bearers of the European project, thereby reviving the reactionary concept of a Europe of the regions in an apparently anti-national guise. Manas cannot say enough about nation and nationalism, condemning them as mere constructs, as unreal as pure chimeras. What, for example, he asks the reader, are national interests? Can you explain to me what your legitimate national interests are, in such a way that it is immediately clear to me that only you, as a, let's say, member of the German nation, have these interests for good reason, while no Portuguese, Dutch, Italian, or Lithuanian can have these interests? Or, as a Viennese, Bratislava, or Sopron are much closer to me geographically, but also in terms of mentality than Bludenz or even Klagenfurt. What national patriotic interests should I share with the people of Bludenz or Klagenfurt? Ibid, page 85. The nation is nothing, pure presumption and abstraction, and not a real political form corresponding to the capital relationship, and precisely for this reason Manas manages to condemn the nation in a wordy manner, and significantly in the form of a rhetorical question, without explicitly demanding its abolition even once, here too in line with all the ideologists of a European post-nationalism. Ibid, page 58. While the nation is abstract, the region is concrete. Therefore, the regions, which, as is well known, in most cases do not stop at the borders that have already disappeared, should replace the nations as subsidiary carriers of the European project. In truth, people are rooted in their region, shaped by life in their region. What is national identity compared to a sense of home? Having a homeland is a human right, not national identity. Regional identity is the root of Europe. Ibid, page 88. While Palinka ultimately withdraws, apparently to escape the threatening anti-capitalist and anti-American projections that the decision for Europe entails, to a confidence in a rational handling of the crisis based on models borrowed from game theory, Manas fully exploits the projective potential of the ideology of supranationalism. His regionalist anti-nationalism only appears to be directed against the people-state desires of the prefix citizens, who position their own state against Brussels centralism, because he shares with them the delusion that in today's Europe, financial capital is being served instead of the common good, with the difference that he hallucinates not Brussels, but the nation-states, and here not coincidentally Great Britain in particular, as the henchman of the speculators. He writes, nationalism is dying out, and in the medium term we can also abolish the national parliaments. In a Europe like that, we would no longer have to deal with such irrational phenomena as, for example, Mr. Cameron being able to block a common European financial policy in order to protect his financial speculation market in London City, even though his nation is not even part of the European Monetary Union. Then he could focus more on the question of why half of England is burning because of his national policy. End of quote. And so it is only consequent that the post-national democracy, that is to be established after the abolition of the European Council, which Manas vehemently demands, should not only not become a federal state, but a countermodel to the old European United States of America, which has not learned any lessons from history. Quote, European US is of course complete nonsense, a complete reversal of the basic idea of the European project. A Europe that becomes a supernation, a centralized superstate that then defends its interests with military force in the Hindu Kush or in a war over the oil fields in Sudan was never the Europe that the founding fathers of the European project had in mind, and it cannot and must not become the Europe that we recognize today as a lesson from the continent's bloody history and as a mission. End of quote. In the context of this latent or, as in the case of Manas, manifest anti-capitalist and anti-American sentiment, it is not without a certain logic that in pleas for more Europe, the role of Germany is always mentioned in some way. On the one hand, Germany is addressed as one country among many that stubbornly refuses to give up its sovereignty, its national egoism, in favor of a progressive transnational European solidarity, and it is only to be criticized particularly harshly because, It is particularly powerful, but not as the country that, with National Socialism, the Shoah, and the War of Annihilation, has itself contributed significantly to the Janus-faced character of European unification. For it is this Janus-faced character in the form of a union that cannot and must not become a state, but which therefore leaves plenty of scope for playing off the national sovereignty of one state against that of another, or indeed for overcoming national sovereignty in the name of one state or people, against another state that is ultimately endorsed by those pro-Europeans. At the level of common economic and monetary policy, this oscillation between the respective national and supranational points of view is particularly evident and inevitably had serious consequences in the wake of the 2008 banking crisis, which escalated into a debt crisis and ultimately a crisis of the euro. It is absurd but also logical that a particularly knowledgeable proposal for overcoming the euro crisis should firmly rule out the creation of a European sovereign, without which a common fiscal policy cannot function, especially when it is, by a Greek economist who, according to his own statements, is inspired by John Maynard Keynes with a touch of Marx, and who has held the office of nonpartisan finance minister in a Greek government formed by left-wing and right-wing populists since the end of January. As such, he is all the more prevented from demanding a European sovereign, seeing himself rather as condemned to modesty, which is, however, unceremoniously converted into an ambitious left-wing crisis management concept. Although Yanis Varoufakis and the economists Stuart Holland and James K. Galbraith do concede in the introductory, diagnostic section of a recently published modest proposal for resolving the euro crisis that the banking crisis in Europe became particularly virulent due to the flawed architecture of the eurozone, since it is based on national governments without a central bank on the one hand, and a central bank that coordinates a common monetary policy and acts independently of any national state on the other. They commit themselves to political strategies that are characterized by not requiring any new institutions and being compatible with the existing framework of European laws and treaties, and could therefore be implemented immediately. Yanis Varoufakis, Stuart Holland, James K. Galbraith, Modest Proposal for Resolving the Euro Crisis. As with Varoufakis' 2012 book, The Global Minotaur, the title alludes to literature, and significantly, the original work is again about cannibalism. In Jonathan Swift's 18th-century satire A Modest Proposal, it is suggested that Irish babies be processed into meat products to alleviate the famine crisis. Stuart Holland was a Labour MP in the British Parliament and at the time proposed to the President of the European Commission that the European Investment Fund be established, which was created in 1994. The four conditions under which the proposal must remain are, in particular, that the principle of completely separate national debt is accepted, that the ECB does not finance the debts of member states, that there are no Eurobonds and no organization intended for this purpose, and finally that there can be no federal structure in the Eurozone without a solution to the crisis in the Eurozone. A European federal state is therefore not possible for the time being, because the crisis is developing much faster than the political project for a federal state. Moreover, we think that the euro crisis has set centrifugal forces in motion that are taking us further and further away from a federal structure. Ibid. Page 27F. The modest proposal that followed, which consists of 4 strategies to combat the previously diagnosed banking, debt, investment, and social crises, aims, in short, to oblige the supranational institutions within the framework of European monetary and economic policy, namely the European Central Bank, the European Stability Mechanism, the European Investment Bank, and the European Investment Fund, to assume a pan-European social responsibility without, as is repeatedly emphasized, burdening the taxpayers of Germany or any other country. While the envisaged debt restructuring program, which envisages the ECB settling the government bonds of a member state in debt that correspond to the Maastricht-compliant portion, 60%, of the respective national debt, can be considered as illusionary, but well-intentioned, the Emergency Program for Social Solidarity, NPSS, to cope with the social crisis reveals the abysses of the pragmatic concept of Varoufakis and his colleagues. The EU should, or rather because it is not a state, take the place of the welfare state. In the face of the social crisis, which is due to the flawed architecture of the Eurozone, it is unacceptable for those affected by the crisis if the EU withdraws to the legalistic position that it is not its job to worry about the social costs that the shaky European institutions are causing. Ibid. Page 48. It is the moral and political duty of the EU to act as quickly as possible to meet the basic needs of European citizens. Since the weaker member states are no longer able to alleviate the suffering of their citizens due to the euro crisis and the austerity measures imposed on them. If the EU does not react, Varoufakis and colleagues write, Europe is threatened by extremism, racism, and xenophobia, even blatant Nazism, as if Nazism were a reaction to social problems and not, on the contrary, but rather the delusion that individual suffering and social misery are hallucinated as social suffering, inflicted by a collective of malevolent powers, against the backdrop of the crisis. The NPSS is to be financed exclusively from the interest that results from the internal settlement of the money flows between the central banks of the individual member states. The central banks transfer the accrued profits to a joint account, from which the emergency program is financed. The emergency program is intended to prevent people from starving or freezing in winter, and to help the unemployed to move to regions where it is easier for them to find work. Ibid. Page 51. Now, of course, there is nothing in principle to be said against programs that help people in need or make it easier for them to cope with their situation, especially if they are theoretically easy to finance. And it is understandable that, from the Greek perspective, there is a desire for the interest accrued on money transfers to be used to alleviate the dire situation in their own country, which is already severely affected by the crisis, rather than to finance German banks. What is particularly abysmal about such a proposal, however, is that it is disguised as a warning, threatening to strengthen Nazism in the event of a worsening of the social crisis, while at the same time appealing to anti-capitalist, ultimately anti-Semitic sentiments. This is consistent with the other threat that has been heard from the Greek government, that it wants to supply IS terrorists with passports so that they can enter Germany. This shows how much the left-wing pro-European pragmatism that Varoufakis, Galbraith, and Holland claim to represent is secretly in league with the anti-EU populist racket. The fact that the three economists, when they call on the EU, probably in vain, as a welfare institution, basically mean the people's state, which can be established without and against the EU, is strikingly demonstrated by the fact that the emergency program for social solidarity for the needy, instead of money that would take their status as citizens into account, food vouchers that are intended to stamp them as good Europeans in the sense of Volksgenossen. If a family receives a check for €50 with the imprint provided by the EU, and can use it in the supermarket instead of money, the citizens of Europe will automatically begin to see the EU with different eyes. Ibid. Page 52. 4 years before he became Greek finance minister, the economist Yanis Varoufakis published the English first edition of the text The Global Minotaur, America, Europe, and the Future of the World Economy, which, according to the blurb on the German second edition of 2015, was his first book for a broad audience, in which he analyzes the global economy against the backdrop of the 2008 crisis, revealing the weaknesses of hegemonic economic theories and thus, in the tradition of John Maynard Keynes, pointing to an effective way out of the crisis. Just as Keynes criticized the harmonistic axiom of liberalism and classical economic theory, Varoufakis turns against the equilibrium concepts of neoclassical economics, which, despite their insane complexity, are not even remotely capable of adequately grasping the crisis in theoretical terms and of countering it. The history of mathematical economics, Varoufakis continues, is the history of a dramatic failure, which is all the more significant given that the theory of a rational management of the economy has been available since Keynes, and is therefore deliberately ignored or rejected. If modern economic theory in its entirety leaves no room for crises and portrays capitalism as a system that links markets in a timeless equilibrium, it serves as an ideological prop for the fundamentalists of the free market. End of quote. The declared aim of Varoufakis' comments is to recall Keynes' ideas and to promote their implementation in the face of the current crisis situation. Capitalism as a dynamic society owes its success to two production processes: the generation of a surplus and the generation of consensus on the distribution of the surplus. Ibid. Page 44. The neoclassical approach assumes that a frictionless connection between surplus production and the distribution of this surplus will result automatically. For this reason, it is unable to cite any intrinsic reasons for the crisis and can at best explain it as an intrusion of external disruptive factors into a harmonious system. However, as John Maynard Keynes has shown, the assumption of such a balance is an ideological one that does not correspond to the socio-economic realities. In this generalization, Keynes is right in his criticism, but it was neither he who first formulated this objection to classical economics. Marx had already done so in his critique of Say's law, nor does his argument succeed in transcending the incriminated liberal theories and their assumptions. Keynes and Varoufakis, who refers to him in this context, are rather sitting on the mirror image fetish forms when they emphasize the imbalance that, and here they fall back into the equilibrium, ideas of the possibility of a crisis-free capitalism could be politically managed. Because Varoufakis, who describes himself as an unorthodox, idiosyncratic Marxist, does not speak at all about the commodity form and the law of value, and only very superficially about competition. Rather, the distribution of the produced surplus is regulated by conscious decision and, at best, by consensus. He is also unable to show why the production of wealth in capitalist society is crisis-prone. Instead of goods, Varoufakis talks about commodities, whereby, according to him, money and labor are special commodities, whose peculiarity is that they have value-creating power. The value created in this way is then to be determined as follows. One thing is certain. Just like love, poetry, pornography, and beauty, you recognize value when you have it in front of you, even if you find it impossible to define it analytically. The Global Minotaur, pages 66 to 68. Value is thus a category that is immediately positive and not a crazy form that appears in tricky things behind the backs of those involved. Here Varoufakis is sitting on the money fetish. Consequently, since he wants to explain and banish it, he has no choice but to define the crisis as dogmatically as the neoclassics he criticizes define it away. If, on the other hand, he were to try to develop it conceptually, he would inevitably contradict his various other basic assumptions. But what makes corporate moguls invest? He asks, for example, and then continues, the answer is optimism. Because if many invest, the order books will be full, employment will increase, people will have money to spend, and the economy will hum when they bring their beautiful new products to market. But if they don't invest enough, there will be few orders, employment will be sluggish, and demand will be sluggish. This is why CEOs are caught in a prediction paradox. If they all predict good times will come and their optimistic assumptions will be confirmed. But if they predict bad times will come and confirm their initial pessimism. Thus, the prophecy fulfills itself. Ibid, page 63. If that is the case, why don't business leaders collectively adopt a positive attitude and thus guarantee the perpetually expanding productive utilization and thus crisis-free capitalism? Because, as Varoufakis explains, the capitalists go on strike when they first sense an impending recession, whereupon the recession comes and confirms their gloomy predictions. Ibid, page 65. However, Varoufakis does not explain where this threat of recession is supposed to come from and why entrepreneurs do not simply respond to it with optimism, thus making it disappear. Instead, he resorts to game theory, which he uses to prove in a laboratory experiment that human behavior in economic matters cannot be rational. This localization of the crisis in nothing but the psychology of market participants is precisely due to the failure to determine it from the politico-economic conditions. And in this respect, Varoufakis' account corresponds to that of Keynes, who also attributes the economic cycle to a loss of confidence, without being able to show where the lack of willingness to invest should come from if the decline in profits is its result, and who therefore also has to hypostatize the preference for liquidity without being able to show its genesis. In this respect, we can also agree with Kurt Baumann's criticism of Varoufakis that Keynes's theory is permeated by the conviction that the evils of the capitalist economy are based on a lack of insight. In Varoufakis' Global Minotaur, this psychologization and thus subjectivization of the crisis is abruptly juxtaposed with an objectively formulated theory. And because the two strands of his explanation fall apart without mediation, Varoufakis also speaks of a subliminal, almost ironic conspiracy that they entered into, a unity-demanding auxiliary construction through which he attempts to force the disparate and contradictory areas together conceptually. The Global Minotaur, page 71. While the attitude, whether optimistic or pessimistic, towards the expected future profit is said to be decisive for the economic cycle, there is also a disturbing ghost in the machine that our corporate financial market companies inevitably end up with. Because value requires human input, but because this human contribution is also a source of instability, human labor is not only being increasingly replaced by machines, but it is also being disciplined in such a way that it performs with machine-like efficiency. The mechanized workforce produced, but, robbed of their humanity, produced less and less value. And then the crisis begins. This is where Varoufakis' concrete anthropological understanding of value is revealed, when he links it with being human per se and does not assume the commodity labor force as the condition of the possibility of valorization, but rather an otherwise unspecified human contribution that is characterized solely by the fact that it cannot be transformed into a commodity through and through. Ibid. pages 67 to 71. It is no coincidence that Varoufakis cites the film Matrix at this point, in which the transformation by taking a pill that erases humanity is the only possibility that enables the protagonist to be reintegrated into the perfect machine economy, which does indeed produce products but does not produce values. This formulation also suggests that Varoufakis ultimately adheres to a moral understanding of value, as is also evident elsewhere, where he directly links the produced good with the moral determination of good. It is not the commodity form and its inherent dual character that are understood as the means by which the abstract general form of wealth is mediated, but rather the non-commodity form. In fact, Varoufakis speaks in this context of a polarity within human labor between the two natures of labor. First, labor as a value-creating activity, the form-giving activity through the fire of labor, as Marx says, which can never be quantified in advance and therefore cannot be transformed into a commodity. And secondly, work as a quantity, i.e. as an hour of labor expended, which is for sale and has a specific price. Ibid, if Varoufakis does use the term double character, then in the sense of this polarity. Accordingly, he also accuses Marx of having discovered this character, but of having abandoned it while working on capital. Accordingly, it is then actually capitalism's attempt to subsume labor and thus dehumanize it that leads to the undermining of the production of value and thus to the crisis, which is why it is first of all also be a matter of saving capitalism from itself by countering this tendency, while Varoufakis, as a long-term utopia, is probably thinking of the emancipation of labor from capital, which is quite in line with traditional Marxism. Capitalism as a dynamic society produces its wealth unevenly, which is why, according to Varoufakis, an authority is needed to intervene and correct this, whereby here too a quid pro quo must be used to cover up the contradictions of his theory and ensure its unity and systematicity. Whereas he previously spoke of the value that decreases with the degree of reduction of labor to a commodity, he now again equates wealth with the surplus generated by increased productivity, thus formulating a kind of general law. In general, every economic system consists of units that tend to produce surpluses and others that tend to produce deficits. In order for the system to remain in equilibrium, it must have mechanisms for recycling the surplus. Varoufakis, The Global Minotaur, page 83. If the surplus were of no significant value, as his theory of the decline in value creation through rationalization and commercialization suggests, it would not be clear how the redistribution of this accumulation of worthless money could help the deficit countries to reduce their debts and stimulate a new productive phase. Ultimately, this is just another way of overcoming the prediction paradox, which must mean that, for Varoufakis, money as a special good, because it creates value, is not itself affected by the crisis. In this context, Varoufakis writes with reference to the Second World War that it was only the war economy that finally overcame the crisis of 1929. The war freed state finances from all political constraints. The government spent money as if there were no tomorrow, public debt doubled, but the cycle of self-reinforcing pessimism was broken. Unfortunately, millions had to die before politics allowed the state to act appropriately and comprehensively. Ibid, page 74. If it ultimately comes down to the right, i.e. productive, attitude toward spending money, then one wonders why Varoufakis even bothers to formulate something like an objective crisis theory. In this respect, he is almost inevitably unable to recognize the specific difference between abstract and concrete wealth. His vacillation is not least due to his intention to demonstrate the possibility of a crisis-free, because politically rationally regulated, realization of value on the basis of technical innovation. It looks as if the euro crisis were completely unnecessary from an economic point of view, and were only due to Germany's national egoistic policy, writes Varoufakis, and sets out 3 steps by which Europe could solve this crisis in a few weeks. The Global Minotaur, pages 246 to 249. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but the propagation of Luddism as a way out or the postulation of a final collapse crisis, similar to the crisis, the formulation of which is reminiscent of the melting away of the value base in his remarks, albeit like a popular edition of their thoughts. Varoufakis also shies away from attributing the crisis to the immediate irrationality of all market actors, as his game theory explanations would suggest, reserving this part for those sections of society that are to be brought to their senses by a mechanism that, for the rest, has the quasi-ecological and sustainable function of recycling surplus. The great discovery that John Maynard Keynes made in the face of the 1929 world economic crisis was to recognize the existence of such an apparatus for managing the surplus as the sine qua non for the functioning of capitalism. However, the opportunity that arose from this discovery was not seized. At the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944, Keynes proposed the establishment of an International Clearing Union, ICU, to create a global mechanism for recycling surpluses, GMR, that would regulate and balance global surplus and deficit flows. The institution to be created, as Varoufakis explains Keynes' intention, should enable productive investments in deficit regions by providing them with cheap money in the form of interest-free loans, which in turn should be financed by fines that countries with high surpluses would have to pay, so that an automatic GMR would result. Ibid. Page 84. What is presented as an automatic mechanism for establishing a global economic equilibrium would amount to nothing less than the establishment of an authority based on the ideological notion of world sovereignty, which must remain illusory because it represents a rationalization of the world market that cannot exist in the world of competing states. The longing for a world sovereign arises from the crisis. The correct feeling that the individual state cannot overcome it gives rise to the false idea that all that is needed is a sovereign that encompasses all states and citizens, whatever its origin, to control the processes of capital seamlessly and at all points on the earth. The only problem is that people are afraid to call it by its name, and so we usually talk about a new world financial order, here in the form of a GMR. In line with the fetishistic character of this idea, Varoufakis does not interpret the failure of Keynesian plans as a result of their inherent contradictions, but as the result of a conscious decision by the USA to agree to a rational management of the world market instead of establishing a global post-war order that would cast American hegemony in stainless steel. The Global Minotaur, page 76. According to Varoufakis, this global plan of the USA consisted of pumping money in the form of direct investments and reconstruction aid into war-torn Europe and Japan as a national actor, instead of the non-created International Authority ICU, in order to turn them into liquid buyers of the American surplus in return. In contrast to Keynes' plans for a formal, cooperative system for recycling surpluses, U.S. politicians created a hegemonic, even imperialistic system in order to contribute to the stabilization of world capitalism in their own interest. Ibid. Page 100. The new hegemon, blinded by its newly acquired status as a superpower, overlooked the fact that it would have been good to voluntarily tie itself to a Homeric mast like Odysseus, the mast of a real GMR, which, by means of formal automatism, would be the only one able to recycle the global surplus flows. Ibid. Page 113. Part of the US's global plan was to pursue the integration of Europe in order to create a unified market for its surpluses there. Contrary to the way the Europeans themselves presented it, praising European unification as a dream, which was realized thanks to European foreign policy and an iron will to overcome the continent's violent past, European integration was a great American idea that was implemented by American diplomacy at the highest level. Ibid. Page 97. However, this policy was two-edged, which means that it laid the foundation for the next crisis as soon as it was established, in order to turn the European states into American satraps who could consume American surpluses through their purchasing power. Their ability to accumulate capital had to be promoted at the same time, which mainly benefited Germany. The unification of Europe, devised and orchestrated by the USA through the forerunners of the EU, brought back the living space that the emerging German industry needed in its immediate economic environment. Ibid. Page 96. Lebensraum is also used by Varoufakis in the English original of the book. He has therefore deliberately chosen this term and the associations it evokes. The term Lebensraum is one of the central concepts in Alfred Rosenberg's myth of the 20th century, as well as in Hjalmar Schacht, the Nazi Reich Minister of Economics and President of the Reichsbank. National Socialism does not appear in Varoufakis' Global Minotaur, which is dedicated not least to the history of the EU, with a single word. It is repressed and only breaks through in the projections. The fact that Varoufakis explicitly uses the term Lebensraum to characterize the Marshall Plan indicates not least that he has no concept of the crisis solution through annihilation that National Socialism staged. The Germans' war of annihilation, waged under the slogan of Lebensraum, is obviously regarded by Varoufakis as no more than an imperialist struggle for raw materials and markets. And in this respect, although it was carried out with violence, it is not fundamentally different from the U.S. efforts after 1945 to restart the process of exploitation in Europe by means of financial aid. The antipathy towards Germany that Varoufakis is repeatedly accused of is ultimately fed by his anti-imperialist worldview, which not only has no critical concept of the specifics of German ideology and crisis resolution, but also uses these as a random token for projection and enemy labeling, which can also be used against the USA only seemingly paradoxically. Germany, Varoufakis writes elsewhere, explicitly referring to the Deleuzian concept, has become the simulacrum of the American system of surplus regulation. Ibid page 234. The global plan of the USA has thus been afflicted with an Achilles heel from the outset. The fact that no international body based on Keynes' ideas was set up to manage the world economy, but that this regulation was carried out by the United States in the service of its hegemony, led, according to Varoufakis, to the USA being able to sell its own surplus only by building up surpluses elsewhere, which reduced the function of surplus recycling to absurdity. The next crisis was therefore only a matter of time. When this crisis actually occurred in the 1970s, Varoufakis explains his idea of political economy. The US leaders threw the global plan overboard and devised a new monster that would allow them to maintain their hegemony. They set about destroying the crumbling reality completely and causing a major global crisis so that a new hyperdynamic reality could emerge from it. The USA, supported by its hegemony and the dollar as the leading currency, would now set about creating a new situation through strategic disintegration, in which it could continue to dominate the world not despite, but because of the imbalances in which it drew all surpluses to itself as a kind of tribute and fed on them. In this respect, a kind of permanent negative technology was required. The guardians of the Minotaur had to try to rule by creating imbalance, by destabilizing and obstructing, that is, by consciously deciding to plunge the world economy into a chaotic yet strangely controlled state, into the labyrinth of the global Minotaur. Ibid, page 125. The longing for such mythological images characterizes Varoufakis' writings. They enable him to rationalize social conditions that are as inscrutable as they are seemingly natural and to make them comprehensible, albeit in a necessarily delusional way. If the historical myth served to humanize the overpowering first nature, to trace such unknowns back to the known in order to make them calculable and controllable, then in the modern myth the second nature is personified and mythologized in order to capture the antagonistic moments of society in the image of the villain thus gained. The imminent crisis is split off and personalized in an enemy image, in the all-devouring Moloch 32 or blood-sucking and man-eating Minotaur, whose defeat is to establish the world's sovereign, who thus presents himself as an instance of humanity in the defensive struggle against almost mythological elemental forces, monsters and demons. Varoufakis also writes in the introduction to his Global Minotaur that a title such as The Global Vacuum Cleaner would have been an apt description of the subject of this book. But on a more symbolic level, the vacuum cleaner would not have taken into account the dramatic, almost mythological aspects of the international construction. The Global Minotaur, page 36. The image of a heroic battle against a household appliance obviously does not have the potential to mobilize people. But the ghosts that were called with the establishment of the Global Minotaur were, according to Varoufakis, just as difficult to get rid of as the global plan had guaranteed a crisis-free regulation of the surpluses. The hyperdynamic society that he created was even more prone to imbalances than the dynamic one before it, although and precisely because it lived from them, in order to attract surplus despite the deficits, the creators of the Minotaur, America's top politicians and a few high priests from Wall Street, had resorted to generating and accumulating toxic private money by means of complicated and breakneck derivatives. They succeeded in doing so by turning derivatives, which were originally friendly creatures for the purpose of value preservation, into a means of exchange. Ibid, page 147. Before the Global Minotaur deliberately disintegrated the world economy, derivatives were friendly creatures that helped hard-working farmers to find a minimum of security in a terribly uncertain world. The Chicago Board of Trade, originally called the Butter and Egg Board, gave hard-pressed farmers the chance to sell next year's harvest at a fixed price today, thus offering them a minimum of security and predictability. Varoufakis is playing one function of money against another here. If the general medium of exchange, marks, money is exchanged, the general commodity itself is traded as a commodity, it becomes a harmful thing, according to the logic of capital turning against fictitious capital, which is behind Varoufakis' statements. In this way, Wall Street has succeeded in creating a parallel currency system, a form of private money. The global economy became dependent on this toxic money, which by its very nature continued to divide and multiply in an unsustainable manner. And when it turned to ash in the 2008 crisis, world capitalism collapsed. Ibid page 176f. Varoufakis uses metaphors of poison, drugs and addiction with the same regularity as he does mythological images. Quote, At a time when the neoliberals are ensnaring the majority of people with their theoretical tentacles, Marx also gave me the tools that have made me immune to the poisonous propaganda of the neoliberal opponents of real freedom and reason. The virus of casino capitalism, which was hatched by the Minotaur's henchmen in the financial and banking sector, had finally spread to the real economy, where people produce concrete things instead of just pushing paper back and forth for incomprehensible sums, and ensured that society had entered a new phase. Just as socialism died in 1989, in the golden age of the global Minotaur, so did capitalism in the crisis of 2008, when the reign of the beast over the world economy ended. Ibid, page 188. In its place, we have a new social system, the bankruptocracy, the reign of bankrupt banks. Ibid, page 200. Insofar as the global Minotaur functioned as a substitute mechanism for recycling global surpluses by attracting them to itself and transferring them to the USA, it nevertheless still exercised a regulating and thus stabilizing function in its perversion of rational regulation. This function disappeared for good with the collapse of 2008, and the world has been in a state of permanent instability ever since. Because politics had put itself in the hands of the banks and Wall Street by producing toxic money, with which it hoped to balance out the flows of deficits and surpluses, it was also unable to counter the crisis with a solution. Trapped in the poisonous webs of the weakening henchmen of the Minotaur, politicians were unable to free themselves from this in terror, but instead unconditionally did everything they could to support the ailing financial sector. Ibid, page 266f. Like in a zombie movie, the undead banks sucked their strength from the state and then immediately turned against it, thus establishing a system of zombie terror, as Varoufakis also characterizes his bankruptcyocracy. The disempowered politicians would no longer have the opportunity to intervene in the ongoing crisis, which means that the near future will be one in which the most loyal and ugly helpers of the global Minotaur, who have now seized power, can run riot completely unhindered. Varoufakis' political strategy is to establish a counter-sovereign to counter the all-encompassing sovereignty of Wall Street and the banking and financial sector that depends on it. This is the common enemy that must be fought in order to keep open the perspective of a worldwide reorganization. Ibid, page 257. In his May 2013 lecture at the Subversive Festival in Zagreb, entitled Save Capitalism, Varoufakis already advocated the formation of alliances with reactionary forces in order to advance this project. Quote, "The idea is to forge strategic alliances even with the right, with whom we share a simple interest, the interest in ending the negative feedback loop between austerity and crisis, between bankrupt states and broken backs." Varoufakis, save capitalism. Only in this way can the project of political regulation of the world economy through a GMR still become a reality, which could then ensure a truly stable globalized social economy. The aim is to create a sovereign power that will have the real power to curb national egotism and the hubris of the financial markets, thus creating a stable economic order in which industry, freed from the speculate's leash, can concentrate on its core task of producing good things. The delusion, the lust for power, and the fantasies of punishment that are inherent in such ideas are concealed by Varoufakis, insinuating that Wall Street already unlawfully possesses what he himself claims for his mechanism for recycling surpluses: the power to rule the world, and by simultaneously offering the USA to change sides and join the ranks of those fighting for a possible different world. The answer once again depends entirely on the United States. If the political leaders in America understand what the final transformation of the Minotaur they created into a bankruptocracy actually means, then there is a chance of a future that will prove to be rational and stable, and that will at least hold out a glimmer of hope that our recent crisis will be allowed to unleash its creative potential. The hackneyed jargon of the crisis as an opportunity that should not be left unexploited because of the possibilities it opens up is the background music to the Declaration of Enmity, through which the front line against financial capital appears as the beginning of a new, authentic humanism. Ibid, page 268f. Elsewhere, Varoufakis also speaks of the crisis as a laboratory of the future. Such resentments, which feed on the creation of general chaos, Karl Kraus, and draw their strength from it, cannot do without the hatred of the state, which is almost naturally chosen to provide the negative foil of that authentic humanism in which the delusion of world sovereignty is clothed. The psychological disposition of the authoritarian rebel expressed in this was manifested once again when Varoufakis worked as a presenter for the Australian state radio station SBS in 2005 and was ultimately dismissed, because of the anti-Israeli tirades he expressed on air. It is the Jewish state that is used to project one's own repressed and denied desire for crisis and violence, in order to get rid of it and at the same time indulge in it, by imagining the shameful deeds and crimes committed by the so-labeled on a daily basis, as well as through identification with those who, in alleged self-defense, take up the fight against the hated monster, an identification that is always on the verge of striking out itself. In his program, Varoufakis said that Israel was pursuing a policy of sadism towards the Palestinians and committing horrendous acts and crimes against humanity in the West Bank. He said that Israeli citizens and all Jews in the diaspora have the right to move freely in the West Bank, which has been forcibly taken away from the Palestinians and stolen, and which Israel is now gradually incorporating by building a concrete monster disguised as a security facility. In fact, Israelis are forbidden to enter those areas of the West Bank that, according to the Oslo Agreement, are under the administrative and security jurisdiction of the Palestinian Authority. While the world remains silent about these crimes, he summarizes the quintessence of his contribution. It is no wonder that some of these Palestinians strap themselves with dynamite and blow themselves up. From SBS transcripts. The other images that Varoufakis draws in his article are also an expression of anti-Semitic agitation. While the Palestinians are presented as simple, rag-clad farmers who cultivate their land and their olive trees, the Israelis only appear as sadistic soldiers or as Jewish settlers whose lives are characterized by swimming pools, the internet, and supermodern highways. The rationalization of the suicide bombers' rage for destruction, expressed here, and the simultaneous demonization of the defensive measures taken against them, is the manifestation of the delusion inherent in the theory of the global minotaur. In his critique of capitalist society, Karl Marx elucidates the limit-transcending power of the process of utilization. The world market breaks down into markets limited by nation-states, which, however, must always be exceeded for the purpose of capital accumulation. In its historical and logical form, the nation-state is thus characterized by colonies, foreign trade, exchange rate, money as an international coin. Such spillover of bourgeois society over the state, the transnational dynamics of capital, which remains inextricably linked to political power, led to the development of trade capital in the late 18th and 19th centuries, which was decisively linked to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and its colonial space. With its significant share in the development of world production, the British Empire held the position of dominant power for over 100 years. However, at the beginning of the 20th century, the German Reich and the USA challenged the economic and political strength of the model country for the other continental countries of Europe. In his Political Theology of War, Carl Schmitt made the fetishized opposition between the land and the sea in the struggle for geopolitical spheres of interest. Since the Industrial Revolution, this complex and global context of competition and crisis has formed the conclusion in which production is set as a totality and likewise each of its moments, but in which at the same time all contradictions come to the process. The world market then again forms the precondition of the whole and its carrier. The crises are then the general pointing beyond the precondition, and the urge to accept a new historical form.
Karl Marx, Grundrisse, p. 154.
The blind Marxist reading of the last sentence appeared to be a theoretical anticipation of the socialist revolution. As a result, it has been misunderstood to this day that Marx, while holding on to the historical possibility of a higher communist world society, also had to see it called into question contre cœur by the totalizing crisis process. He certainly still thought that the crisis itself could drill dialectics into the citizens of the newly united German Empire. Ultimately, however, the dialectics of progress showed how enlightenment and revolution drove forward the social domination process instead of ending it. The demand, socialism or barbarism, was shattered in the face of the imperialist World War crisis 1913 to 1919, Heinz Langerhans. In it emerged how the social masses, transcending class barriers, hypostatized the objective compulsion exercised by capital and the state as their own destiny, justifying and practicing it in a nationalistic way. This resulted in the willingness of millions to march to their deaths for the respective imagined collective. Nevertheless, the identification with sovereignty was determined differently in each case. In the case of Great Britain, it was associated with the glorification of the Edwardian era, during which there seemed to be no crisis. In the case of Germany, the struggle for a place in the sun, as propagandists proclaimed, proved to be an identification with the crisis for its own sake. Nevertheless, the devastation of the Great War continued in Great Britain, as it did in Germany, in the form of social upheaval. The atmosphere of decay, wrote Hannah Arendt in her study of power, hung over the whole of Europe between the two world wars. However, she attributed more stability to the English nation-state than to the continental one, seeing this as rooted in the dominant two-party system, which, unlike the political systems on the European continent, fundamentally affects the function of a party, its relationship to power and the position of the citizen in relation to the state. The crucial difference between state and government is eliminated here, as the citizen, as a participant in one of the parties, sees himself as closer to political power. For Arendt, the British system thus retains a republican content that has a stabilizing effect in social crises. At around the same time, Theodore W. Adorno came to the seemingly contrary conclusion when he stated the absence of a uniform state fetishism in the Anglo-Saxon countries. But basically the same thing is being said. The proximity to the state applies to the institutions, the fetishism of the state applies to the people who are supposed to be embodied by it. Therefore, the two findings are not contradictory. England has participated in almost all the more important events and catastrophes of the 20th century, Arendt continues, without experiencing the upheavals of the political system that have inevitably been the consequence on the continent. Nevertheless, an authoritarian potential also developed in the United Kingdom, whose political chances were by no means as hopeless as the subsequent stylization of English history would have us believe. The majority of the later fascists made the formative experiences in those years that determined their perception of social reality. In many minds, a web of enemy images of decadence and the October Revolution, combined with the ideals of social Darwinism and eugenics. A first fascist group, the Britons, formed in 1919 shortly after the end of the First World War. It was recruited from the reservoir of thousands of ex-officers who had been awarded the rank of officer but who, like everyone else, had to find civilian work and social orientation and be integrated. The association was founded by Henry Hamilton Beamish and was an openly anti-Semitic and anti-immigration organization that was also active in the Silver Badge Party, an association of former soldiers. In a second phase, after Mussolini's coup in 1922, a whole series of right-wing extremist, ultranationalist groups formed in Great Britain. To name but a few, there were the British fascists with their bizarre founder Rotha Lintornorman, the National Fascisti, an Imperial Fascist League, the British Empire Fascists, and the ultra-royalist esoteric English mystery. All of these groups remained insignificant phenomena on the far right. They were composed mainly of radicalized conservatives who felt called upon to save the empire from Bolshevism or to maintain the supremacy of the British race. Thus, an ideological mixture of modern and anti-modern aspects developed. For some, a fascination with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, for others with futurism. Some of these groups espoused traditional English anti-Semitism, Ian Kershaw, while for those with a strong Italian orientation it played a subordinate role, as it had at the beginning of the fascist era. Through splinter groups, conversions, and renaming, the genealogy of British fascism soon resembled the ramified genealogical tables of the English aristocracy. It was not until the Great Depression, the locust years, that hit England hard that a fascist movement in the narrower sense emerged. Its most important founder was Sir Oswald Mosley, born in 1896 as the son of a baronet. He enjoyed the usual English upper-class education, was an Air Force officer in the First World War, and was elected to the House of Commons at the age of 22 for the Conservatives. However, after a few years he left the Tories, became an independent MP and, from 1924, stood for Labour, under whose Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald he took up the post of minister without portfolio in 1929. A protectionist program he conceived in 1930, which included job creation measures, import and bank controls, a strengthening of purchasing power and a radical government reform, found little support in his own ranks, which caused the very confident politician to despair of the old gang. Oswald Mosley, The Greater Britain. London, 1934, page 21 and chapter 5. It was the global crisis of 1929 that prompted socialists like him to publicly advocate the isolation of the national economy and a sharp anti-communist course. His policy was nothing less than the rebirth of the nation. Crisis-ridden Britain was not fit for heroes, had an ossified, two-party-dominated parliamentary system, and lacked the necessary cultural and technological modernity, which he saw as particularly necessary in times of crisis. On a trip to the USA in 1926, Mosley was already convinced of the inevitability of technology and mass production. Increasingly impressed by Italian fascism, he and like-minded people founded the New Party in 1931, which was more left-wing than right-wing in its politics, but did not achieve any political success. The following year, Mosley studied the modern movement in its country of origin, a political movement that he saw embodied above all by the Front generation. The modern movement in Britain, a movement largely of ex-servicemen, can understand movements of similar growth and caliber in Italy and Germany. Oswald Mosley, Fascism, 100 Questions Asked and Answered. London, 1936. Introduction. No page number. This turnabout made the former critic of racist Indian policies into an outspoken admirer of the fascist revolution in its Italian, and initially less so in its German, form. Liberalism seemed dead, as it no longer had any answers to the pressing problems of unemployment and social misery caused by the global economic crisis. Fascism was the solution to all the questions of the time. Mosley was by no means alone in his admiration. Since Nietzsche's fantasies of the next step in the evolution of the last cry among intellectuals, the new fascism suddenly gained enormous political importance through its national crisis and social policy. Anti-communism, labor and deficit policies, corporatism and economic equilibrium were shared by many in those years, such as Churchill and Roosevelt, or were influenced by these policies in their theory, such as Schumpeter and Keynes. After returning to England, Mosley approached the British fascists and proposed that they merge with his party to form a union of fascists under himself as leader. He alone would lead the movement and its politics. On October 1, 1932, less than half a year before Hitler took power, the British Union of Fascists was founded. The Roman salute and the Italian black shirt as party uniform were introduced. In 1933, the first Black House was set up in the London district of Chelsea as a base. Active members were given accommodation, meals, and pocket money there, and had to serve as guards or messengers and lead a paramilitary life. The black shirts who lived there considered themselves the elite in the fight against racial degeneration and Bolshevism, similar to the paramilitary units in the German Reich. Mosley shared the cult of physical strength and demanded that his followers live like athletes. Mosley, The Greater Britain, page 53. In this respect, he was no different from other fascist thinkers in their cult of life and blood, combined with a fixation on masculinity and contempt for what was deemed decadent, intellectual, weak. The British Union also adopted the fasces from Italy as one of its emblems, the emblem that established the power, authority, and unity of the Roman Empire, a cultural tradition of which the British Empire is now the main guardian, as Mosley pompously stated. Later, the fasces were replaced by the graphically modern symbol of the flash and circle on a red background, which was intended to represent social and racial drive and unity. However, this classification also reveals an idea of imperialism that somehow included the real civilizing standards of the empire, such as the relationship to the state that Arendt wrote about. It is worth remembering that even Sigmund Freud still saw Mussolini as a hero of civilization around 1930. At the same time, Mosley's authoritarian interpretation of the world is already evident in his proximity to Oswald Spengler's cyclical theory of advanced civilizations, with all its political implications. An anti-Semitic speculation on history, Caesarism, and authoritarian criticism of liberalism and mass culture. To see oneself as the successor to Rome, such hubris seemed more realistic in England than in Italy at the time. On the one hand, a new imperialist policy beyond the British Commonwealth of Nations remained theoretically possible, and on the other hand, Mosley seemed to be on the way to becoming a kind of British Mussolini with the corresponding movement in the early 1930s. A commentator described him in 1931 as a Mussolini tempered by the decencies of Sandhurst. The structure of the Union was also that of a completely authoritarian party. Its officials were not elected but appointed and had absolute authority within their area of responsibility. Mosley also made all the relevant political decisions. If he wanted, he could call on a party council with only a few members to help him with important issues. The party tried to attract the attention of British society through its own press, in conjunction with propaganda rallies and marches. It pursued a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, through paramilitary associations on the streets, and on the other, through democratic means by standing candidates in elections. Nevertheless, photographs of parades and rallies with banners, flash and circle symbols, belt buckles, and black uniforms make a grotesque impression today, as if they were illustrations from a novel by H.G. Wells. The appeal of fascism in those years was based largely on Mussolini's and Hitler's successes in dealing with the social consequences of the Great Depression in an authoritarian manner. During this phase, the BUF experienced a huge influx of new members and grew to around 50,000. Mosley was convinced that fascism had a future in the United Kingdom. Its revolutionary ideology would create an organic state, a system whereby the nation utilizes capital for its own purposes. Private enterprise is allowed and encouraged so long as it is in accord with the national interest. It aims to spread capital as widely as possible. This implies that all interests, whether left or right, industrial, financial, trade union, or banking, are subordinate to the service of the community as a whole and to the dominant authority of the state. And, paraphrasing Mussolini, Mosley wrote, "Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state." The fact that the Brit Nazis saw themselves as being on the same side as the capitalists in the existing state is made clear by the fact that they founded their own trade union, the Fascist Union of British Workers. This in turn highlights the contrast with the National Socialist regime and its German Labor Front. Fascist corporatism regards the class character of society as inalienable. Unlike German socialism, fascism is concerned with the state to be newly created. National Socialism, on the other hand, sees the community of blood, as it blared from the radio, as its redemptive millennial goal, while sovereignty is seen as a means to destroy the enemy. Its leader acts not only for, but as the people. He uses the party, the armed forces, and the state as tools only because he cannot do everything personally. As Newman commented on the folkish doctrine of transubstantiation of the immediate generality of the German people, Joachim Brun. If the fascist state, as is evident in Mosley, had the objective of a society formed in a totalitarian way, then under Hitler's German ideology it becomes a political monster of European proportions. Its racial ideology develops, linked with eliminatory anti-Semitism, supranationally. Arendt writes on this, "The decisive attraction of Nazi ideology was based from the outset on its supranational elements and program points. The further development shows how that German influence affected the British case. In 1934, Mosley defended the Knight of the Long Knives and openly spoke out in favor of Hitler. This became even clearer when the British leader and his followers identified with German anti-Semitism. Not because of race or religion, but as a fundamental principle of fascism, we declare that we will not tolerate an organized community within the state that is not loyal to England, but to another race in foreign lands. We will not fight against Germany again in a Jewish dispute." Speech by Mosley, Albert Hall, London 1934. Oswald Mosley, Fascism No. 95. Jews must put the interests of Britain before those of Jewry, or be deported from Britain. This is not a principle of racial or religious persecution. Any well-governed nation must insist that its citizens owe allegiance to the nation, and not to co-racialists and co-religionists resident outside its borders or organized as a state within the state. The Jews, as a whole, have chosen to organize themselves as a nation within the nation and to set their interests before those of Great Britain. They must, like everyone else, put Britain first or leave Britain. End of quote. While Mosley had previously avoided mentioning hatred of Jews, presumably for tactical reasons, for example in Mosley's The Greater Britain 1932, this now changed significantly. Although anti-Semitic rabble-rousers were to be found in the BUF ranks from the outset, such as Neil Francis Hawkins, William Joyce, or J. F. C. Fuller, the latter referred to Jews as the cancer of Europe and described the League of Nations as a bastard and a pink Jewish Bolshevik baby. In his essay Totaler Feind 1937, Carl Schmitt refers to the well-known English author and his theoretical analysis of the League of Nations and the Abyssinian War. But now, the Jews were declared to be disloyal anti-national elements and enemies, both at home and abroad in the official BUF line. The British nation, functioning like a human body, was at war with the world conspiracy of the Jews. See the difference in content between the Greater Britain of 1932 and Mosley's speech Britain First in 1939, in which Jewish finance and Jewish Bolsheviks equally threaten the United Kingdom. In particular, Henry Hamilton Beamish and Arnold Leese of the Imperial Fascist League, which existed until 1939, advocated the deportation of Jews to Madagascar, while others wanted to deport them to the British Mandate of Palestine. Mosley, Fascism No. 51. Democratic governments are in the grip of international finance, which, in this respect, is largely Jewish. The farmer will never be free until he has broken the power of Jewish finance. Furthermore, if you love our country, you are national, and if you love our people, you are a socialist. Mosley, Tomorrow We Live, London 1938, page 57. A nation organized as the human body. Mosley. the Greater Britain, page 34. Fortunately, there was a lack of implementation in terms of major politics, which has to do with certain social conditions, with the understanding of the state that Arendt described in the Anglo-Saxon countries. The fact that the BUF now wanted to answer the anti-Semitic question cost it a great deal of support, and in 1935 it was no longer even able to take part in the general election. In the period that followed, the BUF tried to regain influence mainly by means of marches and rallies, in other words, by remaining present in the public eye. However, this resulted in constant violence between the blackshirts and their opponents. The climax of this phase was reached in October 1936. During the Battle of Cable Street in London's East End, Mosley and 2,000 to 3,000 of his supporters were put in their place by about 10 times as many anti-fascist opponents, from the local Jewish and Irish communities and socialist and anarchist groups. A similar situation occurred at a march near Leeds a month earlier, where around 20,000 people also blocked or attacked the BUFs. The BUF then portrayed itself as the victim of the Jews and the communists. However, the anti-Semitic ticket did not attract voters, as open racial hatred probably deterred more existing sympathizers in the British population than it won new ones. In addition, the BUF was now much more strongly associated with Hitler's NSDAP, which significantly reduced its popularity. By 1936, membership had fallen to below 8,000. Even at this early stage, Mosley was beginning to show signs of Eurofascism, probably due to the continuing influence of the Italian blackshirts, who at this stage were propagating a fascismo universal, a fascist international. In his 100 Answers, he wrote, "The solution is the union of the great powers of Europe in universal fascism. Collective security can come only from a collective spirit. When Britain and France go fascist as well as Germany and Italy, a real league of national states will arise, with a real collective security against the only enemy of Western civilization, which is Soviet Russia. In the strength of union, the great powers can and will preserve the peace." Mosley, Fascism number 92. In 2013, Mosley's 100 Answers were translated for the first time and added to the monograph Phänomen in Selfaschismus by Benedict Kaiser and Erich Froelich, published by the right-wing extremist Regan Verlag. Both authors are figures from the militant neo-Nazi spectrum. When war with Nazi Germany became likely, the BUF and other pro-German circles called for an isolationist policy based on dialogue with the German Reich. "Mind Britain's business" was the slogan in the election campaign. This was achieved in the best possible way, as Chamberlain's appeasement policy corresponded closely to the BUF positions. The British fascists had challenged the government on the political terrain, but were unable to strengthen their position in the medium term. At the time, Mosley addressed the largest rally ever organized by the BUF, the Peace Rally in July 1939, in front of 20,000 people at the New Earl's Court in London. But political developments could no longer be stopped by appeasement or national pacifism. With the invasion of Poland by Hitler's armies and the British declaration of war, the fascist movement not only became confused about its future course, but also visibly disintegrated. A dilemma now arose in politics and thus in the blackshirts' inner lives. The one between nationalism and fascist internationalism, between British loyalty and allegiance to Hitler. For most, the patriotic call was stronger than their sympathies with the Germans. Mosley was not to end up like his idols, hanging from a Milan petrol station or buried in a bomb crater in Berlin. The loss of his mass base and the lack of the necessary support from the business community, the media, and established politicians saved his life, so to speak, at least if one assumes that the Allies would have won even if Great Britain had been on the side of the Axis powers. He also realistically assessed the military chances of the BUF for better or worse in good time. As a British citizen, he was subject to a state authority that did not declare even its declared enemies to be total enemies without exception, ergo ordered administrative detention and not a firing squad. On the basis of an executive order of the Emergency Powers Defense Act, Mosley was arrested in May 1940, along with over 750 other fascist functionaries and fighters, and interned on the Isle of Man. His movement, which had been called the British Union of Fascists and National Socialists for 4 years, was crushed at the same time. Furthermore, he and his Mosleyites had to face the fact that the man of peace Hitler, with his Wehrmacht, had just driven the English and French troops into the English Channel. Now even appeasers and pro-Germans could no longer harbor any illusions that Hitler would attack England next. Mosley and his followers were now confronted with the inescapable reality of war between, in their eyes, natural allies, one of whom was about to gain control of the whole of Europe. The tactic of Britain First, 1938, and at the same time seeking and building a fascist alliance with Italy and the German Reich crumbled with the first German bombings. Together with state repression and the growing anti-fascism in British society, this irreconcilable contradiction brought the movement to a temporary end. In retrospect, Mosley glorified this political dilemma as Europeanism. As early as 1937, I tried to win over the disunited Europeans for a natural and realizable union and to warn them against the crime and madness of a second fratricidal war. Oswald Mosley, I Believe in Europe, A Way Out of the Crisis, An Introduction to European Thought, page 23. After his release from prison in 1944 due to a vein condition, he and his wife Diana remained under house arrest until the end of the war. Mosley married his second wife, one of the prominent Mitford sisters, in whom the ideologies of those years are reflected as in a family constellation. In the villa of Reichspropaganda Minister Goebbels in 1936, Adolf Hitler was the guest of honor. After that, Mosley resumed his agitation and now believed himself called upon to save European culture from Stalin's Asian hordes. However, his now completely Euro-fascist orientation retained the British colonial perspective and sought to distance itself from Nazi fascism. While his fascist league had been tolerated as a political force in the 1930s and had found support in both the anti-war spectrum and in aristocratic, conservative circles, Mosley now had to contend with the fact that he had been considered persona non grata since the end of the 1940s. The German crimes against humanity could not be separated from the former sympathies of the British fascists. Groups such as the 43 Group fought him and all neo-fascist tendencies bitterly. Like his intellectual comrades in the Black Forest and Sauerland, he also remained silent about the industrially organized mass murder that had just taken place. The war of annihilation waged by the Germans and their auxiliary peoples is explained with arguments that originated with Spengler and Hitler. It was the Jews who plunged the nations into war in order to seize power for themselves. They wanted war and they found their fate. We were fighting Jews for one reason: to stop a war with Germany, as he repeated on British television. Interview with David Frost, ITV, November 15, 1967. In his Britain First speech in 1939, he said, "And what is Russia doing? Playing the old Oriental communist game. The objective of the Jewish communist leaders to overthrow Britain and Western civilization in suicidal war." At the same time, in his 1950 book, The European Revolution, which was published in West Germany, he wrote, "Communism and high finance are the only beneficiaries of the destruction of Europe." Oswald Mosley, The European Revolution. London 1950, page 1. This is why a common European policy is needed. Old politics no longer have any meaning for the present, and bitter memories should no longer have a place in them either. We owe brotherhood to our brother nations. Before its rebirth, Europe needs a great act of forgetting. Mosley, I Believe in Europe, A Way Out of the Crisis, page 41. As if this forgetting had taken place instantaneously, he simply continued to use the striking flash and circle emblem of his movement and founded the Union movement in 1948. It now represented the principle of European socialism, in the belief in Europe and a white Africa. Inspired by the European spirit, as Mosley writes, he outlines the goal as follows. European socialism is the development by a fully united Europe of all the resources in our own continent, for the benefit of all the peoples of Europe, with every energy and incentive that the active leadership of European government can give to private enterprise, workers' ownership, or any other method of progress which science and a dynamic system of government find most effective for the enrichment of all our people and the lifting of European civilization to ever higher forms of life. Oswald Mosley, European Socialism, 1956, page 1. See also, Oswald Mosley, Europe, Faith and Plan. Essex 1958, page 122. The essay European Socialism was published in May 1956 in the monthly magazine Nation Europa. According to him, the necessary complete unification of the European peoples into a third force is largely due to the strengthening of the competing giants America and Russia. This is why a spiritual revolution is necessary, which will result in a strong government that is at the same time legitimized by the European peoples. It should bring order out of chaos. According to Mosley's plans, this European socialism is a synthesis of free market entrepreneurship and syndicalism. Mosley, European Socialism, page 10. The combination of an attack which can roll up the left flank of labor by its syndicalism, with an attack which can roll up the right flank of conservatism by its support of the creative individual and the freeing of his enterprise from repression and taxation, is certainly a revolution in thinking. We can, by this new combination, capture the main position of the present system in classic fashion, as its center collapses through an internal disintegration which is already well advanced. End of quote. What was new was the synthesis of the two ideas by employing them both in their appropriate chronological order and devising a natural transition from one to the other. Ibid, page 2. To avoid a future crisis, Mosley advocates an insular economy that would encompass a self-sufficient European-African area and potentially South America. The nation Europe should politically unite the best elements of fascism and the old democracy. Ibid, p. 3. What is desirable is a synthesis of the best elements of fascism and of the old democracy to which is added new thinking to meet the new facts of the new age. Europe, a nation. I first used this phrase after the war to describe the complete integration of the European peoples which I believe to be essential to the survival and advance of European civilization. No lesser degree of union than that of an integral nation can give the will and power to act on the great scale, and with the decisiveness which are now necessary. No lesser space than all Europe, and the overseas possessions of Europe in a common pool, can give the room within which to act effectively. The necessity for the close union of the European peoples as a third power has been emphasized by the appearance of the rival giants, America and Russia. Only a unified European government would be able to secure the basis of life for the European race in the escalating power and economic struggles in the world. It would no longer be a federal state or a confederation of states, but Europe itself would become a state. He is remembered to this day for this fixed idea. Europe, a nation, is the only solution.
Europe a Nation, Europa ein Staat.
In Mosley, I believe in Europe. A way out of the crisis, page 28. In English, I use the term nation Europe, and this concept has since been the basis of my political thinking. But the word nation has a different meaning in German in some respects. For us English, it means the unification of different peoples under one government. For the Germans, on the other hand, nation is synonymous with people, and means a people with its own state and government. In German, my political goal is therefore better described by the term State of Europe. In this problem, I have sometimes been accused of wanting to combine Europe into a mixture of peoples into a marmalade, as one imagines the melting pot of the USA. On the contrary, it is precisely this that is a powerful incentive for the demand for a state of Europe, that the European peoples should be protected from general leveling and mixing, whether this danger now threatens from Americanization or Bolshevization. Ibid, page 9. He apparently simply did not want to acknowledge the subjugation of the various fascist movements and states of Europe by the unstate of National Socialist Germany, which was driving a war of annihilation, and imagined, as if in a daydream, that a common state could now emerge from those movements, together with the now defeated Germany, could even emerge as a common state that would make up for what had been neglected, the fraternization of all European fascists, so to speak, at eye level, and form a single state with different peoples. However, Mosley does not want to see the cultures of the individual European peoples merged. Only the achievements of the individual peoples could provide the creative force for the preservation and development of the European state. This organic state would have to create its own enlarged economic area, encompassing all possibilities of production and trade. In this respect, Mosley, like pan-Europeans such as Coudenhove-Kalergi, sees the African continent as a spatial extension of continental Europe. What is needed is a Monroe Doctrine for Africa, implemented by a united Europe. Only such a strong Europe can ensure the peaceful development of the world. He expects that with its own power and the separation of spheres of interest, it will be possible to negotiate an oligopolar peace. To achieve this, Europe needs an economic and social policy that is adapted to the development of science and technology. Mosley's proposal for this is a fiscal control policy, a financial corporation that he calls a wage price mechanism, quote, a far more advanced and more flexible instrument than the corporate state, the power of the state to intervene to decide the main reward differential and, when necessary in the case of monopoly, to control prices, not more. Mosley, Firing Line Interview, page 7. Transcript of the Firing Line television program broadcast on April 9, 1972. Private goods production remains in his European socialism web, but exchange must be regulated by state price fixing in relation to the wage sum. This is to keep production levels and wage levels in proportion and thus prevent overproduction due to lack of purchasing power. This economic policy, which he also referred to as dirigisme, must be applied until production and consumption remain in balance. What else he imagined socialism to be, such as a fixed money supply, nationalizations and further economic planning against the economy of the world powers, remains nebulous. But only such a unified state of Europe could ensure social equality between the classes in the dawning age of technology and science by influencing wages and prices, and also by promoting private enterprise, self-government and co-ownership of the means of production by workers in order to ensure prosperity. The driving force of the European social order is the will to develop, which characterizes the European, since all higher development has so far been based on the law of selection. Mosley, Revolution, page 21. Mosley wants an Occidental sovereignty in the global capital relationship. In doing so, he greatly overestimates the control possibilities of the desired order. In the post-fascist state of Europe, they could only be the result of surplus value that had been generated, forced and plundered, by means of credit, exploitation, or war. He shared this overestimation with almost all politicians from the right and left who were preparing for reconstruction after the War of Annihilation in order to help the capital relationship along. His particular delusion, however, was the notion that a unified European state was possible. Not by the grace of the Allies, the USA in particular had a definite interest in such a democratic state of Europe after 1945, but precisely against the Allies and on a post-fascist basis. The basis for the establishment of such a European sovereign would be, first and foremost, the complete loss of sovereignty of the nation-states through the transfer of the monopoly on the use of force to him. For Mosley, however, this is not a matter of choice, because the historical development of population growth, technology, and the economy leaves the European peoples no other choice. Secondly, the white race is the decisive criterion that makes a nation Europe possible, and in which the peoples will not disappear. His nation Europe corresponds roughly to what today's ethnopluralists imagine Europe to be, but with a central power, the opposite of today's EU. What Marx reveals as the inherently irrational conditions of dominant production becomes, in Mosley's view, a concept of Europe that fantasizes about the dynamics of capital as a Grossraum and, at the same time, propagates autarky as the necessary policy of the new sovereign. His socialist goal is to perpetuate capital and the state at the European level. In Mosley's view, the mythologization and aestheticization of politics will lead to a third way that will territorialize itself in Eurafrica. It is no coincidence that the idea and plan he projects for the Eurafrica region resemble some aspects of Carl Schmitt's theory of international spatial planning. But unlike Schmitt, he says, in the English tradition, more decisive than anything else is the big market, and this depends on two factors: the size of the area and the purchasing power of the population. Thus, his theory offers a mixture of Schmitt and Keynes. Again, we can secure this necessary condition by building Eurafrica and by the government's economic management through the wage price mechanism. The government can then completely curb and overcome the greatest danger of modern industrial society, the normally chronic tendency to overproduce in relation to the available market and, as a result, the recurring economic crises and the constant threat of mass unemployment. Mosley, I believe in Europe. A Way Out of the Crisis, page 77. The English fascist has the following plan for Africa. 1/3 of the continent would be reserved for the freedom of white culture. The remaining 2/3 would be reserved for the non-white population with self-governing states. Complete racial segregation would be necessary, because the violence of nature itself will force apartheid through the chaos it causes. If foresight, planning, and energy do not carry out the division of Africa into white and black governments in good time, in order and in peace. Ibid, page 13. A nuclear agreement with the Soviet Union was also intended to restrict nuclear weapons to the USA, the USSR, and Europe, thus preventing a nuclear confrontation and potential proxy wars. Marginalized in Great Britain, Mosley increasingly sought an alliance with international fascists from the 1950s onwards, for example in Franco's Spain, the USA, Germany, Italy, South America, and South Africa. His new endeavor was to create a revisionist, racist, and pro-Arab movement. Amory attested that the grotesque, but no less life-threatening Mosley at the time, was also benefiting from the worldwide wave of rehabilitation that was already, in the process of sweeping away all memories of Nazism, fascism, collaboration, and denunciation. Jean Amory, Letter to Erich Fried, 1975, page 80. An important German ally in this was Arthur Erhard. He was not only a friend of Mosley, but also a vehement supporter of his pan-European ideas. The former SS Hauptsturmführer and expert in partisan warfare founded the magazine Nation Europa, for which Mosley's Eurofascist concept provided the title. Amory attested that the grotesque, but no less life-threatening Mosley, was also benefiting from the wave of global rehabilitation that was already in the process of sweeping away all memories of Nazism, fascism, collaboration, and denunciation. Nation Europa.
Monatszeitschrift im Dienste der europäischen Neuordnung, Nation Europa.
Monthly magazine in the service of European reorganization, renamed Nation UND Europa. Deutsche Monatsheft, in 1951 by Arthur Erhard and Herbert Bohm. It was the product of the unification efforts of European old and neo-fascists and was a trendsetter in terms of topics and strategies. In addition to Mosley, the who's who of Eurofascism, such as Gaston Armand Amaudras, Peter de Houst, Bruno Migret, Karl Richter, and Andreas Molzer, also participated. From the outset, the magazine's ideology was in the spirit of the Waffen-SS. Its political protege was Henning Eichberg, who is considered a leading representative of the New Right in the 1970s and coined the term ethnopluralism. Ethnic group thinkers like him or Alain de Benoist modernized old racism and antisemitism, not only in the milieu of the fascist right. In England itself, only the now insignificant British National Party still represents Mosley's positions. Slogan: Putting Londoners First, London Manifesto 2016. It is a member of the European Alliance of National Movements, a collection of ultranationalist small parties from Bulgaria, Italy, Hungary, Portugal, Spain, Poland, Belgium, and Slovenia, whereas Mosley propagated Western sovereignty for Europe after 1945 in order to be able to withstand the economic and political pressure of the world powers, thereby ruling out any possibility of political success. The success of today's opponents of the EU is based on the fact that they want to defend the sovereignty of their own country against the European Union, which in their view often appears to be what Mosley considered desirable. Britain First is supposed to put things right again. A fully united Europe was yesterday, as not only the vote for the UK to leave the European Union makes clear. We are not anti-Europe, but we are firmly opposed to political integration within Europe. The tentacles of the EU stretch into almost every area of our national life, says David Coburn, UKIP MEP, UK Independence Party Scotland, 2016 Manifesto. Now the United Kingdom must be defended against the Kraken EU, which stands for the British establishment, Brussels lobby groups, and Eastern European immigrants. There is no option between EU integration and regional disintegration. This means primarily retreating to sovereignty. However, instead of mistrusting one's own feelings, they become politics. The UK Independence Party, UKIP, shows ideological overlaps with the worldview of the Alternative for Germany, AfD. While populist criticism of the EU has long been predominant, today concerned middle-class and petty bourgeois people, as well as white trash in Manchester and Gelsenkirchen, see themselves addressed by the parties in their resentment against the globalization of capital. They are united by the associated pathic projection that makes the direct link between open-door immigration, rising house prices, and dropping standards of living, Nigel Farage, the first link in the fight for the West. This also includes pulling the anti-gypsy ticket. For Farage, the wild southeast begins just behind Budapest. I was asked a question: if a group of Romanian men moved in next to you, would you be concerned? If you lived in London, I think you would be. BBC, May 18, 2014. Nevertheless, the historical differences in relation to the sovereign continue to emerge. UKIP demands London for Londoners and the duty of the individual citizen to the state, and plans with the Commonwealth. The AfD, with its demands for a national identity, the use of firearms against refugees at the border, and a revisionist historical policy, is continuing the post-Nazi tradition. Here it shows agreement with the third camp of Austria. Whether differences like these will again become such opposites that, as Mosley demonstrated, can only be bridged in a delusional manner, will in any case decide the further fate of what is called the West and the Enlightenment. On June 30th, just a week after the Brexit referendum, the German weekly magazine Die Zeit asked on its front page, what to do when the wrong people win. and thus demonstrated an understanding of democracy that merely distrusts bourgeois parliamentarism because, in case of doubt, even political opponents make use of the so-called basic democratic rights. It is thus in the German tradition of undermining these fundamental rights through morality and lofty ideals. Jan Fleischhauer would have liked to declare this unfortunate tradition in Der Spiegel as outdated. The sociologist Werner Sombart is the source of the finding that the English are a nation of shopkeepers who put money before freedom, whereas the German heroic people have retained their idealism. This too can now be counted among the certainties that have been dealt with by Brexit. End of quote. On the contrary, the Germans have not only preserved their idealism in every European crisis, which they now sell as progressive, i.e. anti-national and pro-European in their own sense. The open resentment against everything and everyone who opposes it is also becoming increasingly clear. This is why Lorenz Jaeger, who is otherwise extremely questionable, asked the legitimate question in the FAZ whether such effects, no longer controlled by any inner moral discipline, have really intensified since Brexit. Since this summer, the answer has to be yes. There is no getting around the diagnosis that hatred is increasing in intensity and shamelessness, sometimes in a more subtle, sometimes in a less subtle form. And this naked hatred is by no means the privilege of the right-wing extremists. The summer's popular anger was mainly directed at old white Englishmen, although their supposedly consistently reactionary attitudes and guilt for the outcome of the Brexit vote quickly turned out to be an interested interpretation that did not take into account the turnout of the various age groups. Fueled by the football Brexit, Stern, after the early elimination of the English national team from the European Championship, resentment finally ran wild. British politicians, who initially said they simply wanted to spend more time with their families, were called top rats by German role models such as Christoph Waltz, who were said to be leaving the sinking ship with their tails between their legs in order to retreat to some other profitable business. To name just one example. In view of the reactions in the press, politics, and everyday life, one could almost be overcome by a feeling of anti-German nostalgia, from times when glorifying references to the Royal Air Force Bomber Command and its Commander-in-Chief Sir Arthur Harris were never missing at any demonstration. In fact, however, since the summer, the ideological spearhead of anti-British popular anger has not been made up of die-hard nostalgics who, on the occasion of the highly deserved area bombing of Dresden, are swaggering about the bomb holocaust. Instead, it is anti-nationalists like the Hamburg Regional Association of the party, which successfully distributed a picture of Boris Johnson on Facebook with the caption, "Farewell, Britain." Keep an inbreeding, i.e. the alleged incestuous degeneration of Johnson's physiognomy in connection with his political views, which are considered to be wrong, and his character. Just as it has become completely normal in the major media to get worked up about the mere appearance of Johnson or Trump and the alleged stupidity of their voters. German humorists have learned to sell the cheapest resentments as a plea for a better Germany and the Volksgemeinschaft against the right. Jan Bomerman is one of these humorists, whose bungled poem about Erdogan can only be defended because of the infamy and cowardice of the political reactions, which kowtowed to the permanently offended Islamic man on the Bosporus. Bomerman thus seconded the omnipresent hatred of old age, which has been around since the Brexit debate, with the pseudo-funny demand for a referendum against old people and placement in old people's homes until deportation. Later, he followed up with a video in which, according to his own statement, the country's biggest social parasites are targeted. It is only superficially a matter of satire, because satire requires a certain artistic refraction that reveals a distance to the object of criticism or creates such a successful mimetic identification with it that it makes the viewer shudder. Bomerman, on the other hand, either markets the simply offensive or the rebelliously conformist in a politically not necessarily correct but compatible way, and is thus also on the completely unironic line of many a government politician. The greatest absurdity was perpetrated by Sigmar Gabriel, who at the European Congress of the SPD seriously called for dual citizenship for young Britons. One should not simply pull up the drawbridge and leave them alone with the snobs of the British elite. Apart from the stale anti-aristocratic imagery against the snobs who have pulled up the drawbridge to their manor, the proposal seems to fit into a long tradition of global German population policy. Just as in the German Empire, ethnic Germans belonging to other nations were to be expatriated from their own nation-states and repatriated to the Reich by means of dual citizenship, which already existed for them at the time. Pro-German Britons are now to be de-Anglicized and Germanized, so to speak, via the EU. It is time for a new rebellion, in which the younger generation will once again settle the score with the older generation. It is time for a rebellion of future ideas against the backward ideal, as Matthias Müller von Blumenkron added in the FAZ, calling for an attack on unproductive elements who have fed off the achievements of their parents, who were able to find secure jobs in stable corporations if they so desired. They are the ones who have sinned against the inheritance, who have always lived beyond their means, cheerfully driving up the national debt at the expense of their descendants, and who now live, to a not insignificant extent, on a pension that their children can only dream of. End of quote. It is accusations like these, or the wish articulated on Zeit Online on the occasion of the British vote to be part of a youth movement, an organization of the young, in contrast to an old bags policy, in which the contradiction between demographic change and the increasingly repressive demands of capitalist reality is articulated. The subjects react to this with a fear of decline that is turned towards the future, manifesting itself not only in a concern about a lack of performance but also in disgust at physical decay. In this, the cult of youth corresponds to a hatred of old age and an affirmation of death. Old people are a nuisance precisely because they continue to live unproductively, while children are a nuisance because they already live without functioning properly. That is why current educational theory is so keen to level out the differences between the age groups and to trim everything down to an eternally productive youth. No phase of life should be experienced in a qualitative way anymore, and such youth-driven activism in Germany always proves to be a reliable legacy of the folkish movement of life reform and Wandervogel. Contrary to the broad public consensus, the British vote to leave the European Union was not a purely knee-jerk reaction by white old farts to the 2008 financial crisis and the recent refugee crisis in general. It articulated, in essence, dissatisfaction with the consequences of 40 years of deindustrialization and precarization, which resulted from the socio-political cuts and wave of privatization since the first Thatcher government, especially in the regions of former heavy industry, which have been increasingly left behind since the 1970s. In this respect, the crisis of credit-based growth and the austerity policy of the Tory government in recent years is, of course, not the cause but the result of the post-Fordist crisis of capital valorization, which the British felt particularly early. Thatcher used the traditionally stronger skepticism in England towards a paternalistic welfare state of the German-French mold to react particularly eagerly and prematurely to a general trend in the development of capital. The slogan she used for this was, "There is no alternative." In doing so, she did not fall prey to the apocalyptic fatalism of German ideology, but instead used her policy as a pragmatic, individualistic defense against an overbearing state. Moreover, after the effects of the most recent crises, the UK was still relatively well-positioned and was able to benefit from the slimmed-down EU membership, standards and free trade in the EU minus the Eurozone, i.e. a kind of privileged partnership that could be sought again in a similar way after leaving the EU, in terms of national economics. After the Tories and their Prime Minister John Major were voted out of office in 1997, this development could no longer be reversed, and that was not the goal of New Labour under Tony Blair. His concept of a new social democracy adapted neoliberal guidelines with the emphasis on personal responsibility and the role of the activating state, which soon inspired his European Party colleague Schroeder to develop the Agenda 2010. With the addition of a few, largely symbolic improvements in social benefits, the party abandoned its previous demands for a return to interventionist economic policy, the renationalization of privatized companies, the expansion of welfare state benefits, and the reversal of the labor and union laws from the Thatcher era. At the risk of completely alienating its core voters, New Labour instead pushed a communitarian identity policy that was intended to ideologically compensate for the continued material impoverishment. In the traditional German sense, the focus was not on the particular interests of one's own class, but on the compulsive harmonization of social disaster through the homeliness of the soil and community, which only appears to be in contradiction to the economic political activation discourse. This combination corresponds exactly to the bridge concept between the duality of structure in Anthony Giddens' structuration theory, which was the inspiration for the so-called Schroeder-Blair paper of 1999 and no longer demanded equal participation in social wealth in the sense of old social democracy, but only equal opportunities, which the state was to ensure as a priority task. The state should not row, but steer, less control than challenge. The specifically British mixture of economic precarization and a communitarian identity and minority policy that flanks it was able to win ideological dominance, especially in the academies and in politics, well into the Tory camp. On the Conservative side, David Cameron in particular is part of this tradition, whose talk of the big society and the role of the commons to be strengthened in it aimed at further undermining the welfare state. NGOs and social entrepreneurs are to take over significant areas of state administration in education, care, and health. In return, Cameron, for example, pushed through the legal equalization of homosexual partnerships. New Labour also tried to create a kind of pseudo-growth by focusing its economic policy on financial services and the new economy, and to promote mainly unproductive, precarious service activities with tax breaks. Public sector jobs were advertised mainly in disadvantaged regions in the hope of keeping voters on board. This post-Fordist paternalism of British social democracy was matched by that of the EU institutions. Their goal was never to prepare for a European unification in the sense of a truly pan-European state, and certainly not to ensure a decisive improvement in the living conditions of its formal citizens. In the responsible committees, it was rather assumed that the own policy of alms and modest transfer payments for structurally weak regions would forever compensate for the unsatisfactory patronizing policy. This is also evidenced by the offended and aggressive reactions at the highest levels of the EU after the Brexit vote. The fact that the few amenities such as the constantly invoked free movement of persons in the EU are primarily a matter of capital, which is likely to play a less important role in the everyday lives of former miners from Nottinghamshire than for freelance hipsters from London or Berlin, must not become an issue. The opponents of the Leave campaign were accordingly mainly those who had desperately tried to remain young, the urban middle class for whom the flexibilization and precarization of wage labor had become second nature and who misunderstood their eternal project junk, their efforts to obtain foreign scholarships for a successful CV, and their constant willingness to quickly find their way around new jobs as a sign of strength of character. The Leave campaigners' displeasure was directed against the policies of this clientele, and they could be sure of the support of the completely marginalized former proletariat. Against multiculturalism, the promotion of minorities, feminism, green politics, globalization, but also against the growing importance of the internet and increased immigration, as a survey by Lord Ashcroft polls shows. The economic declassification and dismantling of not only the old white working class by a left-wing liberal elite, disguised by the alleged goal of inclusion, promoted social segregation and made conditions like those in Rotherham possible in the first place, to which the autochthonous occasionally react with tangible xenophobia. The immediate cause of the Brexit was the restriction of Eastern European immigration, which can only be understood against the background that the Eastern Europeans threatened to block the white, proletarian Britain's escape route from their ghettos in Blackburn, Bradford, etc., which only became such ghettos due to Islamization. Poland in particular began to outstrip the British as craftsmen and nurses due to the long-standing liberal immigration policy, making it increasingly difficult to leave deindustrialized northern England for London or southern England, i.e. for regions with masses of service jobs. What people are fleeing from are the consequences of decades of culturally sensitive communitarianism. To put it bluntly, it has produced two models. Alongside the precarious gang society of certain London districts and many ex-industrial towns in the North and Midlands, where openly delinquent ghetto Islam dominates, there is an apparent countermodel. This is the variant of Islamic communities that is based on the authoritarian pacification, the reorganization of the secular state, and the subjugation of the non-Islamic remaining population, as is evident in Blackburn, for example, a former center of the textile industry and the city with the highest proportion of Muslim inhabitants in the UK. The economic success of some Muslims in the post-industrial social wasteland does not lead to the successful turning their backs on their clan and seeking their own individual advancement. No, it rather leads to the urban dominance of these clans because they form the basis of success. They provide the social resource that the individualized, white precarious worker necessarily lacks, since the once powerful proletarian self-administration and its cooperative organizations no longer exist in England. Stephanie Bolzen portrayed this new upper class in the former industrial area in the Welt. Ibi Master is representative of a growing part of the British Muslim community, whose influence on the face of this country will only grow. Professionally extremely successful, with considerable wealth and a young generation that often attends the best schools and universities. At the same time, these Muslims are extremely conservative. They share their working day with non-Muslims, but otherwise they generally keep to themselves. They put a lot of money and engagement into their religious community, which is controlled by their leaders and not by politics or the police. End of quote. In view of this development, the observer is faced with an alternative. Either the concept of racism is generalized to such an extent as a pure ideology of performance and competition that it would also have to include the hatred of the digital bohemian and so-called millennials on the old white working class, where unemployment and poverty are noticeably higher than among Muslims of Indian origin and strictly Orthodox Sunnis in Blackburn. Or else we would have to admit that the Brexit vote was partly motivated by xenophobia, but that race ideology and skin color played no role in it, while the justified fear of the growing influence of a particular religious community did. But then the uncomfortable realization would suggest itself that, in addition to the envy of immigrants from Eastern Europe, the rejection of further Muslim immigration and the German supremacy in Europe that is forcing it can have a rational core. Regardless of this, the British vote for Brexit was, for example, in the Anglo world, nothing less than an opportunity for ethnic cleansing. You don't have to like the white trash milieu, but it is absolutely despicable and shows a complete lack of knowledge of British reality to portray it as particularly racist, incapable, and stupid, just because it perceives its own interests in a way that displeases the left-wing German observer. This view also completely ignores the fact that, although there was a racist undercurrent in the English industrial proletariat, there was also traditionally a greater willingness than in any other European country to regard immigrant colleagues from the former colonies as equals among equals, i.e. to give class precedence over race. This is evidenced not least by the adaptation of African American music and Caribbean lifestyles in proletarian subcultures such as those of the skinheads or mods. The anti-British resentment that is currently breaking out, especially among Germans who consider themselves progressive, must be countered by the fact that skepticism about European immigration policy expresses justified reservations about members of a religion and not a race. It must also be pointed out that, unlike the Germans, the British, in the face of migration, are neither setting fire to refugee homes on a massive scale nor rolling out prayer rugs in enthusiastic preventive submission, and that this absence of delusional outbursts of emotion is regarded by the Germans as a symptom of coldness. In order to maintain the impression of the racist British, ethnic cleansing was not only warned against in left-wing weekly newspapers, but a connection was also claimed in the so-called quality media, which is not so clear. Everywhere, there was talk of a sudden increase in racism in Great Britain, to Gesture, and of a wave of racism, Handelsblatt, Focus, Stern, that threatened to spill over to the island. However, the allegedly dramatic deterioration of the situation in the UK, and in particular in England, was based on statistical estimates that initially only covered the month of June, and what is more, the supposedly dramatic increase in xenophobic and racist attacks, Spiegel Online, was largely due to hate crimes, which can be interpreted very generally and arbitrarily. These also include actual physical attacks or the death threat against an African cultural center. But to what extent these crimes increased during the same period, in what context they are related to the Brexit vote, and whether the attribution of racist is more the arbitrary choice of the observer than a fitting characterization of the perpetrators and their actions, none of the alarmist reports provided any information about this. The incidents mentioned were mainly threats against the Polish minority mentioned, but also incidents such as a dog excrement attack against Germans, picture, and swastikas scrawled on their cars. Reports like these, or the fact that Germans allegedly reported tears of racism, as it was said on RP Online, completely exposed the worried German warnings to ridicule and showed how much the Germans were concerned about themselves and their feelings. It is therefore only consequent that the warnings of British racism usually referred to the increased registration of perceived discrimination in the course of the #PostRefRacism campaign and to a study from 2014 in The Guardian. The study did, however, find that craft and industrial workers were more likely to be prejudiced, but it also pointed to the increased acceptance of same-sex marriage and premarital sex. Unfortunately, there is no information on the attitudes of members of the allegedly persecuted minorities. However, The Guardian did provide a clue about at least one of them in another article in April of this year. According to a study, 52% of British Muslims are against the legalization of homosexuality, while 23% want to introduce Sharia law immediately. If there had been a mass outbreak of violence in the wake of the referendum, and if the desire of many Britons to leave the EU were based solely on their racism and xenophobia, one can assume that Theresa May, who is concerned about the reputation of her country, would have addressed this in her inaugural speech as Prime Minister on July 13th. Instead, even the British Prime Minister addressed the structural context that affects almost all social groups, even if it may appear to be group-focused enmity in a selective perception. Quote, "If you are born poor, you will die an average 9 years earlier than others. If you're black, you're treated more harshly by the criminal justice system than if you are white. If you're a white, working-class boy, you're less likely than anyone else in Britain to go to university. If you are a woman, you will earn less than a man. If you suffer from mental health problems, there's not enough help to hand. If you're young, you'll find it harder than ever before to own your own home. End of quote. From a European perspective, the British have acted in a more instrumental and rational way than the Germans could ever imagine. This is because the British criticism of the EU clearly recognizes the differences between the international hegemony of the USA after the Second World War and the German hegemony in Europe after the collapse of the Warsaw Pact. In no European crisis has the envious and short-sighted hegemon Germany ever thought of granting the weakening states a whole range of special rights such as favorable loans or trade concessions, as the USA did after the Second World War, in order to be recognized as the hegemon for decades. The Americans did something that cost them in the short term, but from which they benefited in the long term, and so did the rest of the world, as Hans Kuhnani noted in Die Zeit. Something unthinkable not only because of the different historical constellation in German politics, which is what scares such a change in the stability culture, Marcus Soter, and which, from a European perspective, is guided by nothing other than the Germans' inability to love themselves in a republican civic national way, as has already been stated in the course of the refugee crisis. In the UK, on the other hand, some of the political pragmatism of classic hegemonic politics has been preserved, which enables judgments like those of Kuhn-Nani, and which was already denounced by the German sociologist and Nazi inspirer Werner Sombart as mechanistic, materialistic, and individualistic, or as intellectual narrow-mindedness and an inability to rise even a hair's breadth above the tangible and everyday reality. In Germany, paradoxically, it has since been considered as pragmatism to implement the alienated thinking of the Anglo-Saxons, that conscious organization of a super-individual, which places the idea of the organic life of each state in the place of the shopkeeper's idea of a dead balance of the individual states among themselves. As long as the current situation in Europe offers the German production community the advantages of low unit labor costs, relatively low unemployment and high export rates, the world seems to be in order for them, and a crisis-ridden state can be treated like an insolvent company due to the peculiar construction of the EU, without having to jointly assume liability for its debts. But it is precisely this shared responsibility, which was thought to have been disposed of, that is now being brought back into play by the South as a reform wish during the exit of the economically still relatively independent British from the European Union. And Germany is pushing so shamelessly for a speedy Brexit that this demand cannot gain any ground and nothing changes in the structure that is so advantageous for German exports. Since the complete internationalization of capital, it is undoubtedly impossible to retreat to the nation-state in its traditional form. In general, the sovereignty of the state, which is presented as a unified whole, is similar to the ideal of ego strength on the part of the subject, but in reality it is fragmented and inadequate in the face of the flexibilized conditions of a totally mobilized society, and even anachronistic in the literal sense. Nevertheless, the desire to regain some of that sovereignty often tends towards madness in the face of what Adorno called the almost impossible task of not allowing oneself to be made stupid by the power of others or by one's own powerlessness. But it can also be an expression of a remnant of bourgeois rationality and, in this sense, necessary. In this sense, the British withdrawal also testifies to that Republican Anglo-Saxon self-confidence that German European ideologues have always found repugnant and that appeared to them as an expression of anti-German foreign powers. And the Germans once again see the British project as an unparalleled particularist nationalist affront, since the German idea of Europe is based precisely on the ideology of renouncing sovereignty and the illusory legalization of international power relations, against the backdrop of which Germany has learned to cloak its own hegemonic power politics as an anti-national lesson from Auschwitz. In a kind of hysterical envy of sovereignty, the Germans look at the stubborn British, whose vote also symbolically shakes the ideal of a German Europe. Its model results from the afterlife of National Socialism in democracy, Adorno. The plans of the then Reich Minister of Economics and President of the Reichsbank, Walther Funk, for the economic reorganization of Europe, anticipated much of what was to come. The Reichsmark as the leading currency, a European central bank, the dismantling of customs duties, the internal balancing of European balance of payments, etc. The Nazis were in the tradition of German ideas about Europe from the interwar period, and in some of their statements can hardly be distinguished from those of an EU bureaucrat. There is no need for long-winded proof to show that European solidarity, while certain sacrifices on the part of the participating states, but at the same time will lead to an unexpected blossoming of our continent in economic, cultural, and social terms. As Joseph Goebbels, not Martin Schulz or Jean-Claude Juncker, put it, the underlying desire was always for a core or Central European Union for the purpose of a German-dominated large-scale economy. Excluding Bolshevik Russia and Great Britain, as had previously been advocated by German Social Democrats or national liberals such as the FDP's founding father Friedrich Naumann. This Europe was to be realized on the basis of the commonalities of its natural character, as a community of destiny, in the face of national egoism, and organized on the basis of the division of labor between Europe's industrial heart and its agrarian peripheral areas. Even Nigel Farage has more of an idea of the implicit threat contained in this and its consequences, which were later explicitly expressed and then put into action, than the entire German political caste. It is against this backdrop that his much scandalized statement that the Brexit had been successfully achieved, without a single bullet being fired, should be understood. It is worth remembering that the liberation from European unification attempts, as practiced by Germany, has already taken place twice in a warlike manner. It is therefore hardly surprising that the old British-German antagonism did not break out yesterday. When Margaret Thatcher warned against Germany's ideas of a European Grossraum in the early 1990s, the then chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group and current finance minister, Wolfgang Schäuble, published a position paper on the European unification process, which confirmed Thatcher's fears with its warning against a superior free trade zone of British origin and its plea for a core Europe of two speeds pushed by Germany. What is often overlooked by the left is that this paper, which is usually criticized for its classic nationalistic pursuit of a great power, laid the essential foundations for the new German ideology. Namely, the legitimization of the new German role in world politics through the proclaimed renunciation of sovereignty, the rejection of national hegemonic politics as a lesson from history in the warning against a return to the national and the nation-state, and even a regressive nationalism. In this sense, Wolfgang Schäuble's recent considerations, made under the impression of the impending Brexit, should also be seen, with which he tried to update his core European approach, in order to make it clear at the same time that the proclaimed anti-nationalism can at the same time be an expression of hard-nosed power politics. In case of doubt, the intergovernmental must be given greater prominence. And further, we have already shown how it works with the Euro bailout system. The principle can be extended to other areas if necessary, to the Europeanization of defense budgets and to managing the refugee crisis. End of quote. So, Germany pulls one or two heavyweight nations onto its side, with which it then imposes its line on the rest. Just as it was done in the course of the financial crisis and the subsequent sovereign debt crises in Southern Europe, and as it was recently attempted with Eastern Europe and the UK in the so-called refugee crisis. The fact that the UK is now, completely unexpectedly, withdrawing from this attempt at blackmail, even for Schäuble, brings tears to the finance minister's eyes. When I was asked in London what I would do if Brexit happened, I said I would cry, as he confessed to the world. This is in no way inconsistent with the fact that, just last year, he openly threatened that Greece could leave the Eurozone. Schäuble's ideas are just as difficult to categorize as those of his intellectual predecessors Sombart and company. Examples of this are Schäuble's statements in the newspaper Die Zeit on June 9, when he expressed the wish for a revolution, such as he had once administered as interior minister, formulated criticism of America and the rich, called for a new policy for Africa to ward off economic refugees, and called for a welcome for Muslims, whose generous reception he justified as follows. Isolation is what would destroy us, what would allow us to degenerate into inbreeding. For us, Muslims in Germany are an enrichment of our openness and our diversity. Just look at the third generation of Turks, especially the women. That is an enormous innovative potential. End of quote. So no immigration based on mere considerations of utility or even simple helpfulness, but as an innovative rejuvenating treatment for the German body politic. How true the Germans have remained to themselves in the person of Schäuble may be difficult for people to understand who still misunderstand National Socialism as an exaggerated nationalism of Prussian origin and a somewhat more extreme variety of Italian fascism, while the politics of the post-Nazi FRG are seen as an almost unbroken continuation of the same thing. However, the core element of National Socialist ideology was an anti-nationalist state doctrine that was intended to bring about the softening of rigidities and incrustations in the war, which is the prerequisite for the formation of new national political communities. As Joseph Goebbels in his speeches on Europe in 1942, in other words, the very overcoming of artificial borders, the abolition of every bourgeois and of course German nation-state for the sake of a higher ideal, the supranational idea of the German Volksgemeinschaft. The Germans have always hated the idea of belonging to a nation-state by chance of birth or political declaration of intent in conjunction with the free self-determination of the individual, as championed by liberal state theory. Even in Goebbels' day, the British were considered to be particularly representative of this, with their anti-European aspirations. And even today, such resentment still clouds the minds of would-be critics who, with the essentially anti-Zionist slogan, "No border, no nation," and the demand for the immediate abolition of all borders, misuse those who have fled to Europe as the supposed avant-garde of a post-national order. Despite all the understandable reasons for the Brexit vote, there is something unpleasant about the British decision, even if you disregard its politically questionable propagandists. Namely, the glorification of self-determination of the people, the proverbial reminder for the political elites who are out of touch with the people. Such a longing for plebiscitary immediacy contradicts the high degree of institutional rationalization of politics, as Marx and Engels, for example, appreciated in the modern representative state. The national egoism that was condemned by the British vote, as rejected by the Nazis, is part of its historical substance. But neither Wolfgang Schäuble nor the German Antifa want to know anything about it. It is only consequent that this anti-Western, anti-Semitic, and anti-British Labour Party is fighting tooth and nail against a sovereign and self-confident Great Britain, and is now openly advocating a second referendum, by the way, exactly in line with former party leader Tony Blair, which it calls the People's Vote with boundless audacity. This leaves only Margaret Thatcher's nasty party as a political force that could meet the desire for sovereignty and political change. However, the Tories, as advocates of opening up markets and a classic supply policy with limited government debt, are by no means the natural opponents of European treaties and agreements. It was only when the European Union, EU, was established in 1993 by the Treaty of Maastricht as a superordinate association for the European communities, the common foreign and security policy and cooperation in the areas of justice and home affairs, that a significant group of conservative skeptics was formed, the European Research Group, ERG. In particular, the move away from an expanded free trade zone to establish a political union and the preparations for the introduction of a single currency met with rejection. In doing so, they also reflected the mood of the British population, in which membership of an EU that went beyond a mere economic and trade union was no longer capable of achieving a majority. Since then, there have been efforts from conservative circles within and outside the Conservative Party to put the issue of European integration to the people in the tradition of democratic votes on the Constitution since the Massachusetts referendums of 1778 and 1779. This reflects the difference between sovereignty and government, for the fundamental provisions within which elected representatives, as experts and successively as professional politicians, deal with the work of the state and legislative machinery and form governments, the consent of the people, from whom all sovereignty is to emanate, is necessary in the opinion of many state theorists. The United Kingdom is a special case in this respect, as its constitutional law is partly based on conventions and provisions that would be considered constitutions elsewhere are treated more like statutes. It is therefore often claimed, although not entirely correctly, that the United Kingdom, unlike the United States, does not have a written constitution. However, it is clear that even a constitutional state like the United States is based on conventions. It all depends on who writes the rules, and this is where the EU comes into play. From a formal point of view, it consists of interrelated constitutional structures that have an impact on the member states. However, it is not a supra or superstate and can hardly become one legally. After all, it is based on the fact that each member state continues to be represented individually in some of its organs and ultimately remains a sovereign state, for example in international organizations such as NATO, in which not all EU states are members. In this respect, the way in which national sovereignty was discussed in the course of the EU referendum is two-edged. Many of the problems the EU has result precisely from the fact that it is not a sovereign state and does not want to be one. This is particularly evident in the question of borders. The EU is neither a state that controls its borders nor an alliance of states that can control their own borders. The Brexit negotiations led by the May government, similar to those previously conducted by Greek Finance Minister Yanis Varoufakis, showed that negotiations with the EU are different from those with a state or a government, where individual representatives can admit that a particular political process will not work in that way. The EU as a whole proves to be a bloc incapable of making concessions. The EU institutions have a supranational character from the outside, but from the perspective of each member state they are firmly linked to the legislation of their country, which strongly distinguishes the EU and the hard law decided there from the UN and the agreements decided there, which can only have an effect as soft law. The parliament of a state can decide that EU legislation should apply, but it can revoke its consent on the basis of complicated negotiations. In this respect, it is only possible for an individual state to either recognize the validity of EU legislation or, as is the aim of Brexit, to reject the entire structure in toto and leave it, which is why many Brexit supporters rightly emphasize that there can be no soft Brexit. The fact that constitutionally relevant laws are decided upon from outside the country meets with a resistance in the UK that is foreign to the Germans, whose basic law was not only approved by the Western Allies, but was also introduced as the sovereign law of the 3 occupation zones. The lack of legitimization of the basic law, which was originally intended to be temporary but has now been elevated to the status of a constitution, continues to have an impact on the political ideas of a united Europe, in that the Germans were never consulted about their integration into the EU and largely see this as a completely unproblematic matter. In contrast, not only the United Kingdom but also France has a long tradition of constitutional legislation through general referendums. For these countries, the disregard of the French referendum on the EU constitution in 2005, which resulted in a clear victory for the opponents, who were mainly supported by the political left, represents a historical break with democracy, because the rules were still adopted in a slightly modified form as the Intergovernmental Treaty of Lisbon. The EU constitution not only restricts the national and parliamentary sovereignty of the member states, but also makes it considerably more difficult to implement social democratic reforms that benefit workers and employees. It guarantees the free movement of goods, capital, labor, and services, as well as freedom of establishment, and prohibits individual state regulations. The EU is facing a huge legitimacy problem after a phase of overstretching, both in the number and type of new member states. Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia, recently identified as the most corrupt country in Eastern Europe, are the most extreme examples, and in terms of the expansion of powers through deeper integration via the Euro, the Lisbon Treaty, etc. EU ideologues are responding to this crisis by appealing to the European project, its enormous achievements for prosperity and, above all, peace in Europe, while falsely equating the continent with the organization. It is obvious that this constant barrage of propaganda is primarily intended to gloss over the urgent need for reform while at the same time making it impossible to reform the EU. What is more, the necessity of permanently progressing integration, which results from the logic of the EU institutions and their effect on national constitutions, and the resulting loss of democratic control and political accountability to the alleged sovereign is presented as having no alternative. If the euro fails, Europe will fail, says the German Chancellor, speaking for all the defenders. The journalistic attacks against Great Britain and its politicians since the Brexit referendum are fueled by the perception, which is not clouded by any reflection, that the country is not moving away from the EU, but from Europe, which finally proves that it is a reactionary, xenophobic, nationalist enemy state. Brexit is not a completely new event, as it has a historical precedent in the breakaway from the Catholic Church and the founding of the Anglican Church under Henry VIII. Even then, the key questions were whether the continent, represented at the time by the Pope, could determine British law and whether Great Britain would have to pay for it. Henry initially sent his most important advisor, Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, a devout Catholic and principled opponent of the separation, to Rome to negotiate his divorce on the basis of the Roman demands. It was only after the failure of this mission that he decided to break with Rome once and for all and to re-establish English sovereignty. The myth surrounding Henry VIII is still central to the idea that England is fundamentally different from the continent. The second iconic figure in English history, who like no other has shaped the identification with the British royal family and is still portrayed as the Virgin Mother of the nation, was his daughter Elizabeth I, the founder of the empire. Henry's break with Rome offers a historical reference to the break between Great Britain and the EU, because Brussels can certainly be seen as the seat of the secularized papacy of our time. This is particularly evident in the dogma of infallibility, which elevates the EU to the role of guardian of democracy, a fact that Jean-Claude Juncker has repeatedly made clear with remarkable candor. In 2015, for example, he told the Greeks, "There can be no democratic choice against the European treaties." He told French voters before the vote on the EU constitution, "If the result is a yes, we will continue on this path, and if it is a no, we will continue." Western secularism, democracy, and the idea of human rights, the European values as a whole, are, as numerous philosophers and historians have now recognized, themselves a Christian creation. However, attempts to create a basis compatible or at least comparable with the Christian faith have failed. The European jargon of democracy and human rights is thus increasingly at odds with the EU's inability to fulfill its goals, and is ultimately doomed to failure, like the papacy. The reign of the highly educated, music and literature-loving Henry VIII not only established modern Britain as distinct from continental Europe, but also marked the heyday of the British Renaissance and the golden age of English literature and music under his daughter Elizabeth. At the same time, it laid the foundations for enormous social and economic progress, which was central to the formation of the First British Empire, 1583 to 1783. It is unlikely that the UK will experience such glorious times after Brexit. The fact that the Brexit decision, with 17.4 million votes, represents the largest democratic mandate in British history, but has not yet been implemented by Parliament, and that the British will elect a new Parliament for the third time in less than 5 years in December 2019, makes it clear that the Brexit crisis is one of representative democracy as a whole. This is based fundamentally on the idea that the people elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. The authority of the representatives is based on the will of their voters, who merely delegate their powers to them. However, in 2016, Parliament decided that it could not decide on the EU itself and returned the decision-making power to the alleged sovereign. Completely independently of the question of whether referendums have a more advisory character in law, the vote for Brexit was politically binding. However, if Parliament ignores the result, it fatally undermines its own authority, because it makes it clear that the will of the people is meaningless and thus also calls into question the basis for the election of the MPs. This was still understood in 2016, when every politician warned that the decision would be final and both the government and the opposition promised to implement whatever was decided. The subsequent legalistic insistence on parliamentary sovereignty was therefore hollow. Parliament referred the decision back to the people, the EU Withdrawal Act was passed, and in 2017, 85% of MPs were elected on manifestos that promised to respect the referendum result. The subsequent refusal of the broken parliament that emerged from the 2017 election to implement Brexit shows many Britons exactly what they had long suspected, namely that political representation in the UK no longer works, when millions of people who have no political power beyond their vote cannot pursue change through representative politics. They must either withdraw from public life or seek other means. The logical strengthening of so-called populists, which ultimately means little more than the Latin translation of Democrats, has not led to a call for democratic reform policies from the culturally and politically dominant class, but has rather given rise to the old call for the rule of philosophers, for example in the form of conditions such as proof of political education for the granting of the right to vote. The fear of the electorate and the democratic rhetoric that has degenerated into a kind of jargon are the ideological core of a union that is more than a confederation of states, but cannot and does not want to be a European nation-state. It is more appropriate to see it as a non-state without a time or place, which is expressed not only in the isolated EU quarter on the outskirts of a city where Islamic terror cells thrive, but above all in the refusal to establish a parliament in any fixed location, which cannot be explained by any practical reason. The widespread anger over the numerous regulations passed in Brussels and incorporated into national legislation obscures the fact that the EU's program is not the state-run administration and control of capitalism, but deregulation, the safeguarding of the 4 economic freedoms and permanent mobilization for ever more absurd purposes. Bringing political processes back to a specific political and historical location such as Westminster is not enough to overcome the resulting political devastation. The fact that Boris Johnson repeats his campaign slogan, "Get Brexit done," like a mantra suggests that he wants to return to the usual conservative policies with a few minor cosmetic changes. A few million for the NHS, a few adjustments to migration policy, a few extra police officers, a little more money for education and a few tax cuts seem rather unambitious. Brexit would certainly create scope for fundamental change, but the appointed executor of such change, a radical democratic and patriotic, decidedly pro-British force, is nowhere to be seen in Parliament, at the universities or in the other ideological establishments. On the other hand, however, there is a not inconsiderable willingness among many Britons to show real resilience, as was most recently demonstrated on November 29th, when passers-by once again attacked and overpowered an Islamic terrorist on London Bridge who was stabbing people with a knife and killing 2 people. Such courage is also an expression of the refusal of a counter-movement of patriotic Britons, ranging from the working class to conservative historians, to submit to globalization and Islamization as an allegedly inevitable fate. However, it is also meant as a mockery of Boris Johnson or Jacob Rees-Mogg in large parts of the British and in the entire German public, because unlike Theresa May, these 2 supposedly yesterday's men have largely understood the open and hidden reasons for the desire for British withdrawal from the EU, especially the justified skepticism against German policy, not only in the Greek and refugee crisis. From their education at Eton and Oxford onwards, they still embody the old England that their opponents want to expel, both in the good and the bad sense of the word. Not despite, but because the country must preserve this historical heritage in order to have a future. On May 12, 2000, exactly 1 year to the day after the turning point of the Green Party in Bielefeld, from where he led the peace movement which had come to power directly into the war against Belgrade, Joschka Fischer presented his plans for the completion of European integration at the Humboldt University in Berlin. He was well aware that this speech, entitled From Confederation to Federation, would provoke the Eurosceptics on both sides of the Channel in particular, and therefore gave the British troublemakers, known for their anti-German editorials, the friendly, disguised advice known for their anti-German editorials, to not produce the biggest headlines again. After all, as Fischer hypocritically said, nobody should be provoked here. With this veiled request to the friends in Great Britain to simply stay out of these continental European affairs, the speaker tried to lure another part of the audience with a poison bait. If one formed a European corps against the USA together, one would deny the British participation in European leadership, and thus the role that one had planned for a France firmly allied with Germany in the future of the EU would also grow. The German foreign minister sought to counter the Europe-wide fear of a policy of appropriation and paternalism pursued by Germany, the fear that the talk of a European federation could conceal a targeted attack on the sovereignty of all other European states, with the paradoxical demand for sharing sovereignty. He was aware that he could not fool Great Britain, a nation that can be said to have invented the concept of state sovereignty, with empty phrases. By admitting that the term federation is a loaded word for many Britons, he conveyed that no further negotiations were possible between Germany and Great Britain, since the acceptance of the idea of a federal order in Europe was, from the German perspective, the basis for any further discussion about the future of Europe. Only a federally organized Europe would be protected from being dominated by a particular power, since only in this way could it be guaranteed that all states would give up elements of their sovereignty, e.g. their foreign policy, to the federation in equal measure, thus constituting its sovereignty and participating in it. From a German perspective, the leading power of the Commonwealth has recently once again boycotted the historically supposedly necessary unity of Europe, as it stubbornly insisted that its national sovereignty was indivisible, refused to renounce its foreign policy sovereignty, and did not join the Franco-German anti-war course on the Iraq War, but instead entered into a military alliance with the USA, in which the British government is now increasingly taking on a transatlantic mediating role. Mistrustful of the stubborn Anglo-Saxons, Fischer sought to exclude the British as early as May 2000 and instead forge an alliance with the French. His enticements were aimed primarily at them and their neighbors to the east and west, with the aim of motivating them to join in. He flattered nationalists in all countries, assuring them that even for the final federation subject, the nation-state with its cultural and democratic traditions will be irreplaceable, so that no one need fear being subjected to a German-dominant culture. On the contrary, renouncing civil rational state power in favor of an emotional irrational people's power would offer everyone advantages. The federation would avoid a design flaw because it would take into account the fact that Europe, unlike America when the United States was formed, is not a new continent, but full of different peoples, cultures, languages, and histories. Therefore, no one need fear, because even in the federation, we will still be British and German, French and Polish. Whether Fischer's promise that the envisaged Europe would not be a synthetic construct beyond the established European realities appealed to the spirit of those in France whom the speaker wanted to inspire with his plan is a moot point for the time being. His defense of the naturally grown against the synthetically manufactured was probably less about inspiring a nation that had realized bourgeois rationality in economics and politics against tradition earlier and more consistently than other European great powers, and more about inspiring his own. In any case, a Europe shaped according to the German model cannot do without reference to the historical cultural conditions, the fact of its different political national cultures. The cultural peculiarities, the unenlightened customs and the ingrained rituals of the indigenous peoples must be taken care of if Germany is to lead the locomotive that it is operating with France and that wants to pull the rest of Europe into the future. The assertion that the nation-states would continue to exist is based on the unclear distinction between the people and the state in the concept of the nation-state, and on the lack of clarity as to how its abstract continued existence is to be realized in concrete terms. Fischer's formulation is unmistakably misleading when he says that the states would even retain a significantly stronger role than the federal states in Germany. Come on, you Brits, Poles, and French, we'll make you into real Bavarians too. The appeal that Fischer intended to exert on the other Europeans was primarily sought through a provocative, and in some ways irresistible tone of voice that sought to tear the others out of their perseverance and stagnation, driving them towards completion and finality. The speaker implored those he sought to intimidate not to be afraid. Europe could only play its appropriate role in global economic and political competition if we proceed courageously. The problems of the 21st century could truly not be solved with the fears and recipes of the 19th and 20th centuries. If one resolutely refused to march along, then, according to Fischer, there would be a threat of crises and erosion. But in fact, one would have no choice anyway, since one was driven by the pressure of circumstances, one of his favorite metaphors when it comes to disguising one's own claim to power with the assertion of seemingly objective, but in reality self-induced constraints. Therefore, if nothing changes within the next decade, an avant-garde will feel compelled to lead the way. Some states would then form a center of gravity that, out of a deep European conviction, is willing and able to push through the founding of a European federation, even against others if necessary. The only questions would then be, when will the right time be? Who will participate? And will this center of gravity develop within or outside the treaties? The willingness to wriggle out of contractual obligations by referring to supposedly grown ties and pseudo-objective constraints. The willingness to resort to the politics of division from time to time, and the willingness not to shy away from to mobilize even the most perfidious resentment in order to address the people within or beyond its own national borders. German foreign policy had already mastered its own reunification and the destruction of Yugoslavia with these means. In the run-up to and during the Iraq War, they were put in a position to take up arms against the USA, the former occupying power in their own country. The German way has always led to success where international law could be played off against international law, i.e. self-determination against sovereignty, peoples against states, the masses against power. And power, not least, excites the powerless masses. In this way, a power that offers itself to the masses can direct the collective rage against an external state power or against internal subversives, as required. Both can thus be interpreted as enemies of the community, whose mobilization requires an experienced leadership, because in its own sphere of power, the bourgeoisie must fear the stupidity of the masses as long as they remain conservative, and the insight of the masses as soon as they become revolutionary. Before the mass exodus from the east to the west and the popular demonstrations in Leipzig and elsewhere from the fall of 1989, reunification of Germany would have been just as unthinkable as it would have been conceivable for German soldiers to control protectorates on Yugoslavian soil, sorted by ethnicity, had the mobilization of the people not taken place on the ground, so to speak. Both the German and the Croatian people asserted their right to self-determination, which was opposed to the sovereignty of the GDR and Yugoslavia. In both cases, the right of self-determination of the peoples was placed above the respective state sovereignty precisely because the division of Germany was unnatural and, like the prison of nations Yugoslavia, had no true or natural legitimacy. In the case of unification, as in the case of separation, experiences of ethnic politics were applied. Both cases are exemplary for a German policy that systematically helped to prepare the respective hopelessness of the situation, which served as a pretext for decisive action. A policy that allowed a predecessor of Fischer, Genscher, to proclaim at the beginning of the war between Croats and Serbs that with every shot brought Croatian independence closer. A policy that ultimately led Germany to be the first state to recognize the new state of Croatia. A policy, therefore, that supported the separatist aspirations of a people in a civil war that actually led to a hopeless situation. This was what prompted America to intervene, but Clinton took the wrong side, the ethnic side, so as not to jeopardize the multilateral cohesion of NATO. From the German point of view, this was precisely what was of crucial importance. Apart from the fact that the Germans are traditionally good at starting wars, but not at ending them, it was confirmation of their particularist activities. America's military intervention in the Balkans was therefore indispensable for the success of this action. It was only possible because the multilateralism of a partner in leadership guided the actions of the USA, which had become obsolete in this form at the latest with the events of September 11th. It is no coincidence that the European peace movement formed around a postulated anti-unilateralism, which finds its expression in the fetishization of international law and the deification of the UN, and which accuses the United States of exactly the same thing, a departure from the German version of multilateralism. The unreflected speculations about the horrendous number of victims among the Iraqi civilian population, which were then unanimously lamented, and the simultaneously gleefully noted images of fallen and captured soldiers of the attacking alliance were a means to an end, a way of demonstrating where the American unilateral path would lead. Every day that the war lasted kept the masses in motion. The fact that America could not be stopped from attacking the Ba'ath regime forced the movement to redirect its day-to-day political goals, as did the end of the Hussein regime later on, but not to turn away from the unifying ambitious goal of opposing the American world power with a European one. On the contrary, consequences are being drawn from the experience of the unsuccessful appearance of parts of Europe. That's how you have to put it. Consequently, Chancellor Schroeder declared, anyone who claims to be able to differentiate or say no in the event of an emergency, even when fulfilling alliance obligations, as in the case of Iraq, must be able to accomplish something on their own. In this respect, it is true that we must discuss the equipment of the Bundeswehr and its financing. Now, more than ever, Europe must assert itself. The illusion that Europe can become the equal of the Americans in the military sphere is, in view of the fact that current American military expenditure, at $500 billion, exceeds that of the Europeans by more than 3 times, an irrational moment, which corresponds well with the irrational morality of the worldwide peace movement, and will therefore only encourage an arms race unleashed by the coming core Europe, if only in some sectors for the time being. There is not too much America. There is too little Europe, ranted Schroeder, seeking to use the crisis to discipline Europe. Without internal discipline, i.e. without a unified leadership, a Europe that wants to challenge the current world power would be nothing more than an anti-American mass movement that has no power to assert itself. The insults of the French president to the pro-American and therefore renegade accession candidates of Eastern Europe, which were characterized by their calculated disrespect, were indicative of the times. He threatened to block the accession negotiations if they did not keep quiet, but a blockade of the European Union's eastward expansion would only block the expansion of the continent into a competitor to America, which is considered urgent. Gunter Verheugen, the German Commissioner for Enlargement, warned the Eastern Europeans against putting themselves in a position in which they are torn between the USA on the one hand and Western Europe on the other. However, such a situation is less dangerous for the Eastern Europeans, who are increasingly appreciative of an American counterweight to their overweight neighbor, than for German geopolitics, which could lose its economically and politically dependent front yard to a more powerful opponent. Will France continue to exist? Threats lead nowhere if the means of pressure are lacking. What this pressure could consist of was hinted at by Schroeder when he addressed those governments, such as Great Britain, Spain, Italy, Poland, etc., that were forced to implement their pro-American policies against the majority opinion of their own populations. You have to know what it means when colleagues have to or want to act in total opposition to the popular opinion, or both. This must not become a permanent state of affairs, because otherwise a gulf will open up in democratic societies between the will of the people and the actions of the leadership, which at some point can no longer be closed. Because one might continue, do you not remember what happened to Erich and Slobodan? The instruments of German foreign policy that have proven their worth over the past decade are now facing a new test, that of Europe's self-assertion with a German core. They led to success as long as American power could be used for them, as in the withdrawal of the Soviet Union from Eastern Europe, the reunification of Germany, and the conquest of Yugoslavia. Now they must be openly directed against American power, since it has changed sides after September 11th. In its historical essence, anti-American Europe's self-assertion is coming to itself, so to speak. Its realization is identical with the successive rejection of the protective power of the USA, a displacement of that American element that was constitutive for the European post-war order. Post-war Europe was built on the shattered castles in the air of the Germans, on what the Allied bombing campaign left of the sense of superiority and the occupation by the Allies of Germany's independence. With the division of Germany, the dream of a world order based on the German model seemed to be over. It was only with reunification that hope began to grow again. The complete military defeat may have destroyed Hitlerism in the minds of the Germans, as Franz Neumann had wished for Christmas 1941, but a modified continuation of the Nazi ideology in the minds of the people did not. In particular, the policy of mobilizing the people experienced a revival in the following generations, and only the control of the Allies was able to prevent the German government from taking the lead among the mobilized, thus helping their efforts to achieve a decisive breakthrough. The power struggle that is being played out on European soil in the shadow of the Iraq crisis shows that historical constellations are not outdated and presents the French government with a dilemma. France can either lose its national ambitions by being overrun by German industry or by being overrun by the American cultural industry in order to protect itself from the Germans. The fact that American troops had to liberate France from the clutches of Germany more than once may have wounded the nation's pride and thus created the need to repress this, like the fact of collaboration, from consciousness, but this experience does not have to be forgotten. France's well-founded mistrust of Germany's foreign policy ambitions was also evident in the reaction of the then French Foreign Minister Hubert Védrine to the offer made in Fischer's Berlin speech to form a European avant-garde together. In June 2000, Védrine asked Fischer to formulate more clearly how exactly he envisaged the continued existence of nation-states in a European federation, and critically remarked, "I have taken note of that you had rightly and prudently pointed out that it is not a question of abandoning the nation-states, because you are aware that many Europeans remain very attached to this identity-forming and democratic framework. This is essential for France, as it is for others. But if we consider the direct election of a president of the Federation, who would have to implement its foreign and security policy under the control of the Federation's parliament, what powers would remain for the nation-state? What role would the heads of state and government of the countries that joined this federation still play? To put it bluntly, how long would there still be a president of the Republic in France? Here, we need to take a clear stand in the debate which is still vague today. It is not enough to claim that we want or can reconcile the creation of a federation with the preservation of the nation-states." End of quote. Védrine's language is certainly much more charming than Fischer's, but one has to ask whether it is appropriate to the situation, whether too much indulgence on the part of the partner could not be misinterpreted as an invitation to defeat the grand nation once again. The eerie reconciliation gestures of Kohl and Mitterrand over the graves of the First World War in the 1980s awakened bad memories, and the recent hand-holding at the celebrations for the 50th anniversary of the German-French friendship, as well as France's attitude in the Iraq crisis, unfortunately speak for this assessment, as do other consequences of the all-too-firm embrace of France by Germany. Another example is the Franco-German contribution to the institutional architecture of the European Union, which was published by Chancellor Gerhard Schröder and President Jacques Chirac on January 15. The paper contained clear guidelines for the convention, which was to draw up a constitution that an intergovernmental conference was to finalize, if possible by the end of this year. France's former skepticism towards a European federation seems to have been overcome. The EU is presented as a union of states, peoples and citizens, whose political nature could be expressed in a federation of nation-states, the Federation of France now being accepted as the natural form of the political order of Europe, and the draft constitution, which was drawn up under the leadership of former French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing and caused a stir in February, also met with little resistance in France, although the very first article of the draft treaty states that the future European order is to be established on a federal basis. Only Great Britain, as expected, rejected the draft constitution. Quote, "There is absolutely no chance of a European federal superstate being built on the basis of this paper. Anger over federal EU plan, BBC, February 3, 2003. The mere use of a term like federal in connection with questions concerning the future of Europe is strictly rejected by the British government. Further proof that Fischer had calculated correctly when he peppered his speech about the European Federation with digs at Great Britain from the outset. The Iraq crisis has pushed some of the diplomatic niceties into the background. After all, the idea of a common foreign policy makes little sense when those who are supposed to agree on such a policy are on opposite sides of the front in a war. The further Britain moves away from the German ideas of a European foreign policy, the closer the French and Germans come together, determined to go it alone, ready to march through with only a handful of vassals in their wake. The Iraq crisis has helped the Core Europe project to break through, which was originally an idea of the CDU duo Schäuble/Lamers from the 1990s. The avant-garde that is tackling it has come together on the anti-war front, forming a coalition of the willing against American world domination. The term federation is too ambitious to describe the political structure of this core Europe, and its territorial extent also does little to justify Europe's claim to become a new world power. In any case, the idea of defying America seems incompatible with the lack of military strength that would be needed to assert its claims. The small core Europe against the large America? One is immediately suspicious of the politicians here, imagining that they are fantasizing beyond the principle of reality. But, so the next thought is a core Europe not actually to be seen as an avant-garde? Does it not rightly see itself as the seed of a European movement that could one day take power, even where it was only capable of mass opposition in the Iraq crisis. Schroeder's question to Blair, Aznar, and Berlusconi as to how long they want to or can continue to play the role of a leader who governs against the will of the masses in decisive historical situations, while other European governments have risen to the leadership of the very same movement that is cheering Schroeder and Chirac in Italy, Great Britain, and on the streets, seems justified. The Iraq crisis not only strengthened anti-American ideology, but anti-Americanism has also become the founding ideology of a core Europe that is only lacking military and political support. The fixation on anti-Americanism has gone down well with the masses. The support of various heads of state has strengthened the movement. In this, too, German politics demonstrated its ability to act as the avant-garde of the masses. On the other hand, the military victory of the Americans only served to demonstrate once again to the core European states and their supporters their own weakness. In short, the European avant-garde has found its appropriate ideology, but it lacks the weapons to attack. However, signs of weakness put a damper on the movement. The destruction of the Ba'ath regime shook the movement's self-confidence, not only because of the Americans' victory, which was accompanied by a loss of power for Europe. Even the masses understand this much geopolitics. The policy that Germany is pursuing to lead Europe to world power could only be crowned with success if it succeeded in gathering and leading a worldwide anti-American mass movement, ranging from German teachers to Palestinian farmers and soldiers of the Republican Guard. The identification of the peace movement in Berlin, Bielefeld, Bristol, and Bilbao with all the alleged victims of so-called U.S. imperialism seems to be well advanced today. Comrades are falling in Baghdad, or so it seems. Only such complete identification could explain why German television has taken on a tone that expresses a barely concealed glee at the losses suffered by the coalition troops, and also, at least in the first few weeks of the war, constantly conjured up the failure of the U.S. mission, expressing its empathy for the longed-for resistance. All in all, the Iraq crisis has given the Germans a castle in the air. The dream of a core Europe is the seed of a world power that in many respects outdoes America, the alternative, the peace, the salvation. But even the most powerful weapons it has to offer, world opinion and international criminal court, are blunt against the American ones. The suicide weapon can seriously injure the enemy, but not defeat it. The founding of a military union is intended to show that a core Europe is prepared to take up the fight, but at the same time a split in Europe is taking place that prevents its completion as a federation. The Iraq crisis has not only shaped the core Europe that was to be the seed of a federation. Here 8, there 10, and over there 16, in the end 21 member states or candidates for membership of the European Union defended their sovereignty through joint declarations in which they opposed being subsumed under an anti-American federation. The accession of Eastern Europeans to NATO thus becomes the practical counterpart to their accession to the EU. As a result of the Iraq crisis, American European policy will pay more attention to the new Europeans and relocate bases from old Europe. The independence of the weaker European states will be strengthened by greater American engagement, because it frees them from the unilateral dependence into which they would fall without foreign protection. Finally, a Europe without Great Britain, Spain and Italy, Greece, Denmark, Finland and Sweden would not look very good. The German-French attempt to use mass politics as a weapon against allies has so far not been successful. The question is, however, how long the leaders of those states of old Europe will be able to afford this fight, that is, whether they will again succeed in ignoring the protesting masses in their own country. In the near future, it will be important that nothing changes in this regard. If German policy turns to the east, it will be confronted with the West in the immediate future, and this is a merit of Poland, which has experienced every special relationship between Germany and Russia as a form of encirclement and is trying to mitigate this by forced Western orientation. Germany's geographic location, in the middle of Europe, has always served the local political class to rationalize their urge to the east. Whether it pursues its eastern policy in cooperation with or in competition with Russia has always depended on political expediency. The only thing that is certain is that German eastern policy has always been at the expense of one country, Poland. With the first violent partition of 1772, carried out by Frederick II, and the later complete division of 1795 between Prussia, Austria and Russia, Poland lost its statehood. It was only after the defeat of all three partitioning powers in the First World War that a Polish state was re-established under the terms of the, in the view of all German parties, shameful Treaty of Versailles. Even in the more restrained version of German policy towards Poland, that of the Weimar Republic, Poland's then largest trading partner exploited its economic power and waged a customs war against its neighbor. From 1925, the Stresemann government hoped to use high import duties to bring about the collapse of the so-called Polish seasonal state, in order to enforce a revision of the eastern border. The resulting crisis in Poland led to the coup d'état by Józef Pilsudski in 1926. The German Reich's Ostmarken policy caused permanent, nationally articulated conflicts, and after 1945 the disappointed Germans felt like victims of the Poles. Even in real socialism, relations with the GDR, which from a Polish perspective was a model Soviet student, were not particularly friendly. The GDR leadership itself propagated the traditional German image of chaotic, disorderly Poles, for example, to discredit resistance to the communist leadership. It was not until more than 80 years after Versailles that Poland was granted a border that was also recognized by West Germany, which in turn was conceded under Western supervision by Chancellor Kohl as the price for unification. In view of this history, which is by no means over, understanding for the Polish situation is curiously underdeveloped in Germany. In Germany, people expect gratitude from their eastern neighbors and are displeased to note that they are not simply content to accept a place in the EU that has been granted to them with condescending generosity by their self-appointed advocate Germany, Gerhard Schroeder, but are simply making demands themselves and trying to enforce them. The fact that Poland is striking a discordant note is not only due to the ignorant reactions of its larger neighbor, but also to its foreign policy dilemma, which allows for very limited compromise. Without the EU, Poland cannot stand up to its traditional adversaries, and as an EU member, it is losing its ability to control the deepening of EU structures against a feared German dominance. Poland is therefore vehemently in favor of an EU of nations that is less integrated into the decision-making structures, and the German public, in turn, is closing ranks against this and heaping scorn and ridicule on the Polish poison dwarfs. Bild, June 24, 2007. The government twins have become the favorite subject of German caricaturists, after the editorial writers could no longer think of anything new to say against the unloved. Spiegel title June 18, 07, or The Stupid Neighbors, TSP July 30, 07. If you no longer understand them, then the only thing you can do is make fun of them, TSP July 30, 07. The Taz led the way with a satire entitled Poland's New Potato, Rascals Who Want to Rule the World, and it obviously hit the right note in the country. Everyone was aware of Kaczynski's black view of the world, in which every German has been charging eastwards on full horses since the Middle Ages. But in Germany, this was considered a long dried-up prejudice, and no one asked the Polish state guest in Berlin where he got his luxury limousine. In this country, it is part of the job description of a learned federal president to swim confidently above the party lines. In Poland, however, the head of state has to proceed with a firm hand. He has to crush the German-Russian Baltic Sea pipeline, nip in the bud the center against the expulsion of unpalatable Germans planned in Berlin, and stamp out the Prussian Trust, which is insisting on rent payments for the former Eastern territories, Root and Branch, June 26, 06. There is no doubt that a government in which right-wing extremists, left-wing populists, Junge Welt, July 11, 2007, and anti-Semites seek their common denominator in, among other things, disgusting homophobia, has earned every possible ridicule, even the joke at the end of the Taz satire, which quickly became common knowledge in this country, that Yaroslav Kaczynski lives with his own mother, but at least without a marriage certificate, and also that in Poland for years the rumor has been spread about the homophobic Yaroslav that he is himself homosexual, will rather evoke a laugh at the absurdity than pity. Less amusing is the fact that the reference to the fact that in Poland one is anti-Semitic, anti-German, Catholic, homophobic, or untidy is usually used to justify the strategic premise that this country will be lost without German care for a hopeful future, an attitude that also accompanied Prussian colonization in the East. The European states are running out of time if they want to help shape the world and preserve their model of civilization. They can only assert themselves together, and they can no longer wait for the Kaczynski brothers to understand this. Süddeutsche Zeitung, June 18, 07. The Polish government, not the rather more respectable and therefore more moderate British government, has been singled out as the brake on the EU's irrepressible desire to become a global player. This is why the Süddeutsche Zeitung has now become an impatient advocate of a multi-speed Europe in order to overcome the deadlock. The EU project demands that small nations, as far as Germany is concerned, step back in favor of the big project, which is occasionally sold as progress for humanity and, in the form of a strong EU, is pursuing the formation of a bloc against America. According to this rationale, small nations should disappear as a political factor. But Poland rejects this dictate of reason and is met with contempt from the Germans, who view the country as a backward nation that refuses to accept the supposed cultural progress. The Kaczynskis see themselves as exponents of the New Europe, which Gerhard Schroeder's strategy aimed to discipline. He took pleasure in bringing the Poles to their senses by strengthening the cooperation between Germany and Russia exclusively. Although Merkel emphasized at the beginning of her term of office as Chancellor that she wanted to show greater understanding for the smaller Eastern European countries, her offers of subsequent connection to the Russian-German gas pipeline, which was being built under Schroeder's continued supervision, were rebuffed by Poland's demand for a pan-European energy market because Poland does not want to be dependent on Russian gas under German supervision as well. In Poland, this is seen not only as a misguided German foreign policy, but also as a blatant lack of political morality, or as the Financial Times Deutschland, June 15, 2007 put it, the special relationship that former Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder built up with Russia over the heads of the Polish people has caused more irritation in Warsaw than the German ex-Belize associations could ever have done. For the new Eastern European members, NATO and EU expansion are not simply two steps towards integration into the West, but two contradictory and complementary steps. Membership of NATO, the American instrument in a supranational guise, FAZ, August 9, 2007, ideally means a counterweight to the German-French-dominated EU. At least as far as the political elite is concerned, they are very sensitive to anti-American sentiment in Germany, where elections are won with anti-American sentiment, or when Putin is described as a flawless Democrat, Schroeder. They see German criticism of the construction of the missile defense shield in Poland and the Czech Republic, or the considerations regarding equidistance in the relationship with Washington and Moscow, as indications of geopolitical and strategic unreliability. The Czech President Václav Klaus commented, "I find such an attitude incomprehensible. However, for me it indicates certain ambitions in Germany. In a country like the Czech Republic, something like that sounds completely irrational." FAZ, June 20, 2007. With the EU expansion, Estonia and Lithuania are the first countries in the EU with a significant Russian-speaking population, and the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad is surrounded by the EU. Because Russia has a foothold here for political intervention, increased responsibility for security in these countries is warmly welcomed by Washington. Compared to the EU, relations between the USA and the Russian Federation are largely limited to military and security policy aspects, which is why there is both intensive cooperation and serious conflict. The EU wants a socially stable Russia that cooperates with it on power issues on its eastern border, while the Russian Federation under Putin is striving for the status of a great power and sees the EU as a source of modernization aid, which is why its foreign policy has become more economic, especially in the energy sector. The recently raised British demands for political solidarity in the EU for a unified approach to the expulsion of Russian diplomats, because their country refused to prosecute the alleged polonium murderer of former spy Alexander Litvinenko, are running counter to this. As with missile defense, there is no common EU policy on poisonings either, and although this is the EU's central foreign policy issue, no agreement among the EU states is in sight. Even Putin's predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, initially appeared to be a champion of closer ties with the USA. He spoke of the Russian Federation joining the EU and NATO. At that time, the Russian Federation was pursuing a foreign policy aimed at integration into international structures and became a member of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, which ultimately led to membership of the then G7. The link with the West was associated with the hope of access to know-how and material support for the transformation process. The ideas of a national rebirth finally prevailed after the attack on Serbia, which also led to the severing of relations with NATO. Finally, the Russian Federation formulated the goal of creating a Europe without dividing lines and, together with the EU, of mutually strengthening international positions in a medium-term strategic plan. Russia is fighting against the eastward expansion of NATO, and it has an ally in Germany. The leadership of the Social Democratic Party, SPD, for example, has already submitted a guiding motion on foreign policy for the party conference in October in Hamburg. This motion rejects the United States' plans for a new missile defense shield. These plans call into question the successes of the disarmament and détente policy, FAZ, July 3, 2007. Contrary to the interpretations in Eastern Europe that the USA was the main factor behind the fall of the Berlin Wall, the German Social Democratic side in particular claims the laurels for itself, A self-determined Europe must ensure that its historical experiences are first used to contain and then to end the East-West conflict in new fields. Egon Bahr, Walter Stutzel, and Hans J. Giesmann, FSZ, September 8, 07. Poland's position within the EU depends to a large extent on its relations with Germany's other large neighbor, France. The fact that the French had brought down the EU constitution in a plebiscite, which would have further reduced Poland's ability to intervene against Germany in the EU even more than the agreement now reached in Brussels, was therefore largely welcomed in Poland. However, since Sarkozy's election as French president and the end of Chirac's wait-and-see policy, the situation has been completely different because Sarkozy, like Chancellor Merkel, wants a quick solution that would allow the essential elements of the failed EU constitution to be declared EU law. The unanimity of Germany and France on this issue immediately increased the pressure on the Eastern European EU members. Czech President Václav Klaus lamented the resulting loss of willingness to compromise on the part of the EU's chief negotiator, Angela Merkel, with regard to the EU constitution. This change is clearly linked to the election of Sarkozy as French president. It has created a completely new situation. It is clear to see that these two countries are working more closely together. FAZ, June 20, 07. And President Kaczynski stated, Poland has not only had to fight for itself on more than one occasion, but also did not forget to mention, Poland does not want to be alone. It wants to be allied with France in particular. FAZ, June 15, 07. The Poles, traditionally friendly towards France since their enthusiasm for the French Revolution and Napoleon, are also in favor of France's insistence on maintaining EU agricultural subsidies, because both countries have a relatively large proportion of agricultural jobs. In 2007, 28% of all Poles lived in the countryside, and although Polish farmers receive only a quarter of the EU subsidies that their German counterparts do, they have now managed to get access to the EU distribution networks, which is slowly depriving the Small Farmers Party of Lepper of the small-scale farming supporters that he once addressed as the losers of the transformation. When France, which has traditionally had a need to distance itself from NATO, makes common cause with Germany as the motor of the EU, the Poles are left with only a look to the West. In the face of Merkel's threat that, if Poland did not give in on the issue of the weighting of votes in the EU Council of Ministers, the negotiations would have to continue without Poland if necessary, Sarkozy had nothing more to offer Poland than rhetoric. Less than 20 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it was not possible to leave the largest Eastern European member state out in the cold. Fr. June 23, 07. The fact that Poland would nevertheless like to join forces with France is based not only on its sympathy for France's bourgeois values, but also on the commonality of the Catholic faith, which is the dominant religion in both countries. Catholicism, which is often ridiculed in Germany as being backward, is also an important distinguishing feature for Poland in relation to its Western neighbor. For Poles, the Catholic faith was not only a reassurance of identity in times when there was no Polish state, but also served as a point of reference for Polish nationalism in the fight against Prussia. The conflict between Prussia-Germany and Poland was culturally and religiously charged and appeared as a conflict between Prussian Protestantism, which presented itself as the bearer of German identity, order and culture, and Polish Catholicism, which was identified as typically national and unreliable and backward, as a struggle that was waged over language and national attributes and ultimately had the ever-virulent eastern border of Germany and the living space of the race as its object. The Protestant Church actively supported the state's policy of Germanization. In the 19th century, for example, a Catholic was considered a potential enemy of the state. The Kulturkampf, which Bismarck began in 1871, had an anti-Polish thrust from the outset. German national Protestantism became a fighting ideology that ultimately ended in the theology of Blühbow and, ultimately, in the religion of the race. The disparagement of Polish Catholics is a traditional German exercise that has always played a special role in the struggle for national identity. The effects of this struggle can be seen clearly in the dispute over the state affiliation of Masuria, which broke out as a result of the Paris Peace Conference in 1918-19. At the instigation of a Masurian delegation and in accordance with the right of self-determination, a referendum was held there in 1920 on whether the region should belong to Poland or Prussia. After returning from Paris, the members of the delegation were arrested by the German authorities for high treason and treason against the state. The population of the sparsely populated Masuria generally spoke the language of the lower classes, i.e. Polish. However, due to the long affiliation with East Prussia, the population there was Protestant. In the run-up to the 1920 referendum, illustrious associations such as the Allenstein Working Committee Against the Polish Threat were formed in connection with a Prussian-style hysteria, and gangs of thugs attacked Polish events in an organized outburst of popular anger. The small Catholic group there was met with particular suspicion, and a declaration of loyalty to Poland led to accusations of treason as a matter of course. Centuries of Prussian Protestant socialization and a patriarchal reverence for the Hohenzollern dynasty did the rest. The referendum was won by an overwhelming majority of 98% in favor of remaining in the German Reich. But even that was considered unacceptable, and residents who opted for Poland were forced by incited Missourians to emigrate to Poland. The mobilization of the German nationalists turned Masuria into an ideological borderland district, which developed a self-image as a German vanguard and fighting community that only ended with the resettlement after 1945. In November 1923, East Prussia was the scene of a series of pogrom-like riots against Jews. In the towns of Ortelsburg, Masuria, Freistadt, and Neidenburg, Masuria, Jewish shops were looted with the strong participation of the inhabitants. In the November 1932 elections, the NSDAP achieved its best result in the district of Lyck, with 70.6%, and in 1933 another city in Masuria broke all records with 81%, Lyck 80.38. The Polish-speaking population of Masuria thus dispelled any doubts about their loyalty to the national movement by achieving excellent election results for the Nazis, and the bizarre phenomenon of NSDAP rallies in Polish became established in Masuria. A particular mistrust of Polish Catholicism has always remained virulent in Germany, and despite the murky sources from which it is fed, it has a factual justification in that it emphasizes the thoroughly unsympathetic features of a religion that is used to legitimize political struggle. In view of the fact that Portugal, after more than 20 years of EU membership, only introduced a time limit for abortions on July 15, 2007, it could certainly be argued that Portuguese Catholicism is no less reactionary than Polish Catholicism. But the specific difference lies in the fact that where economic and political conflicts are given a religious dimension, the rule of the clergy is more tenacious and longer-lasting than elsewhere, and all the more unchallenged the more successfully religion is able to present itself as an indispensable vehicle of struggle and as a matter of overriding national importance. The Giertych family has a party organization, in which the son Roman is deputy prime minister and his father Maciej has a seat in the European Parliament. With their League of Polish Families, they are always on the case against anti-Polish conspiracies, and continue the anti-Western polemic of the Polish Communist Party under anti-communist auspices, as they campaign against all forms of individual freedom and spread as much poison as they can. The fact that anti-German polemics also occur in this conspiracy mania, which sums up the mood that is rampant in Poland, and which in turn is often used in Germany as an excuse to present oneself as a victim of Polish racism with the gesture of "there, you see it," characterizes the temporary clarity of the persecution, but it does not change the fact that it is one, especially since such anti-German agitation by the Giertychs and their supporters goes hand in hand with the showing of the Hitler salute and swastikas and calls for gays and lesbians to be put in the gas or euthanized. Not least because of their skinhead and Nazi contacts, the Giertychs are now seen as a politically weakened majority provider for the current government. The Kaczynskis have prevented the Giertychs from enforcing the abortion ban without exception, and in doing so have also clashed with the anti-Semitic Radio Marija, which had still helped them to win the election in 2005 in a decisive way. In the meantime, the coalition has also broken up over other disputes, and new elections are being called. In view of the readiness in Germany to condemn Poland across the board, it is necessary to contradict the legends about how things are supposedly in Poland. For example, the chief rabbi of Warsaw, Michael Szudrich, recently complained in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung about the reports that have been chasing each other for years about the supposedly raging Polish anti-Semitism, especially in the German press. Szudrich calls the often-heard claim that Poland is worse in this regard than other countries a total lie. In France, Germany, Belgium, and Scandinavia, anti-Semitism is also rampant. December 6, 2007. In the same article, the leader of the liberal Polish Jews, Rabbi Bert Schumann, complains about the terrible intellectual dishonesty of Western Europeans, who overlook the fact that, in Canada there are more anti-Semitic acts in 1 year than in Poland in 10 years. According to Schumann, what he has experienced in France in this regard surpasses everything that has happened to him in Poland. Moreover, Polish-Israeli relations are not only considered good but excellent, and they have possibly improved even further with the Kaczynski party coming to power. It was President Lech Kaczynski who was the first European head of state to travel to Israel in the immediate aftermath of the Lebanon War last year. End of quote. Schumann answers the question of why this closeness? Himself. On the one hand, there is certainly the common feeling of being a historically unique case, an exceptional case, especially in terms of the relationship with Germany, even though many Poles complain that the world remembers the suffering of the Jews far more intensely than that of the Poles. End of quote. Lech Kaczynski has been a long-standing political supporter of the Museum of the History of Polish Jews, for which the foundation stone was laid in June on the site of the former ghetto in Warsaw. The museum is intended to provide a critical examination of Polish antisemitism before and after 1945, including the anti-Semitic agitation of the communists. During an anti-Semitic campaign in 1968, the KPP accused Israel, together with the USA and West Germany, of pursuing a revisionist anti-Polish policy, and Zionists were expelled from the country as traitors. The then Minister of the Interior, Mieczysław Moczar, was hauled back into the Central Committee in 1980, where he promptly attributed the supply shortages and the successes of the Solidarność trade union to a Zionist conspiracy. Poland's participation in bourgeois civilization was predominantly ideological in nature in the past. Under the conditions of division, there was no state that could have institutionalized bourgeois standards. The Polish claim to validity therefore consisted in a striving for political independence and demarcation from the respective culture of the partitioning powers through persistence, faith and tradition, which was often associated with a mistrust of the state. The society is strongly polarized by its different influences, social stratification, and the great contrasts between the urban and rural population, which currently makes consensual decision-making impossible. The Polish press, which is often criticized in Germany, is a reflection of this. It is directly involved in political disputes, presents actual or supposed scandals in a less than delicate manner, and uses drastic language and images to do so. It has a kind of watchdog function and has to supplement a rather weak social voice, whether it is about Secret Service files from the People's Republic or about two members of parliament celebrating in a Nazi pose. In Germany, where there is traditionally an overwhelming consensus on foreign and EU policy, people mock Poland all the more and confuse the harshly fought political feuds with autocracy and anti-democracy. The FAZ newspaper speculates that the Kaczynski Party Law and Justice, PiS, could get rid of parliament in order to implement a Catholic-influenced authoritarian state. January 21, 06. However, such judgments are more a sign of indifference than of real concern. Just as the dispute over the weighting of votes in the EU Council of Ministers sparked a storm of controversy that made it clear that, although German-Polish relations are not at their best, there is no need to worry unduly. The Polish demand for more democratic justice in the EU Council of Ministers was not commented on, but rather the Polish policy was delegitimized as an imposition. The public fireworks against the Kaczynskis distracted from the issue at hand and activated a resentment in which everyone was in agreement, as was the goal of showing Poland where its limits lie. A real failure was not envisaged, because everyone was already aware of the Kaczynskis' ability to compromise. Quote, as early as the fall of 2005, when the first European summit after the brothers' accession to power was held to discuss the European budget until 2013, it became clear that their tough stance and veto threats were primarily intended to strengthen their inherently flexible negotiating positions through loud conflict rhetoric. FAZ, June 25, 07. However, it was also clear that there was something very tangible to defend. The row over voting weights has great economic significance. A look at the financial flows between the member states that are diverted via Brussels shows that EU states with a disproportionately high voting weight in the Council of Ministers also receive a disproportionately large amount of money from Brussels. FAZ, June 22, 2007. The fact that the Poles were not allowed to get their way also has to do with other issues that still need to be addressed in the German sense and for which a favorable time for resubmission is being awaited. In addition to the ongoing issue of the lawsuits brought by the German side before Polish courts for the transfer of large Polish estates to the heirs of the emigrant generation, the demand made by Schiele and Stoiber in 2002 for the Polish version of the Beneš decrees, the Bayreuth decrees, to be revoked has not been forgotten in Poland. Germany is also demanding that Poland return looted art that remained there, rather than being looted, when Poland took possession of the land that had formerly belonged to the German Reich, since, according to the president of the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, Klaus-Dieter Lehmann, it is material and intellectual property of the Germans that is connected to our cultural identity, FAZ, August 1, 2007. In this context, It does not seem strange that on other occasions it is emphasized that precisely because of the legacies in the territory of the German Reich, which is now Polish territory, a German cultural tradition exists that is inextricably linked to the country that today, in the modern EU guise, forms the basis of a European supranational cultural region, but which, in the German interpretation, is treated in the same way as what is referred to in Section 96 of the Federal Expellees Act as the preservation of the cultural heritage of the expulsion areas. There are many regional initiatives to preserve the cultural heritage of East Prussia, such as the House of Copernicus in the former German tax office in Allstein, Missouri, which was bought and modernized with funds from Germany. Such initiatives are intended to counteract the cultural cleansing, Walter Rosner-Krauss, in Poland. Nothing really new in the German-Polish cultural struggle. On Anti-War Day, we commemorate the Nazi invasion of Poland. To ensure that this never happens again, we want disarmament and a strong Europe. These were the words Martin Schulz tweeted on September 1, 2017. But what did the former candidate for the chancellorship and former president of the European Parliament want to tell us with this? If Poland had disarmed, the Wehrmacht would not have invaded? The Nazis of today are anti-Europeans? Those who are against Europe are endangering Poland? Or those who do not disarm will soon be invaded by the Nazis? We will probably never know. In any case, everything about Schulz's tweet was askew. Nevertheless, or perhaps precisely for that reason, it expressed the view of modern Germany towards its eastern neighbors, at whose address the two sentences were primarily directed, and the European Union in an almost ideal way. In this country, European unity and the associated transfer of state sovereignty to Brussels are seen as an immediate reaction to the Second World War. This view is not wrong, because the European coal and steel community, the most important forerunner of the EU, was established soon after the Second World War. One of its central goals was the unification of Germany. Strictly speaking, however, the European unification process is more a result of the experience of the First World War than of the Second. If we are to accept Christopher Clark's assertion that the great powers were sleepwalking into war, rather than insisting on Fritz Fischer's theory of Germany's Griff nach der Weltmacht, grip for world power, it would be difficult to absolve Tsarist Russia, Great Britain and Poincaré's France of any blame for the outbreak of war, whether in the Balkans, on the Romanian front, or in Flanders. In the trenches of the First World War, states and aspiring states clashed, all of them seeking to expand their sovereignty. The mobilization was accompanied by nationalist uprisings across the entire continent. The Europe of nation-states and nationalism was at loggerheads with itself. In contrast, the Second World War was neither the result of the clash of different nationalisms, as it is so nicely put in left-wing German, nor an expression of increased state sovereignty. On the contrary, the concepts of Volk and race, to which the Nazis referred, transcended the nation, a concept, incidentally, that they, despite the name of their movement, were reluctant to use. In this sense, the National Socialist policy of expansion was not aimed at strengthening, but at destroying sovereignty both internally and externally. This is also why Franz Neumann, in his often quoted but little-read Behemoth, consistently spoke of the defense of state sovereignty, which was urgently needed. At the end of the war, the SS in particular was a supranational fighting force, with Frenchmen, Bosnians, Latvians, Italians, Ukrainians, and Spaniards among its ranks. At the end of the war, 19 of the 38 SS divisions were made up primarily of foreigners. In the summer of 1943, a book by Goebbels' colleague Otto Krieg entitled Die Geburt Europas, The Birth of Europe, was published in Berlin, which was intended to signal that the issue was not national egoism, but rather the ideal of community. Not long ago, Martin Schulz spoke of a Europe of community spirit that would have to counter national egoism, without realizing the rhetoric he was drawing on. The fact that the surrender of sovereignty after 1945 was nevertheless treated as a lesson from the recent past was due not least to the fact that the Second World War was often viewed in the same way as the First World War. It appeared to be a mere escalation and further development of the nationalistic aggression that had started in 1914. The qualitatively new aspect was rarely addressed, whether because the formative experience of the leading politicians of the time, Konrad Adenauer, Robert Schuman, Jean Monnet, was the First World War, whether because the demands of the beginning Cold War made reflection difficult, or because the transformation of historical experience into knowledge is always a winding process. Those who want to cling to the questionable notion that we can learn from history would have to concede by now that the much-maligned Visegrad states, with the exception of Hungary, have at least a greater right to present their European policy as an expression of historical learning than Germany. There is a clear difference between the parties in Poland and the Czech Republic, which are often indiscriminately labeled as populist, and Hungary. While the PiS and the ANO refer positively to the Republic and its traditions, Fidesz has a distinctly anti-Republican attitude. In 2012, the name Republic was even removed from the official name of Hungary at the initiative of the party, and the reference to the Holy Crown of St. Stephen was enshrined in the constitution, whose historical extent far exceeds the current borders of Hungary. Therefore, the party also addresses the many Hungarians outside the state territory in a partly nationalistic manner. In Romania, Slovakia, etc. The dividing line between republicanism and anti-republicanism runs, in a sense, between the former allies and opponents of the Third Reich. In this respect, Slovakia is a kind of hybrid similar to the situation at the end of the 1930s and in the first half of the 1940s. On the one hand, the country was a vassal of Germany, but on the other hand, the Slovak national uprising was one of the largest uprisings against the Germans in Central Eastern Europe. What Eduard Goldstucker, who would soon become world famous as the organizer of the Kafka Conference in Liblice, said about Czechoslovakia during the Cold War is true for the entire region. It is not between East and West, but between Germany and Russia. Poland, which for a long time was quite rightly regarded as a European nation of freedom, was divided 3 times in the late 18th century between Russia, the spearhead of international reaction, and Prussia, which was not particularly progressive either. It did not exist as a state for 120 years. Poland is not yet lost, is how the song of the Polish legions in the Italian struggle for freedom begins, which later became the Polish national anthem. On September 1, 1939, just 21 years after Poland had regained its sovereignty, the Wehrmacht marched in from the west. 2 weeks later, the Red Army followed from the east, as had been agreed in the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Poland disappeared from the map. Almost the entire officer corps, which in the non-state period had always been regarded as the custodians of the Polish desire for freedom, was shot by the NKVD at Katyn, Kharkov, Kalinin, etc. From 1944-45, the country was resurrected, unlike Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, which had been annexed by the Soviet Union in 1940. However, it did not regain its freedom and sovereignty. Even when it came to the Western Shift, which not only granted Poland parts of the defunct German Empire, but also ratified the Soviet Union's annexation of Eastern Poland, Polish authorities had no say in the matter. Until 1989, the most important decisions were made in and by Moscow. A similar situation applied to Czechoslovakia. In September 1938, shortly before the 20th anniversary of the founding of the state, the Sudetenland had to be ceded to Germany. Shortly afterwards, the Wehrmacht was in Prague. Poland and Hungary took the opportunity to annex the remaining border areas. After 1945, unlike Warsaw, Czechoslovakia initially sought an alliance with Moscow of its own free will. It was the only country in Central Europe where the Red Army was truly welcomed as a liberator. The reason for this was that the West had betrayed Czechoslovakia to the Germans in the Munich Agreement. Only the Soviet Union, with which it did not yet have a common border, declared itself willing to provide military support to the Prague government. However, the Soviet Union squandered its last remaining sympathies in the country with the crushing of the Prague Spring in 1968, which found its greatest advocate significantly in Walter Ull, in the GDR. From then on, it was seen as the occupying power that it now de facto was. With the end of the Cold War and the demise of the Soviet Union, a paradoxical situation arose, as Thomas Schmid noted some time ago in Die Welt. The states of Central Eastern Europe gained full sovereignty and at the same time sought membership in the EU, which is based largely on the surrender or sharing of sovereignty. For many of these states, becoming a member of the EU meant finally becoming a fully fledged, completely sovereign nation-state, said Schmid, Die Welt, January 26, 2018. The situation was not quite as paradoxical as Schmid suggests, however. Unlike membership of the Warsaw Pact or the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the decision to join the EU was not only based on a free decision for the first time, but was also based on security considerations. For this reason, too, the debates about joining the EU were closely linked to the discussions about NATO membership. A strong Europe seemed to be a solid bastion against Russia, which was still clearly articulating its imperial interests. In the 1990s in particular, many Poles were heard to say that they were willing to give up part of their sovereignty in order to protect themselves from Russia. The crisis in Ukraine showed, if it was not already clear, how justified this concern was. The Russian annexation of Crimea sent a clear signal to the Baltic states, Belarus and Poland that Moscow is neither willing nor able to recognize borders. Russia still considers Central Eastern Europe to be its backyard and, in keeping with its imperial tradition, keeps its territory fluid in order to destabilize the region. This policy of uncertainty was supported by the deployment of nuclear weapons in September 2016 in the exclave of Kaliningrad, which is located exactly between Poland and Lithuania. Threats could hardly be clearer. Last year, Poland therefore bought a missile defense system from the United States for several $billion. Die Zeit, September 10, 2017. However, it soon became clear that not only Russia but also a united Europe was a problem. The epochal change from 1989 to 1991, which brought sovereignty and freedom to the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, also brought about a change in the EU. Even before 1989, it had only been partially successful in keeping Germany down from Brussels, which the first NATO Secretary-General, Hastings Ismay, once described as a task of the North Atlantic Treaty, to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. The Federal Republic was not domesticated by the EU, but the other way around. Germany's size, population, and economic power alone made it the hegemonic power in Europe. The Greek crisis, if nothing else, made it clear that the euro is a hidden German mark and that no decision is taken in the EU without Berlin's approval. Contrary to what was occasionally claimed by the left in the 1990s, the EU is not a mere continuation of the Nazis' greater European space policy. Neither history nor politics function according to the pattern of simple repetition. Instead, German European policy is in many respects one of the counterphobic reactions to the Third Reich that can be observed in this country. In order to escape the attraction of National Socialism and prevent its return, as Dan Diner once described this phenomenon, Germany sought to connect with its apparent opposite. The problem is that what one flees in order to escape a possible compulsion to repeat is symbolically asserted in the disguise of its opposite. Hardly anything illustrates this better than the most important icon of the early German pro-European movement. In November 1950, just 5 years after the end of the Second World War, German students drove across the French border near Strasbourg to take part in a pro-European demonstration. As they passed through the open barrier, they joyfully held up the banner with the famous slogan, "Storm the Bastille, nation state." With this, they were calling for the abolition of the barriers that their older brothers had torn down only 10 years earlier with the worst of Nazi intentions. The nation-state, that is, the bourgeois republic that had only come into being with the storming of the Bastille, was the enemy. A similar fate befell the participants of an anti-racist border camp in Zittau, Saxony, many years later. They thought it was a good idea to march up to the Oder-Neisse line with a banner that would have also been met with enthusiasm by the Federation of Expellees. Its slogan, "No border is forever." The German government's reluctance to condemn Russia's invasion of Crimea suggests that this slogan has now reached the Foreign Office. In any case, the German government is shying away from diplomatic confrontation with Moscow. Germany has sent a clear message to its Eastern NATO and EU partners that it is only willing to a limited extent to support them in defending their borders against Russia. This policy is clearly in line with public opinion in Germany. In Poland, the Czech Republic, and the Baltic states, for example, people were alarmed to learn that the willingness to fulfill alliance obligations is lower in Germany than in any other Western country, even at the height of the Ukraine crisis in 2014-2015. No weapons for Ukraine, and no military support for NATO allies, even if they were attacked by Russia. This is the attitude of the majority of Germans, according to a survey by the renowned Pew Institute based in Washington. In the survey, the first part of which was conducted in the NATO member states of Germany, the USA, Canada, the UK, France, Italy, Poland, and Spain, one question was, if Russia were to get into a serious military conflict with a neighboring country that is a NATO ally, do you think our country should or should not use military force to defend that country? 56% of Germans answered in the negative. Only 38% of Germans were in favor of military support for the fictitious ally and thus in favor of fulfilling the alliance obligations as set out in Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. Such a scenario would not affect Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, which are not members of NATO, but would affect Poland or the 3 Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, for example. The Germans are also the most resolute opponents of Ukraine joining NATO. 57% reject the idea of Kiev joining, while 36% are in favor. It is hardly surprising that Germany also comes in last when it comes to the question of whether NATO should at least supply the Ukrainian army with more weapons. In Poland, the approval rate was 50%, in the USA 46%, in France 40%, in Italy 22%, and in Germany a mere 19%. Do Poland, the Czech Republic, and the other countries in the region have any options other than a return to cultural traditions and national sovereignty? Possibly. However, they are unlikely to be particularly promising either. The alliance with NATO, whose shelf life seems to be limited anyway, is also precarious. Anyone who has ever witnessed the euphoric welcome given to even the smallest American convoy in a Polish or Czech market square can guess the desperation that prevails there. The exaggerated jubilation is less an expression of relief than an attempt at conjuring. The 5,000 or so NATO soldiers sent to Poland in 2017 are a sign of solidarity, but no more than that. You don't have to be a military expert to know that these units would only have the function of a tripwire in the face of the gigantic military apparatus between Pskov and Kamchatka. The projection of the Polish abortion law of 2016 and the Holocaust law of 2018, which were widely condemned in the German press, are immediate consequences of this policy. For to the extent that the countries of Central and Eastern Europe are rediscovering the traditions of freedom and independence of the 19th century and the interwar period, other traditions of that time are also returning. The judicial reform and the current historical policy, which ties in with the classic self-image of Poland as the Christ among the nations from the long century Erich Hobsbawm, are also an expression of this. Nevertheless, this development is by no means as inevitable as it is often suggested here, especially among the left. The demonstrations against the abortion law were the largest protests in Poland for years. They forced the peace to overturn the law. In January 2018, party leader Kaczynski of all people finally spoke out in favor of working to liberalize the abortion law. This was not even reported in Germany, and some false reports were even spread, probably because the news did not fit the image of arch-reactionary Catholic Poland. Something similar applies to anti-Semitism. With the return to the cultural traditions of the 19th century, anti-Semitism seems to have increased. As recently as February 2018, Polish Jewish organizations protested against a growing climate of fear and anti-Semitism, as they put it in their appeal. However, they also welcomed the fact that the president, prime minister, and leader of the ruling party, Duda, Morawiecki, and Kaczynski, had publicly and loudly condemned anti-Semitism. Even in the face of these by no means unclear signals from the Lubomirski Palace, the Villa Parkowa, and the peace headquarters, Polish anti-Semites, who undoubtedly exist, are by no means as open as one would like them to be in this country. Jewish institutions and restaurants continue to operate without security guards. Unlike France, which has seen tens of thousands of Jews leave since 2005, the number of Jews in Poland is not declining. Poland's relationship with Israel is also largely untarnished. Apart from Netanyahu's objection to Morawiecki's indeed stupid remark that there were not only Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian perpetrators, but also Jewish ones. In the German debates about the Polish Holocaust law, on the other hand, one thing in particular is expressed: the motive of the classic perpetrator-victim reversal. Thus, talk of Polish anti-Semitism in this country serves not least the purpose of not having to talk about the anti-Semitism of the Germans. The makers of the TV miniseries Our Mothers, Our Fathers, which quite rightly caused outrage in Poland in 2013, showed how it's done. The only convinced anti-Semites in the film are not from Germany, but are members of the Armia Krajowa, the Polish Home Army, which inflicted heavy losses on the Wehrmacht. It is true that there were many anti-Semites among the members of the Armia Krajowa. However, this anti-Semitism was not the dominant sentiment in Poland. It is no coincidence that the number of Poles listed in Yad Vashem as righteous among the nations, i.e. those who helped Jews during the war, is 10 times higher than the number of Germans, even though helping Jews was punished with far harsher penalties in Poland than in Germany. Nor did Polish anti-Semitism, which, incidentally, only became state-sponsored under communist rule, ever have the same quality as German anti-Semitism. While the one aimed at the complete annihilation of people who had to be sought out by the police, the other, due to the large number of Jews in the country, had more of an ethnic character, although never exclusively so. It was usually a mixture of religious hostility towards Jews, modern anti-Semitism, economic competition, and national conflicts. These conflicts between nationalities, which shook Central and Eastern Europe in the interwar period, are ultimately one of the keys to understanding the Polish, Czech, and Slovak reactions during the so-called refugee crisis. What is more, they explain why the conflict with the EU flared up over this issue in particular. For in this region in particular, it is closely linked to the question of national sovereignty. It did indeed seem extremely bizarre that the Czech Republic was at times only willing to accept 12 refugees. However, the number has since risen significantly. What is often overlooked, however, is that the states of Central and Eastern Europe can look back on a long multi-ethnic tradition that contributed significantly to the catastrophe of the 1930s and 1940s. In 1918, the ruins of the Habsburg and Romanov empires had given rise to nation-states throughout the eastern part of the continent, which, however, had an imperial population structure. While 9 languages were officially spoken in the Cisleithanian part of the Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, that is, the part ruled from Vienna, there were still 6 in Czechoslovakia. In Poland there were at least 7 national minorities, and in the Kingdom of Romania, whose territory had more than doubled as a result of the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire, there were as many as 20. The members of these national minorities were undoubtedly regularly marginalized. However, the most popular politicians of the time, from Tomáš Garriga Masaryk to Edvard Benes, repeatedly advocated the idea of seeing minorities as part of the nation. Even Józef Pilsudski, the strongman of the Second Polish Republic, who is considered a semi-Nazi in this country, had a multi-ethnic vision of Poland, unlike the less successful National Democrats around Roman Dmowski. Pilsudski believed that Poles were not just Catholic or ethnic Poles, but rather, as he repeatedly emphasized in reference to Adam Mickiewicz, who deliberately had the Jew Jankiel sing the national anthem in his national epic Pan Tadeusz, all the inhabitants of the country. The problem was that the national minorities were used throughout the interwar period to systematically destabilize the region, both by the Germans and the Soviets. The Weimar Republic and the National Socialist regime concentrated primarily on the so-called Germans living abroad, whose settlement areas were soon to be brought home to the Reich. The Soviet Union, which was trying to take over the imperial legacy of the Tsarist Empire, was more indiscriminate. The slogan of the right of self-determination of peoples up to and including secession, which was issued by the Comintern at the beginning of the 1920s as a binding slogan for its member organizations, served primarily to destabilize Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Baltic states, which often tried to orient themselves towards the West. The system of the Versailles Peace Treaty was to be weakened. In view of this situation, and accelerated by the National Socialist policy of resettlement, expulsion, and genocide, during the Second World War, even former supporters of multi-ethnic communities such as Edvard Benes, who in the 1920s and 1940s tried to orient himself not least on the example of Switzerland, developed different ideas for dealing with the minority question than in the interwar period. The issue was no longer one of acculturation or autonomy, but of ethnic homogenization, which went as far as the resettlement of part of the population. This affected not only the nationalities that had collaborated with the German occupiers, but also members of almost all national minority groups. This thoroughly unsatisfactory policy, which was accompanied by countless hardships and regularly took on a life of its own, seemed to be the only way to pacify the doubly ravaged region. Thus, after the Germans had destroyed its Jews, expelled the German minority and pushed Poland westwards, Poland became, for the first time in its history, a largely ethnically homogeneous community. Czechoslovakia was transformed into a nation-state of Czechs and Slovaks after the transfer of the Germans, the expulsion of part of the native Hungarians and the cession of Carpathian Ukraine, which was mainly inhabited by Ukrainians, to the Soviet Union. The major allies of the Second World War gave their approval because they too had come to the conclusion, in view of the historical development, that the minority legislation of the interwar period had failed. Before we get worked up about the supposedly reactionary Poles, Czechs, or Slovaks who have not learned from history, we should first admit that the current situation in these countries is in many respects a consequence of the policies pursued in Germany and Russia, not only in the present but also in the past. The so-called Visegrad states, with the exception of Hungary, to a certain extent, reacted so allergically to the demands from the Federal Chancellery during the refugee crisis because they can still remember painfully that the population policy initiatives from Berlin have long been aimed at undermining their national sovereignty and destabilizing them. In view of their own inability to cope with immigration and integration, France and Germany, the core states of the EU, are also unable to dispel the concerns of their Central European partners. The interwar period, the significance of which for the political self-image of the region cannot be overestimated, serves as a threatening example here. This is particularly true of the situation of the stateless people of those years, whom Hannah Arendt once described as the cousins of minorities. Arendt cannot be reduced to her rather personal essay We Refugees, which became a bestseller in the Reclam edition during the refugee crisis. The chapter on the decline of the nation-state and the end of human rights, from the origins of totalitarianism, is in any case part of the immediate context of her reflections on the refugee movements of that time. There, it is clearly shown that the Third French Republic broke down at the end of the 1930s, not least because of its refugee policy. According to Arendt, the right of asylum collapsed at the moment when not only persecuted individuals crossed the border, but entire splinters of the people. At the same time, acculturation was reversed. For in all cases, Arendt writes, where a wave of refugees met with members of the same nationalities in a foreign country, such as the Armenians and Italians in France, a de-assimilation of the foreigners who had been living there for longer began, if only because their help and solidarity could only be mobilized by appealing to their shared nationality. 10,000 Italian refugees would therefore have been enough to prevent the million Italian immigrants in France from assimilating and to reawaken their national consciousness. This clear description of the difficulties and aporias of the situation, which would probably earn Hannah Arendt the accusation of right-wing populism today, is neither a plea for complete isolation nor for a self-destructive despite everything, as it is sometimes formulated, but for unsparing historical thinking. In any case, it shows that the situation is more complicated than on the left-wing alternative unicorn's meadow, where there is no yesterday, no today, and thus no tomorrow, but only the stilled, empty time of the womb or the bar. Anyone who is serious about criticizing the situation would do well not to lapse into an equally patronizing and indiscriminate criticism of the nation when faced with the Czech or Polish national anthem, but simply to keep their mouth shut, listen and think when the question, "Where is my home?" is asked, or when it is said, "Poland is not yet lost as long as we live." After the German national football team's miserable elimination in the preliminary round of the 2018 World Cup, nobody really believed that things would go much better at the European Championship, which was postponed for a year and took place in the summer of 2021. It was therefore hardly surprising that the German team lost to England in the round of 16, with the English team being supported by particularly unfair, traditionally anti-German fans, who, despite the admonishing words of German politicians to the European Football Association UEFA and the British government due to rising corona incidence values, visited not only the pubs but also Wembley Stadium in their thousands. In the group stage, the sporting focus in Germany was on the reigning European and world champions from Portugal and France. The third opponent, Hungary, was initially only considered a guaranteed point scorer in the calculations of Football Germany, but it was the last group match against the supposed underdog on June 23, 2021 that caused heated discussions, because the match was overshadowed by UEFA's rejection of rainbow colors and fans who do not comply with the corona rules. BR.de, June 23, 2021. A week earlier, the Hungarian parliament had passed the law on the stricter treatment of pedophile offenders and on the amendment of certain laws in the interest of protecting children. The reason for this was the discovery of 19,000 pornographic images of minors on the computer of the Hungarian ambassador to Peru. In addition to the adventurous equation of pedophilia and homosexuality, the package of laws contains provisions that massively restrict the information rights of young people with regard to homosexuality and transsexuality. Among other things, it prohibits books and films that are accessible to minors, and in which sexuality is portrayed that differs from heterosexuality, which explicitly includes non-governmental educational programs as well as educational literature. In view of the increasing number of sex changes among minors, appropriate education about the causes and consequences would be desperately needed. The accusation by the Hungarian executive that homosexual propaganda is being pursued as an end in itself is based on the myth that sexual orientation, which is something completely different from an allegedly changeable gender identity, is influenced by the environment and upbringing. A year ago, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán recognized the urgent need for action when discussing a fairy tale book for school children, in which the heroes are a little different. Hungary is a tolerant and patient country when it comes to homosexuality, but there is a red line that cannot be crossed, and I will summarize my opinion on this. Leave our children alone. End of quote. In 2019, an advertisement by Coca-Cola showing a homosexual couple was fined by the Consumer Protection Authority for damaging the moral development of children. From now on, the amendment to the law is intended to guarantee them the right to an identity that corresponds to their respective innate gender. With rhetoric like this, the current government is likely to find support, especially in rural and conservative areas, where the view that the West is gay and depraved enjoys some popularity. In Budapest, however, thousands of people protested against the bill even before it was passed. The organizers of the Budapest Pride rally held at the end of July recorded an estimated 10,000 demonstrators, the highest number of participants since the first march 26 years ago. The entire politically correct spectrum of the Federal Republic saw the match between the German national team and Hungary as the perfect opportunity to protest against the decision of the Hungarian parliament. In doing so, the Hungarian team had to serve as a representative of Hungarian politics, despite all evidence to the contrary, even though two players who are well known in Germany, Peter Galaxy and Willy Orban, both of whom are under contract with RB Leipzig, have spoken out in favor of gay rights in the past. Unimpressed by this, the city council of the host city of Munich had commissioned the mayor, Dieter Reiter, SPD, to contact the DFB and UEFA in order to send a signal of openness and tolerance on the occasion of the group match between Germany and Hungary, with explicit reference to the European Championship venue in Budapest and the law that had been passed shortly before. Reiter requested that both associations enable the arena to be lit in rainbow colors during the game, thus sending a widely visible signal of our shared values. While UEFA had not sanctioned the rainbow-colored armband worn by team captain Manuel Neuer during the previous matches as a general statement by the German team against discrimination, it rejected the request for the rainbow-colored stadium lighting. After all, it had been decided in the run-up to the tournament that the stadiums would be lit in the colors of the participating national teams on match days. UEFA responded to the Munich team that it was a politically and religiously neutral organization by virtue of its statutes, and that, in view of the political context of this particular request, a message aimed at a decision by the Hungarian parliament, it must reject this request. The interim president of the DFB, Rainer Koch, agreed, saying that it is no longer a mere statement in the common fight against all forms of discrimination, but a political action. Without further justification, Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, SPD, contradicted this, saying that it had nothing to do with politics, and Jutta Paulus, a member of the Green Party in the European Parliament, followed up, the rainbow flag was not a political statement. Despite the blatant aggression against an EU member, the two are even partly right, because the Rainbow Initiative was no longer meant to be the explicitly political struggle of the historical gay and lesbian movement against everyday discrimination of sexual desire. Instead, the rainbow flag is used to promote the lifestyle project Queer, which can be adapted by anyone, as a badge of German identity. Within days, almost the whole of Germany had united in the name of tolerance to form a primarily anti-Hungarian united front against the European Football Association, all because of a trivial dispute over the lighting of a stadium. The North Rhine-Westphalian FDP politician and chairman of the German-Hungarian Society, Gerhard Papke, was advised to leave the party because he had pointed out that the German public was in an uproar over Hungary, but always kept quiet about the many Islamic countries where women's rights and homosexuals are not respected. Apart from a few minor disruptions, the decision was unanimously described as embarrassing, shameful, and outdated. The UEFA was violating its own postulated engagement for a more diverse and integrative society and making itself appear untrustworthy. As the chair of the Bundestag Sports Committee, Dagmar Freitag, SPD, noted, the head of the Federal Anti-Discrimination Agency, Bernhard Frank, stated that the UEFA had squandered the opportunity to send a clear signal of tolerance and against homophobia and LGBTQ hostility in football, although the association's websites were adorned with the rainbow-colored logo on the day of the match. Since the mayor of Munich was not enthusiastic about the suggestion of Volker Jung, the sports representative of the Evangelical Church in Germany, EKD, that the UEFA decision could also be ignored and, if necessary, a fine risked, he announced that they wanted to take an alternative position, i.e. to fly rainbow flags at the town hall and to illuminate the wind turbine near the stadium accordingly. Reports of further alternative positions then followed in quick succession. Quote, in response to the UEFA decision, stadiums across Germany will be standing in for the Munich Arena on Wednesday evening and will be lit up in the colors of the rainbow during the European Championship match. These include the Berlin Olympic Stadium and the arenas of the Bundesliga clubs in Cologne, Frankfurt am Main, and Wolfsburg. City landmarks such as the Elbphilharmonie Concert Hall in Hamburg also wanted to take part in the light shows, and rainbow flags were also hoisted in front of other stadiums and town halls throughout Germany on Wednesday. Several companies also picked up on the UEFA controversy in posts on social media. Zeit.de, June 23, 2021. The umbrella organization of the German Christopher Street Days announced, with the explicit support of the DFB, that its members would distribute rainbow-colored flags to fans in front of the stadium, thus creating a colorful, rainbow-colored backdrop. Quote, "If all the fans play along, we can hope for 11,000 rainbow flags and a rainbow-colored captain's armband at the game against Hungary," which seemed quite realistic in view of the overwhelming approval from all over the country, stated by Lord Mayor Reiter. Thomas Hitzelsperger, the chairman of VfB Stuttgart and ambassador for diversity at the DFB, who came out after the end of his professional career, predicts that fans are no longer just interested in the game because they now have higher expectations. However, the majority of them are not playing along as desired. The following statement from a football fan is probably representative. He thought the initiative for alternative lighting was a good idea, but he was getting fed up with it all and would welcome it just being about football and the game itself. Apparently, there is a certain skepticism among fans that sporting events such as the European Championship or the Olympic Games are politicized, as in the Cold War, as the Hungarian writer Noemikis, who is certainly not pro-Orban, warned. The introductory commentary of the live broadcast of the match was correspondingly sobering. The first competitive match against each other since the 1954 World Cup final in Bern. Today not only in color but also colorful. Let's take the armband of Manuel Neuer and many German flags and the one or other rainbow flag. End of quote. At least one of these flags and its bearer caused a stir before the game started. During the national anthems, a so-called streaker managed to get past the barriers to the inner area of the stadium, cross the entire pitch and wave the flag in front of the Hungarian team until security guards finally pulled him out of circulation. The culprit was an 18-year-old student from North Rhine-Westphalia who is politically highly active and has also won 2 Jugend Debattier, a youth debating competition, awards. While such actions are otherwise met with disapproval, in this case the opinionated young man who likes to engage with political issues was sure to win people over. With his action before the European Championship game in Munich, the student from North Rhine-Westphalia inspired almost the whole of Germany. In social networks and also in the stadium itself, people applauded the courageous young man as he ran across the pitch armed with a rainbow flag. End of quote. So it was possible to report that openly discrediting gays and lesbians is frowned upon. Aversions against lesbians, gays, and queer people in general are not uncommon, but those who express them in a derogatory manner know that it is not allowed, and that they will no longer find a general consensus. End of quote. Consequently, homosexuality is no longer as taboo in professional football as Thomas Hitzelsperger summarizes. He would have to be very mistaken if there were a lot of criticism if an active player came out as gay. Rather, such a person would not have much to fear from the fans. Zeit.de, July 1, 2019, but could expect a lot of encouragement. Queer.de, August 23, 2021. On the other hand, it should be insisted on the civilizational matter, of course, that people should not be discriminated against or even attacked because of their private sexual desires, which also means that such desires should neither be tolerated nor accepted, but should simply not interest anyone. It goes without saying that such a lack of interest, based on coexistence, must be expressly enforced by the state against those who profess to be enemies of gays, lesbians, and transsexuals. Instead, the voluntaristic reference to abstract human rights is used to secure the physical integrity of homosexuals and transsexuals, whose universal claim is immediately rejected by both those potentially affected and their alleged supporters, as a result of the fact that these human rights are effectively being hierarchized in favor of anti-racism in its postmodern variant. What is already inherent in the representatives of the German majority society is deliberately taken to extremes by the perpetrators of queer ideology. This can be demonstrated by Golden Ediger, an academically accomplished specialist in queer subcultures in Berlin-Neukölln. Quote, "If bars, clubs, or other spaces call themselves queer-friendly but do not address their racist door policy, then for me that is not a queer place. Because for me, queerness, just like feminism, must always be an anti-racist practice." End of quote. It is precisely this practice that underlines the fact that an anti-racist conscience, even to the point of self-denial, forbids naming those responsible for the increasing attacks on homosexuals and transsexuals in the colorful and diverse neighborhoods of Berlin. In the face of rising numbers of violent crimes against homosexuals, The Anti-Violence Project, MANIO, continues to speak truthfully and dutifully of a challenge that is still deeply rooted in the center of our society. It is no longer a secret that the vast majority of homophobic perpetrators are young men with an Arab-Turkish migration background, and that the risk of being exposed to a homophobic attack is many times higher in Berlin-Neukölln and other immigrant hotspots than in neighborhoods such as Charlottenburg or Prenzlauer Berg. The whole discussion about the stadium lighting suggests that the European Championship match was merely a welcome opportunity for a morally reformed nation to teach the rest of the world a lesson in anti-fascism. Although Germany was the last country in Western Europe to officially remove the criminalization of homosexuality from its penal code in 1994, as part of the legal harmonization process in the reunification process, it is currently behaving as if the defense of the rights of sexual minorities had always been written into the DNA of the Germans. This paternalism towards certain minorities corresponds to a series of defeats in real life, of which the decline of the football world power is certainly the smallest. The German post-war model, which was only able to succeed at all due to its export surplus at the expense of other national economies, no longer exists. The welfare state, which was based on social equality until the end of the 1970s, was effectively destroyed in the decades that followed in favor of a general precarization. The crumbling pension system and the decline in long-term employment relationships subject to Social Security contributions, and finally the pseudo-privatization and the resulting ever-increasing restriction of state welfare services, confirm this process. But Germany's much-vaunted prominent role in foreign policy is also characterized by more claim than reality. Many European partners, and not just Hungary, dispute the Federal Republic's proclaimed leadership role in the EU, not only in relation to refugee policy. In order to be able to hold its own against the Hungarian government, it was therefore almost inevitable that, in addition to emphasizing learning from the past, it would have to resort to one of the basic constants of German ideology. Karl Marx had already pointed out that the German citizen knows no better way to confront his enemy than by attaching a moral stigma to him and suspecting his intentions. This sense of moral superiority, which is fed by a historical aversion to the West and is now being enriched by learning from history, succeeds as a generous attitude that comes across as humane but always acts aggressively. After scoring the equalizer against Hungary, the goal scorer Leon Goretzka made a symbolic gesture with his hands, forming a heart in the direction of the Hungarian fan section, where not only homophobic hooligans from the Carpathian Brigade were sitting. What was initially intended to symbolize Christian or other humanely motivated leniency towards serious rule breakers was in reality meant as a middle finger to an entire nation. The general German penchant for diversity cannot be explained by an excess of morals. Germany, which today is competing in the globalized world market of the postmodern era, not only rejects the delusion of an economic area that is free of crises, but also any domestic market-oriented realignment of the national economy. It is also important to mobilize all resources in the area of human capital in order to be able to survive in the global competition. Since the 1960s, an approach that was initiated by the civil rights movements in the United States to prevent discrimination against women and, above all, blacks has gained in importance in American companies. Diversity management. One of the showcase companies in this discipline at the time was the Ford Automotive Group, which institutionalized this concept in its corporate philosophy. The Ford management was not primarily concerned with the equal treatment of previously stigmatized groups of employees, but rather focused on recognizing and utilizing diversity in companies as an effective means of generating strategic competitive advantages. This in turn means not identifying all aspects of diversity in companies, but rather those aspects that are relevant to success, and to tap into the benefits of different individual skills, characteristics, attitudes, and cultural backgrounds. In the USA, conscious management of diversity has long been an established management tool. In contrast, a study by the Bertelsmann Foundation published in 2007 found that German organizations and companies have a lot of catching up to do when it comes to promoting diversity. Since it was quickly agreed that diversity in Germany is an underestimated competitive and innovative factor, the initiative Diversity as an Opportunity, the Charter of Diversity of Companies in Germany, was founded in December 2006 under the patronage of the Federal Chancellor by the companies Daimler, Deutsche Bank, Deutsche BP and Deutsche Telekom in cooperation with the then Minister of State Professor Maria Boehmer, who was also the Federal Government Commissioner for Migration, Refugees and Integration. Since then, 3,700 other companies and public institutions, which employ almost a third of all workers in Germany, have signed the charter. These commit to recognizing, appreciating and promoting the diversity of their workforce, customers, and business partners, regardless of age, gender, disability, race, religion, nationality, ethnic origin, sexual orientation, and identity. One of the proponents of diversity management, business administration professor Jutta Rump, immediately dispelled any misconceptions that such a voluntary commitment would lead to competition-free havens of well-being within companies, as this is not a matter of social frippery. This is also confirmed by a 2012 advertising brochure from the Federal Ministry of Economics and Technology, BMY, aimed at hesitant employers. Diversity management goes beyond a pure equal rights and anti-discrimination policy. Rather, your company has the potential to profit from the diversity of its workforce. End of quote. If applied correctly, it can be assumed that there will be a higher level of innovation, improved customer orientation, successful foreign relations, and higher productivity at lower costs. The team that takes the self-monitoring of colleagues as its starting point is of crucial importance for the implementation of the diversity concept. The right composition of the working groups is important in order to fully utilize their potential. These should be strategically composed of an optimal mix of representatives from the relevant company functions, such as product development, taking into account social and personal components such as age, gender, skin color, sexual orientation, or faith, but also in relation to their individual professional experiences, which also include those with different cultural backgrounds. If a new employee joined the team, a round of questions about their work, profession, home, homeland, personal values, education, personal goals, friends, family, etc., could ensure that connections are created that strengthen the team spirit and cooperation, and thus create mental closeness. This personalization within companies is strange in two respects. On the one hand, the standard under labor law is that employees are not obliged to provide information to their employer regarding their sexual orientation or religion, for example. Applied diversity management, on the other hand, would require that the employees in question provide this information. What was originally introduced to prevent discrimination has long since become a requirement to identify with diversity-friendly characteristics, which are only shown to be able to be included in the shortlist for the team mix to be optimized. Originally, the point was for employees to demonstrate the required skills through standardized training courses, and for all other interests, needs, emotions, and experiences of a person to be out of place, as long as they appear as staff of an organization. The exchange of leisure time for remuneration, which was based on this, ensured at least that the private person remained such. In contrast, the establishment of diversity management seems to be enforcing the trend of not only making the workforce as such usable for the company, but also of adding value to the person as a whole by increasingly looking at engagement in the private sphere during selection procedures. Has someone ever organized a youth camp in the church, or is there engagement in a nature conservation organization? Experience abroad also serves as a signal that a prospective employee has already set off on a journey, has found his or her way in another culture. These are indicators that someone is able to change their perspective, see things differently, and that such a person can probably transfer this behavior to their everyday work. The expectations placed on diversity management are certainly borne out by empirical evidence, as confirmed by the international study Diversity Wins: How Inclusion Matters by the management consultancy McKinsey in 2020. According to the study, the application of diversity management increases profitability, market share, innovation, and creativity. It is therefore no coincidence that, after initial skepticism, Germany's companies are convinced of the benefits of diversity management. According to a recent study by the Diversity Charter, 2/3 of all German employers expect concrete benefits from the application of this management tool for attracting existing and new employees, the openness and learning ability of the organization, and the promotion of innovation and creativity. It has already been proven that, in recent years, progressive companies have launched a wide range of activities to increase their productivity and innovative strength through a respectful working environment. This is no longer just about promoting career opportunities for women, using their supposed particular team orientation and flexibility as a substitute for the increasingly less attractive egocentric authoritarian management style. The trend is towards the old-centric superior, who is characterized by emotional maturity, integrity, openness, high ethical standards, and empathy. Female managers seem to be made for this, because they act as mentors or coaches, open up new scope for action, and motivate employees to fully exploit their potential by placing more emphasis on participation and cooperation. It is doubtful that this will humanize the immediate working environment, but at least, from the point of view of the ideologues of capital, workers have a portfolio of characteristics that are designed to contribute to the use and optimization of creativity and innovative ability, which can arise from the cooperation of people from different cultural backgrounds. For some time now, increased attention has also been paid to homosexual employees, probably also under the influence of common attributions, according to which gays are more educated, sensitive, and well-connected worldwide, while lesbians are self-confident, emotionally stronger, and suitable for management positions. The Ministry for Children, Family, Refugees, and Integration of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia appeals to those responsible for human resources with the slogan, "Focus on diversity management with an *** focus." This group of employees is often highly qualified and motivated, and is just waiting to develop their full potential in a suitable working environment. In addition, sexual orientation can be used as a strength for companies, as Karen Wint from Wirtschaftsweber, a platform for the professional and career development of lesbian women, emphasizes. I think it's fair to say that gay and lesbian people are more sensitive to issues of being marginalized or being different due to their particular socialization, and that this potential could be very well used in companies. A company is better when it combines different potentials and sees individual factors less as a weakness and more as a constructive contribution to the whole. End of quote. The recent enthusiasm for the rainbow flag at the European Football Championship, which ultimately only reflected what has long been the order of the day in progressive companies, cannot be explained solely by the popularity of state anti-fascism and the rise of anti-racism as a generally recognized guiding principle. The appreciation of this state morality points to the interaction between the economy and society, which is often ignored by Germans of all shades. Without doubt, a largely consensual social change has taken place in Germany, whereby homosexuality is no longer seen as contributing to the biological and moral decline of society. However, this liberalization cannot be attributed to the pure will of the Germans, Adorno, which they see as an expression of moral purification. This development began in the old Federal Republic during a period in which the prosperous post-war model of Fordism had already reached its zenith and the transformation to an ever more borderless accumulation regime was on the horizon, which currently goes by the name of postmodern capitalism. What was inherent to capital in every historical epoch, namely unhindered access to the commodity of labor, which can only succeed if all forms of discrimination, i.e. obstacles to utilization with regard to gender, nationality, culture, etc. are at least open to question, finds its consequent continuation in times when minorities, in particular those with a cultural bias, are considered to be an innovation factor to be fostered with regard to sexual orientation. It is clear that this cannot fail to have an impact on the so-called Lebenswelt, and thus also has or can have the effect of improving previously restrictive private circumstances, if one takes into account that people's way of life coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce it. This also means that, to the extent that people modify the way they produce, they must simultaneously change their thinking and the products of their thinking along with this reality. Marx and Engels were justified in assuming that this change stems from the fact that the class that is the ruling material power of society is also its ruling intellectual power, and that therefore the class that has the means of material production at its disposal also has the means of intellectual production at its disposal. The decisive new aspect of postmodern capitalism, however, is that the intellectual constructs, in the corresponding milieus one would probably speak of discourses, are produced and dominated by a ruling class that is not necessarily constituted by the ownership of the means of production. Rather, it is an ideologically dominant class in which the German chancellor and the CEO of a DAX-listed company that is friendly to minorities feel just as at home as the urban, postmodern precariat of academics. In a mutual outbidding, these protagonists create a social mental alliance that preaches the cult of diversity and particular identities. Nothing is easier to say than a warning of some kind against nationalism. Nothing better proves that one has learned from German history. No one who holds himself in high regard, no one who claims or at least aspires to social respectability seems to be able to get by without a demonstrative and zealous declaration of abhorrence of nationalism. The loudest and most routine critics of any relapse into the dark age of nationalism are sworn core Europeans. Merkel, Schulz, Juncker, they all perceive the form of the bourgeois nation-state as an imposition, as an annoying limitation of their ambitions. Their antinationalism calls for the removal of boundaries of power, i.e. in concrete terms, for a maximum of surplus profit with a minimum of social regulation and social compensation. This program is propagandistically seconded by a mixed chorus of admonishers and warners, ranging from church congresses and school curricula to all kinds of alliances against the right and the German expellees associations, which can justifiably be regarded as the historical forerunners of the no-border camps. The statements of the one now sound almost word for word like the leaflets of the other. A press report from the meeting of the Sudeten-German Association in May of this year read, "The Sudeten-German Association has called for greater cooperation in Europe in the immediate run-up to its Whitsun meeting. We Sudeten Germans in particular do not want to cut any borders in this Central Europe," said the spokesperson for the Sudeten German ethnic group, Bernd Posselt, CSU, on Friday. In times of the refugee crisis, what is needed is not less Europe, but more Europe. The Sudeten German Day is intended to protest against any form of nationalism and renationalization, he emphasized. It is only at first glance that it seems strange that the most stubborn revanchists, with all their old and new Nazis, are zealous critics of nationalism. For it was National Socialism, despite its first name, that introduced the most powerful post-national movement to date, and in every conceivable respect. Not only did it rigorously cancel all progress that had ever been linked to the rise of nation-states in Europe, be it legal equality between citizens, or the far-reaching guarantee of being able to conduct transactions in a pacified public sphere without fear of immediate violence and without regard to the person involved, or it also rigorously rejected nations as such, even its own, which were a thorn in its side. For him, being German was a biological and ontological characteristic, not a legal one, and therefore not bound by borders, either geographical or moral. The idea of the so-called living space saw the whole world as the prey of a horde or race that eliminated from its midst all those who could not show the right skull shape and certificate of origin, and co-opted those who better met these criteria, regardless of their mother tongue or passport. The traditional national borders and the guarantees associated with them for the territories and their inhabitants were at best indifferent to the Nazi behemoth. They were remodeled as needed. Duodecimal countries emerged and sometimes disappeared within a year because they were nothing more than volatile administrative units of a predatory and destructive economy. This bureaucratic volatility in dealing with the classic European nation-state is not only remotely similar to what has been happening for at least 2 decades in the ever-expanding European Union. Its procedures are only significantly more peaceful because they can rely on the war political results of what was, if you will, the first European Union, the German core Europe of National Socialism. The economic rationalization advantage of this core Europe, i.e. Germany plus occasionally changing satraps, has replaced, or rather inherited, the military rationalization advantage of the past. The fact that the prevailing common sense, or the common sense of those in power, is decidedly against the nation, which was once the unquestionable political form of production and reproduction for capital, is therefore by no means a new development. This means that the postmodern theories, which always accused the nation of being an obsession that had become a bureaucracy, a discourse on normality that had taken on a life of its own and needed to be deconstructed, have also quite obviously forfeited what they had always only pretended to possess: cogency. For one thing, the Wallersteins and Andersons have used the talk of constructions and narratives to pass off what is actually to be explained as an explanation. In other words, they have used one of the oldest theoretical tricks of the trade. For another, and this is much more important, the deconstruction of nation-states, once desired on paper, is now a European reality that is frightening. The common currency without a common sovereign is undermining nation-states in a very practical way and is proving just as practically that the communities, region, commune, family, that are emerging or re-emerging from the disintegration of the nation-state, as it were, are in any case worse, meaner, and above all more strongly dominated by the primacy of immediate violence than the legal spaces that the classic nation-states represented. For their inhabitants were at least still subject to an abstract law as individuals, and not to the habitual coercion of particular survival collectives as incarnate examples of a culture, religion, or ethnicity. After the loss of sovereignty, the present-day state shells of southern Europe have nothing to offer their inhabitants other than the relegation of the former individual to these collectives. Society is threatened with a relapse into semi-agrarian DIY subsistence communities, with the absolute supremacy of clan and soil, financed with granddad's pension or earned by growing vegetables on the family plot, or both, where there was once more than just a hint of individuality and universality in people's everyday lives. In Italy, Greece, Portugal, and Spain, but also in France, this scenario is no longer a nightmare, but everyday life for that part of the population that, due to youth and/or poverty, was not able to save itself or at least parts of its assets in the Northern European real estate and investment fund industry. And in the North, too, the primacy of the community over the isolated citizen has long been the rule in the subsidiarity-oriented social policy. a primacy that permeates all spheres of everyday life. How deeply and how naturally this is the case is conveyed not least by the propaganda of satirists, cabaret artists, and other popular educators, which is dressed up as culture. Here, the celebration of organized minorities of all kinds. This is the only way to explain how Islam belittling and Christopher Street Day bliss can coexist seamlessly in the mindset of the decent German, with the excessive abuse of the lonely, vegetating, Bio-Deutsche welfare recipients. Unlike its post-structuralist counterparts, the critical theory of the nation does not necessarily have to disgrace itself with the official antinationalism of German European provenance. For it sees the nation not simply as an ultimately interchangeable dispositive of power that is as eternal as it is nebulous, but as the very concrete historical result of the declaration of war by the capitalistically productive majority of society against the consumptive minority, that is, the takeover of the state by the Third Estate by the bourgeoisie, which either beheaded and drove out or assimilated the representatives of the other two estates. In this historical constellation, the proletariat, the so-called Fourth Estate, initially remained extraterritorial. It had no fatherland in the sense that it did not contribute any significant tax revenue to it, and, accordingly, in the highly bourgeois republics it had only very limited political representation and certainly no state-guaranteed security of existence. However, this situation could not be maintained against a growing proletariat that was rebelling against its living conditions, no matter how much repression was used, especially since the proletarian self-organization was already threatening to prepare a different, socialist society in very practical terms. The Fourth Estate had to be incorporated into the nation, its productivity recognized, which in practical terms meant the nationalization of the cooperatives and trade union health and pension funds that pointed to socialism as a historical possibility on the horizon. But this changed the character of the nation permanently. Previously, it had been a kind of world republic of capital, limited to a certain territory by military and infrastructural requirements, in which participation was not necessarily bound to language or origin, but rather to the ability to lead a bourgeois, independent existence, a particular foreshadowing of a possible universal. However, the more social the republic became, the more it was forced to transform itself into an insurance company with limited access criteria, into a people's state in the Lassallean mold. In order to be taken seriously as a substitute for socialism and as a social mediator and emergency provider that transcends class egoism, the nation-state also had to make the middle class take responsibility for actually redistributing what had previously been purely private revenues, and therefore in turn limit the number of those who were dependent on the people's state in case of doubt, and establish seemingly objective criteria for membership. This, in turn, accommodated the wishes of those potentially dependent on the people's state, who wanted to be able to insist on an indisputable, preferably biologically and genealogically justified title of entitlement, namely membership of the nation, certified by the citizenship assigned at birth. As much as this change undoubtedly represented social and political progress, bringing with it not only universal suffrage but also, quite fundamentally, a higher life expectancy and retirement without hunger, its downside is just as obvious. This is most clearly seen in the mass wars of the 19th and 20th centuries. By linking the individual's guarantee of existence to the state owns its citizens lock, stock, and barrel. Its institutions allocate life and death, the Social Security Office and the trenches are an immediate match. As a general trend, however, the people's state promotes above all the return of the tribal and the clan-like, with ius sanguinis gradually replacing ius soli, the race slumbers in the people. Friedrich Engels was anything but comfortable with the nationalization of workers' insurance. For as equal as the citizens are to be within the national insurance institution, they must be and remain clearly separated from the non-citizens. Metaphysical bonds of kinship therefore replace the former physical ones of the clan with exactly the same necessity as that of capitalism being a permanent crisis. But whereas these were once unquestioned conditions of existence for the agrarian majority of the population, directly linked to the immediate necessity of self-preservation for the individual and thus rationally transparent, the nations defined as social nations tend towards arbitrary and boundless malevolence. Universal equality, which is experienced negatively in the interchangeability of each individual with every other, entails the asserted inequality against better judgment. The nation thus carries the post-national frenzy of National Socialism within itself, but it is not simply to be equated with it. For it remains a qualitatively decisive step, one that changes everything, when the equality of all before the law, at least in a clearly defined territory, is replaced by the absolutized inequality of an undefined territory. The raid in the name of the Aryan race, or, at present, the Islamic Ummah, respects no borders, because it seeks to extinguish the last memory of the equality of all that bears the human face in its universalized particularism. The post-national self-destruction of the nation-state is inherent in it. But it has even survived the catastrophic abolition attempt of National Socialism as a political form. The post-war boom gave the people's state back its civil form for a few decades. The tendency towards self-destruction now asserted itself in a different economic way. Modern anti- or post-nationalism is the result of a creeping yet epochal change. The deindustrialization, the, if you will, delocalization and transnationalization of production, and thus the removal from the course of the former Fourth Estate, the working class in the former metropolises of industrialization. Up to this point, when capital, in a prototypical and exemplary manner, got rid of the domestic working class in Great Britain over 40 years ago and solved its profit squeeze, Andrew Glynn/Bob Sutcliffe, by simply closing entire industrial sectors, coal, steel, textiles, even car production, simply closed down in order to invest and produce overseas. Sociology and the theory of revolution had assumed that the monopolization of capital, the centralization of production, and the controlled structuring of society were all one and the same. What was not foreseen was the now occurring case that the accumulation of capital could only continue by decentralizing production and destructuring society, and that administration and production would thus become completely separate from each other, or in other words that the places where surplus value is realized could be thousands of kilometers away from the places where it is produced. Margins increased without the chimneys smoking anymore. The desolation of the classic industrial regions, whether the English Midlands, the German Ruhrgebiet, or the industrial heartland of the United States, which is now referred to with grim humor as the Rust Belt, seemed to have no effect on the prosperity of financial centers such as London, research centers such as Silicon Valley, or clusters of specialized technology production such as in Württemberg. Capital had not only broken its bourgeois chains, as at the end of the 19th century when the state and the joint stock companies took over from the factory owners, but had gone a step further that had been unimaginable for a long time. With the outsourcing of mass production, the deindustrialization of traditional locations, its historical antagonists, the working class, no longer had to be pacified at great cost, but had simply been pushed onto the sidings. And the human relics of this class in the places of the shutdown production were not even exposed to hunger anymore, like the unemployed of the 19th century, or the hellish misery of their fellow sufferers in the 1930s. The enormous reduction in the cost of goods necessary for survival, such as textiles, in the course of this new international division of labor meant that the superfluous could be kept alive in a reasonably comfortable manner compared to previous eras, without this social faux phrase having a substantial impact on the accumulation. The absurdity that Marx and Engels had seen as the political endpoint of capitalism in the Communist Manifesto, namely that in the course of accumulation the ruling class must feed the workers instead of being fed by them, has thus become the logical precondition of revolution to the illogical consequence of its absence. Valid for the duration of eternal Germany, as Max Horkheimer already described this state as the reason for the existence of the authoritarian state in 1938. This state of affairs, in turn, profoundly alters the nation's basis of business. In both its classical bourgeois and its national proletarian variants, it has always been a union of those who are at least potentially productive in the sense of capital utilization, and it was only under this condition that the proletariat was incorporated and provided with not least social civil rights. But in the deindustrialized society, precisely that on which these rights were based is no longer in place. For the proletariat is leaving the seemingly productive classes, becoming an unproductive guest of the social systems, reluctantly fed and at best pseudo-employed by a state that, within the framework of its traditional borders, is less and less dependent on industrial, classically productive work, as evidenced by the talk of the service society or the knowledge society, just as the former Third Estate lost its social autonomy with the abolition of the sphere of circulation in the traditional authoritarian nation-state and degenerated into an army of state officials or the industrial conglomerates organically linked to it, so too the former Fourth Estate is now becoming a necessary living resource for accumulation, a legacy of the bygone era of national economies. What was once class struggle has become a mere struggle for the distribution of revenues, in which the ex-proletariat has little to offer except the insurance and participation rights it won in the past, which are linked to belonging to the nation. The former Third Estate, the state-employed bourgeoisie, is already in the position, by virtue of its function, to distribute the revenues, the origin of which no longer lies in Birmingham but in Bangladesh. The older and more dilapidated the national claim that the proletariat, now reduced to the precariat, has to put forward, the more reluctant the alimony, the more ideas flourish on how to redirect claims for support to the state, how to get the precarious can be made to use their immediate environment rather than the state as their life insurance. The otherwise incomprehensible state preference for the large Muslim clan, which prevents individuals from breaking away and which is satisfied with Family pens instead of apartments has its origins here. The proletarian now has, so to speak, nothing more to lose than his fatherland, but he is to be made as disgusted as possible with the idea of clinging to it. This is the socio-political core of the new antinationalism, which would like to either silence the dependence of the people's state or, better still, remodel them in the image of the post-bourgeois existence. The precarious should, although they have nothing to gain from it, at least submit to the impositions of that post-bourgeois existence, thus renouncing their ancestral rights, as the descendants of the former bourgeoisie are doing. They are no longer citizens, not only in fact but also in their own self-understanding. As exponents of civil society, which already carries the liquidation of the antagonism between bourgeois and citoyen in its title, they are rather leading the way in the reprivatization of so-called life risks, in the anticipatory self-responsibility to stay slim and healthy, in the over-identification with even the most superfluous activity, in the engagement far beyond what is required and gratified. In the age of generalized superfluity, life has become quite uncomfortable for many, even in the vicinity of the meat pots. What happened to the working class in toto, to be needed for nothing anymore, is almost secretly present to everyone who still asserts themselves or clings to the administrative, knowledge, and cultural jungle. The arbitrary interchangeability of those who occupy the jobs and positions that can be attained in the apparatuses and their increasingly deregulated environment, the entire archipelago of publicly funded projects, cultural associations, and startups, is more than clearly inscribed. All the more so as factual qualifications not only have a low durability, but are being supplanted by arbitrary competencies. The increasing devaluation of educational titles, along with the experiences and skills that they used to ideally ratify, and the contempt that the post-bourgeoisie has for all relics of the upper class, professorial, honorable in the gestures of contemporaries, are a symptom of this. With the remnants of the former proletariat, those of the educated bourgeoisie are also being disposed of. Only through total adaptation to the fluidity of capital, reaching deep into the physical, even into the habitus and gesture of the individual, does the panicky post-bourgeois subject manage, more or less, to achieve an increasingly fragile, but all the more aggressive self-assurance of its own productivity and usefulness. A self-assurance that uses the lazy, toothless, stupid, and passive precarious worker as well as the parasite, who instead of getting stuck in, rests on his illegitimate privileges, as a negative foil to assure itself of its own right to exist. This is where the class that supports the uprising of the decent is emerging, and in a certain sense this milieu of those who are just about getting by is forming a new, if we want to stick to the classic way of counting, fifth estate in its self-perception, which is phantasmagorically constituted as a new nation without borders. Its members follow every whim of the volatile capital administration, either as hyper-committed functionaries or as cultural fig leaves from location to location. This phantasmagoria is more than mere delusion. It determines the rhetoric of the just milieu, which would like to terminate the traditional titles of entitlement qua national affiliation in favor of multinational usability. This internationalist milieu, which is preparing to finally cash in on the promises of freedom of internationalism, represents a social Darwinism that does not need biology at all, whose natural selection simply consists of being able to withstand or not withstand total mobilization, total availability, the total internalization of the performance terror. The only boundary that this milieu accepts is the front line between those who are left behind and those who are socially valuable, who show daily engagement without formulating any other demands on the state other than project proposals or applications for EU subsidies. The urban bourgeois impulse of, if you don't work, you shouldn't eat, becomes a permanent threat in post-bourgeois times, that those who do not get involved could even lose their basic insurance. This has rarely been stated more bluntly than by the professor couple Herfried and Marina Munkler, who are currently delighting bookstores with their bestseller Die Neuen Deutschen, The New Germans. It celebrates the excessive demands and the failure of the administrative infrastructure in the wake of the so-called refugee crisis as a kind of unblocking of the fountain of youth of society, and declares migration to be a biopolitical necessity for which the risk-taking New Germans are happy to do what is necessary. Namely, the renunciation of all employment obstacles, i.e. state regulations, such as the statutory minimum wage, in order to enjoy the pleasures of an enriched culture and a more mobile way of life. Live better through the crisis, with the migrant serving as its ferment, as a messenger of productive misfortune. That's how the struggle for distribution from above goes. That's how the Fifth Estate sees itself as the nation of tomorrow, in which the useless eaters will finally be put to work properly, without the old Germans being able to appeal to their nationality against it. It is precisely the diligent reappraisal of the past that enables the new Germans to disavow any protest against the socio-political consequences of migration policy as an expression of outdated nationalism, not only based on envy of the privileged, but also on rational insight into their own declassification. The official anti-fascism of the decent, which has been in place since Agenda 2010 at the latest, clearly follows the life imperatives of that fifth estate. The much-publicized civic engagement is merely the political and moral elevation of the individual engagement, which willingly and voluntarily accepts deregulation and subsidiarity in order to avoid being officially counted among the class of the left behind, at least in terms of social reputation. And all the more so as the foundations of existence of Project Knights and Hearts 4 recipients are becoming more and more similar. The project proposals, work reports, and plans of the flexibilized cultural and scientific precarious are regular reports for the purpose of legitimizing their own economic existence, the meaning of which not even their authors believe in anymore. Like the Hearts 4 recipients, they are alms recipients of the European behemoth, which has only taken over the powers, but not the obligations of the classic authoritarian state. Those who receive subsidies in exchange for engagement only appear respectable because they have made it their task to discredit those who receive subsidies for their simple existence. In this struggle for distribution from above, traditional anti-German political rituals become ambivalent. As much as the inhabitants of this or that dirty nest may deserve to receive an unwelcome visit from the Antifa of the neighboring city, such actions, whether they like it or not, are always in line with those decent people who, in their supposedly satirical print and television formats, cannot contain their malicious laughter when it comes to the stammering Saxon welfare recipients. What should be reflected upon in such actions is that the enemy definitions originally gained from the criticism of the late People's State of the coal era do not turn into pure cynicism against all those who are bitterly dependent on its relics and remnants, that one does not act as a new Germans in Munkler's sense, not making themselves the advanced commandos of the biopolitical rejuvenation mania and the social violence cures demanded by the Fifth Estate's anti-national and anti-racist utopians. In the migrants who have made their way to Europe, those utopians do not even secretly admire the ability to use brute force, which is at the core of the social skills that are held up as personal responsibility and flexibility. A courageous act in the sense of anti-German intervention would therefore be to visit such dirty places, which, unlike the Schnellrodas or Heidenau's, can be sure of official and semi-official protection because the violence courted by the new Germans comes into its own in them, places like the Neukölln-Elner Mosque, for example. But the fact that the anti-fascists are swimming with the mainstream of the dissolution of boundaries has even more ugly consequences than those just described, namely the anti-national delegitimization of Zionism and thus of Israel. For Israel is no longer just the Jew among the states. As Leon Poliakov is often and fondly quoted as saying, it is increasingly appearing as the last Nazi among the states, ethnocratic and anachronistic, as Tony Judd accused the country in 2003, thereby setting a trend, because the country cannot and will not go along with the core European renunciation of the nation. It must clearly define the borders of its territory, it must clearly distinguish between inside and outside, and it cannot, under penalty of a new Holocaust, allow the formation of a post-national agglomeration on its territory, as it is recommended to it by declared enemies and supposed friends from Agamben to Brumlik. The state of the Jews must remain a Jewish state, that is, a nation in the classical sense, or the Jews would be globally relegated to the status of the eternally tolerated protégé. In what at first seems to be a strange reversal, in the eyes of anti-Semites today the crime of the Jews is no longer to be incapable of building a state and nation, as Hitler and Rosenberg still alleged, but to hold so determinately to precisely what the apologists for the separation of production and territory want to get rid of at all costs: the nation in its at times extraordinarily progressive function, as the agent of historical progress out of the patchwork of personal dependencies, immediate relations of violence and genealogical blood ties, which return in a modernized form at the end of the bourgeois era and abolish social classes as well as formal law. These apologists are particularly bitterly hurt by the fact that the two states, the late nation on the one hand and the contemporary racketization on the other, so symbolically collide on the Israeli border, thus reminding us of the passing, indeed actually past, utopian content of the bourgeois nation, as well as vividly and darkly holding up the dystopian future of the global gang war. Such historically progressive content of the nation, the protection of citizens from immediate violence and the rule of law, as Israel maintains under the deadly threat from outside and within, is probably what the late Horkheimer had in mind when he pointed out in Keywords on a Theory of Nationalism, that a critique of nationalism can only be achieved from the theory of a good society, whereby the transfer of individual legitimate elements of nationalism into the concept of the right society is important. The The society that those who today criticize nationalism ad nauseam have in mind is anything but a good one, and in any case a worse one than the one in Israel today, precisely because the country insists on being both a state and a nation. According to Marx, criticism should force circumstances to dance by singing them their own melody. As for the criticism of nationalism, as self-evident as it was at its core, it is now more the case that it is the circumstances themselves that are already singing the tune to the would-be critic. Under the conditions of the globally diffused factory and the associated regression of society into networks and gangs, cheap criticism of the nation no longer serves any world citizen progress. For that would only be conceivable as such on the basis of the progress that the nation once brought. The abstraction of law and the containment of violence are the pledge of the possibility of an association of free people, but not the communitarian racket. And it is precisely this that antinationalism, which no longer has any idea of a good society, works towards in the current historical constellation. Contemporary antinationalism has degenerated into a verdict that flatly denies the lower classes any claim to improving their living conditions. It has nothing to do with a classless world society, but a great deal with boundless and limitless rule in keeping with the times, and in its viciousness it is the equal of nationalism. Since Catalonia is now threatening to take its independence efforts seriously, there has been widespread talk of a Europe of the regions as a model for the EU. The discussion has a long history. In particular, since the Maastricht treaties, regions, districts, provinces, cities, and municipalities have had a significantly greater weight than before as so-called subnational territorial authorities under the keyword subsidiarity. The European Committee of the Regions, for example, has existed since 1992 as an assembly of all regional and municipal representatives, a body that makes recommendations to EU institutions and has the right to bring actions before the European Court of Justice. The principle of subsidiarity originally comes from Catholic social teaching, as Pope Pius XI conceived it in the 1930s as a theological alternative to the authoritarian state. The European political variant has long since been decoupled from this theological origin. The driving force behind its implementation within the context of a united Europe after 1945 was primarily the Federal Republic of Germany, which, as a federal state, always found it easier to implement than, for example, France, which is a centralized state. For a long time, the idea of a Europe of fatherlands prevailed there, a slogan that today, according to the wording, is only propagated by the Front National and, according to the matter, by Jean-Luc Mélenchon and his left-wing nationalist party La France Insoumise, France Unbowed. The future and purpose of the EU are being hotly debated in the wake of the UK's announced withdrawal from the EU and the election of the would-be EU reformer Macron in France. In this so-called finality debate, the two models mentioned are fundamentally opposed to each other. On the one hand, the Europe of fatherlands, and on the other, a European federalism that is also known as the United States of Europe or the Europe of regions. The supporters of federalism are generally considered to be strict advocates of the principle of subsidiarity, while the supporters of the idea of a Europe of fatherlands are considered to be its opponents. However, the camps are not clearly divided. For example, the AfD party program includes a plea for a Europe of fatherlands, which is also a plea for the principle of subsidiarity, in line with the rejection of a transfer union and liability community. It says, "We demand that the principle of subsidiarity be consistently maintained, and that powers be returned to the nation-states." End of quote. So the subsidiarity principle itself is by no means being questioned in the finality debate. The only thing that is controversial is how it should relate to the existing nation-states. In the case of Catalonia, it is striking that the EU has so far not disputed the Spanish state's sole responsibility for the region. The EU institutions are largely staying out of the conflict. An attentive FAZ reader noticed the paradox that the supporters of EU federalism were actually behaving no differently from the advocates of a Europe of fatherlands. Not a few representatives who are so keen to proclaim the Europe of the regions and depict the nation-state as outdated and obsolete are arguing in a downright narrow-minded, nationalistic, and constitutionally formalistic way, instead of carefully weighing up two high-ranking values, namely the right of self-determination of peoples and the claim of a central state to the traditional integrity. Letter to the editor by Peter Voss, FAZ, October 26, 2017. The German international law expert Bardo Fassbender took the same line. Referring to the fact that the EU had long since constituted itself as a citizens' union, he stated, "For the EU Commission, the rule of law in the Catalonia case is identical to Spanish law. EU law, whose primacy over the national law of member states the Commission never tires of emphasizing, is not even considered as a benchmark. End of quote. The question arises, then, as to how the EU views the right to self-determination and the right to a homeland, which it likes to invoke as a sacred good, not only in the case of the Palestinians. Does what is welcomed outside the EU and often lamented when it is denied by a state not apply within its borders? After all, Catalonia sees itself as a cultural nation, and the Spanish state officially recognized this self-definition in 2006, albeit with the restrictive ruling of the Constitutional Court that no right to secession can be derived from this recognition as an independent nation. In the case of Catalonia, it is no coincidence that the subsidiary self-determination ends where secession, i.e. the establishment of a sovereign state, begins. One could also say that the Catalans have overstretched the subsidiarity principle in the eyes of the EU authorities by demanding not only extensive autonomy for themselves, but also state sovereignty. The arbitrary and incoherent nature of the right to state sovereignty in the modern European interpretation can be read about on the website of the Federal Agency for Civic Education, BPB. There, the following is said about the concept of nation. If we look at the territorial aspect, we can distinguish between a cultural nation and a state nation. While existing state borders are insignificant for the cultural nation, because it is defined by a common language, religion, or culture, the state nation emphasizes the political element of society and is inconceivable without territorial borders. End of quote. Probably sensing how blurred the border to the ethnic definition of the nation is according to this definition, as is well known, every state-nation can exist in the long term just as little without a common language and fundamental cultural agreements as, conversely, the cultural nation described here is without territorial borders not conceivable at all. They simply reach into the anti-fascist bag of tricks and declare. The conservative interpretation is based on the community of descent, that is, on belonging to an ethnic community, the people. This is characterized by common features such as language, history, or culture, and usually lives together in a particular area. Such an understanding of nationhood is at the heart of right-wing extremist thought. End of quote. The Federal Center would never dream of calling the supporters of the Catalan cultural nation, who not only define themselves by a common language and history, a common culture and a common territory, but also see themselves as a community of dissent, right-wing extremists. This is not only because the Catalans have been much more successful than the Basques, for example, in presenting themselves as the greatest collective victims of Franco and the greatest collective resistance fighters against Spanish fascism and its heirs, despite their actually being classic ethnic nationalists, although in reality they were not primarily opponents of Franco, but always competitors in the struggle for genuine nationalism. No, the main problem that Catalan nationalism is currently facing at the European level is that the advocates of European federalism, the radical supporters of the anti-national principle of subsidiarity, are not allowed to say that in the case of Catalonia it is not just a matter of exaggerated regionalist upheavals. Consequently, those in charge must minimize what would otherwise quickly be labeled as right-wing extremist nationalism. Because they do not want to harm the idea of a subsidiary Europe, they consciously hold back, to the delight of the advocates of a Europe of fatherlands, so as not to further fuel the secessionist desires that they themselves have awakened with buzzwords such as subsidiarity, federalism, or a Europe of regions. If we take a look at the Declaration of Principles on the Tasks of the European Committee of the Regions from 2009, it actually follows that the Catalans should not be reproached for anything in terms of a federal Europe, and could even be considered exemplary Europeans, especially since they never tire of emphasizing how much they see themselves as Europeans. The declaration states, "We want a Europe united in diversity, to be able to fully exploit its territorial, cultural, and linguistic diversity in a globalized world, because this is what makes it strong and rich and gives its citizens a sense of identity." End of quote. One person who has recognized that the Catalans are indeed consequent in their appeal to the European principle of subsidiarity is the Austrian Robert Mannas, who sees himself as a committed writer and places himself in the same league as Zola, Balzac, Victor Hugo, or Jean-Paul Sartre. Mannas, known as the author of the first great EU novel, Deutschlandfunk Die Hauptstadt, is one of the most ardent and uncompromising advocates of the idea of a Europe of regions and therefore also a declared radical opponent of any nation-state, which even earned him the honor of delivering the keynote speech at the European Parliament on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Treaties of Rome. Unlike the EU leaders, who are at least uncertain and therefore cautious, Mannas does not mince his words in the case of Catalonia. The Catalans are Europeans, the nationalists are in Madrid. He formulated this sentence together with political scientist Ulrike Gerrit, with whom he had already written the manifesto for the founding of a European Republic in 2013. He also wrote the following to the historian Heinrich August Winkler. The nation is artificial, the region natural. Freytag 43/17. In the Spiegel, Winkler had previously not only exposed Menasse for using unauthenticated quotes from Walter Hallstein, the first president of the European Commission, with which Menasse wanted to make Hallstein an anti-national star witness for the idea of a Europe of the regions, but at the same time proved that Hallstein had in fact spoken out in favor of preserving the power sources of the nations. Furthermore, Winkler accused Menasse of criminally overlooking the fact that regionalism and the nation-state do not have to be opposites, which in the case of Catalonia means that two nationalisms are clashing, the Spanish and the Catalan. It is certainly not in the plans of Menasse or other supporters of a federal Europe that the Catalans should see themselves as a cultural nation and, as such, strive for their own nation-state. It is probably because he is well aware of the dilemma that Menasse is trying to take the bull by the horns. After explaining to a Welt editor how much regions that fight for their autonomy are actually Europeans, he went on to say that these Europeans are wrongly labeled as nationalists. When a region breaks away from a nation-state, it is proof that the nation is not working. What is happening everywhere right now is a springtime for the regions. I am not aware that it should be the task of the EU to protect territories from nation-states. A Commission president in his right mind would now offer these regions the opportunity to be admitted to the EU with this status. End of quote. One can hardly deny Menasse's spring feelings a lack of anti-nationalist consistency. However, the fact that one of the self-proclaimed greatest critics of nationalism should also turn out to be a smooth talker, even a supporter of that secessionist nationalism, which is driven not only in the case of the Catalans by prosperity chauvinism, a sociality, and a lack of solidarity, is due to the very nature of anti-nationalism. Completely unconcerned by this, Menasse, who is simply a mouthpiece for his political milieu, is concerned with nothing less than the unprecedented, the historically completely new, the globally innovative, bold avant-garde project, post-national democracy. This is what he writes in his 2012 book Der Europäische Landbote, The European Messenger, a political pamphlet in which he also outlines the idea of his later novel The Capital, which not only won the German Book Prize in 2017 but also became a bestseller in Germany. According to Menasse, all nationalism tends to lead to Auschwitz, which thus loses its character as a monstrous ritual murder of the Jews and consequently only serves the author as a cipher. Quote, the ideology of the self-determined, self-confident nation, the dynamic of nationalism, the hereditary enmity between nations, the attempt to enforce national interests against other nations by force had cost millions of people their lives, brought endless suffering to the living and, in a culmination of unleashed nationalism, led to the horrific crime against humanity for which Auschwitz now stands as a symbol. Quote end. In order to make Auschwitz into a European founding myth, Menasse falsifies history, lies about Auschwitz as the culmination of all nationalism and thus turns the German deed into a European fate. The fact that National Socialism transformed the German nation-state into a, if you will, rhizomatic and European non-state, Franz Neumann, which then as such committed the crime of Auschwitz, is of no importance to Menasse, just as the fact that fascism was more a special form of nationalism than its quintessence. The radical anti-nationalist Menasse must therefore also find Max Horkheimer's dictum from his essay The Jews and Europe a Horror. For it was not by chance that Horkheimer prefaced his famous dictum, but anyone who does not want to talk about capitalism should be silent about fascism, with the sentence, no one can demand that the emigrants of the world, who have created fascism from within themselves, hold up a mirror to the very place where they have been granted asylum. What the Menasses do not want to admit is that it was nation-states that granted asylum, and that in the case of the British and Americans they did so not despite, but because of their national identity. And it was certainly not anti-national brigades that defeated the Germans, but armies of nation-states. Menasse could read in the writings of Winston Churchill, one of the main asylum providers and army commanders, and a zealous nationalist, that the United States of Europe, which, it should be noted, was conceived from the outset without Great Britain, was not to be created to save Germany, but to disempower it. Quote, we all know that the 2 world wars we have experienced were the result of the vain passion of a newly united Germany that wanted to play the dominant role in the world. Germany must be deprived of the power to rearm and unleash a new war of aggression. End of quote. What Churchill did not envisage, and indeed could not have envisaged in 1946 when he formulated the idea of a United States of Europe, was that the new Germany would no longer roll over the European borders with armored divisions, but would instead refine, pacify, and democratize the method developed in the Second World War of breaking up former nation-states, primarily in Eastern Europe, into duodecimal states. This is not least due to the furor against the nation-state, which relies on regional patriotism. Menace tone is so necessary, it sounds like Louis Trenker's mountain romances, Nazi root metaphors, and ultimately even more identitarian than the identitarians. In his European Messenger, he says, "People are in fact rooted in their region, shaped by life in their region. What is national identity compared to a sense of home? Home is where smells and inflections strike a particular chord in you, the concrete place where you are not just visiting in life, where linguistic peculiarities and quirky traditions do not necessarily elicit agreement, but somehow convey a sense of belonging. Home is the only place where the diffuse and unclear is concrete and sharp, where bread tastes especially good, where emotions are stronger, where the anger at the small-mindedness is as great as the love for the basic pattern of the checkered. Regional identity is the root of European identity." End of quote. Menace and his ilk, the book prize-givers and Eurospeakers, are not just reactionary. No, they act according to the motto that you should push what is falling anyway. Because the chatter registers exactly that the sovereignty of the nation-state and its classical regulatory options have objectively been in decline for a long time under the conditions of late capitalism, and that under the postmodern conditions of capital socialization, and that only a pseudo-regionalism characterized by the omnipotence of the commodity form is possible, whose second-hand attachment to its homeland accompanies and at the same time tries to drown out the ubiquitous wooing of investors for the respective business location. In his speech at the European Parliament to mark the 60th anniversary of the Treaty of Rome, Menace said with great joy, "The sovereignty of the nation-states is objectively dissolving. The political scope of national governments is shrinking. National borders are disappearing, even though some national governments are trying to restore them." End of quote. But the clattering of terms from the European Republic on the one hand and the blessed homeland on the other cannot conceal what the idea of a subsidiary Europe of the regions is ultimately about: the false abolition of national sovereignty, a Europe-wide conglomerate of small-minded local communities, in short, a barbarism that is deregulated in every respect. The European future of the regional competitive state has only just begun. But there is no reason to hope that the disintegration of the integral state, Gramsci, could open up post-political or even post-monetary spaces, or that federalization is therefore an essential component of institutional democratization. Rather, federalization can rely on the natural aggregation of all those who feel cheated, and that includes almost everyone. The transformation of the central state from defender to predator of honest work is familiar to all. To those who benefit from the surplus cascade, it seems so because the state still provides transfer payments at all, and to those who are worse off because the state is cutting transfer payments. The fetishism originally coined for the state withdraws in the crisis of Keynesianism to the manageability of regional labor. There, active Saint-Simonism, self-organization, face-to-face social control, personal responsibility, and forced labor form the soil on which regional and municipal workfare regimes, Schumpeter, such as that of Barcelona, can only emerge. The national people was already a community of enemies, because subjects who exchange goods cannot form any other community with each other. Held together only by the bundling of individual competition to the outside, the national people is completed in the competition of the regions. In the identification of the individual with the ensemble of production conditions surrounding him, the authoritarian state is doubly sublated in the sense of Hegel. The external compulsion to self-realization that it exerts on the subject is internalized through the self-managed work for the benefit of the location. The EU apparatus itself, by limiting itself to the framework conditions of the subsidiary, now only acts as the governor of the exchange of goods on earth, side by side with the European Central Bank. It had obviously learned. After a pan-populist government, FAZ, made up of the Liga and the Five-Star Movement, Movimento 5 Stelle, M5S, was elected in Italy on March 4, 2018, the European establishment kept a relatively low profile. Unlike with Brexit, for example, it was no longer possible to pretend that one did not know that this election result was also the result of years of frustration with German European politics, which in the Italian case had led to increasing impoverishment. When Günther Oettinger, the EU Commissioner for the Budget, expressed his expectation during the protracted Italian exploratory talks on forming a government that the markets, the government bonds, the economic development of Italy could be so drastic that this is a possible signal for voters not to vote for populists from the left and right. In an interview with Deutsche Welle on May 29, 2018, commissioned President Juncker, who had himself spoken out quite clearly on Brexit and the Austrian presidential election, immediately put him in his place. The Italians and only the Italians will decide on the future of their country and nobody else. Spiegel Online, May 30th, 2018. And that is exactly what the Italian people did, electing a government that is at least Eurosceptic, based on a coalition of two parties whose only common ground is their rejection of the austerity and migration policies pushed by Germany in particular. Incidentally, Juncker's words sounded very much like the attitude of the new Italian Interior Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Matteo Salvini, to whom he owed his electoral success to a large extent. Italy is decided by the Italians, not Berlin, not Paris, not Brussels. End of quote. Although the Liga did not win the elections with 17.3% of the vote, the Five-Star Movement received the most votes with 32.7%. However, since it became clear shortly after the election that the election winner had apparently exhausted its voting potential with this result, while the Liga can hope for far more votes in possible new elections, Salvini, not the M5S's top candidate Luigi Di Maio, is considered the new strong man of Italy. In fact, Salvini's party overtook the Five-Star Movement in the following months. According to the latest surveys, the Liga can now be considered the most popular party in Italy, with 32.2% of the vote. While the Five Stars have lost support, with less than 30%, the formerly established parties, such as the conservative Forza Italia of former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi and the Social Democratic Partito Democratico, have around 7 and 18%, respectively, FAZ 5/9/2018. Not only the election results, but also the subsequent opinion polls clearly show that the successor parties to the former major parties in Italy, the Christian Democrats and the Communists, which have either disappeared or been completely turned on their heads, have had their day for the time being. While almost 1 in 2 Italians voted populist in the parliamentary elections in March, almost 2/3 of those eligible to vote would currently give their vote to the Five-Star Movement or the Liga. The European establishment's notorious and hypocritical "how did it come to this?" has largely been absent in the case of Italy, as its plight has been going on for too long and is known to every newspaper reader. While Germany's gross domestic product has grown by around 30% in the last 12 years, Italy's has stagnated at the same relatively low level since then. Süddeutsche Zeitung, September 3, 2018. On top of that, Italy has a national debt of around 2,300 billion euros, or 130% of its gross domestic product, and an unemployment rate of around 11%. Around 45% of young Italians between the ages of 16 and 24 are unemployed. Industrial production has fallen by 20 percentage points compared to pre-crisis levels, and per capita income is lower than before joining the monetary union. The majority of the Italian population, and here in particular the middle class, which is affected by the economic decline just as much as the lower class, were better off before the euro was adopted than afterwards. Nevertheless, Italy was never considered a crisis country. Unlike Ireland, Spain, Portugal, and Greece, Europe's third-largest economy was always considered to be reasonably stable, at least more stable than the obvious crisis cases. As a founding member of the European community and thus part of core Europe, the country has always occupied a kind of hybrid position in the so-called euro crises that have been dragging on for years. As early as 2011, the then Prime Minister Mario Monti addressed the dilemma. Italy is paying twice. Once with its financial contribution to support Greece, Portugal, Ireland, and now Spain. And then Italy pays extremely high interest rates on government bonds. The reason for this is the tense situation on the financial markets. End of quote. Even at that time, German media were concerned about an anti-German mood in Italy that cut across party lines. Monti hit a nerve with his interview comments. Even politicians from the Italian Social Democrats and the left are joining the anti-German chorus, albeit in a more moderate way. To Gesture Online, August 8, 2012. At the latest, with the rejection of the constitutional referendum in December 2016, it became clear that the vast majority of the Italian population wanted to dispense with the blessings of forced European integration, which they had long since seen through as a German hegemonic project for good reasons. Just as the country was about to take over the role of a large and important leading nation within the EU following the UK's withdrawal, the Italians forced the pro-European figurehead Matteo Renzi to resign by a clear majority. Renzi's constitutional reform, which he had tied to his future as prime minister, would not only have abolished the Italian Senate and thus the perfect bicameralism that is notorious for being cumbersome, old-fashioned, and outdated, but would also have created the legal basis for governing in a very modern way in the future. For Renzi, whose Partito Democratico had always praised the German Agenda 2010 and the Hartz reforms associated with it, the reforms were intended to introduce political modernization, to be followed by economic modernization. At this point, the Italians were clearly not willing to get involved. They reject the structural reforms desired by the EU, i.e. austerity policies, privatizations, deregulations, layoffs in the public sector, cuts in bureaucracy and social services. Since the modernized social democracy pursues the opposite of the wishes of its traditional clientele of dependent employees and those dependent on a network of public services, the Five-Star Movement was able to fill the gap left by the PD, which had been renewed under Renzi in a very populist way. M5S wants to introduce the Reddito di Cittadinanza, a citizen's income that, contrary to what is often claimed in this country, is not an unconditional basic income, but in fact corresponds to the long overdue minimum social security that is standard throughout Europe and is also linked to the recipient's willingness to look for work. The new government also plans to lower the retirement age, which had been raised by the Renzi government, and to regulate precarious employment relationships more strictly. However, since the Five-Star Movement does not see itself as left-wing, despite taking over left-wing program points, but as non-ideological, it had no major problem, to the horror of many leftists, to form a coalition government with the right-wing anti-immigration party Lega after the election. Although the country's economic situation is disastrous, especially in the south, it is unlikely that the current Italian government would have come to power or that the alleged nightmare for Europe, Handelsblatt, would have come true without the unregulated immigration that has been going on for years. The approximately 690,000 immigrants who have entered the country since 2013, almost exclusively irregularly, have exceeded all known dimensions. The mother of all problems, as Horst Seehofer called unregulated mass immigration, is also the cause of the fundamental changes that have taken place in Italy in just a few years. The Salvini Di Maio government is both a consequence and an expression of this development. It is therefore not without reason that the 2018 parliamentary elections were the first in which migration policy became a central election issue, whereas in previous decades it was at best one among many. Unlike Germany or France, for example, Italy has virtually no historical experience of immigration, which is why it has never had a regulated immigration policy. There were no legal immigration opportunities, nor was there any kind of coordinated recruitment or control policy. In addition, the Italian state has traditionally remained on the sidelines and has only played a minor role in shaping events, leaving its citizens largely in peace and regulating their private lives only to a limited extent. This is particularly true of the South, where almost all migrants disembark. It is fitting that the criminal offense of illegal immigration was not introduced until 2002, which was also intended to make deportations easier, but only on paper. The traditional laissez-faire, or rather laissez-passer, policy had the paradoxical consequence that hardly any political capital could be gained by referring to illegal immigration, as it only interested a very small minority. In the political debate, the topic was at most a peripheral issue. Until recently, it could be said that the Italian population was not exactly pleased about the increasing number of immigrants, but this fact did not lead to the election of right-wing parties, let alone to increasing fears of foreign infiltration or growing xenophobia. Even though the Lega has always been opposed to high immigration figures and too many foreigners in the country since its foundation, its core brand had consisted of secessionism, i.e. the demand for the secession of Padania, i.e. making northern and central Italy independent of the poor south, until the right-wing populist realignment under Salvini, which, contrary to all prophecies of doom, went hand in hand with a moderation in terms of neo-fascism. The party's core brand had been secessionism, i.e. the demand for the secession of Padania. In other words, to make northern and central Italy independent of the poor south, which was also expressed in its original full name. As the prosperity chauvinist Lega Nord per l'Indipendenza della Padania, the party under Umberto Bossi, Salvini's predecessor at the head of the party, had much in common with the Catalonian movement, which was as antisocial as it was antinational, and had nothing at all to do with Italian nationalism. In direct contrast to historical fascism, whose main aim was the unification of Italy, and thus the integration of the Mezzogiorno, the Lega Nord sought to divide the Italian nation. When he himself was still mainly concerned with regionalism and Padanian autonomy, Salvini announced that Italy's green-white-red national flag did not represent him, as he did not feel it was his flag. Zeit Online, June 27, 2018. Salvini's offensive contempt for poverty was directed at the backward, subsidized Neapolitans and other southern Italians. This is probably also the reason why the Lega owes its electoral success mainly to the votes from the north, while southern Italians have mainly voted for the 5 stars. Nevertheless, the fundamental change in program also opened the Lega to voters from the south, where the party's popularity has been rising for months, as southern Italians are the ones who feel the consequences of mass migration from non-European countries most keenly. Older opinion polls show that for a long time the majority of Italians were relaxed about immigration. According to regular surveys conducted since 1999, between 27 and 34% of the population considered immigration a threat to our culture, identity, and religion, while 30 to 37% saw it as a threat to employment. The latter is hardly surprising in a country where the unemployment rate has been well above the European average for decades and where there is no comprehensive and permanent system of basic social security. However, the majority rejection of immigration only began with the mass immigration, which was further intensified by the European Union's change in migration policy in autumn 2015, i.e. by the unilateral invitation and welcome signal given by the German government. It was only in Italian surveys in 2016 that a full 71% of respondents agreed with the statement that there are too many immigrants in the country, including the majority of social democratic voters. In contrast, only 14% thought that immigration was beneficial for the country's economy. However, the surveys also show that this cannot be a matter of xenophobia or racism. When asked whether foreigners living in the country illegally and paying taxes should be granted the right to vote in local elections, 73.9% said they were definitely in favor as early as 1999. The approval rates were similar with regard to granting the right to vote in national elections, Demo survey from 1999, and with 94.8% in favor, Italy achieved a top score compared to France, Spain, the UK, and Germany on the question of whether immigrants should be granted access to all social services. The majority of Italians, around 75%, according to a Demo survey from 2015, are also in favor of ius soli, that is, granting Italian citizenship to children born in Italy to foreign nationals. As in other European countries, the Italian rejection of mass immigration from African and Middle Eastern countries is not, on the whole, racially motivated. What's more, since the vast majority of people want immigrants to be naturalized and to have access to the social system, it is not a matter of the social envy that is so pronounced in Germany in particular. However, such survey results are usually ignored in favor of moralizing, as Werner Patzelt rightly criticized. By moralizing, the discourse about what is possible and therefore advisable is used to transfer problems into the realm of what is required, with the tacit assumption that God has set up the world in such a way that everything that is required is also possible. You can believe that, but only if you close your eyes or live in very fortunate circumstances. End of quote. Since the Italians are not living in the latter, their skeptical attitude towards migration issues is not an expression of an irrational and possibly racist or Nazi attitude, but quite the opposite. A realistic and rational assessment of what can be achieved under the given social, i.e. negative, conditions without the existing remnants of bourgeois society finally collapsing in the foreseeable future. A welcome culture that is much weaker than in Germany also meant that the people's community of emergency did not develop in Italy as a spontaneous extension of the state, or only in places. The refugees arrived and were largely left to their own devices. Since the state does not do much for Italians, it also holds back in caring for refugees. Unlike in Germany, for example, the benefits that asylum seekers receive are significantly lower. There is also hardly any asylum procedure law. The Italian state only guarantees to house refugees for a limited period of time, usually 6 to 12 months, after which they are left out on the street, whether recognized or not, and often remain homeless. That is why wild camps of refugees are growing up all over Italy, of refugees, in a park in Milan, in occupied buildings in the former Olympic village in Turin, and, above all, in southern Italy, where there have long been tent and shack settlements of Eastern European and African harvest workers. Ghettos, as the Italians say. FAZ Online, July 30, 2018. It has long been known that mass immigration across the Mediterranean is completely overwhelming the country. The previous Italian government repeatedly stated that it was at its limit and could not take in any more migrants. Elected for precisely these reasons, Salvini's Lega in particular pushed for the immediate closure of the Mediterranean route immediately after coming to power. The approach is in line with the political division of labor that follows the respective election promises. While the Five Stars are taking care of the reorganization of labor and social legislation, i.e. taking on the actual social democratic task, the Lega is dedicated to sealing off the state borders, thus taking over from a classic conservative republicanism. Salvini's first measure in this regard was to refuse to allow the refugees taken on board by privately operated rescue ships to land until other European states had also agreed to take in a proportionate number of migrants. The test of the seriousness of this new migration policy was the dispute over the private rescue ship Aquarius just a few days after the new government took office. The Aquarius was heading for the Italian coast at the beginning of June with around 630 migrants rescued from the Mediterranean on board, but was not granted permission to land by the Italian authorities. At the same time, the Maltese government also refused to allow the ship to enter the port of Valletta. After 2 days of uncertainty, the newly elected Spanish government under the socialist Pedro Sanchez agreed to allow the Aquarius to enter the port of Valencia. Together with 2 patrol boats provided by the Italian Coast Guard and the Italian Navy, respectively, on which the migrants had been distributed, while they were being supplied with food by another Italian ship, the Aquarius arrived in Spain a few days later. There, the passengers of the ship were greeted by a grandiose welcome spectacle. The perfectly organized welcome, FAZ, that the migrants on the Aquarius received as they danced exuberantly on arrival was a left-wing radical show against right-wing populism, in general and the Italian government in particular, in the course of which the arrivals were used as mere window dressing for higher things. Sanchez's deputy Carmen Calvo rushed to Valencia immediately. 8 ministries prepared for the arrival. On Sunday, there was almost 1 journalist for every new arrival. A competition arose between the City Hall of Valencia, which is led by a left-wing alternative alliance, and the socialist regional president. Valencia no longer wants to be the capital of corruption in Spain, but rather the city of refuge, as a poster on the City Hall says. French President Emmanuel Macron did not miss the opportunity to offer the immigrants who had landed, and who would rather go to France than to Spain, the opportunity to continue their journey. At the same time, he called Salvini a provocateur, whose policies were cynical and irresponsible. The contempt for the European idea was spreading like leprosy almost everywhere in Europe, even in countries where we thought its resurgence was impossible. End of quote. Such hypocritical naivety becomes a blatant lie when it comes to Italy's new migration policy. Salvini may be critical of the EU in its current state, but his new course in migration policy is not nationalistic, in the sense that he is calling for the cooperation of member states in the distribution of refugees in a very European way. Since experience has shown that this, like deportations or repatriations, has not worked or has only worked to a limited extent as soon as the migrants have settled somewhere, Salvini is having other EU countries assure him of their willingness to accept migrants before they arrive, or is redirecting the migrants to these countries, as happened in the case of the Aquarius. In addition, Macron also wants fewer or no more migrants in his country. Although it is championing unregulated mass immigration to Europe, the Macron government turned away or returned 85,000 migrants at the French borders in 2017 alone, especially at the border with Italy. Since almost half of the French population considers the increased efforts to combat illegal immigration to be a priority, and a full 2/3 of the population considered Macron's initial immigration policy, until it was tightened at the beginning of 2018, to be too lax. His government is also focusing on deterrence and toughness. Nor can there be any talk of a welcome policy for migrants in France, which Macron praised above all in the election campaign in Germany. In Paris, migrants live on the streets. In Calais, the number of homeless migrants, who generally refuse to apply for asylum, is approaching the 1,000 mark again. Bayern Courier, February 22, 2018. It is probably for these reasons that the French government refused to accept the offer of the Corsican regional government to allow the Aquarius to dock in Corsica, even though one of the main accusations against the Italian government was that the ship had to undertake a long and arduous odyssey to Spain, which could have been avoided by opening a Corsican port. Salvini's riposte to the French president's accusations is therefore self-explanatory. We may be leprous populists, but I will only take lessons from those who open their own ports. Take in a few thousand migrants first, then we can talk some more. End of quote. For politicians of the caliber of Macron, It is less about the concrete rescue of individuals than about their utilization for political purposes. While the refugees of the Aquarius were rolled out the red carpet, Spain subsequently did everything it could to keep further migrants out. Under the previous conservative government, Mediterranean migration was largely contained by a deal with Morocco, which is why for years hardly any refugees came to Europe via Spain, but most via Italy. However, this changed for the time being with the arrival of the socialist government in June 2018. Knowing full well the signal that had been sent by the dishonest staging, Prime Minister Sanchez immediately insisted that the Aquarius was a humanitarian exception. But within 48 hours, more than 70 refugee boats with around 1,300 migrants had arrived off the Spanish coast and were evacuated, the largest wave of arrivals in the country in such a short time, whether they were the invited guests of the Aquarius or the other unwanted migrants. In any case, only a fraction of these people receive asylum in Spain. Only a good 2% of asylum applications are recognized after lengthy procedures. Many migrants therefore did not wait for their residence permit and disappeared somewhere in Spain or Europe. Those who were denied asylum subsequently have little chance of leading even a halfway decent life in Europe. The discrepancy between the friendly, welcoming gesture and the brutal reality of not only the flight, but also the stay in Europe, makes the official European attitude inhumane, despite any humanitarian self-portrayal. Instead of admitting that the European states, and here above all those of the South, have reached their limits due to mass migration and that therefore there is hardly anything more to be gained for those who survive the flight than years of monotonous and miserable vegetating in quasi-autonomous refugee camps or brutal ganglands, the pseudo-humanitarian self-dramatization continues. The fact is that there is little hope for African and other refugees, since they are forced to live illegally, that is to say in a state of permanent provisional misery, according to the law as it is currently understood. What is meant here is the immigration and asylum law, which even Macron cannot abolish. His now resigned Interior Minister Kalam pointed out in this sense, if we do not make a distinction between the right of asylum and other motives for migration, then the right of asylum will be called into question. As illegal immigrants, largely without possessions and often homeless, migrants without a right to asylum can expect the opposite of what they had originally dreamed of. In Italy, tens of thousands of African migrants, especially in southern Italy, are at the mercy of Italian and African mafia clans, and if they do not participate in the drug and women trafficking, they eke out a miserable existence as day laborers in the vineyards, tomato and olive fields, while many women work as prostitutes. Mafia-like employment agencies drive the inhabitants of the illegal slums to the fields, where they are exploited in 12-hour shifts, which means here, earning between 20 and 25 euros, of which another 10 to 15 euros are deducted by the agents for transportation and food. In a report in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung about a refugee camp in southern Italy with no electricity or running water, an African migrant was introduced who did not want to show his face for fear of being recognized by his relatives at home. The reason is the fear that his family could find out that he is living with 7 others in a miserable hut, for which he also has to pay 25 euros a month, in a slum that is just as miserable as the slums back home in Bergamo. That he works for little and sometimes for nothing like a slave. When he has enough money to call his parents and brothers every few weeks, he tells them how well he is doing. How beautiful Italy is. FAZ Online, July 30, 2018. However, as long as private rescue ships take on state tasks, namely the monitoring of the respective territorial waters, which of course includes the rescue of shipwrecked people, the gangs of smugglers responsible for the escape process include the NGOs in their calculations. The smugglers often send their boats directly towards the rescue ships, which they locate using radar. Regardless of the will or motivation of the activists themselves, it is a fact that NGOs whose goal is to rescue as many people as possible and then bring them to Europe offer migrants an incentive to take the risk of crossing the Mediterranean. It is not without reason that the UN Refugee Agency reported in August 2018 that human smugglers are organizing increasingly dangerous crossings in increasingly unseaworthy boats. Far too many people are crammed into these boats in the hope that help will arrive in time. Contrary to popular belief, migration is not a force of nature, which is why potential migrants, who often decide on a route in their country of origin, react extremely quickly to any difficulties. Since the Libya-Italy route has become extremely problematic, while more and more migrants are entering via Morocco and Spain, the UNHCR has also reported that, Information that it is becoming increasingly difficult to get to Europe via Libya is spreading like wildfire in the countries of origin. The purpose of the Italian government's exemplary port closure during the Aquarius affair, in which the Italian Navy brought around 2,000 shipwrecked people ashore, was precisely this: to send a signal that it would be better in future to avoid fleeing across the Mediterranean, primarily for the migrants themselves. In truth, Macron and Merkel are just as indifferent to the fate of refugees and all the other wretched people of this world as the Italian Interior Minister. Macron's smiling friendliness is fed by a general denial of social conditions and ignorance of social reality, not only in the neighborhoods where refugees will live. Since the collateral damage of German European refugee policy is not allowed to appear in the liberal and left-wing media, and its consumers therefore block out anything that contradicts their own moralistic self-perception or the political cultural label Europe, peace, humanitarian politics, international understanding, multilateralism, etc. ergo reality, politicians of the Salvini type are able to refer to this reality as a kind of personified return of the repressed. Salvini, who wears t-shirts with the slogan, "I'm not a good person," gratefully accepts his role and thus represents all those Italians who feel the negative consequences of European policy on a daily basis. The demands of the European institutions and, above all, Germany, which, not only in the case of Italy, all amount to nothing more than tightening your belt while remaining relaxed or even getting involved with hundreds of thousands of newly arrived poor people, are themselves, precisely in their moralism, as unfeeling and lacking in solidarity, as the EU is accusing the elected Italian government of. Interestingly, now all the more so as it is getting down to the nitty-gritty, Italy's attempt to present a budget that at least in part rejects the European austerity imperative. It is therefore no surprise that Italian citizens are voting populistically in the face of such hypocritical sanctimoniousness. In other words, not in the way the EU thinks they should, just as it is no surprise that almost 60% of the Italian population is in favor of blocking the ports. In calling on other EU states to help take in migrants, the Italian government is basically adopting the very formula that the German government, from Angela Merkel to Claudia Roth, has been chanting for years. In reality, however, the European nation-states generally act independently of the EU, especially when it comes to refugee policy. In fact, the national level of action to tackle the refugee crisis is still much more important than the European level. The government in Madrid, for example, took unilateral action against migration to the Spanish coast by concluding agreements with North and West African states. A whole series of EU countries have reached administrative-level agreements with African and Asian countries that allow the return of rejected asylum seekers, such as Italy with Tunisia and Germany with Algeria. A separate repatriation agreement also exists between the UK and Pakistan. Austria, Croatia, Slovenia and Hungary have taken unilateral action to close the Balkan route. Italy, on the other hand, is trying to get a grip on the refugee movement by making arrangements with clans and tribes in Libya and is therefore supporting the Libyan Coast Guard on its own initiative. Austria, in turn, is equipping the Macedonian border police with equipment, and Germany is doing the same for Niger. The agreement between the EU and Turkey had previously been negotiated in detail by Berlin with Ankara, and the reintroduction of border controls at the EU's internal borders was also carried out by each country individually. The new Italian government is acting nationally with regard to the migration problem and at the same time calling for a pan-European solution. In doing so, it is doing exactly what all EU states, with the exception of the Visegrad countries, are doing. In reality, the condemnation of Italy's migration policy by the left-liberal establishment from Merkel to Macron is only partly about realpolitik differences, but mainly about discursive ones. It is less about what you say, but rather how you talk about things. Although the Social Democratic government of Malta is also taking action against private sea rescue organizations and even taking them to court, there is hardly any talk about Malta, even though this example clearly shows that you don't have to be right-wing to recognize the temporary impossibility of further mass immigration for domestic political reasons. Since the country has hardly changed since the populist seizure of power, capital, and, contrary to all the horror scenarios, the population can for the first time in years have reason to hope that some things will turn out positively. It is the rhetoric that is causing problems for the German European Salvini critics. The much criticized ugliness, Süddeutsche Zeitung, of Salvini, whose angry and venomous ranting makes Alexander Gall and look rather harmless, is therefore expressed primarily in words. Salvini is the demagogic manager of resentment, die Zeit, according to the tenor. Salvini was also attacked particularly fiercely for his proposal to have the Sinti and Roma in the country counted. However, since the so-called right-wing populist, i.e. right-wing conservative Salvini, despite his personal neo-fascist tendencies, has no alternative political, constitutional, or state concept in the back of his mind, he dropped his demand without further ado, since a census based on ethnicity contradicts the Italian constitution. This example shows that the much-cited revolution that the right-wing populists like to talk about remains quite superficial. In stark contrast to Nazism and its Islamic counterpart, right-wing populism does not pursue any other ideological principle, but remains attached to the bourgeois form of state and society, which is why anti-national conformists like to talk about a liberal democracy, which basically just means that a country has deviated from the now established left-liberal mainstream or has never joined it. The illiberal democracy that the Süddeutsche Zeitung, for example, has already declared Israel to be, respects the validity of civil law, as well as its cultural equivalence, freedom of expression, equal rights for men and women in everyday life, the separation of the public and private spheres, etc., and often does so without taking into account the often actually anti-civil subjects who cavort in the parties. It is thanks to the EU in general and Germany in particular that people of the caliber of Salvini and Di Maio have been able to become political leaders of hope for large sections of the Italian population. The majority of Italians no longer want what is being sold as pro-European politics or even as the bright Europe of Merkel and Macron, because in reality, this represents a self-contained, seemingly unopposed discourse of a left-wing liberal political and opinion cartel that presents itself as morally upright and therefore rejects any contradiction from the outset. The myth of the EU as Europe's destiny, which must not be opposed under penalty of extinction, essentially expresses nothing other than the historical logic of capital, which cares as little about empirical collateral damage as the left-wing critics of the Italian government. What was enshrined in the Four Freedoms of the 1957 Treaty of Rome, but only became a reality decades later, free movement of goods, services, capital, and persons, has not generally paid off for the working population, as it has meant more work, flexibility, and competitive pressure for them on the one hand, and less pay, leisure, and rest on the other. It is therefore only consequent that this section of the population, which is still in the majority, votes for right-wing parties whose spokesmen promise to at least set some limits to the unleashed madness and thus to keep things more or less as they were. The Italians have decided in favor of a coalition between the Five-Star Movement and the Liga, not Berlin, not Paris, not Brussels, and not least because of a social democracy that has chosen its own downfall. However, this vote was prepared and made possible by the mindlessly pro-European economic and migration policy of Germany and the EU institutions. Never Again Borders was the title of a report in the Frankfurter Rundschau in March 2017 about the pro-European citizens' movement Pulse of Europe, founded by the Frankfurt-based lawyer couple Roeder. Founded after the state of shock, Pulse-Europe.eu, triggered first by the Brexit and then by the election of Donald Trump, the first meeting took place in Frankfurt to counter the increasing success of nationalist and populist movements worldwide, and to prevent the destruction of the European Union in the upcoming national parliamentary elections. From February 2017, weekly rallies were also held in other German cities, with former West Germany being overrepresented. Germans in general are significantly overrepresented in terms of the number of participants in a European comparison. Initially, there were only imitators in Paris and Amsterdam, then in March in numerous European cities. While several thousand participants turned up in the larger German cities between the end of February and the beginning of April, the initiative in other European countries, with the exception of the similarly German-dominated Übergrenzen gehen, crossing borders, event on the passerelle between Kehl and Strasbourg, had great difficulty mobilizing more than a few hundred participants. This shows that the initiative, which sees itself as a kind of anti-Pegida, and whose Frankfurt branch has been listed as a registered association since April 7th, like Pegida in Dresden, is mainly reproducing economic segregation in its efforts to distance itself from the right. In Germany, along the prosperity divide between East and West, and in Europe, especially in comparison to the South and East of Europe. In the South, the number of participants only reached around 150 to 200 in Madrid, while the Pulse of Europe website lists a few local groups in the entire East, but only for Warsaw can information be found for a rally of around 40 participants. In Poland, for example, there has been a pro-Western orientation since the end of the Cold War, which of course means the transatlantic bond with the USA, but in the past also included integration into the European Union. The fact that enthusiasm for Europe is now so limited in Eastern Europe and that criticism of the German government's policies has become generally sharper there, at the latest since the refugee crisis, shows how synonymous Germany and the EU are now understood in Eastern Europe. How different it is in Frankfurt. To celebrate the 60th anniversary of the signing of the Treaties of Rome on March 25, 1957 by Belgium, Germany, France, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, the borders were symbolically opened. Participants on the stage at Goethplatz sawed through a barrier that the group had built. "Never again borders and freedom in Europe," were the words of Pulse initiator Daniel Roeder to the crowd. According to police, more than 4,500 people demonstrated for a united Europe at the 11th edition. More than ever before. End of quote. The organizers of Pulse of Europe are deliberately broad-based and characterized by nonpartisanship and programmatic openness, which, according to the FAZ, is demonstrated by the participation of young and old, students and pensioners, small families with children, for whom the rallies have become more important than going to church, as well as relaxed types in harem pants puffing on hand-rolled cigarettes, which is why the accusations of political arbitrariness and lack of planning raised against the alliance can be confidently disregarded. When good Germans gather for a good cause, not only are the speeches short, usually limited to references to the advantages of European unification, such as the elimination of border controls, but hardly anyone is criticized or even disparaged, and at the end there is even singing and dancing and people holding hands. Everyone agrees that the worst European border was still the one between the two Germanys, especially because of the traumatic controls when crossing it to visit relatives in the east, as the 52-year-old Gabriele Muller was able to report. This puts them in line with a European Union that is now openly dominated by Germany, as the initiators of Pulse of Europe act as its claqueurs. In their 10 theses on European fundamental freedoms, the founders do not think of anything more than celebrating free movement of persons, goods, payments, and services as historical achievements that have turned nation-states into a community, which are contrasted with special paths and exceptions that lead to an erosion of the community as a negative alternative. It goes on to say, in the future, too, the law must be realized in all areas of life. As if this could be better achieved in a supranational institution without a unified monopoly on power than in the respective nation-states, as if the EU were therefore not still dependent on the enforcement of precisely this law, and as if the EU were not characterized by the actually irrational delusion of legalizing not only international relations but all areas of life. This also made it clear not only how this approach differs from the traditional British idea of a free trade-centered union of sovereign nation-states, but also how the predominantly German event differs from its European offshoots. In the continuity of German ideology, culture, community, noble ideals, and selfless service to the cause have always been the most reliable ingredients of German-dominated unification processes, in contrast to the IU's solely of bourgeois national historiography. In contrast, the meager non-German gatherings of Pulse of Europe sympathizers, for example in Bath in Western England, seem to have been simply a small group of economically liberal EU profiteers. Zeit online editor Stefan Dobert explained how new German community sentiment against the right should be articulated in a contemporary and popular way. Under the headline Franz Saves the EU, he dedicated his essay to the 10-year-old boy Franz, whose innocent soul was exploited by the self-confessed Europe lovers in such a despicable way for their political purposes during a rally at Berlin's Gendarmenmarkt, as is otherwise almost only the case with Palestine solidarity. After the little boy had recited a few seemingly biographical, but in reality cunningly political, sayings such as "My grandmother was born in Moscow, my great-grandparents were Finnish, my grandfather is Austrian, my other grandmother is Italian, and my other grandfather is German. My favorite football teams are Italy, France, Iceland, Portugal, Poland, and Croatia. My father sometimes gives me and my two sisters Italian lessons," and concluded with the words, "Europe is not yet perfect. It's good, but it has to get better." The audience was so moved that two listeners looking at Franz were so moved that they wiped tears from their eyes. Dobert added, "Franz's words echo through the rain, and while the 10-year-old speaks, everyone standing in the square falls silent. This moment has something strange about it because it is unusual. It was almost forgotten, political messages that emotionalize." End of quote. The fact that Trump or the Brexiteers were accused of the same thing during the election campaign and that there is a particular ominous history of emotionalizing politics in Germany was as little known to the participants as the fact that they themselves are pursuing a thoroughly populist course. They take the side of the elites and consider this to be more progressive than giving a voice to those who have been marked by social disintegration and who have been sold down the river by decades of social democratic paternalistic politics. But Stefan Dobert, who has studied European studies, knows that according to Erik Erikson's model of psychosocial development, every crisis marks a transition to a new stage of development, which can also be applied to groups of people and entire states. In his view, it is progressive to privatize the state as much as possible, while the supposedly statist protesters of Pegida, AFD, should be put on a par with all those who burned books in 1933. A repetition of the European vision of National Socialism, according to which a united Europe was to be established as a new national political community, supported by European solidarity against a lack of community spirit and organized as a Volksgemeinschaft subject, seems unthinkable to the supporters of a liberal populism of a pro-European nature. It is simply not allowed to be remembered that the European unification process after 1945 and the role of Germany in it could have anything in common with the partial unification under German leadership that took place during the Second World War. As a negative founding myth of post-fascist Europe, the defeat of the Third Reich is also the birth of post-nationalism among German friends of Europe, not only in terms of the profitable continuation of wartime economic rationalization. Post-nationalism is just the other side of the coin of the nation-state's yearning for autarky, as it is nurtured in the environment of the feuding nationalists and right-wing populists. The Nazi regime was characterized by both playing the nationalist card for propaganda purposes and being inspired by the German belief in the state as a mediator from above, while at the same time distancing itself from classic bourgeois nationalism in the most blatant way, transforming the social democratic Prussian authoritarian state into a total racket and at the same time delimiting its territory in an anti-national way in the Volksgemeinschaft. People like Stefan Dobert or the Roeder couple are members of that stratum that carries the uprising of the decent, which is phantasmagorically constituted as a new nation without borders. Its members follow every whim of the volatile capital administration, either as hyper-committed functionaries or as cultural fig leaf carriers from location to location. These are people like Klaus Wisser, who founded the service company Wizag 50 years ago. He thinks it is important to stand by Europe. I was already involved in demonstrations against the war in Korea or Vietnam, but this is just as important, he says. That's why he not only goes to the Pulse of Europe rallies, but also flies a European flag on his office building on Paul-Ehrlichstrasse today. It's like advertising for a product, he explains. And in his opinion, the product is valuable. An open Europe that has overcome the nation-state. End of quote. Walter Benjamin was already aware that the vision of a united Europe existed even before the Nazis, but that it was different from the way Stefan Dobert, who also coined this phrase, imagined it. In his 1926 essay Friedenswehr, The Peace Trade, he criticized the commitment to Europe, which was so popular in liberal and left-wing circles at the time, as a capital-affirming elite project, not unlike the way it is cultivated today by Pulse of Europe. Using the example of the professional officer, initially an enthusiastic participant in the First World War and expressionist playwright Fritz von Unruh, 1885 to 1970, who was a frequent guest in France in particular after the defeat in 1918 as a peace ambassador, Benjamin showed in an exemplary way that pacifism can be used as a moral advantage. At that time, the borders began to open again and the traveler set off on his tour. You had to live off the sellout, and the higher the dollar rose, the greater the circle of export goods became. At the height of the catastrophe, it also included intellectual cultural assets. The Kantian idea of eternal peace, long since unfeasible in the intellectually impoverished homeland, was at the top of the list of spiritual export articles. End of quote. This was always done with the aim of paving the way for more serious exports. He said of someone like von Unruh, who helped to popularize war as a purifying act in his homeland in 1914, something that is still relevant today. Those who have started the war are quick to emphasize their love of peace, but those who want peace should talk about war. Incidentally, the great dinners are the only international facts that his new pacifism takes into account. His internationalism was hatched in the peace of shared digestion, and the gala menu is the Magna Carta of future international peace. End of quote. The pulse of Europe rallies, but also the statements of an anti-national Antifa ideologically allied with it, also manifest the suppression of state sovereignty that is typical of any European political debate. The decisive factor remains the inability of the current core EU to assign a corresponding monopoly of power to a unified currency area, which is causing chaos. Pro-European Sunday speeches by supporters of alternative facts such as Sigmar Gabriel or Martin Schulz do not change this. It is no coincidence that their post-national rhetoric regularly targets the Jewish state, which must cling to the allegedly anachronistic concept of the bourgeois nation-state in order to survive, which of course also includes controlled immigration, which, incidentally, is the opposite of the madness inherent in both the demand for open state borders and the demand for a self-sufficient nation-state. Not that the EU would not execute its border regime in a much more brutal and irrational way, but it simply denies it and leaves the dirty work to others, with the help of all kinds of corrupt cliques not only in Turkey, but also in Libya, Morocco, and West Africa. In any case, Schulz and Gabriel published a joint position paper on the state of the EU under the impression of the impending Brexit, in which German learning from history resonates as a purifying prerequisite for shaping a common future. The founding generation of Europe had made their European dream a reality, piece by piece, on the ruins of European cities and villages and in the face of the Holocaust. In an effort to mitigate the dangers of the right, they call for more democracy and justice, show themselves to be somewhat more socially minded and strive for internal European balance. However, this is presented in the hard-nosed, nationally motivated knowledge that otherwise the German-dominated European Growth Union, the first and only transnational democracy that has existed in the history of mankind, threatens to break apart. For this reason, the designated God Chancellor Schulz, who has proven that even seasoned ex-antifascists are not too stupid to campaign, said in a speech to the European Parliament a few years ago entitled Europe's Way Out of the Crisis that the path to a common future must remain a genuinely German one. For those who might still misunderstand the post-national, pro-European pronouncements of Schulz or Gabriel as a plea for a truly sovereign European state, let it be known, yes, we want to keep the nation-states as our home. And for one reason only, nobody, absolutely nobody, has demanded that Germany curb its exports. That's not possible anyway. We don't live in a planned economy. End of quote. To insist so recklessly on Germany's national interests, in the knowledge that to achieve them one must for the time being still play the European card, can in the long run only function by evoking corresponding enemy images, as a counterphobic reaction formation to the National Socialist past. Dan Diner one pretends to act in a way that one believes is the opposite of what National Socialism was. Those who have not learned from Germany's history of perpetration, which is glorified as a European experience, are left with the choice between the bad and the worse, and not between the good and the evil. The distinction between good and evil is a theological one, and Germany is still a thoroughly theological country. In this respect, that is, in subsuming the supposedly prevailing metaphysical, political, legal, moral, and other ideas under the sphere of religious or theological ideas, little has changed 170 years after Marx and Engels' German ideology. So, at the next best opportunity, the descendants of the ever-striving victims of the Holocaust can be given another lesson in the criticism of nationalism. Between April 24 and 26, 2017, Sigmar Gabriel had the unmitigated audacity to visit Yad Vashem, then rush on to the staunch anti-Zionists of Breaking the Silence and Psalm, who, with the help of European funding, do everything they can to make life even more difficult for Jews living in Israel and to provoke a well-calculated reaction from Netanyahu. The title and quintessence of a guest article by Gabriel in the Frankfurter Rundschau reads, "We must stand together against nationalism and for European plurality instead of national uniformity." Under the guise of the European Union, Germany is performing that peculiar oscillation between power center and power vacuum that has always been central to the so-called German question. For the Federal Republic of Germany, integration into the European project not only brought the advantage of the gradual recovery of state sovereignty and security guarantees during the Cold War through Western integration and NATO membership, but also an apparent way out of the position of semi-hegemony, Ludwig der Io, in which Germany had found itself since 1871, too weak to become a true hegemon on the continent, and too strong to submit to the European power structure. In this respect, European unification can be seen as a consequence of German national history. European integration and a common currency were originally intended, especially by France, to eliminate the German question, or rather the German threat, once and for all. The Schuman Plan and later the Treaty of Rome, which was celebrated on Frankfurt's Goethplatz, both failed to prevent the Federal Republic of Germany from having a strong national interest in showing European engagement, because only by regaining the trust of its neighbors and international partners could it achieve its long-term goal of German reunification. The German way, Gerhard Schroeder, prevailed, as is well known, and confirmed the clear-sighted reservations of, among others, Margaret Thatcher, who, without being able to prevent François Mitterrand from giving in on this issue, remarked, "A reunited Germany is simply much too big and too powerful to be just one of many competitors on the European playing field. Nor is deeper European integration a solution under the current conditions." Ultimately, because they are too afraid to govern themselves, the Germans want to establish a European system in which no nation governs itself anymore. The obsession with a European Germany threatens to produce a German Europe. End of quote. Thatcher must have been thinking of the kind of German Europe that had been envisaged in the think tanks of German political advisors, even at a time when the repetition of such a scenario was supposed to prevent the European containment of Germany. In 1990, she feared the establishment of a lasting, secure peace for the European countries under a German-dominated large-scale economy, as well as security against economic strangulation and foreign interference from England and the United States, as Walther Funk had formulated it in his memo to the Reich Foreign Minister in September 1939. Today, we can largely dispense with the overtly belligerent enforcement that is implicitly implied by such statements, with the notable exception of the political reorganization of the Balkans, which was initiated largely by Germany. The politics of post-war Germany can be described as a geoeconomic semi-hegemony, as Hans Kuhnani has impressively done in his book German Power, drawing on Ludwig de Hio and Edward Luttwak. The fact that there was a perception gap between Germany and the rest of Europe had to do with the fact that the Germans felt that by rejecting military force, and one could add, nationalism, imperialism, colonialism, etc., they had made a decisive break with the past. However, at the same time as Moll was applying the concept of a civil power to Germany, Luttwak was putting forward the thesis that in international relations, methods of trade would replace military methods, with investment capital instead of firepower, with civil innovation instead of military technical progress, with market penetration instead of garrisons and bases. The term geoeconomics was intended to capture this admixture of economic and trade policy methods to the logic of conflict, or, as Clausewitz would have written, the logic of war in the grammar of economics. Only by and not despite the political commitment to civil and multilateral goals can German policy achieve by peaceful means what anti-German forces in the 1990s had accused it of deliberately pursuing as a great imperial power, a false assumption that, for example, those around Concrete never seemed to have abandoned. This is a precise description of Germany's policy since the late 1990s and in relation to the European sovereign debt crisis. Wage restraint within Germany, social cuts, manipulated exchange rates as a result of an intra-European productivity gap, a radical export orientation combined with an economic austerity commitment, many years of ignoring the convergence criteria of the Maastricht Treaty, as well as generous lending that has contributed to the creation of speculative bubbles in countries, such as Ireland and Spain. All of this adds up to a German success story in the war against Europe, which is being waged not with weapons but with the grammar of economics. The quite involuntary but consequent result is that in the Eurozone, the civil power of Germany, instead of ensuring more stability, is causing more chaos, thus being responsible for exactly what is so often and incorrectly attributed to the policy of a real hegemon, e.g. the actions of the USA in post-war Europe. The unilateral opening of the border in late summer 2015 in the wake of the refugee crisis can also be read as a specifically German civil innovation with which, after the sometimes harsh criticism of its dealings with Greece, it was now able to present itself once again as a moral beacon, Kuhnani, the less welcome consequences of which, however, it was again intent on leaving to the Greeks and Eastern Europe. After the election of Donald Trump as the 45th President of the United States, which not only left the initiators of Pulse of Europe in a state of shock, he came up with the banal and general demands that the structure, which is so advantageous for the Germans and their export-oriented production regime, should at least be shaken up symbolically, or at least not be accepted uncritically. Europe's largest economy uses a significantly undervalued euro, an implicit German mark, to enrich itself at the expense of the United States and its EU partners. Or the European Union is a means to an end for Germany, said Trump and the American administration. It will not benefit anyone in Europe if individual countries enter into special deals with the USA, warned the Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, Michael Roth, SPD. In an alarmed and threatening tone, knowing that this could soon be the case in the case of the United Kingdom. What characterizes these and similar debates is the somnambulistic certainty with which the Germans know how to use every emerging crisis to their own advantage, an ability that always threatens to reproduce the general crisis potential on an ever-increasing scale. The alleged culture of restraint of the Bonn Republic later led, under the banner of European integration, to precisely that typically German political culture of the dissolution of sovereignty that was feared abroad as the German question, because it always provided the reserves for creating general chaos, Karl Kraus, and is the opposite of classic hegemonic politics. This gradual change in German foreign policy, since the 1990s, which is sometimes referred to as modified continuity, was driven forward primarily by certain events and by pressure from allies. This happened, for example, under pressure to demonstrate alliance capability within NATO, or in the form of deeper integration in the EU, in contrast to initial German reluctance. German politicians usually followed events rather than influencing them, often reacting evasively and, if possible, passing the buck to the judiciary. This was also the case with Trump and his statements on the transatlantic military alliance. As a long-standing beneficiary of U.S. military investments, he simply reminded the Europeans, and Germany in particular, of the NATO target of spending 2% of gross domestic product on military expenditure within the framework of the alliance. In view of the existing binational military cooperation between the nuclear powers France and the United Kingdom, which have thus drawn their conclusions from the European strengthening of a common security and defense policy called for in the Treaty of Lisbon, Berlin now sees an opportunity to further isolate the British and to establish a tactical link with France in the arms sector. With fiscal policy more or less in line and a de facto German European Central Bank, a strengthened European armaments policy within the framework of the current EU would further shake the sovereignty of the nation-states without handing it over to a European one, which means that the winner of this process is already clear. With our arms export control regime, we are not fit for Europe, said Wolfgang Schäuble, who was already considering this before the possibility of a Brexit became a reality, thus once again demonstrating his peculiar foresight. He would like to see the merger of the arms industry with relaxed export rules, which had long since been informally put into effect with generous exports of arms to Saudi Arabia, for example, explicitly understood as a reaction to the crisis in the EU. This is precisely the kind of instrumental multilateralism of attrition, Timothy Garton Ash, that would have immediately branded the same approach in others as a disastrous sign of militarism contrary to the European values of peace. The direction in which the journey could still go after the long-since fallen taboos of rearmament and reunification in cooperation with the nuclear power France from a German perspective became clear in the period from February 16, 2017. Does the EU need the bomb? Is the suggestive title, which would initially give the Germans limited influence on a Europeanized French nuclear policy. Of course, this would only be done out of necessity and morally as an unfortunately necessary reaction to external circumstances, of course, such as the possible growing reluctance of the Americans to engage with NATO, the understandable concerns of Eastern European allies about Russia's growing aggression and the UK's withdrawal from the Eurozone. These developments, which are certainly worrying, are, however, only the result of the failed sovereign unification of Europe, decades of anti-Western appeasement by the European Union towards enemies of freedom of all stripes, and the fatally ambiguous integration of Germany into the European Confederation. While France sees the process as an opportunity to strengthen its military power and therefore favors an intergovernmental mechanism, Germany sees it more as a means of limiting its own military strength and therefore advocates a federalist common European defense policy, says the ideologically biased Friedrich Ebert Foundation. However, trusting this civil power, which is also limiting itself militarily, could once again mean exactly the opposite, namely the removal of the limits on German power and the revival of the German question. Quote, "The final formulation of the Constitution comes from the Oxford legal scholar Albert Venn Dicey in the introduction to the study of the law of the Constitution of 1885. In the mouth of a lawyer, although the word often has a different meaning in conversation, Parliament means the King, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons. When these three bodies act together, they can be correctly described as the King in Parliament and constitute Parliament. The principle of parliamentary sovereignty means no more and no less than this. The Parliament thus defined has the right under the English Constitution to enact or repeal any law whatsoever. And, moreover, English law does not recognize any person or body as having the power to suspend or override the legislation of Parliament." End of quote. This learned quotation was included by the writer Jeremy Adler in a guest article for the FAZ, which appeared on August 8, 2016, 6 weeks after the referendum for the United Kingdom to leave the EU. The law passed on February 1, 2017, which authorized the British government to submit a request for withdrawal to the EU, could not be repealed by any person or body, including a court. It was understood that where there is no proper constitution and certainly no constitutional court, there must be distortions. In Germany, it is clear that, unlike in the UK, an institutionalized corrective is needed to prevent the legislature from undermining freedom, one that can reject entire laws and refer them back to Parliament for reconsideration. With the Federal Constitutional Court, BVRFG, a potential critic or even opponent of Parliament which is, according to the prevailing opinion of the representatives of the sovereign, has been given absolute power. A court that enjoys institutional independence from other courts and is not subject to the slightest control. In December 2020, in a survey by Infratus Dimap, 80% of respondents said they had a great deal of trust in the Federal Constitutional Court, significantly more than in the federal government, 61%, and the Bundestag, 57%. Herrschaft der Rechts, Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, October 9, 2021. The author reveals the source of this trust quite openly. But the reputation of the Federal Constitutional Court does not only result from its work as a capable mediator. Its role is also facilitated by the fact that it is a court that applies the law and pronounces judgments. It is not just another actor in the many-voiced political discourse, but the institution that ultimately decides. It has the last word. It is the final authority. End of quote. The final authority consists of 2 senates, each with 8 women and men, who have been claiming the last word for themselves for decades without any criticism being raised. In its decision of March 24, 2021, the Federal Constitutional Court, BVRFG, declared the Federal Climate Protection Act of 2019 partially unconstitutional and obliged the legislator to redraft it by December 31, 2022 in accordance with the 115-page guidelines of the BVRFG. Several individuals, mainly young adults and minors, including Louisa Neubauer, had filed a constitutional complaint against the original version of the Climate Protection Act, KSG. They were supported by environmental organizations such as Greenpeace, Germanwatch, and Protect the Planet. With the Climate Change Act, the Federal Republic of Germany committed itself to complying with the Paris Climate Convention on limiting global warming and achieving greenhouse gas neutrality by 2050 in accordance with the UN Climate Summit. In the Climate Change Act, the legislator set a gradual reduction in greenhouse gases of 55% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. The complainants felt that their right to a future was being restricted, as the Climate Change Act did not sufficiently reduce the permissible emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2, and they demanded a significant tightening of the regulations on CO2 reduction. Only in this way could the climate targets of the Paris Climate Change Agreement, which aims to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees, and preferably 1.5 degrees, still be achieved. With its decision, the Federal Constitutional Court not only found that various provisions of the law were unconstitutional, as they only stipulated a gradual reduction in CO2 emissions by 55% from the baseline year 1990 to the target year 2030, and binding CO2 emission levels for individual sectors such as the energy industry and transport by 2030. This violates the complainant's rights of freedom under Article 2(1) of the German Constitution, as the lack of reduction targets beyond 2030 has a preemptive effect similar to an encroachment. For the years thereafter, BVRFG decision of March 24, 2021, 1 BVR 2625/18. In a parliamentary democracy or a constitutional monarchy, laws are passed on the basis of a political consensus that is supposed to be reflected in the majorities in parliament. At the same time, the laws must satisfy a legal principle, e.g. to be sufficiently precise, not to disadvantage any groups of people, to have legal effect only for the future, etc. Whether a law is really suitable to change the respective subject matter for the better is not said. If a law regulates the matter inadequately, it is up to the sovereign to pass a new law, if necessary with new parliamentary majorities. In the case of climate protection, this principle is no longer to apply in Germany. The successful climate lawsuit obliges the legislator to redraft a law in accordance with the grounds of the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court. Such a decision by the Federal Constitutional Court would not be unusual. The Federal Constitutional Court repeatedly declares laws to be unconstitutional and sets a deadline for the legislature to revise them. In doing so, the Federal Constitutional Court usually provides a negative framework for the legislature by referring to errors and violations of fundamental rights that must be avoided when revising the law. On March 24, 2021, however, the Constitutional Court went much further and, in a decision, dictated in detail what must be included in a new version, thus acting quite bluntly as a legislator. In its decision on climate protection, the Federal Constitutional Court bases its decision on the CO2 budget model of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change (IPCC), better known as the World Climate Council, and the German Advisory Council on the Environment (SRU). According to this model, in order to achieve the climate targets of the Paris Agreement, a global residual budget of 420 gigatons of CO2 emissions remains since 2018, with a 67% probability of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, and 800 gigatons if it is limited to 1.75 degrees. According to these calculations, the Federal Republic of Germany has a CO2 budget of 6.7 gigatons to achieve the 1.75-degree climate target. Even though the Federal Constitutional Court acknowledges that a national residual budget cannot be quantified exactly in terms of figures in view of the remaining uncertainties and evaluation requirements, it necessarily based its considerations on the amount of 6.7 gigatons. There is no way out for the legislator. If it becomes apparent that the target cannot be reached by 2050, the court will force him to impose even tougher restrictions on the population until the probably impossible somehow happens anyway. The logic is roughly as follows. If the climate targets are not achieved with the maximum amount of CO2 emissions, the state would automatically have to make the citizens pay for every year in which too much was consumed in the following years, and would have to curtail their opportunities to realize their civil rights to the utmost, which means to the complete liquidation of personal freedom. The point is not to allow the legislator to take action over the years, but to deprive him of any freedom of action along a certain line. Climate protection takes precedence over individual rights. Individual rights degenerate into a quantity derived from the climate protection dogma. There should be no doubt that individual rights of freedom must be rigidly restricted in any case, with the strange justification that this would protect the rights of freedom of young and future generations. Quote, if the CO2 budget corresponding to this temperature threshold is running low, behavior that is directly or indirectly associated with CO2 emissions may only be permitted to the extent that the corresponding fundamental rights can be enforced in the balance with climate protection. End of quote. In other words, if the Federal Republic of Germany fails to achieve the global climate target, then everyone will have to pay the price. The basic principle is that the relative weight of the exercise of freedom decreases as climate change progresses due to the ever more intense environmental pollution. In view of this, regulations that now allow CO2 emissions constitute an irreversible legal threat to future freedom, because with every amount of CO2 emissions that is allowed today, the constitutionally prescribed remaining budget is irreversibly reduced and the use of CO2 relevant freedom will be subject to stronger constitutionally required restrictions. CO2 relevant freedom of use would have to be essentially prohibited at some point anyway, because global warming can only be stopped if the anthropogenic CO2 concentration in the Earth's atmosphere no longer increases. End of quote. It is not the highest court that is curtailing the citizens' guaranteed rights of freedom. No, it is constitutional law itself that is emerging as an actor and, in terms of time, is dictating prohibition after prohibition. In other words, it is the judges who are presuming to decree things that have so far been the subject of petitions from Greenpeace and similar organizations. Quote, it is constitutional law itself that, with every portion of the finite CO2 budget consumed, becomes all the more urgent in its demand to prevent further CO2-related exercise of freedom. End of quote. What the future might bring, such as the increased use of nuclear energy, the use of hydrogen, but also a creative approach to climate change for the purpose of taking preventive action, or new expert opinions that cast doubt on the supposedly eternal truths of a climate conference and could thus lead to new objectives, none of this is of any significance. Above all, however, what could be achieved in Germany through the reduction of CO2 emissions, possibly under the most stringent of dictates, will probably contribute nothing to a relevant reduction in CO2 emissions worldwide. The percentage of emissions is already too low today, and the emissions in China, India, and many smaller countries are too significant. In other words, a law that already envisages considerable encroachment on personal freedoms by 2030, because the mere increase in the price of energy will have a significant impact on the development of the personality of initially only low-income earners and welfare recipients, who will have to huddle together in the living room and leave the rest of the apartment unheated. The legislature should not be allowed to tamper with such consequences, which will already be apparent in the following winter. If it does, we would be faced with a constitutional crisis that could only be resolved by declaring a state of emergency. Either the armed forces side with the Constitutional Court, in which case the Bundestag would have to be dissolved by force and an interim dictatorship set up, or the police and military side with Parliament, in which case the result would be a complete reorganization of the powers of the Constitutional Court, which would strengthen the legislature. Back to the weighing of competing rights. The Constitutional Court has extremely convolutedly invoked Article 2(1) of the Basic Law as an intervention standard. Article 2(1) reads, "Everyone has the right to the free development of his personality, as long as he does not violate the rights of others and does not violate the constitutional order or the moral law." End of quote. Instead of reflecting the self-realization of the personality on the freedom-restricting provisions of the rejected law, the court has decided from the outset that, because of climate protection, only hard and very hard restrictions are to be distinguished, and that, in favor of a CO2-free future, individual rights are to be eliminated in case of doubt, up to their complete liquidation. The construction of the rights of future generations, which are to be taken into account at the expense of the present, points to a state objective that disregards the individual and elevates a collective subject of those forced to renounce to a bearer of freedom, which is not even authorized to file a complaint. Since the protection and unhindered realization of the most noble state goal of all democratic constitutions, the free development of the personality, cannot be plausibly justified with a rigid catalogue of prohibitions that is intended to apply to everyone, the Constitutional Court resorted to a relatively new and not at all individually justified state goal. The spotlight is on Article 20A of the Basic Law, which was only incorporated into the Basic Law in 1994 and amended in 2000, and which protects a right to freedom that has nothing to do with individuality. This article reads, "The state shall also protect the natural foundations of life and animals in the context of the constitutional order through legislation, and, in accordance with the law and justice, through the executive and the judiciary." End of quote. For a long time, people were tempted to dismiss this article as pure constitutional rhetoric, because no binding consequences for the legislator were recognizable in it. But today we have been taught better. With its decision on the Climate Protection Act, the Federal Constitutional Court has now elevated the seemingly dispensable article to an intervention standard that individual fundamental rights of freedom must be subordinated to. The provisions of the Climate Protection Act in its original version that were rejected by the Federal Constitutional Court are unconstitutional insofar as they establish the currently insufficiently contained risk of future encroachments on fundamental rights. Thus, they violate the legislature's duty, arising from the principle of proportionality, the legislature's duty to distribute the constitutionally necessary reductions of CO2 emissions, as required by Article 20A of the Basic Law, over time in a forward-looking manner that protects fundamental rights, up to and including climate neutrality. It is not permissible for one generation to be allowed to consume large parts of the CO2 budget under a comparatively mild reduction burden if, at the same time, a radical reduction burden is left to subsequent generations and their lives are exposed to extensive losses of freedom. End of quote. The transfer of the reduction burden to the period after 2030 violates the complainant's constitutionally protected freedoms due to the intervention-like effect. Quote, "Under certain conditions, the Basic Law requires the protection of fundamental rights over time and the proportionate distribution of opportunities for freedom over generations. Subjectively, the fundamental rights protect intertemporal freedom from a unilateral shift of the greenhouse gas reduction burden imposed by Article 20A of the Basic Law into the future." End of quote. Until now, constitutional law in the case of conflicting constitutional norms has rested on the principle of practical concordance, i.e. constitutional goods must be carefully balanced in the event of a conflict. No fundamental right or state objective may be realized at the expense of the other, so that both fundamental rights can develop their effect in the best possible way. With reference to Article 20A of the Basic Law, the Federal Constitutional Court not only accords constitutional status to climate protection, although the article in its generality does not allow for this, but also constructs the concrete goals of climate neutrality by 2050 and the limitation of global warming as state objectives with constitutional status. Environmental protection has been a state objective since 1994, but the corresponding article quite naturally leaves it open how the legislature intends to proceed with it. 27 years ago, it was still known that overloading the Constitution with objectives that should be the subject of general legislation would severely restrict the shaping of the future by Parliament as the representative of the sovereign. In 2018, the Greens had failed with their initiative to enshrine the binding nature of international climate treaties in the Basic Law, together with a ban on the use of nuclear energy for electricity generation. Today, the Federal Constitutional Court is elevating compliance with the Paris Climate Agreement and CO2 neutrality to a legal good with constitutional status. To do so, the court is using a construction that is foreign to German federal law. The Climate Protection Act is, on the one hand, only a simple law, but it concretizes the Constitution and thus sets the standards for a constitutional review of the Climate Protection Act. In contrast, the emeritus professor of law Frederik Glas has objected that the Federal Constitutional Court measures the remaining provisions of the Climate Protection Act against the standard of the temperature targets set out in Section 1, Sentence 3 of the Climate Protection Act. Quote, "In this way, a single provision of a simple law is given a higher rank than the other provisions of the same law and all other laws, namely a relative constitutional rank. The Federal Constitutional Court is performing a triple jump here, which zigzags back and forth. Starting from Article 20A of the Basic Law, the standard of which is undefined and open, it looks at the concretization of this standard through the simple law, then reads the standard of the simple law into Article 20A of the Basic Law in order to control the simple law." Frederik Glas. Commemorative publication for Dieter Dohr, page 8. The Federal Constitutional Court takes provisions from a simple law, uses them as a basis for its decision as a concretization of the Constitution, and with the same decision deprives the legislator who enacted the relevant provision of the authority to regulate the climate protection goal. In the opinion of the Federal Constitutional Court, the Constitution limits the political decision-making scope of Parliament, which cannot react adequately and quickly enough to challenges, which is why it considers itself authorized to help it along legislatively. The justification for the disempowerment of Parliament becomes completely grotesque when it is pointed out that future generations, who naturally have no voice of their own, are not taken into account in the rejected climate protection law. Quote, "In Article 20A of the Basic Law, environmental protection is made a matter of the Constitution because a democratic political process is organized over election periods on a shorter-term basis, but thus runs the structural risk of reacting more sluggishly to long-term ecological concerns, and because the future generations particularly affected naturally have no voice of their own in the political decision-making process today." End of quote. Since the Federal Constitutional Court does not consider the legislature to be in a position to set appropriate climate protection targets, it is already depriving the Bundestag of the possibility of intervening to correct the situation. Rather, the court obliges the sovereign to further tighten climate regulations in the event of further global warming. Quote, "However, new, sufficiently reliable findings on the development of anthropogenic global warming or its consequences and its controllability could, even taking into account the legislative decision-making scope, make it necessary to set different targets within the framework of Article 20A of the Basic Law. This is subject to constitutional control. Article 20A of the Basic Law imposes a permanent obligation on the legislature to adapt environmental law to the latest developments and findings in science." End of quote. A reorientation towards weaker climate protection targets would also have to be justified before Art. 20 due to the associated ecological regression. End of quote. With its decision on the Climate Protection Act, the Federal Constitutional Court not only denied Parliament the right to fulfill its constitutional mandate unimpeded, it also declared the legislature, by virtue of its own assumed sovereignty, to be a mere agent of constitutional law that has to enforce what the 8 judges of the First Senate assumed to be the truth about the climate crisis. The questionable formula laid down in Section 31(1) and 2 of the Federal Constitutional Court Act (BVRFGG), according to which the decisions of the Federal Constitutional Court are binding on the constitutional organs of the Federation and the Länder as well as all authorities and courts, and, insofar as the Federal Constitutional Court decides on laws, the decisions also have the force of law, has existed since 1952. But while the last 7 decades have almost always been about obliging the legislature to correct one-sidedness at the expense of a particular group, the decisive step beyond that was taken in May 2021. The legislature was dictated in detail how to proceed with the revision of the Climate Protection Act. The Constitutional Court is the actual legislator and, in addition, writes the Constitution itself. Only a few isolated voices have criticized the fact that this decision has exceeded the limits of the separation of powers. In the words of former Bundestag President Norbert Lammert, the decision of the Federal Constitutional Court is problematic for the distribution of powers between the legislative and judicial branches in our constitutional structure. In no other country does a constitutional court have such an outstanding position as in the Federal Republic of Germany. Some democracies even do without such an institution altogether. This prominent position is due, on the one hand, to its institutional independence above the highest specialized courts. The Federal Constitutional Court is neither integrated into the Court of Appeal nor organizationally into the remaining jurisdiction. It has the widest conceivable scope of responsibility, which goes far beyond the traditional responsibilities of state jurisdiction, which is responsible for disputes between the highest state organs. This is because it is concerned with the type of procedure known as the individual constitutional complaint and thus with monitoring the actions of the state vis-a-vis its citizens. Since it can act as an independent and unaccountable constitutional body, the Federal Constitutional Court has a unique range of powers by international standards. This position is not necessarily laid down in the Basic Law. While the other constitutional organs of the Bundestag, Bundesrat, federal government, and federal president are regulated in sections of the Basic Law with their own numbering and headings, the BVerfG is not mentioned in such a prominent way. The BVerfG is mentioned without its own reference number under 9. Jurisdiction. The original version of Article 92 of the Basic Law, which regulates the court's position, explicitly did not provide for a higher court, but rather for one that was integrated into the hierarchy of courts. Judicial power is vested in the judges. It is exercised by the Federal Constitutional Court, by the Federal Supreme Court, by the federal courts provided for in this Basic Law, and by the courts of the Länder. End of quote. Shortly after the BVerfG was passed in 1951, a conflict arose over the court status. While the then Minister of Justice, Thomas Deller, wanted to subordinate the Federal Constitutional Court to the Ministry of Justice, like all other courts, and only grant it the task of formal control, in 1952 the Federal Constitutional Court demanded in a status memorandum, which was presented to the federal president, the president of the Bundestag and the Bundesrat and the federal chancellor, as representatives of the supreme federal organs, to grant the court independence from the federal Minister of Justice and to recognize its status as a constitutional organ vested with the highest authority, which should stand on an equal footing with the Bundestag, Bundesrat, and federal government. Quote, the Federal Constitutional Court, as the supreme guardian of the Constitution, is, according to the wording and spirit of the Basic Law and the Act on the Federal Constitutional Court, at the same time a constitutional body vested with supreme authority. It follows from this that the Federal Constitutional Court cannot be subordinate to any other federal body or authority. End of quote. This memorandum justifies the self-empowerment of the Federal Constitutional Court as a second, competing legislator, if not as a superlegislator. Thomas Deller rejected the demand of the Federal Constitutional Court sharply and convincingly. Certain forces in the Federal Constitutional Court are trying to turn this court into a supergovernment with legislative power. The opening sentence of the aforementioned decision reveals the existing hubris. This attitude cannot be countered harshly enough. The Federal Constitutional Court is a court and nothing but a court. The talk of a supreme constitutional body is not supported by the Basic Law or the Federal Constitutional Court Act. Some of the gentlemen of the Federal Constitutional Court are trying to use these nebulous terms to give the Federal Constitutional Court powers that go beyond its jurisdiction. Federal Archives, 295th Cabinet Meeting on May 29, 1953. Despite the reservations of the then federal government, the Bundestag accepted the status memorandum by a majority and consolidated the position of the Federal Constitutional Court as an independent constitutional body. In a very short time, the servants of the law, as the first president of the Federal Constitutional Court, Hermann Hopke Raskoff, had called himself in his inaugural address in September 1951, did not become an equal constitutional body, but rather the constitutional body that assumed the sole right to interpret the Basic Law, thus placing itself above the other constitutional bodies. Any criticism of its rulings was dismissed as an attack on the rule of law. When Adenauer announced in 1961 that the cabinet had decided to consider a ruling of the Federal Constitutional Court to be wrong, the president of the Federal Constitutional Court, Gebhard Muller, countered that no constitutional body was authorized to criticize a ruling of the Federal Constitutional Court as being incompatible with constitutional law. The Federal Constitutional Court made it clear that every law passed by the Bundestag was subject to its control. The criticism that the Federal Constitutional Court was exceeding its powers and taking on legislative tasks was not only raised as a result of the climate decision. The dispute over the political impact of the Federal Constitutional Court is almost as old as the court itself. In the dispute over rearmament and the treaties with the West, Konrad Adenauer noted as early as 1952 in a cabinet meeting that the Federal Constitutional Court was trying to elevate itself to the status of constitutional legislator and was thus committing a breach of the law. While Adenauer at the time only voiced his criticism within the cabinet, Justice Minister Deller criticized the Federal Constitutional Court publicly. The Federal Constitutional Court had shockingly deviated from the path of the law. During a meeting with journalists, he said that the court's decision was a legal non-event that the federal government would never recognize. The Social Democrats were also not shy about criticizing the Federal Constitutional Court. In the early 1970s, when the court ruled against the treaties with the Eastern Bloc, it was announced that the assholes in Karlsruhe would not be allowed to ruin the country's policy towards the East. This statement, attributed to Herbert Wehner or Horst Emke, clearly shows the tense relationship between the Federal Constitutional Court and the Bundestag with its social liberal majority. When it ruled on the abortion law in 1975, a public debate raged about the role of the Federal Constitutional Court, which was described by Der Spiegel as a disciplinarian for Bonn and the citizens. In the immediate aftermath of the crucifix ruling in 1995, the CSU called for the decision from Karlsruhe not to be followed. This was in turn described by the Federal Constitutional Court as an attack on the rule of law. In contrast to these historical disputes, criticism was largely absent after the climate decision. In terms of content, almost no one dared to criticize the decision or even question it politically. Even with regard to the transgression of the boundaries of the separation of powers, only a few voices from the fields of law, politics, and the media dared to criticize this, albeit timidly, but almost always with the comment that the decision was necessary and correct in terms of content. In the dispute over the status of the Federal Constitutional Court and thus over the question of sovereignty, the judges at the Federal Constitutional Court took the position that the alternative to the judicial review competence, whether of the Federal Constitutional Court or of other courts, can only be that all laws or laws of a certain content that are passed by the majority of the Bundestag are declared to be absolutely binding, regardless of whether they are compatible with the basic law or not. Bverf G1 PBVV 152nd. For the judges, there were only two alternatives. Either all decisions of Parliament are subject to review by the Constitutional Court, or we return to the full sovereignty of Parliament according to the English model or the Weimar system. The Constitution is what Parliament decides by majority vote, regardless of what is in the Constitution. Although the United Kingdom does indeed have a constitution, the sources of which are often judgments from the so-called common law, which in their entirety reject political presumptions and serve to prevent state arbitrariness, in Germany people act as if they had never heard of it. In a double pack, resentment is directed against two systems that are hardly comparable with each other: the British and the Weimar systems. While the British are ultimately accused of unscrupulous pragmatism, lacking in introspection and values, the Weimar Republic is accused of having similarly overemphasized Parliament to the point where the undermined civil liberties ultimately contributed to the defenselessness of democracy, which is why the Nazi regime was almost an inevitable consequence. This should be contrasted with a truly value-oriented rule of law, whose agents would have to show Parliament its limits. The Weimar Republic did not fail because of its constitution and the legal system enshrined in it, nor because of the Reichsgericht, which was far less influential than the Federal Constitutional Court, but because of the deliberate obstruction of any development towards a republican tradition. It was people like Carl Schmitt who, as early as the 1920s, had demanded that there should be constitutional values that were removed from Parliament and that could not be touched under any circumstances. The Constitutional Court, which had barely been installed, picked up on this past period with its disputes over constitutional law when it claimed absolute power for itself in constitutional matters and thus in matters of law. What the fall of the Weimar Republic had shown was the simple realization that both the Constitution and the governments and democratic parliamentary majorities must fail when installing a republic if there is a lack of willingness in the state and society to stand up for it. A civil service that relied on obstruction, questionable police forces, and a military that was only very conditionally loyal found their counterparts in growing majorities of the population who rejected the Weimar system outright. In the young Federal Republic of Germany, it initially seemed that, against this backdrop, the installation of a strong constitutional court could be useful, because neither Parliament nor the judiciary, nor the immobilized public, could be trusted to come to an agreement with each other within the framework of republican customs. The judges at the other courts were almost without exception involved in the Nazi regime and tended to hand down anti-republican judgments based on their convictions, which were often overturned by the Constitutional Court. After 1945, there was hardly any Republican public opinion that felt committed to individual fundamental rights. For a long time, the forces that were dominant in Parliament did not want to break with authoritarian ideas, some of which dated back to the imperial era. When it was founded, the Federal Constitutional Court was made up of a large proportion of judges who had returned from exile or had been forced to leave the judiciary during the Nazi era. Only a few of the original 24 constitutional judges had already been active as judges during the Nazi era. It was believed that they understood something of Republican customs. For many years, the Federal Constitutional Court embodied something that was not present in the population at all: a common sense that was committed to democracy and therefore to individual rights. And yet, in the polemic reference to Great Britain, which has no constitutional court and in fact grants a formally correct law quasi-constitutional status, thus entrusting the control of its contents solely to the sovereign, the poisoned legacy of the Weimar Republic was expressed. When there was bitter dispute over whether certain legal rights should be removed from the legislative altogether, the statements of the Founding Fathers from 1952 indicate this, and the objections of Thomas Deller were correspondingly forward-looking. Since the late 1960s and throughout the 1970s, the only period in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany in which there was socio-political debate, prompted by a zeal for reform and the honest hope of changes leading to greater individual freedoms, the Constitutional Court has not played a relevant role, let alone as a consensus builder. As early as the 1980s, this confidence and thus also the self-confidence of citizens and institutions rapidly declined, and no government-founding parliamentary majority had the courage to work towards real change as a legislator, except for the period of reunification. Nothing has changed in this regard. Just as the population has become fragmented, disillusioned, and cynical, Parliament is only pushing through mini-reforms and is then even happy if the Federal Constitutional Court has something to criticize about them. The final version, for which no one has to take responsibility, is then certainly a consensus. In contrast to earlier times, the position of the Federal Constitutional Court as the guardian of the Constitution is undisputed, and there is no longer any serious criticism of the court. There have been no attempts to curtail its absolute power by amending the Federal Constitutional Court Act or the Basic Law. On the contrary, the trip to Karlsruhe is repeatedly used to avoid dealing with political issues. Significantly, the Greens, who have always been concerned with a more democratic, transparent, and citizen-oriented republic, have never doubted their appreciation of the Federal Constitutional Court. They, in particular, have always seen the authoritarian possibility of establishing a different republic on the basis of values with their fetishism of the Basic Law. In doing so, the Federal Republic has decided to grant a very small group of people from a very specific profession the authority to provide the final word on freedom. The 16 judges of the Federal Constitutional Court, 8 per Senate, are elected by a two-thirds majority in the Bundestag and Bundesrat. They must be qualified to hold the office of judge, i.e. have passed 2 state legal examinations. Lawyers from the former East Germany can also be elected if they have a diploma under GDR law, be at least 40 years old, and the appointments are made by mutual agreement strictly according to party representation. 3 judges per Senate must be elected from the highest federal courts. The others can be career changers from politics and law. The term of office is 12 years, up to a maximum of 68 years of age. During their term of office, the judges decide on the political disputes of the Republic on the basis of their judicial independence, allegedly from a constitutional point of view. The judges of the Federal Constitutional Court not only decide on the interpretation of the Constitution and fundamental rights, they can also reject federal and state laws and decide on the extent to which international treaties and EU law apply in the Federal Republic of Germany. The Federal Constitutional Court can, by virtue of its own power, in case of doubt, raise itself against Parliament as a counter-sovereign, without having to fear real opposition. A judgeship requires a certain amount of specialized knowledge, but this qualification has little to do with higher education. Separated from the concrete jurisprudence of their earlier years, constitutional judges are now often on the road as oracles of opinion, and are about as qualified as the average subscriber to a so-called quality newspaper. In their new office, they can free themselves from thinking in legal categories and shift their judgments to a purely political level if they deem this necessary, as in the case of the climate law. It would have been easy to let the climate lawsuit fail. Instead, the First Senate of the Federal Constitutional Court used the climate lawsuit to make a political statement, countering the often invoked freedom to fly, to clear, to make money, to eat meat and to consume energy with the civil rights of future generations. The spectacular and groundbreaking climate ruling does nothing more than to ennoble climate activism as a constitutional mandate and to prohibit any criticism of climate policy or the doomsday fantasies of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as being incompatible with the Constitution. With this decision, the Federal Constitutional Court has consciously entered uncharted legal territory. Not only has it opened the way to a popular action via the constitutional complaint, but the BVRFG would probably have lacked the authority to hear an individual action from the climate activists themselves, given its previous case law. The BVRFG is already opening up a broad access to the court, which has only been known from the control of EU law, basic right to democracy. The right of appeal is conveyed through the preliminary effect on future freedom and an astonishingly broad interpretation of being affected in the direction of a so-called action by interested parties. FAZ, May 19, 2021. Remarkably, the Federal Constitutional Court affirms the right of appeal of all natural persons involved without much ado. In their statements, the federal government and the Bundestag had denied that the complainants were individually affected. However, the Federal Constitutional Court explicitly does not require a special concern that goes beyond the mere personal concern and that would distinguish the complainants from the general public. In this way, the court opens up the dimension of the duty to protect under Art. 2 para. 2 in Art. 14 of the German Constitution, the court effectively opens the way for all natural persons affected by climate change to go to Karlsruhe without an examination of the individual circumstances, thus creating the much-invoked popular action for the area of climate protection. Andreas Buser. Die Freiheit der Zukunft, Verfassungsblog.de. Other lawyers also come to the conclusion that the climate decision is not necessarily convincing in its legal construction. As convincing as the BVRFG's approach to Article 20A of the Basic Law may be in the end, the way it reaches it raises many questions from a legal doctrine point of view. In particular, in view of the very approximate statements on admissibility, but also in view of the convoluted structure of the examination of the merits, which inevitably leads to some redundancies. These passages are, depending on the interpretation, susceptible to misunderstandings and speculation. On the positive side, they will continue to occupy academia and practitioners for a long time and may open up new and fruitful ground for dogmatic discourse. Christian Callies. Elfies Revisited, Verfassungsblog.de. It was also noticeable that the climate decision lacks any discussion of its own case law and the relevant literature, IBID. To open up fertile new ground for the dogmatic discourse and not to deal with one's own case law means nothing other than that the Federal Constitutional Court has broken out of traditional legal categories with its decision and has decided what is politically desirable. How all this is to be legally constructed in a clean way is something that lawyers at universities will have to argue about in the future. Despite the considerable technical deficiencies, the judgment has met with little criticism in the legal discussion. Not only because most lawyers consider it to be the right result, but also because it opens up the possibility of ignoring all majority relationships in the Bundestag and instead forcing laws on the Bundestag through the concepts of intertemporal freedom protection, pre-effect on future freedom, and pre-effect similar to intervention. Dietrich Merswijk has clearly emphasized the political and not legal nature of the case. The Federal Constitutional Court relies on the German model and believes that Germany should not provide other countries with a justification for not reducing their CO2 emissions to the required extent. This may be politically and tactically correct, or even morally right. But is it also a convincing argument under constitutional law? I am not able to recognize without further ado that Article 20A of the Basic Law obliges the German state organs to impose gigantic efforts and costs on the economy, taxpayers and consumers if all this cannot stop global warming and does not even slow it down noticeably. In order to protect the natural foundations of life, national CO2 emission limits cannot be constitutionally required if they are evidently not suitable for stopping global warming. The Federal Constitutional Court could have further determined that the Paris Agreement does not ensure that the temperature targets set in this agreement will be achieved. The consequence of this, which could arise from Article 20A of the Basic Law, would be that the federal government is obliged to work emphatically towards improving the Paris Agreement. However, contrary to the opinion of the Federal Constitutional Court, the Basic Law does not oblige the federal government to go it alone nationally, which would not achieve anything for the climate. End of quote. To return to the law passed by the British House of Commons on February 1, 2017, which authorized the British government to submit a request for withdrawal from the EU, What was fascinating about this basically banal process was that Parliament, impressed by intergovernmental treaties, numerous risks for the future, and the unanimous rejection by the appointed representatives of public opinion, i.e. the well-off academic middle classes, simply said what it was allowed to say by virtue of its parliamentary majority. That's it. There may be some arguments against Brexit, but it was neither criminal nor divisive nor illegal. The British sovereign was free to hold on to the idea that the exit could only be the decision of a majority and that any interference by legal or other mediation bodies would have no bearing on it. In doing so, the Parliament in its then composition also took full responsibility for its momentous decision. In Germany, that would be unthinkable. On May 5th, the Federal Constitutional Court BVerfG caused a stir in the middle of the corona crisis. In its judgment, it partially upheld several constitutional complaints, including those of Peter Gauweiler and Bernd Lucke, and in clear words contradicted the legal opinion of the European Court of Justice (ECJ), thereby placing a bomb under the legal order of the EU. In the opinion of many commentators, the explosive force of the ruling lay primarily in the fact that the BVerfG classified several decisions of the EU and the Council of the Central Bank to purchase government bonds as ultra vires acts, exceeding powers, contrary to the contrary decision of the ECJ. This is of considerable significance, as the value of the government bonds purchased by the European Central Bank, ECB, in cooperation with the national central banks is over 2 trillion euros. The political response was correspondingly horrified. The Green MEP Sven Giegold called for punitive measures against Germany in a letter, and the EU Commission, under the leadership of Ursula von der Leyen, announced that it would examine possible next steps, including infringement proceedings, since the Constitutional Court's ruling raised questions that touched on the core of European sovereignty. EU law takes precedence over national law, and rulings by the European Court of Justice are binding for all national courts. The last word on EU law always belongs to the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg. The dispute, which had begun so spectacularly, was finally settled quietly at the end of June. In a joint motion for a resolution, the CDU/CSU, SPD, Greens and FDP stated that the European Central Bank had now complied with the demands of the Federal Constitutional Court and that the Bundesbank was therefore allowed to continue to participate in the bond purchase programs. Even though the continuation of a monetary, financial, and economic policy instrument that is likely to gain further importance in the recession following the corona crisis is thus secured for the time being, the Federal Constitutional Court's judgment requires a critical assessment, both in its legal and economic implications. In the Eurozone, i.e. the 19 EU states that use the euro as their currency, the role that central banks play in public finance is somewhat more complicated than in other areas, because the national central banks, such as the Bundesbank, continue to exist under the ECB. As a rule, they are relatively independent institutions that fulfill monetary and currency policy tasks with the instruments of their choice within the framework of a mandate and the associated requirements, such as the goal of price stability. They have the monopoly right to issue legal tender and regulate the money supply and circulation, primarily by setting the base rate and the minimum reserve that each bank must maintain. In addition to the conditions under which commercial banks can sell bills of exchange to them or borrow from them, discount and Lombard policy, securities transactions on the open market are among the central monetary policy instruments of a central bank. In the Eurozone, these tasks are largely the responsibility of the ECB, while the national central banks are to participate in them, as the Bundesbank Act states. The Deutsche Bundesbank, as the central bank of the Federal Republic of Germany, is an integral part of the European system of central banks. It participates in the fulfillment of its tasks with the primary objective of ensuring price stability, holds and manages the currency reserves of the Federal Republic of Germany, ensures the banking settlement of domestic and foreign payment transactions, and contributes to the stability of payment and clearing systems. The coexistence of different institutions and the simultaneous responsibility of state and supranational institutions plays a decisive role in the evaluation of the PSPP, Public Sector Purchase Program. This program, which was launched at the beginning of 2015, authorizes the central banks, namely the national ones in cooperation with the ECB, to buy government debt instruments of the Euro states on the open market on a large scale. Since there is no uniform financial and economic policy, the management of gold, securities, and foreign currency reserves, i.e. the state treasury, remains at the national level so that the bulk of the program, 80%, is borne by the national central banks and thus by the national budgets. The remaining fifth of the purchase volume is distributed largely according to the size of the population and the economies in the EU, with Italy and Spain being given greater consideration. The program is important on two levels. On the one hand, banks and other investors can assume that government debt instruments will be serviced securely if the central banks buy them up, which reduces the risk of default to zero and thus significantly lowers interest rates, thereby reducing the debt burden for highly indebted countries such as Italy, which has been spending more on interest than on education for years. However, due to the proportionality of the purchasing programs, other countries such as Germany also benefited, which was able to charge negative interest rates on government bonds for a time after the PSPP program was launched in 2015 and 2016. In terms of monetary policy, the programs aim to inject fresh money into the capital markets in order to prevent deflationary tendencies and possible payment traffic bottlenecks, which the ECB believes is necessary because the inflation rate in the Eurozone has been consistently below the relatively arbitrarily set value of 2%. In this sense, the PSPP works like a classic printing press. The money supply is increased. Monetarist criticism of the ECB's loose monetary policy ignores the fact that the euro system has been thrown off balance by the economic and financial crisis of the years since 2008, which has materialized as a monetary or currency crisis, i.e. a crisis of the euro. However, the monetary crisis is generally understood as an independent phenomenon that only has a negative impact on industry and trade, whereas monetary crises should be understood as a moment of production and trade crises, i.e., as a phase of every crisis. As Marx conclusively demonstrates, and as remains hidden to the apologists of a supposed cycle of money and goods circulation, breaks down the temporal, spatial, and individual barriers of product exchange precisely by splitting the immediate identity between the exchange of one's own labor product and the exchange of someone else's into the opposition of sale and purchase. The fact that the independently opposing processes form an inner unity means just as much that their inner unity moves in outer contradictions. If the external independence of the internally dependent, because mutually complementary, continues to a certain point, then the unity asserts itself violently through a crisis. Because the circulation of goods is only mediated by the function of money as a means of circulation, as an independent value of goods, the disparities within the Eurozone also appear as a currency and debt crisis. The sale of a good and the realization of the selling price are increasingly separated from each other. The construction of houses at the other end of the world can lead to a collapse and severe crises in monetary transactions even at the opposite end of the world if the value of the resold mortgages falls. In many cases, the sold goods are not immediately transferred for cash, but rather for debt, a monetary equivalent that is only realized in the future, usually through the banking system in which the corresponding claims circulate again. This fact is not only significant within the Eurozone countries, in that the central bank, as lender of last resort, and ultimately the state, stand in for over-indebted companies and private individuals who can no longer service their loans from banks in the event of a banking or financial crisis. Since every sale of goods is accompanied by a monetary claim, there are intergovernmental export surpluses, as countries such as Germany or the Netherlands have within the euro system, and on the other hand debts that indirectly affect the country's public finances, unless they impose draconian austerity and impoverishment programs. For only as long as payments are balanced and no disruptions occur, money can appear to be a measure of value. In the monetary crisis, however, the contradiction between money as a means of payment and money, as the individual incarnation of social labor, independent existence of exchange value, absolute commodity comes to the fore. Marx writes, "Money suddenly and abruptly changes from the merely ideal form of reckoning money into hard money. It becomes irreplaceable through profane goods. The commodity's use value becomes worthless, and its value disappears before its own value form. Just a moment ago, the citizen, drunk with the prosperity of the Enlightenment, declared money to be an empty delusion. Only the commodity is money. Only money is a commodity," resounds across the world market. As the stag cries out for fresh water, so his soul cries out for money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the contrast between the commodity and its value form, money, is intensified to the point of absolute contradiction. The form in which money appears is therefore also irrelevant here. The money famine remains the same, whether in gold or credit money. Banknotes, for example, are to be paid. End of quote. Since trade between the euro states is to be paid in the single currency, the euro, it functions almost as a world currency, Marx, between these countries. It functions as a general means of payment, a general means of purchase, and an absolutely social materialization of wealth in general. End of quote. Between the euro states, The exchange rate cannot oscillate and the import of goods is no longer balanced out by the export of gold, for example, but is payable in euros. The connection between Northern European export successes and Southern European debts, which is expressed politically in the front position against the austerity policy of the North and the financial indiscipline of the Southerners living beyond their means, leads to a political and European legal organization that helps itself by simultaneously applying mutually exclusive provisions, the abolition of the nation-state and national responsibility, Schengen and border controls, Dublin and the distribution of refugee quotas, and not least the principle of the independence of national budgets and rescue packages, financial packages and bond purchase programs, i.e. a formal ban on any form of indirect state financing and joint liability for the debts of individual states, while at the same time direct and indirect liability and payment is made for the debts of other states. To add to the confusion, the EU has decided in the Lisbon Treaty, in Article 119 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union (TFEU), to introduce an economic policy based on the close coordination of member states' economic policies, on the internal market and on the definition of common objectives, and to commit to the principle of an open market economy with free competition. However, it then defines this as a single monetary and exchange rate policy under the common currency, the euro, which should primarily pursue the principle of price stability and only support general economic policy. Excessive budget deficits, liability for the debts of individual states and restrictions on the free market are ruled out here, at least on paper, as is the possibility of the European Central Bank system pursuing an active economic and fiscal policy. Although the overlaps with monetary policy are obvious, given that this system is granted freedom of action and independence, the ECB should now find a solution to a contradiction whose only possible solution, the complete integration of economic and fiscal policy into a European state, was ruled out from the outset. The other supposed solutions, namely a pan-European debt via so-called Eurobonds, while maintaining national financial sovereignty, i.e. the introduction of a policy of liability without a democratically legitimized say, was just as out of the question as the idea of simply saving large and economically central countries such as Italy and Spain to the point of collapse, following the Greek example. In this respect, the ECB decided on the third option, namely to alleviate the debt burden through the PSPP and to ensure that the Eurozone, banks and large investors are provided with fresh money, in other words to combat the money famine with even more money. Since the end of the Bretton Woods system with its capital controls, this policy inevitably guarantees that wealth will be concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, whereas despite the enormous expansion of the money supply by central banks worldwide, there is hardly any increase in consumer prices to be seen, primarily because the increased money supply never reaches the general population. Moreover, the mere assumption of rising prices with an increasing money supply is erroneous. If the prices of goods remain constant, the mass of means of circulation can grow because the mass of circulating goods increases or the velocity of circulation of money decreases or both factors work together. A declining velocity of circulation of money can be observed both for the Eurozone and for the dollar, in that the velocity of circulation of savings deposits and securities has been declining for years. The policy of cheap money is therefore the most important support for keeping a ramshackle circulation and accumulation regime alive. The law that the quantity of means of circulation is determined by the prices of the circulating goods and the average velocity of money circulation can also be expressed in such a way that, given the total value of the goods and the given average velocity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of money in circulation or of money material depends on its own value. The declining velocity of circulation of money capital is therefore a direct consequence of its decline in value, which is the purpose of expansionary monetary policy, since the great specter has long been called deflation. An increase in the value of money is likely to further exacerbate the tendency to hoard vast monetary treasures or small savings, and has the potential to bring the global monetary system to collapse. The illusion that, conversely, the prices of goods are determined by the mass of means of circulation and, ultimately, by the mass of money in a country, is rooted in the tasteless hypothesis of its original proponents that goods enter the circulation process without a price and money without a value. The Eurozone, or what is left of it after years of economic policy under the motto Germany first, and long live the German export industry, is drifting further and further apart due to the euro and the ECB's policy. The economic weakness of the southern European countries and the resulting relative devaluation of the euro, which has lost a third of its value since its introduction, measured in Swiss francs, punishes the workers and employees of the northern countries twice over. Firstly, their success in global competition is often bought at the price of wage restraint and reforms that are in fact attacks on the welfare state, from which they can no longer benefit within the euro area. Secondly, by an increase in their purchasing power through an appreciation of their currency against others. The impact on Southern Europe and its aging societies, which are increasingly being undercut by the North, is even more devastating. Their global significance is dwindling drastically and youth unemployment is over 20%. Italy, Portugal, or 30%. Spain, Greece. The protests that are emerging, the anti-European movements in both Northern and Southern Europe, and the increasingly loud calls for greater financial compensation or an end to all transfer payments are not least an expression of a European economic and monetary policy whose suicidal consequences are becoming ever clearer. The integration into a common currency, the Schengen area, and the common legislation, while at the same time the distribution of competences is unclear, the lack of democratic legitimization as well as the incompatibility of the economic, in particular financial and fiscal concepts, make the Eurozone dysfunctional. The stated goal was to overcome national competition and national egotism, but this is proving impossible due to the lack of a Euro-nationalism that would have to aim for better living conditions for all inhabitants of the Eurozone. Instead, the contradictions between the respective national economies of the Eurozone are breaking out as conflicts between these states over distribution, in which each point of view is right against the other. The plaintiffs before the Federal Constitutional Court also took the view that the financing of Southern Europe by Northern Europe was at the expense of the German population, that the treaties prohibited the financing of other EU states, and that the ECB's bond-buying programs were a form of state financing. Small savers, as they exist mainly in Germany, would lose out in international comparison due to the relative devaluation of the euro, while real estate owners would gain. The ECB programs disproportionately favor certain Eurozone countries, banks, and economic sectors, and are therefore to be interpreted as economic policy, within the meaning of the EU treaties and thus prohibited. The PSPP also violates the budgetary sovereignty of the Bundestag. It could make a recapitalization of the Bundesbank necessary and thus lead to a burden on the federal budget. The ECB Governing Council could also decide at any time to offset the risks of losses. The Bundestag and the federal government must therefore take action and exert influence to ensure that European policy returns to the basis of the treaties. The Federal Constitutional Court was now faced with the problem that none of the plaintiffs' claims could be objectively disputed, at most their relevance for a constitutional complaint, while at the same time the ECJ had issued the ECB with a kind of blank check. Since the German political and economic model is completely intertwined with the European model, a fundamental acceptance of the constitutional complaints was out of the question from the outset. Unlike the European Court of Justice, which correctly stated, but in a way that was questionable under European law, that no strict separation was possible between monetary and economic policy, and which basically also considered bond purchases to be open market transactions permitted by the ECB even if they de facto resembled a prohibited direct purchase of government debt, the Federal Constitutional Court used a very schematic, seemingly economically naive interpretation of the treaties. In its judgment of December 11, 2018, the court largely abandoned the distinction between economic and monetary policy because it was satisfied with the ECB's stated objective and the statement that less burdensome means were not available when examining the proportionality of the PSPP. In doing so, it allows the ESCB European system of central banks to pursue economic policy by purchasing government bonds. This has no basis in primary law. The violation of the principle of proportionality is structurally significant, so that the ECB's actions must be qualified as ultra vires. If one were to follow the Federal Constitutional Court in its view that a strict separation of monetary and economic policy, especially in the sense of state financing, is at all possible, then one would actually have to conclude that the entire program is illegal. However, an indefinite waiver of the sale of purchased government bonds would make the euro system a permanent financier of the member states. This applies in particular if, as is currently the case with the PSPP, repayments that fall due are reinvested in the purchase of government bonds. The government debt would be tied up in the euro system and would hardly play a role for the markets, in particular for the credit rating of the issuing member states and thus also for their financing conditions. The Federal Constitutional Court, however, left it at the conclusion that the ECB had not sufficiently justified its actions, but in the overall view, the valid criteria are still sufficient to deny an obvious circumvention of Art. 123. 1. TFEU. This provision regulates the prohibition of the immediate acquisition of national debt instruments by central banks, but not the indirect acquisition on the open market. The fact that the Federal Constitutional Court followed the plaintiff's efforts to prove that this would amount to the same thing in practice is bizarre. Firstly, because that is the purpose of the matter, and secondly, because such bond purchases on the open market are the core business of every central bank. The judgment completely fails to consider the role of a central bank within a construct like the EU, the economic crises in the Eurozone, and the situation in other Eurozone countries, which goes beyond the fact that low interest rates offer them an incentive to further indebtedness. It is unlikely that the Second Senate of the Federal Constitutional Court, chaired by Judge Voskuhl, who was nominated by the Social Democrats, will fully embrace the naive economic ideas that are hinted at in the judgment. The Financial Times rightly states that the economic effects that concern the court are only the one-sided litany familiar from the conservative fringes of German monetary policy. By lowering interest rates, the expansion of the money supply helps governments, harms savers or policyholders, and enables economically unprofitable companies to remain in the market. End of quote. It is more likely that the omissions of the plaintiffs and monetarist experts found their way into the judgment because the Federal Constitutional Court wanted to make a legal and political point against the ECJ. This suspicion is not only due to the fact that German lawyers and other intellectuals, unlike truly important thinkers such as Goethe, Marx, and Musil, consider themselves superior to economics, science, and mathematics, but also, and above all, due to the statements of the Chief Justice Voskuhl, who left office shortly afterwards and apparently wanted to leave a kind of legacy with the judgment. In an interview with Giovanni Di Lorenzo and Heinrich Wiefing, he defended the ruling as follows. "We are firmly convinced that this decision is a good decision for Europe because it strengthens the link to the law. This will become apparent in the medium and long term." End of quote. Voskuhl's explicit aim was to reinforce the legitimacy of the national constitutional courts of all EU states to intervene in the event of particularly serious violations of the powers of the European institutions. Against the backdrop of the dispute between the EU and Poland over the role of the judiciary, it may at first glance be surprising that German constitutional judges, who are anything but opponents of the EU, are pushing for a strengthening of the powers of national courts. Nor is it just a question of one institution maintaining its power against another, as some observers believe. The Federal Constitutional Court is indeed threatened with a significant loss of importance in the medium term, as the Bundesbank has already experienced. While the lack of economic trust in the ECB and the partial displeasure over the loss of the hard D-mark are being overshadowed by national sovereignty in financial and economic policy and drowned out by a public consensus for the EU, the Federal Constitutional Court is one of the core institutions of the separation of powers in Germany. As can be read even in standard works on the political system of the Federal Republic of Germany that are not particularly skeptical of the EU, this is increasingly being called into question by the EU. The legislative bodies of the Bundestag and Bundesrat are being hollowed out. They are not even close to succeeding in compensating for their losses of legislative rights by participating in the EU decision-making process. End of quote. The political significance of the EU is increasing, and with it the significance of the European Court of Justice, a court that is mainly staffed according to proportional representation and can expand its own jurisdiction by strengthening the European level, and which overall does not meet the standards by which the highest courts in Western countries dispense justice. Quote, accordingly, the European Court of Justice has to rule in the event of differences of opinion regarding jurisdiction. It interprets the treaties in a binding and conclusive manner, generally with a tendency to strengthen the EU. In doing so, the court is characterized not by restraint, but by judicial activism. End of quote. Or in the words of the Federal Constitutional Court, if, in the course of an ultra vires or identity review, the question arises as to the validity or interpretation of a measure taken by organs, institutions, or other bodies of the European Union, the Federal Constitutional Court will, as a matter of principle, base its review on the content and assessment given to the measure by the Court of Justice. However, this does not apply to an interpretation of the treaties that is no longer comprehensible and therefore objectively arbitrary. The judgment of the Court of Justice of December 11, 2018 therefore clearly exceeds the mandate conferred on it by Article 19, 1 Sentence 2 TU and results in a structurally significant shift of competences to the detriment of the member states. Since it presents itself as an ultra vires act, it has no binding effect in this respect. End of quote. Voskuhl seems to see that the conflict between integration-skeptical nation-states such as Poland and Hungary on the one hand and the EU on the other is by no means one between a flawless rule of law and a liberal democracy, but above all one about who, in an order that ultimately leaves the rule of law of the classical type behind, should have the last word and how far the Commission and the European Court of Justice can govern in the member states, bypassing the elected national parliament and the democratically controlled national court. These problems were already enormous before the corona crisis, which hit Italy and Spain particularly early, severely and unprepared, before the countermeasures were taken too late, which then led to even more drastic lockdowns with all the devastating consequences. Spain and Italy are also being hit particularly hard by the dramatic decline in travel as a result of the pandemic, as both countries earn almost 15% of their gross domestic product from tourism. In Southern Europe, tourism exports. In economic terms, tourism is considered an export of services when foreigners spend their vacation in a country. To Northern Europe play an important role in balancing the trade deficits in the industrial sector. While the EU Commission and government spent months discussing possible borrowing by the EU and further aid for the countries most affected by the economic crisis along the well-known lines of conflict, the ECB followed up with the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Program, PEPP initially. An additional €750 billion in government bonds were to be purchased by the end of 2020, but in June the program was expanded by a further €600 billion and extended to June 2021. The ECB is proving to be the more capable authority precisely because, although there are fierce disputes about its leadership with Mario Draghi and his successor Christine Lagarde, it can and must make its decisions relatively free of democratic control and national disputes if the euro is to continue to exist as a currency. What the Federal Constitutional Court, Germany, and other states have avoided and what they are deliberately ignoring is the fact that the introduction of the common currency and the Lisbon Treaty has changed the constitutional reality decisively. Strict separation of European monetary and national fiscal policy is politically expedient in the context of maintaining the illusion of a clear division of competences, but it is continually being exposed as a sham by the reality of the crisis. What the Federal Constitutional Court should actually demand is an adaptation of European and national constitutions to economic and political reality, with the involvement of the alleged sovereign, i.e. either the withdrawal of the euro and the Lisbon Treaty or a legally meaningful organization and democratic control of the EU authorities in the sense of European national state integration. Such a decision would be all the more important in light of the EU's decision to take out a loan at the EU summit in mid-July, as these are measures that once again fall far short of the legislative control and participation that is customary in civil law states. Instead, national parliaments will presumably be presented with the entire package by their governments for them to rubber stamp. The constantly recurring conflicts between the institutions of the nation-state and the EU clearly show that the EU institutions are neither intended nor suited to replace the national ones, but are simply superimposed on them as a higher, supranational level, often acting arbitrarily. On the one hand, the European Union wants to combine the constitutionally anchored institutions of a civic Western state into a supra- and post-national entity, while on the other hand it wants to be a kind of United Nations that is supposed to watch over a higher, supposedly superior law, in this case international law, in that case European law. This flawed construction, which follows an inappropriate model, also explains why the EU, firstly, has neither a proper parliament nor a court worthy of the name, and secondly, cannot take a clear position that is committed to the West on any political issue, even if individual states may do so by way of exception. The left, liberals, and conservatives who see the EU as a purely Western institution are mistaken, while the Greens, post-liberals, and other enemies of the nation-state, the United States, Israel, and the West understand it perfectly and therefore unreservedly affirm it, precisely because it undermines the democratically legitimized bourgeois, Western constitutional state and wants to provide a model for a post-state world. This is not only the case because the EU as such is completely incapable of standing up to aggressor states such as China and Russia or to the permanent condemnation of Israel in UN organizations, of committing itself to the transatlantic alliance and of not de facto collaborating with the enemies of the West. It is also the case because of the continued inability to develop a common political economy and to define what Europe is supposed to be. Katharina Barley, the former German Minister of Justice and current Vice President of the European Parliament, has an original idea for this. A first good step would be if we were to have a really serious conference on the future of Europe, where the people of Europe are really seriously consulted. End of quote. Whether she really wants to hear the answer from those who were not asked about the EU's previous acquisitions and excesses of authority, or who were subsequently ignored and outvoted, and who are now once again being presented with billions in rescue packages and bond purchase programs that will probably not do much for them, is something that can be safely doubted. European politics often gives the impression that it is intended to provide further ammunition for its left and right-wing populist opponents. Politicians in Brussels and their remaining supporters probably consider such populist, extremely condescending simulations of closeness to the people to be exactly the level of democratic control that they are willing to grant the European rabble when it comes to the distribution and design of the EU's billion-euro programs, which of course have sustainability and climate protection at the top of their list of priorities. A specter is haunting Europe, that of a German bailiff. The cuckoo is already stuck to the Parthenon and the Colosseum, and the Spanish government would prefer not to open the post again, as it is unable to slow down the escalation of interest rates on Spanish government bonds despite its restructuring efforts. In France, a rigorous €65 billion savings package was recently passed almost without resistance, which will, among other things, delay the retirement age by 2 years, and yet this did not stop a nervous rating agency from downgrading the country's credit rating. This was also a step too far for German economists concerned about the core stability of the euro, and Standard & Poor's quick decision, which was ultimately declared a mistake, gave rise to various public outbursts of sweat. Nevertheless, the credit rating has been damaged, which should not fully manifest itself out of strategic consideration for a hard currency zone that is to be saved and has not yet been conclusively defined. Meanwhile, interest rates on French promissory bills continue to rise, and Belgium was also recently downgraded to AA by the much-hated rating agency, which is ultimately only the bearer of the news. Immediately after receiving the news that the shocked Belgians had now also chosen Schmalhans as their chef de cuisine, the German papers gushed about how fundamentally healthy such cash falls are, especially for a country that, horrible dictu, has only allowed itself to be governed provisionally for a year and a half and is now finally being held to the curb of debt servicing. Large parts of southern Europe are being placed under the financial curatorship of the ECB for the time being, which under the current balance of power in Europe amounts to the establishment of German financial protectorates. The real unification of Europe has begun, and it is again starting from Berlin, this time without a single shot being fired. While the premiums on government bonds rose all around, German bonds fell below a level that made it possible to incur debt almost free of charge and go shopping in the neighborhood. The mendacious and sniveling talk of Europe's paymaster is proving to be true, albeit in a completely different and far more favorable way for Germany than the regulars imagine. The word problem people is already circulating in the German press, threateningly reminiscent of Bruno's fate, by which one has to imagine a national collective of obstinate recipients of transfer payments who have overslept their term in at the employment office and now have to reckon with a suspension. The Greeks in particular are well advised not to be seen partying on their streets for the next few years, as they can always count on Bild reader reporters to report any Dionysian impenitence to the ideal bankruptcy trustee. The latter is not to be equated with the respective German government, i.e. its mediation. Its true place is in that little word we, which is always invoked and yet never allowed to become a full reality. Its day lies in the exemplary reappraisal of the past and appears in the great catastrophe, in the crisis meeting, in the package of measures for the state of emergency, which has long since ceased to be a regional or national one. The ideological Germanization of Europe and tomorrow the whole world seems unstoppable, because in addition to the sheer pressure of debt, any aversions and fears of near and distant neighbors against the German paymaster are no longer as certain as they once were. The disastrous experiences made during the last European unification process of 1939 to 1945 have by no means been denied by the unsurpassably remorseful Germans, but have been placed at the center of the post-war and peace ideology, and the latter has prepared the people in the heart of Europe like no other for the role of the honest broker, the selfless settler. No one has purged itself more thoroughly than we of the sordid excesses of vulgar antisemitism. The German cultural industry can now also be interpreted as a tremendous seismograph that sounds the alarm at the slightest anti-Jewish tremors and keeps the political establishment clean. And with the selfless consistency inherent in this anti-fascist early warning system, the needle always jumps into the red zone when it comes to Israel. German self-discovery at the graves and memorials of their murdered victims is less a matter of philosemitism than of necrosemitism, of reverence for the exemplary dead Jews, who should be a warning above all to the living Jews of Israel because they are armed. In any case, the idea of linking national affiliation immediately to origin, even to race or blood, as was the case with the NSDAP, has been so thoroughly eradicated from the prevailing ideology as if the Antifa had even infiltrated the CDU and the Springer publishing house. Anyone who still clumsily tries to capitalize on the favorable economic situation in a nationalistic way, as Volker Cotter did recently, is immediately hissed down like someone who is in the cinema and loudly misunderstands what is happening. The intra-European triumph of the Germans is to be enjoyed with quiet satisfaction and, if possible, should not wake any more sleeping dogs. But there are increasingly audible growls from across the channel, and some in the European, not least the French, public have already begun to sound an alarm that is more reflexive than understanding. Nevertheless, the UK is increasingly being turned not only in the German press into the selfish negative of the good European, the recipient of orders from the USA, from whom, by means of moral repulsion, the selfless European identity is gained. Psychologically, it goes one step deeper. The slumbering werewolf that the Germans feel and fear within themselves should also continue to sleep, so that it does not spoil everything again. One could compare it quite anti-German with the legalistic tactics of the NSDAP after the failed putsch of 1923, as Berlin is once again entitled to trust in the favorable historical trend on its way to European dominance. Somewhat less alarmist would be to recall the accumulated experience of German reunification, the liquidation of the insolvent GDR, and the major German purchases in Eastern Europe from 1989 onwards. Here, administrative and investor competencies superior to those of other European states were formed, whereby the chauvinistic and revisionist elements were at least pragmatically pushed beneath the surface. One need only think of Helmut Kohl's final relinquishment of Germany's eastern territories, the countless encounters and gestures of reconciliation from Verdun to Warsaw, or the regular scandalization and even banishment from the public sphere that all too obvious right-wing populists have to reckon with. The anti-fascist left, not least the anti-German element, has played a key modernizing role in this. A super-German identity is gradually emerging, albeit with political setbacks and uncertainties among a population that is always willing to learn, but also always somewhat backward, resentful, and confused, which is leaving the too small framework of traditional ethnicity and concentrating instead on the elitist, genuinely social democratic aspects of being German. The post-Nazi model of success combined a Protestant work ethic with continuous crisis management and always sought to incorporate conformist rebellion. It is the European post-national late capitalist ideology par excellence. The crimes of the NSU, which were at the very least criminally overlooked by the authorities, could therefore not have come into the public spotlight at a more inopportune time. However, the condemnation of the small Free Corps from Zwickau was as unanimous as the demand for funding for anti-racist projects and networking of the responsible bodies. Such Nazi groups remain dangerous, but even in East Germany they are gradually losing their mass base. The capitalist tendency towards fatal self-cancellation, which is also effective on the other side of the Rhine and Oder, and which first asserted itself as an expression of German national characteristics at the highest level of production, was based on a historical non-simultaneity. The social backwardness of the Germans, which dated back at least to the early Middle Ages, possibly even to the confrontation between the Germanic tribes and Roman civilization, was compensated for by imperial crisis management and brought with it the activation of all German subjects as state soldiers. This possibility of using an authoritarian social pact to enforce pending modernization in order to secure a position on the world market, which was also tested in Italian fascism and Russian Bolshevism, set a precedent in numerous developing countries such as today's Turkey and increased the general urge of exploitation to turn into annihilation in these catch-up preforms. This can be observed in the Turkish mass murders of Armenians from 1915, in Stalin's first measures against Soviet Greeks from 1928 and Ukrainians from 1933, and in Mussolini's Abyssinia campaign in 1936, whereby the examples mentioned were still strongly influenced by the nationalized constraints of accelerated original accumulation and territorial security in multi-ethnic areas. National Socialism revolutionized this element of extermination with extreme idealism and made it increasingly absolute at the center of politics. After the military defeat on both sides of the wall, the German nation, forever consolidated by Auschwitz but initially completely defeated, used the quarantine imposed on it, i.e. the 40 years of division, for a laborious distillation process. The historical burden was not simply eliminated and repressed with the gradual change of generations, as was initially the case, but rather the memory was proudly made the basis of the now cleansed and modernized German ideology. International socialist ideas played a driving role in this. In the West, they acted as a constant modernization impulse from the left-wing opposition via the SPD to the CDU, while in the East they appeared as the dictatorship of the SED. The new orientation created in both German states was determined by the following elements: the recognition of the impossibility of allowing the world to recover militarily from the German nature and, as a result, the commitment to peace and international dialogue, which in no way hindered simultaneous arms exports. The liberal Keynesian or socialist ideology of the World War victors, which had grown out of the respective historical processes, was eagerly imposed and readily and submissively accepted by the vanquished. The cult of labor and the state was almost completely retained. Two market interventionist models gradually, FRG from 1947, or abruptly, GDR 1989, liberalized the monopolistic protectionist economic order. At the same time, in both states, exploitation interlocked seamlessly with administration and finally attained its current, highly competitive and crisis-capable form through the all-German, social democratic recalibration called Agenda 2010. The anti-Semitism that was constitutive for nation-building was transformed into an anti-racist pacifist diction, into a purified post-nationalism, which, legitimized by coming to terms with the past, always worked against the victorious Western powers and especially against the state of the Shoah survivors. Denazification and the Buchenwald Oath, the protests of 1968 against the mustiness of 1,000 years, the Antifa of the 1990s and the uprising of the decent culminated in the actual reunification memorial, the field of Stele in front of the Reichstag, which congenially turned national shame into an ornament, a badge of moral proof. In the early years, an identity was established that was still partly folkish or proletarian, later increasingly defined in political-economic terms, which appeared politically as conformist rebellion, more so in the GDR, economically as selfless egoism, more so in the FRG, and conveyed essential idealistic moments of the National Socialist solution to the crisis. The aesthetics of the new currency, which was introduced after the reunification of Germany and other countries, provides a glimpse into the intended pure abstraction, which is to be concretized in money and which is driven by the ideological Germans. The bridges and windows that have replaced the respective national character masks, ideological guarantors and representations of the sovereign represent architectural styles without a real location. They do not show the cultural wealth of the old nations of Europe, but only idealistic, art-historical concepts that have not become material reality anywhere. The windows look into the void. The bridges connect nothing. The euro, which was awarded the Charlemagne Prize in Aachen in 2002, is imprinted with a deliberately empty post-national idealism that wants to be at home in an indeterminate negation of local identities. According to the EU Commission, the two straight horizontal lines of the currency abbreviation E stand for the particular stability of the euro and the European Economic Area. As with the signs dollar and euro, which lost their double bar in the course of typographical development, this is not only intended to ensure distinctiveness, but also to express a reinforced, double assurance that utilization and sovereignty express with the issuing of the currency. In the case of the dollar, the double bar originated from the previous currency, the Spanish peso, and was intended to remind Charles V of the Pillars of Heracles, i.e. the power of the armada stationed in Gibraltar. The euro is a guaranteeing symbol, our twin tower of political and economic security, which is slowly being brought down by American financial bombers in the European representation of the crisis. The Germanization process is based less on a genuine, conscious conspiracy against the unsuspecting neighborhood than on the head start that the Germans have paradoxically gained from their historical delay, or more precisely, from the solution to the crisis that encompasses all subjects. This reformed post-Nazi model necessarily becomes more attractive as people become increasingly superfluous, because the unfolding of the late capitalist crisis, the volatility and willingness of accumulated value to flee, makes all locations potentially backward and can only be overcome by straining the utmost collective forces by increased coercion. The fierce, escalating competition between the subjects of commodities and their national locations cannot manage in the long term without this German interlocking of state and capital right down to the very core of these subjects. This brings us to Helmut Schmidt, the aged high priest of practical constraints and, for the time being, Germany's last ideal emperor. According to a survey, 74% of Germans consider him to be the most important moral authority. His recent coronation with the Millennium Bambi from Bertha to 2 standing ovations from the audience not only shows the current state of mind of the sinister masters of Europe, but also crystallizes the precise guarantee, i.e. point of German longings and fears of domination by means of the unpopular Integration Prize winner Bushido as a means of contrast. For the country's typical ranting about supposedly drunken and lazy Greeks has a similar side effect to the self-assuring intention of the agitation against the unemployed at the height of the Hearts campaign. The thunderstorm that was rained down on the designated superfluous to the cheers of the public can also become one's own fate at any time. The swiftness with which one pursues the social ostracism of fellow human beings who have become obsolete can also befall one. The coldness with which entire nations and groups of people are summarily punished accumulates the threat potential over each individual, and even in the current German approach to full employment, this internalized potential superfluousness remains effective. In this context, it should also be mentioned that even the unsurpassably safe German government bonds were not bought up in the quantities and on the terms intended at the last auction on the financial markets. Furthermore, the relentless rating agency was not so kind to the Germans either, and is threatening to deduct points if a solution to the debt crisis is not found soon. Capital is mobile, qual piuma al vento, and can suddenly fly off to its neighbor or to the other side of the world like a banknote caught by a gust of wind. And if there is one thing that Germans in particular cannot cope with, it is the injustice of such imponderables. The constant somersault of every commodity, every subject, and every location into the anarchic market makes every capitalist calculation and every state guarantee uncertain. The worst thing for the Germans, however, is the creeping breach of the word of the earthly sovereign, to whom Goethe put the heavenly words, "We can redeem those who always strive." Helmut Schmidt's entire gospel, the Summa Theologia of the unbelieved post-war faith, the core of social democracy, is summarized in this full-bodied promise in just one short line. For this promise of the politically powerless sovereign actor to treat the capable people harshly but fairly, there was the Millennium Bambi, which indirectly appeals to real rule. In Goethe, this airy we still appears as the pluralis majestatis of God, pronounced by a choir of blessed boys, but today's we of television debates and feature articles is the internalized collectivist compulsion of subjects who always feel fatherless and, in the face of failed identification, flee to authoritarian grandfathers and brutal rebels. There is a long German prehistory full of bipolar episodes, manic spurts to devastating frenzy and deeply depressive phases in which people, wounded and frightened, turn to the protection of revered old men such as Bismarck, Hindenburg, or Adenauer. The last time the Germans really got it from Adolf Hitler, and no ruler after that could ever forget the walk to the wild side. No remorseful return to the eternal regime of moderate practical constraints can suppress the fact that they once got rid of all ambivalences and contradictions with a violent blow, that they merged beyond all party boundaries into a Volksgemeinschaft that stood like one man against its enemy. Their deepest longing is to once again be able to devote themselves completely and selflessly to a single cause, to be completely absorbed in their work, which is supposed to be their vocation, and to be beside themselves at the feet of a drummer who is flesh of their flesh. Their willingness to submit, blessed by Luther, their ultimately anti-Christian will to worship power, turn them into socially homosexual men without them becoming gays in the actual sexual sense, or into father-fixated women who do not achieve self-responsibility. It happens in denial of the sadomasochistic aspect, but with a palpable delight in the strict discipline, the passive authoritarian penetration. A chain-smoking, walking-impaired man who constantly sends anal signals now serves the cleanest people in Europe as a substitute for the dirty, ass-kicking libertine they have to deny themselves. Psychologically, it is no contradiction that the same nation whose language bristles with obsessively neurotic, rapturously clean, and loaded noises such as spotless, tip-top, picobello, or KZ, is characterized by an equally strong obsession with the nether regions and their smells. The organ connoted with animalistic stimuli, which anti-Semites believe they can use to identify the Jews, is the source of numerous treacherous expressions, such as the herd-like rumor, which can hardly be translated literally into any other European language, the revealing stable smell, the dangerously sniffy disreputable, or the phrase, not being able to smell someone to death. From the verbally omnipresent shit, to the cult of compost heaps, biogas and Swabian mulm-inhabiting beetles to the conspicuously intensive production of fecal pornography compared to the rest of the world, a special German scent can be identified, which contrasts strangely with the assiduous personal purity of the post-war years and the various virus, dirt, and odor phobias. Helmut Schmidt is the last person in this perfectly healthy republic to be allowed to smoke in public. He cheekily holds up his small but menthol-fine phallic symbol. He can pull up brown lines of snuff in front of the camera. He blows no. He ejaculates his smoke into the faces of Giovanni Di Lorenzo, Gunther Jauch, and others, coughing and spitting. He holds his wooden walking stick wide-legged in front of the cameras. The submissive interviews that Sandra Maischberger took from him set new standards of journalistic obscenity. The presenter's nicotine-soaked propagation of the mass-compatible father complex more than deserved this year's Adult Video News Award for the most outrageous sex scene. The prize, however, went to the performatively more powerful belladonna, whose title bears a key term of Marxist critique. Fetish Fanatic 8. Helmut Schmidt constantly says shit. He has a virtual monopoly on this word in the political sphere, and he prefers to use it to describe his service on the Eastern Front, where he took part in the siege of Leningrad and helped to murder around 1 million Russian civilians through a year and a half of shelling and starvation. Shit, shit, shit. The proud, strong word, the prerogative of a democratically privileged person, does not express disgust at what had to be done despite the greatest internal resistance, but rather Schmidt's greasy satisfaction at bravely performing his duty where it stank the most. The story circulates that as a young lieutenant he had fallen out with the Nazis at an officers' meeting and was hidden deep within the field's gray bureaucracy by well-meaning Wehrmacht superiors. Schmidt had done nothing other than doubt Göring's ability to win the final victory, out of burning concern for the outcome of the war and the fate of the Reich. The Eastern Front, and not the Hamburg storm surge, was his real baptism of fire, or rather baptism of shit as a crisis manager, but he was not yet allowed to save the day in the Russian campaign. And finally, the brown word, which is almost the only emotionally charged one in Schmidt's work, has the function of an authoritative conclusion. It indicates less the coming to terms with the past than the digestion of it and makes any further reflection superfluous. He has long since flushed the toilet in his head. You only have to see how the audience feasts on so much senior senatorial tan and praises his hands-on expertise as an enforcer of the state of emergency for storm and red tides and economic crises to the skies. Helmut Schmidt is an economist in the same sense that Peter Schollatur, another one of the Germans' favorite front pigs, is a Middle East expert. During his chancellorship, Schmidt pursued a sometimes Keynesian, sometimes monetarist zigzag course, which is misunderstood by his left-wing critics as secret neoliberalism. In reality, it is about the refinement and flexibilization of the crisis-managing state in the true social democratic sense. Shortly before he came to power, the Bretton Woods system, a Keynesian attempt at currency stabilization and state countermanagement to the crisis cycles, was abandoned with the first oil crisis in 1973. The weakness of the dollar led to an overinflation of European currencies, which damaged exports, and to a dramatic rise in unemployment, particularly in Germany. The Schmidt government initially focused on massively siphoning off private households by increasing numerous taxes and eliminating tax allowances and other tax breaks. When this consolidation proved unsuccessful, not least because of the continued high level of government spending, the man with the pilot's cap adopted a Keynesian approach, which was intended to stimulate sluggish demand with subsidies, increases in child benefits, and other inflationary cash injections. When these measures also failed to bear fruit, the federal chancellor drew the absolutely logical conclusion for himself and his people that the German ideal total capitalist now had to become even bigger, more comprehensive, and more global. He called the World Economic Summit, the G7, and the nominal common currency ECU into being, all with the more or less clearly expressed intention of replacing the USA as the leading global economic power. A direct line leads from this erratic but reliably state-fetishist economic course to the euro, to the Agenda 2010 of its often forgotten spiritual heir Gerhard Schroeder, and to the current transfer of national sovereignty to the ECB. Beyond the current cult of Schmidt, those Germans who really experienced his time in office today remember very selectively the feeling he spread that the state was constantly adjusting, intervening, and saving the situation, while they deliberately forget the failure to tackle the crisis, the multiplication of unemployment during his time in office, and the changes, of course, imposed by experts. His achievement is not the economic result, but the media portrayal of the pilot, a symbol that dates back to Bismarck. Most eulogists, however, simply join in with the hype of Bild, Zeit, and Stern, following the scent of authority in an arch-German and reflex-like manner and parroting the general admiration of his professional competence, statesmanship, and ethics of responsibility. Unconcerned about the principle of reality, people associate his person with the fat years before 1989, when people could still generally expect to be able to afford a terraced house, a second car, and a vacation in Majorca at some point for all their hard work. The New Deal, which has now largely disappeared into the small print of temporary contracts and unemployment benefit applications, is thus being replaced by the lovers of the stroppy old man with the vague promise that, after all the past failures and impositions still to come, social justice will not be forgotten. Achievement will still be worthwhile, and the rule will be, to each his own, as 99% of all German readers' letters whine. To maintain the illusion, the assembled subjects let Schmidt's rhetorical canes spank their quivering cheeks and collectively ask for seconds. Accordingly, he preaches platitudes about necessary cuts, bravely enduring further austerity measures, national modesty, always with a sideways glance at the selfish Americans and British, Prussian secondary virtues and moral responsibility. Bushido, on the other hand, who was awarded the Integration Prize on the same day, on the same stage, at the same event, continues to be a cultural industrial bend-down goods, despite his anal sadistic obsessions which at first glance seem to fit in well with Germany's coprophilic needs. He professes to be a completely antisocial and unmediated enforcer of penetration that is not mitigated by anything, as in the following verse of the song Al Fatir. Boy, come on slash, 'cause I'm the one with the hard cock slash, I'm getting serious now slash, and bring rap back to the fatherland. End quote. In the same song, The chorus evokes a sexualized victim status of the protagonist, which not only connects to the Muslim self-perception as a persecuted minority and unconsciously and unreflectively reveals the state of mind of those who have to present their butts to Allah 5 times a day. It could also be translated into the current whiny mood of self-pitying Germans. Life is an assfuck in 24 hours / new tears of new sorrow flow / irritate old wounds / 23 hours and 60 minutes / it will take until it starts again / and we bleed. The assfuck of life, which Bushido makes completely his own here and passes on to everyone else as an imagined racket leader, is a pure act of violence split off from his own lust without the slightest sparing of the victim and even without a real climax for the perpetrator. Or, to say it with Bushido, all of a sudden / your clique doesn't dare go out / yeah, you want romance / but I fuck with my fist. End of quote. The following line illustrates his abhorrence of any erotic mediation. His inability to even claim its absence. You need lube / because you're a gay man. End of quote. The lubricant to be omitted, which is declared here to be a sign of perhorrescent homosexuality, would enable the exchange of pleasure between the protagonists as a mediating substance. In the gay men's assfucking, which is often reciprocal, something of the voluntary collaboration for the reconciliation of individual and shared happiness shines through. The successful act of love no longer knows a winner or loser. It transcends both the order of things presented as natural and the sexual economic order of things that people become. Of course, there is no right fucking in the wrong. And the former promise of homosexual love of a pleasure beyond the bourgeois sexual economy, beyond the constraints of the distribution of roles in the small family, has also proved to be a modernization thrust of heterosexual love, in that the apparent freedom of homosexuality, which is not supported by any convention, has turned into the total interchangeability of the now generally so-called partners. It is not for nothing that the gay political scene has made a name for itself in recent years with little else than the demand for complete equality with civil marriage, or the desire for a more gay-friendly adoption law or even church blessing. The LSVD's protest campaign against the Pope's visit to Berlin in 2011 is a case in point. The liberal cliché of the fashion-conscious, consumerist and highly flexible gay man, who has so far fulfilled the consumerist ideal of dink, double income, no kids with his love partner, has also taken on a pioneering function, although the real-life gay man does not necessarily correspond to his cultural-industrial typology. Under the banner of sexual liberation, the left has driven forward the atomization of subjects. Under the status pretext of protecting victims, the politicization of sexuality is being intensified in ever-new inquisitions and, by means of postmodern role criticism, everyone is encouraged to become their own performer keyword performance in the infinite pool of exchange subjects. In any case, Bushido's Arschfick bluntly represents the actual rape aspect of bourgeois intercourse, the immediate consuming and destroying violence that the increasingly hopelessly competing subjects wish to unload on each other. The false abolition of romantic love propagated by Bushido corresponds to the social longing for the state of exception that would make it possible to forcibly silence the contradictory ambivalences. The psychological concept of ambivalence, literally translated as ambivalence, contains the inherent uncertainty of value, the anxiety of the balancing and balancing dizziness between use value and exchange value. It is a process rather than a state, both for the commodity-like subjects and for the crisis-ridden commodities. The crisis, which is always effective both internally and externally regardless of whether it is a temporary boom or slump, provokes it to be resolved at a certain stage through the total continuation of the tendency of valorization, its imminent lines. The total equals sign in the symbol euro is to be interpreted as a track leading to zero. All the converging rails of constraint taper unconsciously and fatally towards a horizon behind which the same nothingness awaits as behind the empty windows of the euro bills. Unless actively prevented from doing so by frightened reason, the rails logically reach that place of final European architecture, that railroad gate with the watchtower, which is now open forever as a total possibility ready to receive. The very last switches, however, must be moved there by hand. They are comprehensible, deliberate acts of false sublation. Bushido's advances express the barbaric intention all too bluntly and massively violate the German idealism of the post-war period. His assfucking only knows position and dominance. It corresponds to the extremely pronounced distinction in Islamic societies between the fucker and the fucked. Moreover, it is the superimposed threatening gesture of the economically impotent and subjectively decomposed migrant that also appeals to the increasing antisocial proportion of non-migrant youth. Those who come under the massive pressure of precarization are particularly susceptible to invocations of obsolete identities and phallic signals. However, a clarification is required here. What unleashes the barbaric impulses in so many is primarily the feeling of being excluded from social guarantees, the deep identity crisis that threatens to affect all wage earners far beyond the classic poor districts and degenerate suburbs. Aware of the impending salto mortale, the commodity subjects evaluate themselves, compare themselves with the others on an increasingly global level and sense their defeat. Bushido is breaking up the balanced relationship between wages and performance for all of them, which ultimately costs him the affection of the people who are steadfastly willing to work. My city, my district / fuck your skills / I'm fucking the disco now / because a gangster don't dance. End quote. This reminds citizens uncomfortably of the fear of being arbitrarily shat on in the subway with complete disregard for their skills. It is no coincidence that the German language makes a particularly careful distinction between Lohn, Gehalt, Honorar, etc., expressing a pronounced need for specific recognition, for performance-oriented social ranking, which is threatened by the gangsta. The self-confident former chancellor is quite different and more confident in the truest sense of the word, who is just as happy to pull out his thing in a threatening manner, but doesn't wear it out through constant presentation. I was already a tough guy for some, but a greater verbal sharpness would have been absurd. I was tough enough. End quote. Schmidt's immoral offer is certainly more appropriate than Bushido's, because Schmidt respects the skills when he battles and only fucks the disco out of a sense of necessity, because it has to be done, like back then in Leningrad. But he doesn't dance either, that's out of the question because it would betray dangerous lust. And we all know where that can lead. Quote, I wasn't interested in power. I wasn't interested in a career. Anyone who strives for power is potentially a dangerous person. Schmidt represents a generation of dirty old bastards who stood up for the joyless execution under the police supervision of the superego, conscious of his responsibility before God and man. In their memoirs, these last elephants explore their consciences on the often enervatingly long road to the cemetery and describe the moral stomach ache that came with the burden of power. They are all descendants of Martin Luther, eternally suffering from constipation, who, in this state of mind, was able to write at his best and wrote the 95 Theses at one of his agonizing sessions in his home in Wittenberg. And he described the inspiration of the Protestant doctrine of grace, the redemptive interpretation of Romans, especially verse 115, as follows, The Spirit of God inspired this art to me on this cloaca. This reveals the deeper, German meaning of his happiness of knowledge. Then I felt as if I had been completely reborn, and through open gates I entered paradise. End quote. It is well known that the reformer was always on the lookout for new and effective purgatives, and a glance at his shitty pamphlets such as Wider die Mordischen und die Reuberischen Rotten der Bohren is enough to realize that this prototypical German was, in a certain sense, putting his used paper into print. Finally, his very great excretion was the seminal treatise on the Jews and their lies, with which he wanted to cure not only his own obesity, but also the emerging national body. If necessary, Schmidt does not look at the basic law, his formulation for the measures taken during the storm surge, and, in an emergency, expressly wants to hear exotic suggestions, as during the Schleyer kidnapping by the RAF. The difference to Bushido lies in Schmidt's depiction of the ability to switch back and forth from normal enforcement to a state of emergency without the status quo finally breaking down. It is about the trust in the sovereign's capacity for fascism that Joachim Brun has attested to the Germans, with the addition that said capacity also includes the reproduction of the democratic Leviathan. The interim military government during the Hamburg stormtide proved to be a stabilizing test run of the hitherto theoretical emergency laws. The excursion into the police state during the leaden years of fighting the RAF was reintegrated into the defense of democracy in the form of the BKA. So the Germans love him for the fact that they can let him fuck them without having to pay the usual price. And we bleed that he obligingly Socratizes them, without any personal gain and pleasure, of course, and doesn't fail to give them a kiss afterwards. This is called for in times when, for example, attempts are being made to keep the border between the hard currency zone and problem nations as flexible as possible, where normality and the state of emergency in the form of the crisis are constantly occurring simultaneously and side by side. The German donkey must not be deprived of the carrot it has been promised, despite all the blows of the stick. All roads of capitalism ultimately lead to Germany, because with the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, global exploitation will sooner or later run dry locally and threaten to go haywire. Whether the incumbent Ayatollah's man in the White House or a preferred candidate Joe the Plumbers runs the business of the most liberal, most resistant potential of capitalist production is certainly not insignificant. Israel is the clearest example of this, but ultimately only a question of degree. For what the Republicans lack in social worker budgetism, they increasingly make up for through market interventionist military budgets, through immense expenditure on protectionist projects such as border protection against Mexico, through an atrophied domestic security policy that sucks the superfluous population into the prison industrial complex, or through the racket-like entanglements in the strategic energy sector. The comparison of many positions of the Occupy Wall Street movement, which originated in New York, with the financial conspiracy theories of Ron Paul or the Tea Party, which is close to him, shows that even in America, the panic subjects can turn to the left or the right. The sympathetic basic mistrust of all Americans against uncontrolled power in a few hands, which gave them ideological orientation during the Second World War and against the Soviet Union, is increasingly turning against individuals in the ongoing crisis as compulsively centralized reproduction, be it in the form of bureaucratization or racketeering. There are still moments of resistance, which are due not least to the constitutive mixture of rationalism, Calvinism, and the unfulfilled ideals of the bourgeois revolution. But the often very superficial anti-statism is undermined with every ball out, with every job that migrates to China or Mexico. With the new addition of deregulation policy under President Hoover, i.e. the triumphs of the Chicago Boys from Reagan's term of office onwards, the swing of the Leviathan pendulum in the status direction was virtually preordained. Obama and Biden are not the revenants of the bourgeois anti-fascist Roosevelt, but his postmodern decaying form. Just as in the USA, the recession is undermining the liberalist bastion in the UK. Euroscepticism and historically proven insulation cannot prevent Europe's falling demand from impacting on the British economy. The trading hub of London in particular is already suffering massively from declining investment, and public spending cuts will be extended until 2017 in order not to jeopardize the AAA status. In view of a successful fiscal union on the continent, the birthplace of liberal political economy could become similar to a nuclear-armed Switzerland, which pays for its special status vis-a-vis the EU with far-reaching interventions, e.g. in banking secrecy. Britain's most important asset, its most important export industry, is the financial market in the City of London, so David Cameron's popular rejection of core European regulations could quickly prove to be a Pyrrhic victory if the continental banks, directed by the ECB, have to move their centers of gravity to Paris or Frankfurt. This is not about German plans for world conquest, at least not in the traditional form. Any foreign or financial policy success that the German model has achieved is due to the conscientious selflessness symbolized by Helmut Schmidt. According to Schmidt, the much-vaunted lesson of the Second World War, the motive for European unification, is the realistic insight into the necessity of avoiding a continuation of the struggle between the periphery and the German center. Being German still means doing something for its own sake, believing in the lies that are told, i.e. selflessly stepping back completely behind the inhuman tendency of exploitation and finding true self-realization in it. Manfred Dahlmann solved the riddle that needs to be solved alongside that of capital when he stated that for the Germans, any idea of unity is always determined as a lack of being, which means politically, German sovereignty is always conceived as yet to be realized, a thought that a politically aware American, British, or French cannot even conceive of. For today's political constellations, this means that the European Union is something like an attempt to peacefully stop the lack of being. After all, depending on the crisis situation, what is meant by being changes. Only under National Socialism did it come into its own, as a unity of annihilation, which can no longer be grasped with the concepts of political economy, or only to the extent that we can speak of a value that can no longer be utilized. As long as valorization is still possible, however, the German economist simply understands the being that is lacking to be the money that is devalued. Hans Werner Schinn, in particular, has made a name for himself as such an existential ontologist of inflation. Manfred Dahlmann seems to be referring to him when he asks the rhetorical question, what actually makes inflation the specter that it is universally regarded as, especially in Germany? Quote, "We are not talking about the galloping inflation that arises and increases in its own right when money owners panic and want to convert all their securities into money and goods at once. It is the so-called creeping inflation, which in Western Europe before the changeover to stability policy in preparation for the euro, was probably around 10 to 15% per year. This inflation, it is usually said, is a burden on the income of low earners in particular, but this can confidently be described as deliberate misdirection, because real income, however it is calculated, rose much faster back then than in the last 4 decades of successful stabilization policy. The main problem is rather the devaluation of financial assets caused by such an inflation rate, and thus also of debt. In other words, it gives debtors a decisive advantage over creditors. They pay back less than they borrowed." End quote. While the victorious powers of the First World War and the reparation payments they demanded were once blamed for hyperinflation, the European Central Bank, ECB, and the transfer payments it organizes in the Eurozone are now being targeted for the incipient inflation of today. In fact, this central bank functions as if there were a European sovereign. However, as there is no such sovereign and there is little to suggest that there ever will be, it must take over some of its functions if the single currency is to be and remain possible, at least within the Eurozone. It is no coincidence that the substitute functions it assumes are the bone of contention. They represent a strange reversal of what was done under National Socialism when the independence of the central bank was abolished. Back then, the Reichsbank became an administrative authority of the Reich government. Today, the governments of the Eurozone are becoming administrative authorities of the ECB. The German economist who rebels against this refers to the EU treaties and proves that the ECB's policy is in breach of the treaty. According to the principle of individual authorization, which applies in principle to all EU institutions, it is not allowed to pursue economic policy in particular, let alone fiscal policy, because these areas are subject to parliamentary control. Control over the state budget is the supreme right of parliaments. End of quote. Hans Werner Schinn. The miraculous increase in money. National debt. Negative interest rates. Inflation, page 62. The supreme right is now being appropriated by the surrogate sovereign, with the ECB increasingly buying up the government bonds of indebted countries within the Eurozone, which is fueling inflation. The money supply therefore got out of hand after the crises from 2008 and the coronavirus pandemic. Schinn emphasizes that the money supply rose from just under 900 billion euros in the period shortly before the Lehman crisis, specifically in mid-2008, to almost exactly 6 trillion euros in June 2021. In September of the same year, however, the money supply was already almost 7 times as large as before the start of the crises. In an attempt to put this expansion in relation to the economic growth that took place at the same time, Schinn comes to the conclusion that there will soon be 6 times as much money relative to economic output, just waiting to assert itself as hyperinflation. And this is precisely what is happening for the purpose of redistributing wealth within the Eurozone in favor of the poorer countries, which is causing damage to the taxpayers of the richer countries, especially Germany, in the form of currency devaluation. Such an autochthonous economist, who only wants to speak from the heart of the German taxpayer, does not even consider the idea that this type of redistribution is the new way in which Germany can override the world market in Europe, whereas under National Socialism it was replaced by transactions with the less developed countries based on foreign exchange management and clearing agreements, in which Germany showed itself willing to pay prices above world market prices just to bring about or promote the political dependence of certain countries. Today's Germany promotes political dependencies of the same countries by the very means that must appear as redistribution to the character mask of its taxpayers. Schinn points out, however, that political pressure has succeeded in averting the attempts made in Italy and Greece to leave the Eurozone. Against this backdrop, the differences to the political economy of the USA take on their full weight. Its central bank, the Federal Reserve Fed, has also started to buy up more government securities in the crisis since 2008, but only those of the whole state, not the individual states, even if these were as heavily indebted as California, for example. This has to do with the fact that the increase in the amount of dollars, which the ECB was and still is happy to refer to, was much smaller in relation to its own economic growth. For the dyed-in-the-wool economist of the German taxpayer, the Fed can almost serve as a role model for the ECB, as it is now trying to curb inflation and is not continuing to drive it forward like its European counterpart. However, it would only really be possible to emulate the Fed if the ECB were to withdraw from its functions as a substitute sovereign, and this would at least mean accepting the disintegration of the EU. After all, as Hans Werner Schinn's differentiated assessment of the Fed shows, such an economist is not arguing to the same extent against the unity formed by the world market. This reservation, which still knows how to pay tribute to the world market and is condemned by the left as neoliberalism, is also entirely in keeping with the political impotence that has remained characteristic of the successors to National Socialism and fascism in Europe. The danger of an immediate return of catastrophic politics seems to have been averted here, at least to date, insofar as those who want to win elections with a longing for self-sufficiency as the only true unity always feel compelled to do roughly the same as the hostile EU, which in their eyes takes the lack of being to the extreme as soon as they come to power. An indication of this is the retreat of these so-called populists from geopolitical endeavors, as they can only come into play when the world market disintegrates. In the words of Carl Schmitt actors Hans-Dietrich Sander and Björn Höck, a ban on the intervention of non-global capital cannot be enforced, and we must therefore be content with the agitational effect of a ban on the migration of non-global populations. By relying on domestic politics and anti-EU propaganda, Israel is at least largely taken out of the line of fire and even chosen as an object of identification, even if the rhetoric is not entirely anti-Semitic. The situation is quite different for the oil-exporting countries, because their special position on the continuing world market enables a kind of surrogate for self-sufficiency policy, which is the sole purpose of the ban on interest in Islam, and this surrogate shows its devastating effect in the jihad it finances in the House of War. For the House of Islam is the closed trading state under the conditions of the continuing world market, Islamic banking the contemporary form of breaking the bondage of interest, and anti-Zionism the spearhead of anti-Semitism. However, to the extent that the Germans, and here in particular not so much the right-wing successors to National Socialism as their left-wing opponents, critics of Islamophobia act in foreign policy and also enforce this foreign policy domestically, they prepare the ground for jihad through consequent appeasement, if not collaboration, with no small, albeit changing, impact on U.S. foreign policy. In a way, German ideology is thus returning to the starting point at which Marx and Engels once saw through it. In order to illustrate the narrow-minded national outlook that underlies the Germans' alleged universalism and cosmopolitanism, they quoted the lines from Heinrich Heine's Winter's Tale. The land belongs to the French and the Russians, / the sea belongs to the British, / but we have undisputed dominion in the airy realm of dreams / here, we exercise hegemony / here we are undismembered. Marx and Engels are thus aiming at the philosophy of the young Hegelians, who, unlike Hegel, had abandoned the interconnection between the world market and sovereignty, which meant that any concept of unity to which their ideal of universalism wanted to attach itself had to prove to be nothing more than the realm of dreams. This, the Germans hold up to the other nations with tremendous self-confidence as the completion and purpose of the whole of world history. In every field they ultimately regard their reveries as the final judgment on the deeds of the other nations, and because everywhere they are only onlookers and afterthoughts, they believe they are called to sit in judgment on the whole world and let the whole of history reach its final reckoning in Germany. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it is especially disgusting in Germany, because here, with the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests, it is held up against those nationalities which openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests, Marx/Engels. The German Ideology, MEW 3, page 458. For today's German ideology, there are two different courts, one for the future and one for the past. Fridays for future and Sunday speeches for coming to terms with the past. As far as this new youth movement is concerned, which has also captured the old, the climate policy pursued by Germany and the EU may be characterized for the time being as merely adventurous and not yet as a disaster policy. Hans-Werner Sinn has compared its potential with regard to inflation to the energy crisis of the 1970s, except that such a crisis would not emanate from the commodity-exporting countries as it did then, but would be inherent in the energy policy decisions of the EU. Countries themselves, in Germany exacerbated by the phase-out of nuclear power. This is a unilateral action in which the vast majority of the world's countries will not participate. The hyperinflation after the First World War, which fueled the delusion of self-sufficiency, was also self-made itself a consequence of Germany having started this war. Whether the self-imposed climate targets, like war targets, can lead to an upswing or to disaster depends, as in the case of war, on the powers that want to achieve them. And if it comes to the worst, as the youth movement's self-fulfilling prophecy in the flesh knows how to predict, these powers will be enemies. However, it is becoming clear how much Germany, as a pioneer of climate policy that is able to discipline other nations, is aspiring to the position of world sovereign. Meanwhile, eco-activists such as the Swedish human ecologist Andreas Malm, who has also distinguished himself as a Palestine activist, are tuning into the riots for future movement to wage civil war against fossil capital. As far as the latter is concerned, the light tone struck by Heine's verses and the polemics of Marx and Engels does not at all correspond to the fact that this ideology is now returning to the world after Auschwitz and that the Germans' new powerful sense of self, or rather their national narrow-mindedness, which believes itself to be above all real interests, is based on permanently sitting in judgment over their own deeds under National Socialism. This is because German politics simultaneously legitimizes the longing for a world sovereign, which is reflected in the relationship with Israel's enemies as appeasement. It thus legitimizes with its own past deeds the prerequisite for others to be able to repeat them in the future.